Chapter 1. On the boundless sea, blue waves roll, white waves break the shore, and white clouds hang high in the blue sky like a ball of cotton candy. The sound of waves and the chirping of seagulls make this place look peaceful. But suddenly, the seagulls in the sky seemed to be frightened by something, and they flapped their wings desperately to escape into the distance. I saw a huge energy blasting a huge hole in the white clouds in the sky. Two black shadows, one large and one small, flew across the blue sky quickly. The speed even caused a sonic boom, and a huge sound echoed. On the sea, facing the monster-like existence behind him, two magic arrays, one blue and one red, suddenly appeared around the small black shadow and slowly rotated. Then the magic arrays recombined instantly, and a pillar of fire emitting extremely high temperature rushed straight towards the huge black shadow. Go! In an instant, a huge and blazing fireball bloomed in the sky. Its violent energy expanded rapidly, setting off huge waves on the sea. It looked like there were two suns in the daytime sky. Shane stared at the fireball, hoping in his heart that his attack just now would be effective. However, a dragon roar came from the flames, instantly breaking his illusion. Damn it! Does this BD black dragon have no health bar? Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Shane quickly activated space magic. He had already forgotten that this was the first time he had escaped. Shane Dolea, whose real name is Shane, was originally an ordinary college student on Blue Star. He had a father and a mother, the second eldest child in the family, and a sister who beat him since childhood. In the dead of night, Shane was on his way home after finishing his midnight snack when he was inexplicably hit by a truck. When Shane woke up again, he found that he had become a baby, lying naked in front of a dilapidated building. Soon after, a short old man with black and white hair took him back to raise him. During this extremely bloody time travel, Shane had always had serious suspicions that some salesperson from the Space-Time Administration was eyeing him, and that the driver of the truck was here to boost performance. He didn't feel anything when he was knocked away. A white light flashed before his eyes and he fainted instantly. When he opened his eyes, he came to a new world. Not long after the time travel, Shane discovered through the surrounding environment that he had actually traveled to the world of fairy tale. That building was the headquarters of the Fairy Tale Wizards Guild, and the short old man was the Fairy Tale Guild President, Shane Dolea. After traveling to Aslant, Shane has been growing up in fairy tale, and awakened his natal magic origin when he was 5 years old. The name Origin was given by Shane himself, because Origin allows him to clearly perceive the deep logic and structure of various magics, allowing him to completely analyze and reconstruct a certain magic from scratch. To put it bluntly, it allows Shane to easily and unlimitedly comprehend and learn various magics, and helps him create new magics. At the same time, Origin also has a passive ability, which is to passively increase the magic power in Shane's body all the time. Although the speed is very slow, over time and through active practice, Shane's magic power reserves are extremely exaggerated. By the age of 18, he already possesses the magic power of approximately 30 Holy 10 mages. In the first few years after time travel, Shane did nothing but practice. Even though his strength had reached the level of going on missions very early, the old man said that he would never be allowed to go on missions before he was 12 years old. Of course, when Shane is bored to death in the guild, he will also find opportunities to sneak out. For a long time, since the members of the guild were basically not familiar plot characters, Shane didn't know which timeline he was in. To be honest, Shane is not familiar with the anime Fairy Tale. When he first watched this anime, it was already a long time ago. He has only watched 23 out of 10 of all the episodes, and there are some in between. I skipped through the episodes, and stopped for a while in the middle of the magical showcase episode. Then I watched a few episodes of Gates of Hades and the finale and then stopped watching. I probably still remember the plot in bits and pieces, but who really has the time to remember the background time while watching anime? This situation lasted until Shane was 12 years old, and Urza came to the guild. Shane has been excited for a long time to finally meet a familiar plot character. But when Urza first arrived at the guild, she had always been taciturn and seemed to be intimidated by strangers. She often likes to hide in corners, covering one of her eyes with her crimson hair, and ignores Shane when he talks to her. After hitting a wall several times, Shane suddenly vaguely remembered that in the original work, Urza seemed to like eating strawberry cake very much, so he worked hard on his dessert skills and spent more than a month finally giving Urza to coaxed. But the real situation is that in more than a month, everything from Shane's initial failure to the final product actually went into Urza's stomach and was forcefully stuffed into her mouth. This forced Urza to react to Shane's friendliness, and at the same time, it also cast a deep shadow on Shane. Since Urza appeared, familiar plot characters have begun to come to the guild one after another, and since Shane is older than many people, he naturally becomes the big brother to Urza, Natsu and the others. But having said that, Shane is also a very evil person. Not only in fairy tale, but also in the council and the entire kingdom of Fiori, many people love and fear Shane. Love is because Shane is a very reasonable and gentle person. Afraid is because once Shane becomes unreasonable, he will transform into a self-propelled nuclear bomb and turn everything in his sight into ashes. Because of his partial plot prophetic advantage, and also because of the powerful power given by origin, Shane changed many plot directions in a slant. First of all, Lysina was not teleported to Edras, Kana recognized the scumbag uncle early, and Grey's master Uru did not use absolute ice and lived well. Speaking of which, when Uru and Grey appeared in the guild together, Shane was still surprised why she didn't turn into a lump of ice. You must know that in the original work, she turned herself into a seal in order to seal the demon who was causing trouble. This question was unexpectedly answered when Shane went out on a mission. It turned out that Deliura had been killed by someone who sneaked out of the guild one day. At the time, Shane didn't even know it was Deliura. He just saw a huge monster destroying the town and destroying the hotel where he was staying. So in a rage, he used magic to blast the monster into pieces, but the final result was that most of the town was affected and buried by an avalanche. When Shane returned to the guild, he was beaten by the horse Caro. Cruel. And not long after Uru and Grey joined Fairy Tale, one day, Shane accidentally heard the conversation between Uru and the old man, and looked sad. This made Shane suddenly remember something, and then he disappeared from the guild. Then, more than a week later, the news that an illegal magic research institute was destroyed by an unknown force and the location was razed to the ground was suddenly published in the newspapers. When Shane returned to the guild, Fairy Tale had a cute little girl named Arusha, and Shane also had a younger sister. But in fact, Arusha is 2 years older than Shane. It was she who insisted on calling Shane her brother. This made Arusha often joke about having an extra son, which made Shane very embarrassed. So for a long period of time, Shane perfectly inherited the style of the original Fairy Tale Mage. Every time he went on a mission, he would make the council go crazy. The old guys in the council would not dare to do anything but talk. What to do to him, because he can't beat him at all. The reason is still related to Urza. In the 3rd year after Urza came to Fairy Tale, Shane took her to the Paradise Tower to trigger the plot in advance in order to untie Urza's knot. Perhaps because of the correction power of the world or other force majeure factors, the council still launched the magic elf force to destroy the Tower of Paradise as in the original work. For Shane at that time, the power of the magic elf was beyond his ability to compete, but he still managed to stop it. So after the Tower of Paradise incident, the old guys on the council saw that they couldn't do anything about Shane, so they all chose to adopt a compromising attitude and turned a blind eye to many things done by Shane and Fairy Tale. Close one eye. As for why he faced Acnologia, this matter still needs to be said back half a year ago. Half a year ago, while Shane was away on a 10-year mission, Makaro took people from the Fairy Tale Guild to the Guild's Holy Land, Sirius Island to conduct the S-Class Wizard examination. When Shane came back from completing the mission, he saw that the guild was deserted. For some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. The specific plot was unclear to him after so many years. Sure enough, just a few days after Shane returned to the guild, news came from the council that the entire Sirius Island suddenly disappeared from the sea, and everyone in Fairy Tale on the island disappeared. With this stimulation, Shane immediately remembered that this S-class wizard assessment was a turning point for the entire Fairy Tale anime. During this assessment, Ziref went to Tianro Island. The people of Fairy Tale fought to the death with the most powerful dark guild, Demon's Heart. Although they finally won, the injured people then encountered Acnologia, who was attracted by Ziref. In order to resist Acnologia's destructive roar, Mavis, the first president of Fairy Tale, launched the fairy ball to seal the entire Sirius Island and protect everyone in Fairy Tale, but at the same time, his magic power was exhausted. And it took 7 years for the seal to be unlocked. Although he knew that all the family members in the guild would be fine, Shane still couldn't swallow his breath. After searching all over the world for half a year, he finally found Acnologia on the sea. 1 dragon and 1 man fought a great battle, destroying 7 islands in just 1 day. At the beginning of the battle, Shane relied on his powerful ability of origin to summon all the powerful super magic he had learned over the years, but with little effect, and even scratched Acnologia. Not as good as anything. There was even a time when Shane used a triple dragon-slaying magic circle plus the fairy's glory, a quadruple super magic circle that used 1/3 of his magic power, but it didn't even wipe off Acnologia's skin. Seeing that he couldn't defeat him, Shane immediately activated his space magic and escaped. After all, the Green Hills are still there, so don't worry about running out of firewood. After Shane escaped, he originally planned to stay in seclusion for a while. He knows the 3 major super magics of Fairy Tale, but because the seal of the fairy ball must be unsealed by the caster himself, he wants to study the method of unsealing the fairy ball first and clear the seal on Tenro Island in advance. The friends are released and they settle accounts with Acnologia. But he never thought that Shane's plan would be aborted before it even started. Less than a day after Shane's first battle with Acnologia, a huge black shadow descended on the kingdom of Fiori, and wherever it went, it was destroyed by the hurricane it set off. Perhaps because he saw someone who could use a variety of dragon-slaying magic, Acnologia didn't know what method he used, and ran directly to Fairy Tale to find Shane. If Acnologia's dragon roar wasn't so oppressive that it could be heard from a long distance away, Shane instantly activated space magic to bring it to the sea, otherwise most of the Fiori kingdom would have been destroyed. 4 ruins. In this way, Shane and Acnologia fought and escaped for 3 days and 3 nights. Why is this like a positioning device? Where do I run and chase? Shane complained with scars all over his body while chewing on a piece of chocolate. Now there is absolutely no way to get rid of Acnologia's pursuit. This guy roared from a distance without saying anything when he met him, just to kill him completely. Escape like this is not an option. The teleportation distance of space magic is limited, and there are not many anchor points. Acnologia can find me in half a day. We have to fight hard. Shane planned to fight to the death. So, after activating magic again to consume a spatial anchor point, Shane found an uninhabited island and began to deploy his most powerful magic. Solar Flare. It is a powerful offensive magic created by Shane based on the R skill of the first LOL Sun Goddess Leona. It forms a beam of light close to the surface temperature of the sun and falls from the sky to destroy the enemy. Mainly based on solar flare magic, supplemented by dragon slaying magic, and other super magic bonuses. This is the most powerful super large magic circle that Shane can activate. With a high temperature of 100,000 degrees Celsius, coupled with the dragon-slaying properties of dragon-slaying magic, I don't believe that your BD Black Dragon can still be intact. Shane cursed in his heart after setting up the magic circle. After most of the day, Acnologia finally found Shane. However, under the night sky at this time, the light of the 100-layer magic array has penetrated the sky. Shane has been waiting here for a long time. Acnologia was not afraid at all when he saw this. He was suspended in midair and opened his dragon's mouth. At this time, he concentrated and roared for longer than before. Obviously, he also felt what Shane's 100-layer magic circle had brought to him. Threats. Under the endless night sky, a black dragon flapped its black wings and shattered the waves beneath its feet. A roar of destruction was brewing in its mouth. Shane raised his hands high, and the 100-layer magic circle above his head was preparing to go out. The light emitted was like daylight, covering all the stars in the sky and illuminating the surrounding sea. At this moment, it was as if time had stood still. Shane stared at the black shadow at his feet. He knew very well that if Acnologia could not be defeated by this blow, it would be completely over. Even if he had the powerful recovery ability of Origin, it would still be necessary to maintain a 100-layer magic circle. The magic power is too huge. When the magic circle is activated, not only his own magic power, but also the magic power within a radius of 30 kilometers will be instantly drained. Unless Shane can instantly escape 30 kilometers away, not to mention the aftermath of the attack and collision, anyone can crush him to death. A few seconds seemed like a lifetime ago. Shane first activated the magic circle on his head, and Acnologia also used the strongest dragon roar. Two extremely compressed magic beams collided. In an instant, the space collapsed, and a blinding white light penetrated the entire night sky. A brilliant halo of light could be seen in the sky dozens of kilometers away. The small island on the ground gradually turned into dust under the impact of powerful magic, and the seabed was exposed. The fish that had no time to escape went from fainting to ashes in just an instant. The exposed area of the seabed is getting larger and larger, and the monstrous tsunami is sweeping into the distance. The collision of huge energy keeps this situation going for a long time. After a few minutes, the seawater gradually returned, and the huge crater formed by the explosion briefly formed a huge circular waterfall in the middle of the sea. And the result of the battle. In the distant sky, Acknologia was flying staggeringly. He had lost his entire right arm including his shoulder, and Shane's whereabouts were unknown. Chapter 2. Due to the huge energy collision that tore apart space, Shane was accidentally sucked into the space-time tunnel after the battle with Acnologia. In the time and space tunnel, the comatose Shane's body is shrinking continuously under the wash of time and space energy. At this moment, a large truck suddenly drove from the depths of the tunnel. When the people in the truck saw Shane, who was about to regress into a baby, they suddenly cursed angrily. "Which melon boy is so careless? You can't leave people in the space-time tunnel if you are in a hurry to do business. Forget it, we are all colleagues in the bureau, please help him." After saying that, he opened a gap in the space-time tunnel and threw Shane directly into it. 1980, London, England. As a bolt of lightning pierced the air and streaked across the sky, a naked baby fell from the sky and slowly landed on a park bench. Soon, several figures slowly walked over. A little girl with light blonde hair suddenly shouted, "Hey! Rick, come and look! There's a baby here." The little girl looked to be only 6 or 7 years old. She was wearing a white dress and a pair of white boots. The hairpin on her head shone in the evening streetlights. Hearing the little girl's cry, a woman pulled a little boy and walked quickly. She looked at Shane on the bench, immediately took off her coat to wrap him up, and said angrily, "My God, who is so cruel to put such a young child here?" At the same time, Shane heard some murmurings in the dark. He gradually regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. "Oh, Mom, look, he's awake," the little girl shouted excitedly. However, Shane was confused at this time, with several question marks on his head. English, has he returned to Earth? No, why are these people so big? Arrived in the land of giants? And why can't I seem to move? All kinds of questions surround the young Shane. August 1, 1991, London, England, in front of a white 2-story villa at 67 Colton Street. A fat woman ran out of the house angrily, wearing a pink apron, holding a spatula in her hand, her head tilted up and her hips akimbo. Shane Dolea, you climbed to such a high place again, get down from this damn tree immediately. Got it. Shane responded loudly, standing on the 6-meter-high tree crown, with one hand still in his clothes, as if he was hiding something. Shane twisted his waist, bent his legs slightly, and leaned his entire body forward. Don't jump. Come down slowly. When the woman saw this, she didn't know what Shane wanted to do. This unlucky kid had done similar dangerous actions countless times before. But it is obvious that Shane is not an obedient person. I jump. Star. Star dot. Shane jumped up and slowly landed on the ground along a slender branch in mid-air. Oh my god! I swear to God, if I could, I would have left you in the park to die. Seeing Shane jump down from the tree, Julie Swinton said in horror while patting her chest. I've heard this sentence many times, but the beautiful and kind-hearted Aunt Julie will not leave a child in the park, right? Shane grinned with white teeth and said, and you don't have to, don't worry, I'm pretty good at it. After saying that, he squeezed his biceps. That's not the reason for you to climb so high and jump down. It's fine if you break your leg, but what if you fall to death? Mrs. Mary said, grabbing Shane's ear. There is love, but not much. Shane was speechless for a while. Besides, the reason I climbed up was actually to save this cute little guy. Then he took out a white kitten from his arms, with watery blue eyes and very cute. Look, it's cute, isn't it? Shane raised the kitten with both hands and brought it to Julie. Meow, the little girl's voice melted people's hearts. Oh, poor little guy. Julie took the kitten from Shane and held it in her arms. Leave it to me. Your task now is to go back to me for dinner immediately. Great. Shane agreed and ran into the house quickly. It has been 11 years since Shane came to this new world. Because his body suddenly turned back into a baby, his senses couldn't accept it, so he used magic to seal his consciousness. It wasn't until he was 10 years old that the seal was released due to exhaustion of magic power. So for Shane, it was only a year before he traveled back in time. After contact with the consciousness seal, Shane also gained a strange memory of 10 years. In this new world, a British family named Swinton took him home when he was young at the time, and the little girl who discovered Shane at that time was the eldest daughter of the Swinton family, Alia, who also had a child with well-developed limbs. The simple-minded twin brother Rick. After regaining his memory, Shane quickly experienced those 10 years of unfamiliar life in his mind, and then felt the magic in his body. Although the body has become a child, the ability of origin is still there, and its ability to help Shane passively absorb magic power has never stopped. Yes, there is magic in this new world, and compared to Aslant, the magic here is purer and gentler. Why do you say this way? In Aslant, the magic ingredients in the air are very mixed, containing many different types of magic elements. If a magician directly uses this kind of magic power, different types of magic elements will collide with each other and react violently, which can easily cause the magic power to go out of control. For example, if Natsu directly used this magic to roar, he would probably explode in his mouth before he could even send it out. So a long time ago, the magicians of Aslant finally invented the magic circle through continuous efforts in order to use magic more stably. By using its own magic power to create a magic circle, it absorbs and filters the mixed magic elements in the air, stabilizing the magic power to achieve the ideal casting effect. In this way, the magician only needs a small amount of his own magic power to carve the magic circle, and then absorbs and uses the magic power in the air through the magic circle to achieve stable spell casting. In the new world, the magic here is very pure. There is pure magic in the air, and there are no special complex elements such as fire, earth, and thunder mixed in it. This means that Shane can perform stable spell casting without using a magic circle, but the cost is that it consumes a lot of money. Although the spell casting effect is the same, if you use a magic circle, the spell casting speed will be faster and the magic power consumption will be lower. This is because direct spell casting uses the magic power in one's own body, while using a magic circle uses magic elements in the air. Shane only needs to use a small amount of magic power to describe the magic circle and cast the spell. This is equivalent to if you want to convert a paper article into an electronic version and put it on your computer. One is to type directly by hand, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and typos will inevitably occur during the process, while the other is to upload directly through scanning, which is fast, convenient and has better results. Although both can type articles onto a computer, there is a big difference in the process. Chapter 3. After Shane regained his memory, he once thought about returning to Aslant. Since his first time traveling, he has been looking for a way home, because there are still his relatives on Blue Star. According to Shane's own research for many years, the worlds should be connected in time and space, just like a honeycomb. As long as the space barrier is broken, he can return to the original world. However, the power of time and space is too complex and mysterious, and Aslant does not have many relevant records. Therefore, Shane's research on time and space magic has always been slow, and it has completely come to a standstill before the second time travel. And now, Shane has inexplicably traveled to a new world. If he can't go back to Aslant, even if he completes the research on time and space magic, he will still bump around in the time and space tunnel like a blind fly. I don't know. When will I find my way home? In addition, after so many years in Fairy Tale, he has established a deep bond with his friends in the guild, and he cannot simply abandon them and walk away. Therefore, how to find a way to return to Aslant has become Shane's main goal in the new world. As a digression here, the reason why Shane can still be called by his original name is because he used magic to slightly change the Swinton family's understanding. Shane, come and eat, we have barbecue today. As soon as Shane entered the house, he saw Alia playing with knives and forks at the dining table, looking impatient. Because the Swinton family rarely eats barbecue, fried fish is the daily menu. On the dining table, a plate of barbecue is sizzling hot and fragrant. The fat on the surface of the beef is still sizzling. With the garnish of black pepper and rosemary, it is very tempting and drool-worthy. However, the plate of creamy mashed potatoes covered with cheese next to the barbecue really brought down the quality of the barbecue a bit, and there was boiled broccoli. Alia, why is it mashed potatoes again? I want to eat rice and noodles. Shane suddenly said with a collapsed face when he saw the lump of yellow-white starch mud on the table. Before Shane regained his memory, his senses when facing mashed potatoes were actually pretty good. After all, I've been used to it since I was a snack, not to mention that potatoes are just a staple food no matter how they are eaten. They are unpalatable and unpalatable. But since the memory was unblocked, the rabbit's taste buds awakened, and the gourmet gene hidden in the blood can no longer accept this long-term food. Mrs. Julie is very good at making all kinds of mashed potatoes, brine, cream, tomato sauce, black pepper, honey, charcoal grilled, etc. Although the taste changes every now and then, the essence is still potatoes, which tortures Shane's sense of taste and smell. Why did I just seem to hear someone saying that the food I cooked tastes bad? At this moment, Mrs. Julie walked in from outside the house with the kitten in her arms, her eyes fixed on Shane, and the words "If you dare to say it is you, you will be dead" were written on her face. It was obvious that she heard Shane of complaints. At the same time, the little kitten in her arms was holding a small bottle and drinking water. No, how could it be? Shane scratched his head and said guiltily. He glanced at the upper left corner of his eye when he said this. Alia was watching the excitement and said with a smile. Humph, sit down and eat. Julie hugged the kitten and found a seat to sit down. Where are Rick and Mr. Wilson? Shane asked. One of them has a competition today and the other has to work overtime. It's a pity. They will definitely miss my cooking. Mrs. Julie stroked her cat and said with regret. Speaking of which, Mrs. Julie has always had great confidence in her cooking skills. Although she doesn't know where she came from, the food she makes is indeed edible, but that's about it. Shane said that Mrs. Julie's single recipe was a nightmare for him as a rabbit, especially the mashed potatoes. Tug. 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 And just as Shane looked at the narcissistic Mrs. Julie speechlessly, there were sudden bursts of strange noises outside the restaurant window, and it sounded like something was knocking on the window. The three of them turned around when they heard the sound, and saw a grey and white owl lying on the sill outside the window, with an envelope in its mouth, its head tilted, and its big black eyes staring through the glass. Looking at Shane and the other three. No way, could it be? Shane's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar scene, and the fantastical childhood memory hidden deep in his heart came to mind again. Arya walked over curiously, opened the window, and took out the letter from the owl's mouth. The envelope was sealed with a piece of red beeswax, and the pattern stamped on it was a shield consisting of 4 animals, a snake, a lion, an eagle, and a badger. There was also a capital H in the center of the shield. Alia turned to the back of the envelope and saw what was written on it: 67 Colton Street, London, UK, white 2-story villa, received by Mr. Shane Dolea, who was complaining about eating mashed potatoes at the dining table. Shane, this is a letter for you. Shadia was surprised because it was rare for someone to send a letter to her home, let alone it was for Shane. Please open it for me and take a look. Shane asked Hedia to open the envelope directly. Because he knows very well that from this moment on, the Swinton family will begin to come into contact with a strange, mysterious, and fantastic world. They need to be mentally prepared and adapt in advance. No wonder this world has magic. It turns out that I have traveled to Harry Potter's world. Shane pinched his temples, thinking about what he should do next. I still have to go to school, not just for childhood fantasies, but also for other things. Harry Potter's magic system is completely different from Aslan's, and it is worth his careful exploration. He may be able to get some research inspiration on time and space magic from the magic of this world. Alia opened the envelope, and Mrs. Julie also walked over, and they began to read the contents of the letter together. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Sir Merlin, First Class, Chief Wizard of the Wizengamot, President of the International Federation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Dolea, we are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and items. The semester starts on September 1st, and we will wait for the reply from the OWL before August 5th. Yours sincerely, Vice Principal Minerva McGonagall, female. Uniform, first year students need, 1 3 pieces of plain robes, black, 2. 1 piece of plain pointed hat for day use, black, 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon skin or similar material, 4. 1 piece for winter cape, black fabric, silver buttons. Please note that all student clothing must have name tags. All students are required to prepare the following textbooks: Standard Spells for Beginners by Miranda Gorshak, A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, Theory of Magic by Adab Wolflin, and The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. A Thousand Magic Herbs and Mushrooms by Emery Switch, Magical Potions and Potions by Phil Lidispar, Magic Potions and Potions by Arsenes Geiger, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense by Quinton Chamber. Other equipment: a wand, a crucible, pewter, standard size 2, a set of glass or crystal vials, a telescope, and a brass balance. Students can bring an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents, please note that first-year students are not allowed to bring their own broomsticks. Mrs. Julie and Alia read the letter several times from cover to cover, their voices growing quieter. At first, the two thought it was a prank, but when the owl that brought the letter held the paper and pen for the reply in front of Shane, they had to wonder if they had woken up in the morning. At the same time, the kitten that Shane had just picked up was lying in Mrs. Julie's arms, its 2 big blue eyes looking left and right, full of doubts. Meow. Are there any cans? Chapter 4. Late at night. London, England, a city with a history of thousands of years. For some reason, its night sky is extraordinarily bright tonight. The stars are twinkling in the deep blue sky, like silver lamps hanging high in the deep black river, which makes people have some dreamy reverie. But under this beautiful starry sky, the Swinton house was brightly lit at this time. Even though it was past midnight, the people who lived in this house still couldn't sleep and couldn't fall asleep. In the living room of the Swinton family's small villa, there were two people looking incredulously, staring blankly at the balls of light floating above their heads, and the kitchen utensils that were automatically making midnight snacks in the kitchen. Too late to speak. Did I say you two have seen enough? Do you need to be surprised for so long? Alia looked at her brother and father speechlessly and said. Then aren't you surprised? There really is magic in this world. The tall, short-haired boy turned his head blankly and replied. He is the youngest son of the Swinton family, Rick, an ice hockey player. Due to the needs of the game, his body is covered with tendons. From the time he returned home in the evening to now, the shock in his heart still hadn't subsided. Shane, when did you find out that you could use these? Wilson, the man of the Swinton family, asked a little stutteringly. He opened his hands and gestured to the enchanted things around him. Wilson is a famous detective in the London Police Department, nicknamed Swinton Holmes. For a long time, he has been involved in many complex cases in London, which shows his high observation ability and judgment. But on this ordinary night, as soon as he returned home, his wife suddenly informed him that the child his family had adopted for more than 10 years knew magic and had also received an admission notice from a magic school. At first he thought it was just a daily joke from his family, but until the reality came before him, his worldview and values as a police officer for so many years were somewhat shattered, and he even doubted his professional ability. Because for so many years, Wilson asked himself that he had never noticed anything strange happening at home. And this is the time for such a young child to show off his nature. If he has magic, how could he not leave some traces at home? Oh, that was discovered on my 10th birthday. By how caught the midnight snack flying from the kitchen, told a lie that was both true and false, and at the same time secretly cast a spell that could temporarily affect people's thinking. Magic. Is that so? Wilson pressed his temple. It is natural for children to have their own little secrets when they grow up, let alone something as bizarre as magic, but Boris still feels there is something strange about this matter. So, about you going to school, are you really going to that school called Hogwarts? After thinking about it, Wilson cleared out the messy information in his mind first, then took out his pipe, lit the tobacco in the pipe with a match, started puffing away, and talked about business. I heard from Julie that you have already replied to the letter, but you must know that with your intelligence, you have a good chance of going to the best university in the UK in the future, but the magic school. The burning sparks on the tobacco turned from bright to dark, a cloud of smoke blew out from his mouth and nose, and Wilson lowered his eyebrows. Shane, I have seen countless times that a person holding a knife or a gun thinks he is invincible. What will the magical world with mysterious powers be like? To be honest, I am very worried. I think the same thing, dear, we are not familiar with everything in that world, which makes me feel uneasy. Julie also said worriedly. The family suddenly fell into silence. It's normal for the Swintons to worry about Shane's safety. After all, people will always maintain a certain degree of curiosity about things they don't understand, but more importantly, they are in awe. After hearing what their parents said, the two siblings, Alia and Rick, also restrained the somewhat excited expressions on their faces. They were also very conflicted at this time. Although they yearned for the magical world, if they thought about it carefully, they were actually just as worried as their parents about Shane going to a strange place. Shane shook his head and looked at the four of them. He felt at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. He quickly began to explain, "You don't have to worry too much. Think about it carefully. If the magical world is really that dangerous, what will happen to ordinary people? Could it be that after so many years? Come on, can people who don't know magic really survive on their own? Besides, the teachers from Hogwarts school are coming in the next few days. If you have any concerns then, just ask them directly. And don't worry, I'm very strong. After finishing speaking, a dazzling red magic circle suddenly appeared in Shane's palm and slowly rotated. Immediately afterwards, a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter condensed in mid-air. It was as bright red and fiery as a maple leaf, but it could not feel a trace of heat and did not burn anything in the house. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and on the third day after receiving the notice, the teacher from Hogwarts came to Shane's home as promised. At this time, in the small villa of the Swinton family, a serious voice came from the direction of the living room, and the fireball in Shane's hand disappeared instantly. Finite incantatum, all curses end. Shane's eyes widened when he saw the empty piece in his hand, and countless question marks and exclamation marks appeared above his head. What the hell, what is the principle of this? Just now, the witch in front of him simply waved her wand and then shouted a spell, dispelling the magic. This made Shane instantly doubt his life. Right. The magic power that condensed the fireball was scattered directly in front of him, which was unreasonable. It's not like Shane has never seen a method to invalidate the opponent's magic before. In a slant, there are a few magics and wizards with similar functions. But what is the situation at hand? There was no trace of the flow of magic power. With just a wave of a wand and a spell, the fireball he condensed directly returned to dust, dust returned to earth, and returned to the ordinary magic power flowing in the air. This incomprehensible principle of spellcasting was something that even Shane's natal magic origin failed to respond to. And just when Shane was puzzled, the professor at Hogwarts next to him, who just thought it was just an ordinary induction today, felt a huge wave in his heart. The magic performed by the little wizard who had not yet entered school was so powerful that she had to use the advanced spell Finite Incantatum. You must know that this is the most powerful curse-breaking spell in the magic world. There is no need to use Finite Incantatum for powerful spells other than the fire curse. But what is the situation of the student in front of me now? As far as she knew, the person she visited today was an ordinary Muggle family. So where did he learn this magic? How could he escape detection by the Ministry of Magic? Yes, it was Professor Minerva McGonagall, the Vice Principal of Hogwarts and the Dean of Gryffindor House, one of the 4 major houses of Hogwarts, who came to Swinton's house. In the original books, she is a powerful witch, a master of transfiguration, and dedicated as the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. Students usually have the impression of her being serious and harsh, but in fact, cold on the outside and hot on the inside is the best way to describe her, and she also has some sense of humor. She is best at shape-shifting and is a tabby cat animagus. Today, she comes to Swinton's home as Shane Dolea's induction professor. Chapter 5. Time goes back to more than half an hour ago. When Professor McGonagall first arrived at Swinton's house, he was warmly received by Wilson and Julie. Wilson and Julie took out the cakes and biscuits prepared in advance at home, and made a pot of fresh milk tea. They asked Professor McGonagall to sit down, and then enthusiastically asked about the Wizarding World and Hogwarts School from time to time. Things. This sudden operation really made the usually serious Professor McGonagall a little overwhelmed. Before she entered the door, she had already gone through various situations that she might encounter in her mind several times, but she did not expect to encounter something that was almost impossible to happen. Thing. Because in the past, when she went to such Muggle-born student families, she was mostly questioned and driven away. She had never received such warm reception as the Swinton family. However, although they were a little uncomfortable at first, Professor McGonagall also liked the attitude of Wilson and Julie. After she answered the questions asked by them patiently, she also learned from the conversation that Shane was able to speak freely. Something about using magic. This had to surprise Professor McGonagall. Because based on previous experience, little wizards who have not undergone formal training and do not have a wand perform magic, and the consequences are usually very serious. Like in the original book, it was easy for Harry to turn his Aunt Maggie into a balloon. But if Harry's mood swings were bigger at that time, and he had some thoughts of exploding her, Aunt Maggie would probably explode into a balloon. Cuts of meat. Therefore, in line with the responsibility of the Vice Principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Professor McGonagall wanted Shane to demonstrate her magic so that she could make a basic assessment of the little wizard who had not yet entered school. Shane himself also wanted to see how Professor McGonagall would react to his magic, so he agreed. Then, the scene just now happened. Of course, Professor McGonagall didn't actually know that releasing flames was just a basic skill of Shane's, and there was no need to use a magic circle at all. It's just a fire, can it be more difficult than eating mashed potatoes? So the final result was that the different magic systems and concepts of the two worlds collided for the first time. Something beyond their previous knowledge made both Shane and Professor McGonagall confused. Mr. Dolea, to be honest, you are the most shocked student I have ever seen. At least in the history of Hogwarts, no one has ever been able to perform such a stable and powerful performance at your age of magic. Professor McGonagall was shocked, but she still maintained her calmness and demeanor as a professor. However, let's stop this matter now. We can discuss your matter slowly after you enroll. And now, Mr. Dolea, I must remind you that our time is running out. Besides you, I have 2 other students' families to visit. It's time for you to prepare the student supplies for Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall stood up straight. So, Mr. and Mrs. Swinton, do you want to go with us? Want? Before Mrs. Julie could answer, Arya and Rick, the siblings who had been sitting next to them without saying a word, immediately agreed in unison. They could no longer restrain their curiosity and wanted to learn about the unknown of the magical world. Drive them crazy. Okay, let's go together. Wilson patted his thigh. In fact, he really wanted to see what this magical world was like. So, after simply packing up their things, Shane and the Swinton family of 4 set out with Professor McGonagall. Of course, a few people went there by subway, and the Leaky Cauldron was in London, so there was no need to apparate there, not to mention that Professor McGonagall didn't have the confidence to lead so many people. More than an hour later, at Charing Cross Roads, Shane, the others, and Professor McGonagall had just gotten off the subway. In front is the Leaky Cauldron, founded by Daisy Doddridge in the early 16th century. Behind the bar is Diagon Alley, where all Mr. Dolea's student supplies can be purchased. Professor McGonagall pointed to the front said. Bar? Where is the bar here? Rick looked around with confusion on his face. After all, no one without magic can see the Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron uses a powerful hidden spell, which cannot be seen by muggles. Professor McGonagall explained, and then led everyone towards the bar. It wasn't until Professor McGonagall touched the greasy door handle of the Leaky Cauldron that the 4 Swintons truly saw what the bar really looked like. Of course, except for Shane, who had just seen the dilapidated bar that stood out in this bustling street from a long distance away. It was too conspicuous, and the faint magic fluctuations emanating from it had to attract his attention. As soon as I entered the bar, a musty smell immediately hit my nose. Compared to the old door behind it, the environment inside the bar is very dirty and shabby. It was very dark in the Leaky Cauldron, and the only source of light was the sunlight coming in from a small window overhead. Because of the lack of ventilation, the grey damp walls were covered with mold. There are also many portraits of unknown people hanging on the walls. Some of them are doing certain actions repeatedly, while others are chatting across the picture frame. Under the portrait are rows of long tables and wooden stools placed close to the wall. In the center of the bar are several old large wooden tables that have turned white with pulp. Several wizards are sitting on them. Chat and drink there. On the bar at the end of the bar, a bartender with a Mediterranean hairstyle was wiping the table. He was the current owner of the Leaky Cauldron Bar, Tom. "Hello, Tom." Professor McGonagall stepped forward and said hello. "Oh, hello, Professor McGonagall, long time no see." Tom looked up and saw that he was an acquaintance and responded with a smile, "Can I help you?" "Thank you, Tom, we'd like to take the passage to Diagon Alley." "Ah, of course, that's no problem." "Yes, time flies so fast. Is it time for the new students to enroll at Hogwarts again?" Tom turned his head and looked at Shane standing next to him, with a hint of memory in his eyes. Obviously, he guessed that Shane was a freshman this year. In fact, there was no need to guess. Arya and Rick next to them looked obviously overage, and their expressions looking around also showed that it was their first time here. "Little wizard from a Muggle family, what is your name?" Tom leaned over and asked. Shane Dolea." Shane replied. "Dolea, it's a rare surname." Tom stood up, then, "Mr. Dolea, please come with me." Then he turned around and opened a hidden wooden door behind the bar. Then, everyone followed Tom into the door, and saw a very narrow patio in front of them, with some barrels and garbage pushed inside. "Mr. Dolea, please remember, count 3 pieces on top of the trash can, then count 2 pieces horizontally, and tap them one by one with your wand." Tom faced a brick wall and took out a wand and tapped it a few times. Then, the bricks on the wall began to vibrate inexplicably, moving rapidly to both sides and shrinking. Soon, an arch appeared in front of us. At this moment, Hedwig variations suddenly sounded silently in Shane's mind. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Tom said excitedly. Chapter 6. With the Hedwig variations playing in Shane's head, the Swinton family's day trip to Diagon Alley officially began. Shane looked behind the arch with some excitement, childhood memories flooding into his mind again. "Even after so many years, when I grew up, I still remember watching the movie." Hagrid not only opened the door to Harry's magic, he also opened the door to the dreams of children who believe that magic exists in the world. The winding cobblestone road stretches from the arch to the end, and bustling people crowd each other in the narrow streets. In Diagon Alley, many people wear pointy hats and plain burgundy, grey or blue robes. Inside the robes are early 20th century style shirts or sweaters, with collars tied. Bow tie or tie, the combination of ancient and modern dressing styles is fully revealed. However, it can be seen from this that there seems to be a big gap between the magical world and the ordinary world, and their development is completely out of sync. Of course, there are also many people like the Swinton family in the crowd, who are wearing modern ordinary clothes and walking through the streets. Without exception, their eyes are full of curiosity and excitement. On the other side, there are noisy noises one after another, and the various owl heads hanging on the sign of the owl shop are hooting. They are loyal partners and messengers. Many wizards like to keep owls as pets. Of course, except for those who are short on cash, these little guys are not cheap at all. On one side of the street, in front of a huge glass display cabinet outside a Quidditch boutique, many young wizards were gathered around, excitedly looking at the broomstick displayed in the cabinet, Nimbus 2000. The sparks flying outside the magic joke shop made passers-by duck and dodge from time to time, as well as the ravens and owls in the sky delivering letters and express delivery. All these make the entire Diagon Alley full of magical atmosphere that is different from modern reinforced concrete. Shane! Look, what kind of animal is that? It's so beautiful, and it can breathe fire. Aaliyah was so excited that she took Shane's hand and jumped around looking around, and that one, it was the first time I saw a real flying pumpkin head, and its eyes and mouth could move. I must buy one to take home for Halloween. Shane looked in the direction of Alia's finger and saw that the fire-breathing animal looked like a giant sea turtle with a back shell studded with jewels. It was trapped in a special glass box, and the back of its butt kept coming from time to time. A flame will burst out of the ground. But compared to Arya's curiosity, Shane didn't care what kind of animal it was. He didn't see too many similar monsters in a slant. He only thought about whether this thing was edible and whether it tasted good or not. Eat. Alia was extremely excited, and the Swintons next to her were no better. As a police officer, Mr. Wilson was surprised but always had a look in his eyes, while Mrs. Julie was shocked with a hint of panic. Too many novel things were constantly impacting her outlook. But the most shocked among them was Rick. His little eyes were wide open, and he was looking around with his mouth open, looking stupid. It was obvious that his brain had temporarily shut down due to too many factors. Professor McGonagall, can these things be purchased with pounds? Or do they need to be exchanged for other currencies? Wilson was the first to find himself in the new world. He had just discovered that the people around him were not using paper pounds when buying and selling, but something like coins. Unfortunately, Mr. Swinton, Muggle currency cannot be used in Diagon Alley. We must go to Gringotts to exchange for gold galleons. Professor McGonagall pointed to a white building in the distance and said, Gringotts? If it can exchange currency, it should be a bank in the wizarding world. Galleons have the word gold in them. Are they made of gold? Wilson heard Professor McGonagall's answer and fell into deep thought. I doubt that his occupational disease has occurred again. Then, Mr. Swinton, please stay, because it is not convenient for me to take you later. Of course, you can also move around freely, but please be careful not to enter Nocturne Alley, which is the territory of dark wizards. It is very dangerous for Muggles, and there will be signs warning you not to enter there before entering there. Professor McGonagall said seriously. Then, Mr. Dolea, please follow me. We have to go to Gringotts first. Then, I'll leave first. Shane pulled Alia's hand away without leaving a trace, stood up on tiptoes and hugged her. Wait a minute. Boris suddenly stopped Shane, who was about to leave, and then took out a wad of pounds from his arms. Take this, you don't have to worry about the money. Shane took it and weighed it in his hand, guessing it was several $1,000s. Thank you, Uncle Wilson. Shane said with a wide smile. Come to us after you finish your work later. We'll be in that shabby bar just now. Okay, I'm going then. Shane waved, turned around and left with Professor McGonagall. Shane and Professor McGonagall walked for less than a minute before arriving at Gringotts, a crooked 3-story white marble building that made people feel like it was about to collapse in the next second. There are 2 doors in Gringotts. The first door is a shiny bronze door, with goblin guards in scarlet and gold uniforms standing on both sides of the door. They will bow to customers when they come. The second door is silver, with the following words engraved on it: Come in, stranger, but you have to be careful. What will happen if you are greedy? If you blindly ask for something for nothing, you will be punished the most severely. So if you want to get something from us, you have been warned, thief, to take a piece of wealth that never belonged to you from your underground vault. Be careful not to bring treasure, but evil retribution. Shane took a look and felt a little disapproving. This passage is purely used to bluff people, and it also leaves a very bad impression on people. Shane said that if he were the president of Gringotts, he would imitate Voldemort and place a curse on uninvited thieves. Anyone who leaves Gringotts with wealth that does not belong to them will be cursed. Come on, if you engrave a text like this, who are you trying to scare? Also, you are a banker who doesn't pay attention to service. You open the door and send a threatening text to your customers. What on earth do you want to do? No wonder people in the wizarding world hate goblins. You only have ghosts if they like you. A Quirrell, possessed by a half-dead Voldemort, could easily break into Gringotts, open the vault door, and walk away unscathed. Shane really couldn't figure out what purpose the words on the silver gate had besides attracting hatred. He even felt that this so-called warning reflected the goblin's endless greed that would eventually come back to bite him. Passing through the second silver door, you entered Gringotts Service Hall. This is a very spacious golden marble hall. On both sides of the hall, there are about 100 goblins sitting behind tall long counters. Some of them were carefully recording accounts in large account books, some were using scales to weigh gold galleons piece by piece, and some were using eyepieces to inspect gems over and over again. The huge white marble building is filled with an atmosphere of luxury and greed. Chapter 7. Although the goblins of Gringotts are really ugly, Shane never judges people by their appearance. There were a lot of weird-looking people in Aslant, and Ichigo was one of them. If he hadn't been pestering Urza all the time, Shane would have been able to resist beating him. Moreover, as a mage from fairy tale, the word fairy itself has a special meaning to Shane. But now, Shane looked at these goblins with long noses, long ears, and wrinkled faces. Being ugly is not your problem, but the aura of greed and arrogance exuding from all over his body is really disgusting. This is one of the rare times that Shane feels extremely uncomfortable with a kind of creature. The last time he felt this way was when Aslant was on a mission. He encountered the kind of creature that did not distinguish between men and women and forcibly combined various creatures. The ape. Walking through the marble hall, Professor McGonagall led Shane to a semicircular counter. The inside and outside of the counter were crisscrossed with golden railings, leaving only a small window. In the window, there was a goblin counting gold galleons with its wrinkled fingers. Mr. Dolea wants to exchange some gold galleons. Professor McGonagall walked forward and said directly without even saying hello, which showed that she did not have a good impression of these goblins. It has to be said that these goblins are short, but the counter they set up is not short at all. Good guy, I am afraid that Hagrid, who has giant blood, will raise his head to look at them when he comes. The goblin at the counter raised his head when he heard the sound, glanced at Professor McGonagall and Shane, and then replied slowly, "Ah, of course there is no problem, then please show Mr. Dolea the admission notice." Holding the table, he walked from the window of the counter slowly poked out. Shane took out the notice from his pocket and handed it to Professor McGonagall. "No problem." The goblin opened the notice, looked at it, and nodded. "Every 5 pounds can be exchanged for 1 gold galleons, or 17 silver sickles, or 29 copper gnats." "Then, Mr. Dolea, how much do you want to exchange?" All of these were exchanged. Shane arrogantly took out a wad of 10,000 pounds in cash, which contained not only the money Wilson gave him just now, but also himself. "And these, too, were exchanged for me." Then he also took out a lot of gold jewelry. He was worried that there was no use for these things. In fact, Shane stole all the money himself. In the British society where capital is paramount, there are countless gangs in London. They sell drugs, women, children, and prohibited weapons. Anyway, they do whatever they want to make money. It is their normal operation to ignore the law. These heinous people originally had nothing to do with Shane, but one day after Shane recovered his memory, Alia suddenly came back and said that there was a gang boss's son in the school who wanted Alia to be his daughter. My friend, this made Shane furious. These guys think their families are rich and powerful, but they will pay back if they turn against them. So on the second night after Alia went home to complain, Shane single-handedly rushed into the gangster's lair, swept away all the cash and gold and jewelry worth tens of millions of pounds, and took away these. All the evidence of the guy's crime was thrown into the police station and the newspaper office. Then within a few days, the gangster completely disappeared in London, and the guy who blackmailed Alia to be his girlfriend also threw Shane directly into the fencing fan club. The reason why Shane accepted the money from Wilson just now was because he was too lazy to explain the source of the money he had on him and could not explain clearly. Second, he has no psychological burden. In the future, he will find a few gangsters to make meritorious deeds for Wilson, and he will receive tens of thousands of yuan in bonuses. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The leprechaun had no reaction when it saw the pound, but when Shane took out all the gold jewelry, its eyes immediately started to shine. The goblin carefully put away the pounds and gold jewelry, for fear of losing a gram of gold, and then turned around and walked into the counter. Professor McGonagall next to her looked at Shane with surprised eyes. She was curious about how the little wizard in front of her carried so many heavy gold jewelry on his body. After waiting for a short time, the goblin reappeared at the counter. The pounds and gold he had taken away had disappeared and turned into a red cloth bag. Mr. Dolea, all the pounds and gold added together will be exchanged for a total of 4,621 gold galleons, 10 silver sickles and 6 copper gnats. The goblin said as he handed the bag in his hand to Shane. Obviously this is a bag that has been casted by an infinite stretch spell, otherwise it would not be able to hold so much money. Shane took the bag and shook it in his hand. The gold galleons inside jingled and weighed heavily. Then, Mr. Dolea, it's time for us to leave for the next place. After successfully redeeming the gold galleons, Professor McGonagall immediately urged Shane to leave. It was obvious that she hated staying in this place. Mr. Dolea, there is one thing you need to pay special attention to. Don't trust goblins easily. Their greed is beyond your imagination. As soon as he walked out of the door of Gringotts, Professor McGonagall said seriously to Shane, in addition, I am very greedy. Thank you for your parents' warm reception, but it also delayed my time to pick up another student, so you have to prepare things for school alone. You must remember that the list has been attached to the admission notice, so, Mr. Dolea, can you do it by yourself? Professor McGonagall lowered his head slightly and asked with a scrutinizing gaze. No problem. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, I'll be alone next time. Shane replied with a smile. Now that he has switched to gold galleons, he can handle the next thing by himself. If anything happens, he can smash the gold galleons. Well, see you at Hogwarts. It's a pleasure to be your teacher, Mr. Dolea. It is a pleasure for me to be your student, too, Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall nodded and turned around to leave without saying anything more. So first, I should buy a wand first. After watching Professor McGonagall walk away, Shane immediately decided to buy a wand of his own. He had long been curious about the wands in the Harry Potter world. Although he didn't actually need a wand to perform magic, he still went to Ollivander's wand shop as soon as possible. Arriving in front of Ollivander's wand shop, I saw that the gold paint on the sign outside the shop had peeled off, but I could barely read the words, making fine wands since 382 BC. Shane expressed deep doubts about this sentence, because in 382 BC, was there anyone in Britain at that time? Even if there are people, I'm afraid they are not still in a state of drinking blood. Pushing open the store door, a burst of wind chimes broke the silence in the store. I saw that the entire Ollivander's store was filled with boxes containing wands. In addition to the boxes, there was also a reception desk made of wood, with several ancient kerosene lamps burning on it. Looking down, under the weak light of the kerosene lamp, a quill was struggling to write something on the parchment. There was a movable wooden ladder behind the reception desk, which was used by Mr. Ollivander to lift it up high. Set with the wand it. Shane looked around and didn't see Mr. Ollivander, but he looked at the wooden ladder and felt a little confused. Can the wand placed high up just be removed with magic? Why bother setting up an extra wooden ladder? Mr. Ollivander, are you there? Shane shouted into the store. Of course I'm here, sir. A vague voice came from behind, instantly making the hair on Shane's body stand up. Chapter 8. Oh, shit. Shane jumped up when he heard the voice behind him, blurting out the quintessence of Huxia culture. With a stiff neck, he slowly turned his head and saw an old man with a bright head and pale face standing behind him. He has a pair of mysterious silver-white eyes, and his white hair is as messy as a bird's nest. His whole person exudes a psychedelic color and has a detached temperament. There is no doubt that the person speaking is Garrick Ollivander, one of the 3 master wand makers in Europe. Mr. Ollivander, please don't suddenly appear behind people. If you scare people, they will scare them to death. Shane said with twitching eyes, and was secretly frightened at the same time. There is no reason. Has my vigilance become so bad now? Shane felt a little chilly in his heart, a cold air came out of his back, and he broke into a cold sweat. You know, if such a big living person appears behind you silently in a slant, but you are unaware of it, then you will most likely report to the King of Hell, and how many times he died and how he died. Don't even know that. Relax, sir, I have lived so long and I have never met a ghost who was scared to death before. Ollivander bypassed Shane and walked to the counter. Shane wiped the cold sweat from his head and looked at Ollivander speechlessly. He has basically determined that Ollivander is the legendary person who lives completely in his own world. This kind of person doesn't care about anything except things related to himself, and usually, this kind of person has a way of thinking that is difficult for ordinary people to understand, and is unreasonable and unintelligible. Hello, Mr. Ollivander, I am Shane Dolea, a freshman preparing to enter Hogwarts this year. Shane introduced himself first. I came here to buy a wand. Oh, of course, that's right. The little wizards who come to me are all here to buy wands. Especially at this time, the new students of Hogwarts will come. Well, Mr. Dolea, which hand is your dominant hand? As Ollivander asked, he took out an old leather ruler from his pocket. The scale on it had basically been worn away, making it completely unclear. Right hand, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, Ollivander stepped forward with a leather ruler and carefully measured Shane's arms, forearms, height, head circumference, etc. After getting the detailed data he wanted, he turned and walked into the store. Started rummaging through the many boxes to help Shane choose a wand. Mr. Ollivander, what is the use of measuring these data? After all, Shane couldn't suppress his curiosity. He didn't think these physical data could help people choose a wand, but he felt that since it existed, there must be a reason for it. Mr. Dolea, you need to know that the human body contains infinite mysteries. This is the most basic understanding of a wand maker. Ollivander said, pulling out one of the thousands of boxes. Covered in thick dust and cobwebs, its existence dates back at least several decades. Every wand in the world is different. They use different unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers or dragon nerves as the wand core, and carefully select materials that complement the properties of the wand core as the wand would. This means each wand has a different character. Then, 12¼ inches, pine wood, the heartstrings of the Hungarian horntail. It has a bad temper. You can try to tame it. Ollivander took out the wand from the box and handed it to him carefully. Shane. Shane took the wand and looked at it carefully. It was resin-like in color. He first tried waving the wand and felt the feel, but there was no reaction, and then tried to input magic power. Immediately, a feeling of blockage came from the hand, and the input magic returned to the body in an extremely violent way. It's interesting, you want to play tricks on me, right? Shane already believed what Ollivander said at this time, that each wand has its own personality. Shane narrowed his eyes, and with a thought in his mind, he immediately began to mobilize a large amount of magic power in his body, and in a head-on way, he forced the returned magic power twice into the wand. At this moment, the temperature of the entire Ollivander's wand shop suddenly began to rise abnormally. Ollivander felt everything around him, and his eyes began to blur. It's really incredible that someone can fully activate the power of the wand, but... Ollivander stepped forward and took the wand out of Shane's hand. Hey, don't take it away. Shane felt his hands were empty. The little game-like magic competition just now disappeared instantly, which made him feel very uncomfortable. I should have thought of it earlier, Mr. Dolea, you have an oriental face, this wand is not suitable for you. Ollivander put the wand back into the box. Please wait here for a moment, I may know which wand will choose you. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the innermost part of the wand shop. After a while, Ollivander came out covered in spider silk, holding a white box that seemed to be made of jade. Opening the box, a milky white wand with a very smooth surface appeared in front of Shane. "This is my father's work from a long time ago. It's very special. When I was a child, I saw him finish making this wand. It was very difficult. 12 1/3 inches. The poplar tree used to make the staff is a sacred tree with extremely strong vitality in the eastern desert. The tail feathers of Yechi are a perfect combination of life and death. I want you to have pure eastern blood. This wand will make a perfect and correct choice." After hearing Ollivander's words, Shane was suddenly filled with curiosity and quickly reached out to take the wand. I waved it. It was heavier than the wand just now, and it pressed a little on my hand. Shane tried to insert the wand inside him again, but surprisingly, there was no movement. "Mr. Ollivander, what's going on?" "Congratulations, Mr. Dolea, the wand has made its choice, and now you are its master," Ollivander said affirmatively. Shane was very confused after hearing this. This was nothing. In this case, he was not going to test it. With a random wave of the hand holding the wand, a burst of white light flashed, and a lion ice sculpture the size of a Shiba Inu appeared on the wooden floor, and then tiny ice crystals began to rain in the store. This. Shane's eyes widened when he saw this scene, and the shock in his heart was indescribable. This spell casting speed is terrifyingly fast. Because when building a magic circle in the past, it usually took 2 or 3 seconds to release the magic, but now using a wand, the speed of building a magic circle is almost negligible. If this were in a slant, this wand would be a perfect artifact. A short time difference of 2 or 3 seconds could save lives in a battle. "A very beautiful transformation, Mr. Dolea," Ollivander exclaimed. He thought it was Shane who turned the pebbles on the ground into ice sculptures, and did not notice the ice crystals that had fallen to the ground and turned into cold water. "Believe me, this wand will be your most loyal partner in the future." "Thank you very much, Mr. Ollivander, I am very pleased with this wand." After saying that, Shane took out 7 gold galleons from his bag, paid the money, and then turned around and left. After leaving Ollivander's wand shop, Shane rushed to buy everything on his admission list except books, and finally came to Flourish and Blott's bookstore. Chapter 9. Flourish and Blott's is located next door to Madame Malkin's robe shop. I put the robe I just bought into the opened carry-on space and opened the door of the bookstore. I saw that the store was very big, but it was very crowded and there was not a single person in sight. The bookcases on both sides reached to the ceiling, almost 5 meters high. Each shelf was filled to the brim with all kinds of books crowded together, as if they had been forced into the bookshelf with tools. Inner. The aisle in the middle of the bookcase is also filled with books that have not yet been sorted. It is such a mess that it is difficult to even find a place to put your feet. "Is anyone there?" Seeing that there was no one in the bookstore, Shane shouted loudly. The owner of Flourish and Blott's bookstore is a tall, fat lady. She is wearing a grey-white dress and a white apron around her waist. When she heard that a guest was coming, she quickly put down the books she was sorting and stuck her head out from the corner of the bookcase. She looked Shane up and down, and then asked, "The little wizard from Hogwarts?" "Yes, ma'am, I am the new student entering Hogwarts this year." "Oh, are you a first grader?" "MRS. Flourish and Blott's lifted up her skirt, stepped over a tall stack of books and walked out. She said with a smile, "Look over there, the books for the first graders have been sorted and placed there. Once it's ready, just go and get it." Then he pointed to several book boxes stacked next to the door. "Thank you, madam, but besides textbooks, I also want to buy other books. Then you can read whatever you want. If you can't find the book you need, you can tell me." "Okay, ma'am." After speaking, Shane first collected all the textbooks he needed, and then kept wandering around the store, his eyes constantly scanning the piles of books, looking for what he needed. But after a while, Shane became impatient, because there were too many books, and they were piled up everywhere in a mess, and the classification was irregular. It made his eyes sore. So, he turned to find Mrs. Flourish and Blots. "Hello, madam." "Oh, dear, how can I help you?" Mrs. Flourish and Blots poked her head out of the corner of the bookcase again. "Madam, except for these textbooks of mine, bring me a copy of all the other different books in the store." Shane looked at Mrs. Flourish and Blots arrogantly and said. "All of them? Are you sure? My dear." Mrs. Flourish and Blots' eyes widened in surprise. "That will cost several hundred gold galleons." "Yes, ma'am, I want them all." Shane nodded affirmatively, and took out 200 gold galleons from the bag, which were piled into a small shiny gold mountain. "That's no problem, but it will take some time to sort it out. You can come and get it at this time tomorrow." Although I was very curious about what Shane wanted so many books for, but such a big business would not be done in vain. The lady agreed without much thought. "Thank you, madam. I'll put these gold galleons here as a deposit first. I'll come back at this time tomorrow." Shane placed the 200 gold galleons on the box beside him and picked up a stack of gold galleons that he had just sorted out. Book of. There are also these books, Selected Spells of the 18th Century, Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells, Spells, Curse and Counter Curse, Dark Power and Gilderoy Lockhart Novel Series. I took them first, madam, are you okay? Of course it's no problem. Mrs. Plum Blossom nodded and agreed. The previous books were all Shane wanted to read himself, and the last Gilderoy Lockhart novel series was a gift for the Swinton family. In addition, he also bought a lot of magic supplies for them. Although Lockhart is a memory thief, there should be a reason why the novels he wrote are so popular in Europe. Besides, he is just plagiarizing. Most of the content written in the book is the real experiences of other wizards. It can be learned by showing it to Arya and others. Get to know the wizarding world. After finally finishing everything, Shane went to the Jumping Magic Joke shop to buy a few gifts, and then returned to the Leaky Cauldron to meet up with Arya and the others. As soon as he returned to the Leaky Cauldron, Shane saw Wilson and Julie having a lively chat with a middle-aged man with red hair. Next to the man stood a fat woman who also had red hair. On the other side, Aaliyah and Rick were also chatting with two red-haired teenagers who looked exactly the same, laughing happily from time to time. When Shane saw this scene, how could he not know that the Swinton family had met the Weasley family? "Uncle Wilson, Aunt Julie, I'm back." Shane walked forward and shouted, instantly interrupting the chat between Wilson and the red-haired middle-aged man. "Oh, Shane, you are back. Let me introduce you to the new friend we just met. This is Mr. Arthur Weasley, and this is his wife, Mrs. Molly." Seeing that Shane was back, Wilson excitedly pulled him to his side and introduced the new friend he had just met in the magical world. It was obvious that they had a very happy chat just now. "Hello, Mr. Weasley, Mrs. Molly, my name is Shane Dolea. Thank you for taking care of my family." "Hello, little wizard, nice to meet you." Mr. Weasley stepped forward and shook Shane's hand. "Hello, my dear, you are such a polite and handsome young man. You will definitely be a very good wizard in the future." Mrs. Molly also said happily. "It's just that she seems to associate appearance with magic strength." Although what she said is true, Shane is indeed handsome and excellent. Mr. Weasley's family has several children enrolled in Hogwarts. His eldest son has even graduated, and their youngest son, like you, is also a freshman at Hogwarts this year. Mrs. Julie said. "It's a pity that Ronald didn't come today, otherwise you would have definitely become friends." Mrs. Molly said, "But it doesn't matter. You will definitely get to know each other when you enter school. Since we are all students of Hogwarts, we can become friends sooner or later." Shane responded with a smile. "Oh, by the way, let me introduce to you my other two children. They are also students at Hogwarts and have just entered their second year this year. As soon as she finished speaking, Mrs. Molly shouted in the direction of Arya and Rick, "Fred, George, come here quickly." The tone was completely different from the kindness just now. "Here, mother." Hearing their mother's call, the Weasley twins didn't dare to waste a moment and swooped over to them. "Fred, George, let me introduce you. He is Shane, the youngest son of the Swinton family. Like Ronald, he is also a freshman at Hogwarts this year." Mrs. Molly introduced the twins. "Hello, George, Fred." Shane nodded. "Hello, this is Fred." This is what George said. "He's George." That's what Fred said. "If you need anything at Hogwarts, just come to us. We have a lot of fun magic props here to share with you." This is what they both said in unison. "Shut up, you two, don't lead Shane." When Molly heard that the twins dared to sell their prank props in front of her, she immediately waved her hands angrily and slapped George and Fred hard. Head. The twins covered their heads, not daring to say anything more. "Let's play, let's make trouble." When mother is angry, it's better to be a good child for the time being. However, at this time, Fred seemed to have noticed something was wrong with the conversation just now, and immediately asked, "Shane, your surname is Dolea. It's such a strange name. Why do you?" But before Fred could finish speaking, Shane secretly snapped his fingers, and a white magic circle the size of a fingernail lit up, and the perceptions of everyone around him were instantly changed. It's okay to say anything, but as for the name, it's better not to worry too much. Chapter 10. Shane. Just after Shane snapped his fingers, Aaliyah jumped up and yelled and ran over, hugging Shane immediately, and Rick followed behind her. Shane pushed Aaliyah's face hard to keep her as far away from him as possible. Her control over her little sister who would attack whenever she got excited was really annoying. "Aaliyah, Rick, how was your time in Diagon Alley today? Did you enjoy it?" Shane asked after pushing Arya away. "I saw a lot of interesting things, but it's a pity that I don't have the money here, that kind of gold galleons, so I can only look at everything but not buy it." The expression on Aaliyah's face immediately changed from excitement to slump. With a straight face. Especially since she is a girl and rarely goes shopping, this feeling of wanting to buy something and having the ability to buy it but not being able to buy it is really uncomfortable for her. "Don't look depressed. I bought gifts for you and Rick. I'll give them to you when we get back." Shane comforted with a smile. "Besides, I'm going to Diagon Alley tomorrow. If there's anything I want to buy, let's come back together tomorrow." "Okay, okay. Come again tomorrow." When Aaliyah heard that she could come to Diagon Alley tomorrow, she immediately turned from worry to joy and nodded excitedly. "Rick, what about you?" Shane turned to look at Rick behind Arya. "I'm very interested in that sport called Quidditch. I just heard from Fred and George that it's a sport where wizards ride on broomsticks and play ball in the sky. I really want to go there and see it with my own eyes." Contest. As an ice hockey player, Rick is naturally very curious about Quidditch. But having said that, Quidditch seems to be quite similar to ice hockey. It also scores goals and allows fighting. It's just that Quidditch uses a ball, while ice hockey involves direct hand-to-hand combat. "Rick, Quidditch is more than just grabbing balls in the sky." At this moment, Fred and George heard the sound and came over and put their hands on Rick's shoulders. "If we have a chance, we will take you to see it." The competition was really passionate. Last time Just as Rick was being indoctrinated by the Weasley twins with half-true and false Quidditch anecdotes, the narrator, Mrs. Julie, suddenly noticed that Shane had only brought one box with him when he came back, and then asked curiously, "Honey, have you finished buying all your things? Why is there only one box?" She remembered that there were a lot of things on that list. "No, I bought everything. I have put everything in this box." Shane picked up the somewhat worn box in his hand and patted it. This was a box he found from a scrap shop that had been casted with a traceless stretching spell, but it wasn't Newt's. Newt's box filled with all kinds of magical animals could be said to be advanced alchemy props. The box in his hand is just an ordinary enchanted box. It has about the space of a freezer, the kind that sells ice cream on the street, and there is no switching function between Muggle mode and Wizard mode. In fact, Shane, who possesses space magic, did not need to buy this box originally, but in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is good to use it as a cover. By the way, the scrap shop is not a real scrap shop, but a shop in Diagon Alley that recycles old and second-hand magic items, such as broken wands. As for why Shane was able to find this box in the junk shop, it might be that a guy named Malfoy saw that the box was too old and worn, and he thought it was an insult to his identity, so he just threw it away, and then it ended up in Shane's hands. Shane silently glanced at a whitish mark on the box, where the word Malfoy was originally printed. Although it was not the name of the two people he knew, he still used magic to erase it. One box can hold so many things. Mrs. Julie was surprised. Such a small box might not even be able to hold a few pieces of clothing. Magic. Aunt Julie. Magic. Shane patted the box again helplessly. Afterwards, Shane chatted with the Weasleys for a while, and then prepared to leave home with Arya and the others. Before leaving, Mrs. Molly handed Shane a note and said, "Shane, this is our home address. You are welcome to visit our home at any time. Just use an owl to send a letter." Accordingly, Shane also gave the Weasley family his home address. After sunset, everyone returned home. Under Shane's strong suggestion, everyone had dinner in Chinatown. It was rare to go out together, and he didn't want to go home and eat mashed potatoes. "Shane, take it out and let me see what gifts you bought today," Alia said with a bloated belly. Geu lay like that and collapsed on the sofa, and several others were in a similar state. Because Huxia food is so delicious, everyone ate too much without realizing it, and now they can no longer walk. "Okay." Shane put the box he brought back on the ground, opened the leather buckle, and took out 2 large bird cages first. Woo woo. It turned out to be 2 owls, a brown owl and a white snowy owl. They both had a pair of big, dark brown eyes and were twirling in the cage and whining. Shane opened the cage and released the 2 little guys. "Wow, owl! So cute!" Alia wanted to stand up and touch them, but as soon as she moved, the weight in her stomach pulled her back to the sofa. She felt extremely uncomfortable, so she had better lie down obediently. In the wizarding world, wizards usually choose owls and ravens to serve as messengers and couriers. They can help deliver letters and small items. You have seen owls deliver notifications to me before. Shane looked at the 2. He jumped out of the cage and flew to the 2 owls standing on the cage. The brown one is called Thane. I keep it at home. After I go to Hogwarts to go to school, he can send me letters about anything at home. This white snowy owl is called Fiona, and she will go to Hogwarts with me. Sean and Fiona. Are they a boy and a girl? Mrs. Julie asked. Sean is a boy and Fiona is a girl, Shane explained. Hey? That's not right. Why do we need to use owls to communicate? Can't Hogwarts make phone calls? Rick had a puzzled expression on his face after hearing that he had to use owls and write letters to communicate. I don't know the specific reason, Shane shook his head. I only know that our mobile phones or other electronic devices will all malfunction after arriving at Hogwarts, making them completely unusable. Oh, by the way. Look at the gift I bought for you, this is, It hurts, it hurts. After releasing the 2 owls, Shane said and wanted to take out the gifts he bought for everyone from the box, but for some reason, Shane and Fiona suddenly flew over his head, and then started talking crazily with their mouths. He was pecking at him, his eyes were triangular and obviously full of anger. It hurts. Stop pecking. Shane grabbed the 2 owls on his head. Woo woo. Shane and Fiona whined and stared at Shane with angry eyes, which translated to, "I'm hungry." Chapter 11. Seeing the two angry looks, Shane then remembered that these two little guys had been locked in a box by him since he bought them back. They had been bored for a long time without food or water. No wonder he was so angry. "Ahahaha, I'm sorry, I forgot to feed you." Shane scratched his head in embarrassment and hurriedly took out the special food bought from the Ela Owl store from the box and fed it to Sean and Fiona, and then gradually calmed down. "But this grain smells so good, I really want to taste what it tastes like." "Ha ha ha, it's okay, let's continue." Shane wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and smiled to ease the awkward atmosphere. Just now, Aaliyah and Mrs. Julie were looking at him with strange eyes, as if he had done something evil. "Sean and Fiona are so cute, how can we starve them?" "Uncle Wilson, this is for you." Wizards' chess is similar to chess. It is a very popular game among wizards. The chess pieces in it can move. If you want to play, it has included a rule manual. Shane took out a chessboard wrapped in a piece of red cloth and a box with the chess pieces inside. This book, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, records many animals that we usually think are legends but actually exist, such as fire dragons and mermaids. It was written by a master of magical animals in the magic world. Shane took out another book. He specially bought 2 copies of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, both of which were gold-bound special editions. The covers were autographed by Newt Scamander. He opened the pages inside. On the pages of the book, magical animals will be displayed in front of readers in a 3-dimensional way, and they can also make sounds. Shane bought these 2 books for gold and galleons. He felt that no one in the world could refuse this book. It's anyone, muggle or wizard. There is also this Gilderoy Lockhart novel series. The stories told in it are said to be the author's true experiences. They are very famous novels in the European magic world. "This thing is for Rick. Didn't you say you are very interested in Quidditch? It's just right for you." Shane took out another shrunken Quidditch pitch, with a dozen little people playing in it. Contest. Shane bought this thing from a Quidditch boutique for a large sum of money. It reproduced the entire process of the finals of a certain Quidditch World Championship and cost him a full 200 gold galleons. And these. Shane kept taking out various gifts, large and small, from the small box. There are flowers that can change into various colors according to the weather, fireworks that can be set off dozens of times, elf toy tree houses that can fly in the sky and sprinkle gold stars, etc. It took more than 10 minutes for Shane to finally finish distributing the gifts. He looked up and saw that everyone had fallen into their own world and began to become obsessed with things in the magical world. Arya was flipping through Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them with sparkling eyes. From time to time she would play with the animals in the book and put her fingers in their mouths. Rick was holding a magnifying glass, kneeling on the ground, transforming into a fan and watching the game in the small Quidditch pitch intently. Mrs. Julie was reading Traveling with the Vampire with Gusto, which was one of the books in the Gilderoy Lockhart novel series, but when Shane saw her fascinated look, he regretted it a little bit. "I shouldn't buy this set of books to take home. This set of books is not cheap, and I always feel like I'm at a loss." Finally, Mr. Wilson had placed the chessboard on the table in the living room. He was concentrating on it. He lit his pipe at some point and frowned. He held the instruction manual in one hand and fiddled with the chess pieces on the chessboard, placing them in the correct positions. Position, face full of thinking color. When Shane saw this scene, he smiled knowingly, gently covered the box at his feet, picked it up and walked to his room without leaving a trace. They have just started to come into contact with the new world, so let them digest it slowly. After returning to the room, Shane packed his things and the first thing he did was to take a shower. "I don't know what's going on in the magical world here, and the hygiene situation is really worrying." Every store he went to in Diagon Alley today basically had the same characteristics, smelly, dirty, old, messy. He was very puzzled. It was not difficult to use magic to clean up. Why couldn't he just do it if he could do it with a wave of a magic wand? After cleaning himself, Shane returned to his bed. He turned on the bedside lamp, picked up half of Standard Spells for Beginners and read it. He thought that a preliminary study of the magic of this world might be helpful for him to return home. The alarm clock on the bedside is ticking, time flies by, 2 hours later. Shane closed the book gently, thought for a moment, then reached into the void and took out the wand he bought today from his portable space. Lumos. Shane said a spell casually, and saw a flash of white light at the top of the wand, but it quickly disappeared. But Shane didn't care, and then tried again. At the same time, the origin ability was activated, and Shane's eyes suddenly turned a mysterious purple-red. White light flashed again, and Shane had seen the magical structure of Lumos. The structure of a kind of magic is three-dimensional and irregular, and the number and vertical and horizontal arrangement of magic lines determine its complexity. Surprisingly, the magical structure of such a simple glowing spell is far more complicated than imagined. If it were just a magic circle, the same magic effect would only need to be constructed with 2 magic lines, but Lumos has more than 20. Shane closed his eyes and fell into deep thought, then tried a few more spells and used Origin to feel it. Without exception, under the same conditions of spell casting effect, the magic structure of the magic in the world of Harry Potter is much more complex than that of Aslan's magic. Ever since Shane learned that he had traveled to the world of Harry Potter, he has been recalling all the memories about this world, and after the rough research just now, he had some immature guesses in his mind. Because Shane is not a fan himself, most of what he knows comes from movies and some short videos, and he has only watched the first 4 movies, and he has only watched the first movie of the subsequent Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Therefore, based on the current known intelligence analysis, if we only talk about using magic to fight, Shane can crush 99.9% of the wizards in the world. After all, in Aslant, the power of magic is either used to fight or to serve the battle. Of course, it's not necessarily the case against the 2 old guys, Grindelwald and Dumbledore. According to what he learned from watching short videos a long time ago, Grindelwald seemed to have almost burned down the entire Paris with a fire curse. In contrast, Dumbledore, who defeated Grindelwald, could definitely do the same thing. Destroying a city requires at least super magic. Although Shane is confident in his own power, there is really no guarantee that he can easily defeat these 2 old guys. As for Voldemort, although he has a few Horcruxes that are unknown where they are, since he knows his weaknesses, it is not very difficult to deal with him. What's more, this noseless guy has been chewing a big melon from beginning to end, and Shane has many ways to deal with it. It is also speculated that the form of magic in the world of Harry Potter is completely different from that of Aslant. The magic here is extremely idealistic, and in simple terms, it is like wishes coming true. Judging from the fact that Professor McGonagall can easily break up his magic today, the magic in this world can be summarized into 3 points. First, it is guided by human desires, then it is guided by magic, and finally it achieves the effect of affecting reality. This means that the spell is just a hint that the wizard strengthens his own mind or desire when he casts the spell. The spell is not important, what is important is how much your desire to affect reality is when you cast the spell. For example, the levitation charm is one of the most basic spells in Standard Spells Beginners. In the original book, Hermione was able to learn it immediately, perhaps because she had enough confidence in herself to make feathers levitate. But looking back at Ronald, he failed to cast spells in class, but succeeded in casting spells when dealing with trolls later. The reason may be that he lacked self-confidence since childhood, and his temper was prone to anger. He used spells wildly after trying several spells and failing. When the wand pinches the feathers, I don't even think about letting the feathers fly. Of course, the feathers won't fly. But later when dealing with the troll, Ronald's strong desire to save Hermione made him successfully use the levitating spell in order to save Hermione from the troll. For another example, Mad-Eye Moody, actually Barty Crouch Jr., once said that the killing curse cast by the little wizards would probably only make him have a nosebleed. After all, the little boy was still in school. Wizards are very simple and cannot have great murderous intentions. So to sum up, in the world of Harry Potter, in theory, as long as your desire and will are strong enough, you can do whatever you say and control everything. However, this is all just speculation right now. But there is one thing. Shane discovered that although the magic structure is complex, it also means that the magic spells in the Harry Potter world have great potential. As long as the magic structure is remodified and the magic circle is stabilized, it should be able to exert its potential. The deeper power of the spell. As soon as he said it, Shane activated Origin again and began to modify the magic structure of Lumos. After a while, Shane opened his eyes and waved the wand in his hand. A small magic circle flashed past the top of the wand, and then a ball of light flew out and flew around the room following Shane's thoughts. Success! Shane smiled slightly in his heart, and then he immediately started to modify other magic spells. At the same time that Shane was brainstorming, people from the British Ministry of Magic were running around Swinton's house. Because the Ministry had detected abnormal magic fluctuations near this place, the Ministry of Magic sent people out to investigate in accordance with regulations. But I couldn't find the specific location despite searching. In fact, the Swinton family had already asked Shane to perform magic, and the problem of traces in the wand being detected has been solved unintentionally. It's just that the people from the Ministry of Magic have to work overtime tonight. Transforming the magic structure is a very laborious task. Shane must adjust the magic lines one by one and keep trying to cast spells until the desired effect is achieved. This is like forging gears by hand. If you want the two gears to fit perfectly with each other, you can only grind them and try them at the same time. Turning off Origin, Shane rubbed his temples. The transformation spell really made him feel dizzy. He turned to look at the alarm clock beside his bed. It was half an hour before midnight. Read another book. The transformation of the magic spell was paused, but Shane had no idea of resting yet. He picked up a book of magic theory and read it carefully. Time passed slowly, and at this moment, the only sound left in Shane's room was the ticking of the alarm clock and the turning of pages in the book. The start of school is getting closer. Chapter 12. Time passes day by day like a revolving lantern. On August 31st, the first day of school finally arrived. In the past month, in addition to taking Arya or Rick to Diagon Alley every week, Shane also read all the magic books in this world that were temporarily available, and became familiar with the power of magic spells. There's new research. To be honest, Shane never expected that with Origin, even if he worked day and night, he would only be able to transform 9 out of 10 of the spells that a first-year wizard needs to learn. The complexity of the magic power was far beyond his imagination. The more difficult the magic, the complexity of its magic structure increased exponentially, which often made him feel dizzy. Fortunately, over the past month, the transformation of the spell has allowed Shane to gradually verify his previous idea, that is, the intensity of magic in the world of Harry Potter is indeed directly proportional to the wizard's heart and will. Now, even if he doesn't use a magic circle, he can still control the power of the magic spells in the book at will. For example, Lumos can put out a big blinding light bulb, or he can use the levitation spell to make a ball weighing several tons. Stones were flying around in the sky. It's a pity that during this month's transformation process, there were still exceptions. The one or two that were almost indistinguishable was the transfiguration. To put it simply, the magic of transfiguration can change the shape and structure of things. However, this magic can turn a stone into a banana, but why can it also turn a chair into a pig? It's still alive, the kind that can bark and jump. Shane said this is unscientific, not scientific at all. Shane can also understand that turning a stone into a banana is a simple alchemy maintained by magic. This means that the essence of the stone has not changed at all, but its form in reality has changed due to magic. Changes have occurred. But what the hell is a dead thing turning into a living thing? In addition to running and jumping, the pig can also eat. Shane saw with his own eyes that the chair that he accidentally turned into a big red pig suddenly flew out of the room, then rushed to the first floor and gnawed the potatoes that Aunt Julie was preparing to make mashed potatoes. At that time, Shane was dumbfounded. Moreover, the dazzling magic structure of the transformation technique and the thousands of magic lines made him collapse. Origin also said that it will cost more to modify this thing, otherwise we will go on strike. So now, the transformation of transfiguration is still in its infancy. If you want to continue to explore its potential, you can only wait until you enter Hogwarts. Perhaps Professor McGonagall's class can give him some inspiration so that his research can be easier. Of course, although it was proven that his idea of the Harry Potter spell architecture was basically correct, after thinking about it, Shane always felt that he had missed something. Logically speaking, even if the power of the magic spell can realize spiritual manifestation, there is no reason to exaggerate that it can transform a dead object into a complete living body. So after thinking for a long time, Shane felt that the problem might be with his soul. Soul magic is one of the magics in the Harry Potter world that is higher than a slant. In a slant, magic involving the soul is extremely rare, and only Zeref has done relevant research. Mavis, the first president of Fairy Tale, is the soul body. Shane tried to find her on Sirius Island many times, but she never showed up, so after traveling again, Shane had no chance to contact and study soul magic. In the world of Harry Potter, aside from Voldemort's Horcruxes, there are a large number of ghosts in Hogwarts. They are no different from ordinary people except that they maintain their original appearance and have no body. And Shane still remembered that among the many souls at Hogwarts, there seemed to be one who was a professor, and he had been teaching for many years. So he guessed that maybe the existence of ghosts had special significance to Hogwarts, or the entire magical world. After thinking about it, Shane and the Swinton family also took the subway to King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4, is there such a platform in the world? Alia stretched her neck to look at the ticket in Shane's hand and asked in confusion. Arya, you have been to Diagon Alley many times this month. You should know that things in the magical world are very different from the world of ordinary people. Shane sighed helplessly. Follow me, I probably know how to get to the platform. After saying that, Shane led everyone to the third pillar of Platform 9 and Platform 10 of King's Cross Station. This is it. Shane pointed to the stone pillar in front. You should be able to reach Platform 9 3/4 through this pillar. In fact, Shane didn't know where the entrance to the platform was before, but there were a few people with wands sneaking around the pillar, and there was nothing else besides it. Ha, I see, that's it. Wilson suddenly realized, isn't the third pillar of the 9th platform and the 10th platform equal to 9 3/4? Let's go. You guys grab me and I'll take you there. Shane looked around and didn't see the protagonist Harry Potter, so he planned to enter the station directly. Alia and Mrs. Julie were seen holding one of Shane's arms each, while Rick and Mr. Wilson were holding Shane's shoulders from behind. Seeing that everyone was ready, Shane said, "Don't stop in the middle, just close your eyes if you're scared." After that, he led everyone through the stone pillars. I just felt a cool breeze blowing over my body, and then a strong smell of engine oil hit my nose. We're here, Shane said. The 4 members of the Swinton family slowly opened their eyes, and the first thing they saw was a very period steam train. It is lined up on the track, and the exhaust pipe on the roof is whooshing to expel hot steam. Hogwarts Express number 5972 is written on the locomotive. The train platform was bustling with people, including students and parents. Each of them was carrying a cart of luggage. Looking up, he saw a 9 degrees sign hanging high on a stone pillar. Finally we're here, the legendary platform 9 3/4. When Shane saw this scene in front of him, he suddenly recalled the excitement and longing he felt when watching movies when he was a child. He still remembered that the scene in Diagon Alley and the station was the most impressive for him. But now that he is actually standing in this place, he doesn't know why. Shane has a desire to see all of this place. Ding! 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 As soon as Shane and the others entered the station, they heard a rapid ringing sound. Attention, gentlemen, ladies, and Hogwarts students! There is still half an hour before the train leaves. Students who have not yet boarded the train, please hurry up and get on the train. A loud tone came, and a conductor was standing on the waiting platform, holding a wand against his vocal cords and shouting loudly. Okay, Uncle Wilson and Aunt Julie, you can just send them here. I'll be alone next time. After checking the luggage again, Shane said with a smile. Dear, after you go to school, send a letter home first. Don't do dangerous things and study hard, understand? Mrs. Julie hugged Shane and said worriedly. I got it. Shane nodded, don't worry. If you feel unaccustomed to life at Hogwarts, you can come back. I guarantee that you can go to the best school at any time after you come back. Wilson patted Shane on the shoulder. Shane, be sure to write to me often, and tell more stories about school if you can. Alia also stepped forward and hugged Shane. If possible, can you give me a Quidditch golden snitch? Rick said naively. Everyone immediately rolled their eyes at him. This guy had been holding the Quidditch pitch for a month and almost went to bed with it. When watching games, Rick's favorite thing was the Seeker. He was extremely fascinated by the feeling of galloping on the field. After waving goodbye to everyone in the Swinton family, Shane carried his refurbished small suitcase onto the train. After getting on the train, Shane found that the aisle in the train was very narrow, and the little wizards were crowded in and walking back and forth, almost tiptoeing and kicking their heels. So, Shane picked up the ability of squeezing into the train when he returned home during the spring festival, and went around in circles. After a lot of effort, he found an empty car at the end of the train. Chapter 13. When he opened the car door, Shane immediately smelled a sour smell. How long has it been since you last had hygiene? He quickly covered his nose and waved his hand, clean up scour jiffy. With a wandless magic, the carriage suddenly became clean, and the bad smell just now was talked about a lot. Entering the carriage, Shane first closed the carriage door behind him and cast a silent spell to block out all the noisy sounds outside. Then he walked forward and opened the car window to let in some ventilation, and finally sat down safely and began to close his eyes and meditate. However, although he closed his eyes and rested his mind, Shane was actually constructing a passive magic called Thinking Barrier in his mind at this time to defend against Dumbledore's legilimency. In fact, for Shane, there are many ways to deal with legilimency, but they are all active skills. Whether it was avoiding looking directly into the eyes of the caster, occlumency, or the various brain-shielding magics he learned in Aslant, it all required Shane to take the initiative to cast it. It was difficult for him to ensure that he would not become mentally slack, causing the secrets in his mind to leak out. So Shane thought about using Origin to transform a previous magic so that it could passively defend against legilimency. The transformation process of Thinking Barrier is relatively complicated. Shane started it half a month ago, and as of today, he has basically completed it, except for the final touches on the magic structure. Has anyone seen a toad? Someone named Neville lost one. Just when Shane was about to complete the adjustment of the last few magic lines of Thinking Barrier, the door of the carriage suddenly opened suddenly, and a squealing sound came from the direction of the door. Shane slowly opened his eyes, turned around and saw a fiery little witch standing at the door of the carriage. She had fluffy brown hair and was raising her little head proudly. Hermione Granger, one of the trio of protagonists in the original novel, is nicknamed Miss Know-It-All. Of course, she doesn't like this nickname. Miss Granger, I think if a person needs help, it is best to say please, otherwise it will be considered very rude. Shane pressed his temples. The transformation of the magic structure required a high degree of concentration, but being suddenly interrupted like this made his head hurt. Oh, I'm sorry. A student named Neville in my carriage lost his toad and was already crying. I'm helping him find it. The little witch seemed to realize that she was too reckless just now and put it away. A proud expression. Forget it, you're just trying to help your classmates. Shane waved his hand helplessly, tell him there's no need to look for him. A wizard's pet will find its owner on its own, and his toad will return to him on its own. Is that so? That's great, I'll go back and tell Neville now. After hearing Shane's words, the little witch immediately turned around and ran away. She wanted to go back and tell Neville the good news right away. But before running a few steps, Hermione suddenly realized something was wrong. How did this boy know her name just now? It seems that she never introduced herself from beginning to end. With questions in mind, Hermione returned to her carriage. What an impatient little girl. This was Shane's comment when he met Hermione for the first time. After getting up and closing the compartment door that Hermione had not closed just now, Shane closed his eyes again and continued what he had not finished just now. Boom. 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 After some time, there was a knock on the door, followed by a familiar voice from outside the door. Hello, could it be convenient for me to come in? Hermione knocked gently on the door. Just now, after Hermione returned to her carriage, she conveyed what she heard from Shane to Neville. After spending some time to comfort Neville, the conversation when she met Shane kept playing in Hermione's mind. It won't go away. Why does he know his name? Why did he know that Neville's toad would return to Neville on its own? I have read so many books about magic in the past month, so why didn't I know that wizards' pets would look for their owners on their own? No, I have to ask that boy. Ever since, Hermione finally couldn't restrain her curiosity and came to Shane's carriage door again. Come in. A voice replied from inside the door. Hermione opened the carriage door and found Shane sitting by the window looking at her. The wind outside the window blew up Shane's slightly long bangs. Combined with his delicate facial features and the faint purple-red color of his pupils, Hermione was momentarily distracted. What are you doing standing there? Come in. Shane looked at the little witch standing at the door in confusion. He obviously came to see me for something, so why did he suddenly freeze? Oh, sorry. Hermione's face turned slightly red and she walked into the car. Tell me, Miss Granger, what do you want from me? Shane naturally took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket, broke it in half and put it in front of Hermione. Thank you. Hermione picked up the chocolate, but did not eat it immediately. Instead, she asked directly, actually, I just want to know why you know my name. Do you know the magic of mind reading? Also, how do you know that a wizard's pet will find its owner on its own? Apparently Hermione had gone through some brainstorming and directly regarded Shane as the kind of person who was born in a magical family and could learn magic from an early age. Miss Granger. Just call me Hermione, interrupted Shane directly. Okay, Hermione. Shane smiled, I'll answer your first question first. It is true that there is mind-reading magic, and I can indeed do it, but the reason why I know your name has nothing to do with mind-reading magic, but it is not convenient for me to tell you the specific reason. But don't worry, I don't have a hobby of prying into other people's memories. This sentence made Hermione's hanging heart finally relax a little. Then, the second question. Shane held out 2 fingers. Hermione, before I answer this question, can you tell me why the Hogwarts admission notice requires us to only bring owls? What about cats or toads as pets? Shane has unknowingly entered into his familiar role of teacher. In the guild before, he often helped his younger brothers and sisters solve their training problems. Except for Natsu and Gray, who often asked him to come to class tied up, everyone else took Shane seriously. Of teaching. I don't know about that. After hearing Shane's question, Hermione shook her head. She didn't remember any relevant content in the books she read. That's because these three animals, other than magical animals, are the animals that can best assimilate magic with wizards. Shane explained. Magic transformation? What does this mean? Hermione looked confused. She had never heard of this concept. Let me give you an example. Neville's pet is just an ordinary toad. Unlike magical animals, toads themselves have no magical power. Shane took out his wand and swiped it casually in the void, and the light and shadow of a toad appeared between the two of them. Wow! What kind of magic is this? Hermione's eyes lit up. Light and shadow magic, pay attention to the lecture. Shane tapped Hermione on the head with his wand. His teacher's energy was already up, and he would never allow students to be distracted during class. As I just mentioned, the toad itself has no magic power, but from the moment Neville got his pet, the toad has been infected with Neville's magic power. Shane clicked in the void again, and the originally light and shadow toad transformed into a person holding the toad in his arms. Hermione, you have to remember that the magic power of each person is unique, just like the fingerprints on the hand. Neville's toad is contaminated with his magic power and will gradually take on the characteristics of magical animals. The magic power of both parties is the same. Assimilation, even if Neville's toad runs away, he can return to his master by sensing the same magic as his own. In this way, do you understand? The light and shadow between the two people turned into one person and one toad connected by a thread, and then the toad followed the thread and found its owner again. That's it. I understand. Hermione nodded sharply. With the help of light and shadow magic and such vivid teaching, if she still can't understand it, her title of master in the original novel will be in vain. Thank you. Hermione wanted to express her gratitude, but as soon as she started speaking, she realized that she never seemed to know the name of the boy in front of her. My name is Shane Dolea, just call me Shane. Shane saw Hermione's embarrassment and said with a smile. Thank you, Shane. Hermione smiled a little awkwardly, showing her cute little bunny teeth. Hey! 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 Just then, the train whistle suddenly sounded. Attention all students, the train will arrive at the station in 15 minutes. Please be ready to get off the train. In the aisle outside, it seemed like a senior from a certain college was shouting, especially the first-year students, please wear good robes, don't run around after getting off the bus, someone will help you carry your luggage to your dormitory. We're about to get off the bus. Shane stood up, moved his hands and feet, and then looked at Hermione with a teasing look. Well, dear Miss Hermione, you don't want to sit here and watch a lady all the time. Men, please change your clothes. Hermione's face turned red after hearing this, and then she whispered, who wants to see you? After that, she ran away. Ha ha ha, she is exactly the same as the original Myra, a arrogant little girl. Shane recalled that when he was a child, Myra was like this. She would blush and want to duel with him after being teased by her. Shane smiled, put his thoughts away, locked the compartment door, and then took out his robe from the carry-on space. Chapter 14. Hey! 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 The whistle sounded again, and the train slowly pulled into the Hogwarts platform and stopped. The door opened automatically when they got out of the car, and the little wizards who had packed their things in the car all rushed out of the car. The first-year students among them all looked around curiously after getting off the car. Because it was already night when the train arrived at the station, and although the lights on the platform were on, they could only illuminate the road on the platform. Looking around, it was dark outside the station, quiet and strange, as if there was suddenly something unknown. It was as if a famous monster ran out of it and devoured the little wizards alive. The above are the psychological activities of a few first-year freshmen, especially those little muggle-born wizards, but in fact, More people are not afraid at this time, but excited. Shane was the last one to get off the train. The reason is that a few minutes ago, when Shane was about to get off the train, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a trolley out of the corner of his eye, and then he suddenly remembered something, so he went back to the car. When he got out of the car again, he saw a frantically struggling frog leg in his mouth. Chewing on the cheeks, it tastes like chocolate. After all the little wizards in the car got off, a tall figure in the distance slowly walked over holding a lamp. He first said hello to a little boy. "Hi, Harry." "Hi, Hagrid," the boy responded with a smile. He has a pair of bright green eyes, and through the dark and messy hair, you can vaguely see a slender lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. With such obvious characteristics, there is no doubt that this person is the protagonist of this world, Harry Potter. The identity of the tall figure was also revealed. It was Rubeus Hagrid, the keykeeper and gamekeeper of Hogwarts. He is a hybrid giant, wearing an oversized moleskin coat. His thick messy hair and beard have almost grown to his chest, and there are all kinds of weird gadgets hanging from his pockets and belts around his waist. After Hagrid said hello to Harry, he immediately raised his head and shouted to the first-year wizard. "Okay, first-year students, please come this way and follow me. Quick! Don't be shy, hurry up. The ship is over here." Hagrid kept waving and urging, because at this moment everyone was waiting for the new batch of little wizards. Everyone followed Hagrid to a pier. There were many small wooden boats parked on the pier, and there was a chandelier on each wooden boat, which could barely illuminate the boats below. "Okay, listen. Each boat can only hold 4 people. Don't take more than 1. I don't think you want to swim in such a cold weather." After listening to Hagrid's words, the little wizards got on the small wooden boats one by one in a trace of confusion. After counting the number of people, Hagrid suddenly shouted, "No problem, we can go." As soon as he finished speaking, the small wooden boats began to leave the port one after another. Shane looked down at the bottom of the water. There was some kind of creature pulling the wooden boat forward in the pitch-black lake. It must be the magical animals in the lake that had reached a peaceful agreement with Hogwarts. Shane and Hermione were on the same boat. In addition to the two of them, there was also a boy named Seamus Finnegan on the boat. That's right, it's the explosive genius in the original work. "Lower your head." Hagrid, who was walking at the front, suddenly shouted to behind him. It turned out that the front was about to pass through the entrance of a short cave. This cave is very strange. The boat that entered in front disappeared instantly, and even the chandelier on the boat could not be seen. It was even more so after entering the cave. It was really dark and pitch black. This small wooden boat was like a lonely boat in the endless black sea, quite in the style of Thulhu. And suddenly fell into the boundless darkness. The young wizard could not withstand such an impact. Many people started shouting on the boat and looked around for something to lean on. Some people almost fell into the water. The one who shouted the loudest was a young man named Draco Malfoy, referring to the movie Halloween, the young master's expression when he heard the troll. "I said, can you two stop holding me so tightly?" Shane said helplessly behind him while sitting on the bow of the boat. He only felt that the robe on his body was being pulled back hard by 2 forces. Neither Hermione nor Seamus could face the fear of the Black Sea in this hollow. Hermione was okay, because she was so strong-willed. She suppressed her fear, just lowered her head and closed her eyes and said nothing, but Seamus kept lowering his head and crying, "No! No! I want my mom! I want to go home!" At this time, at the front of the fleet, Hagrid was listening to the noisy shouts behind him. How could he not know that the annual Hogwarts admissions program had begun again? It's true, it happens every year. Hagrid held his forehead helplessly, sighed, and shouted comfort behind him in a rough voice, "Quiet! Don't be afraid, the stones in the cave will absorb the light, go out, it'll be fine from now on." It took about 2 or 3 minutes for the fleet to sail out of the cave one after another. After turning around an inlet, they saw a huge ancient castle suddenly appearing in front of them under the bright night sky. The half-hidden full moon shed a warm silver light, a breeze blew in the middle of the black lake, and bursts of broken waves crashed on the stone beach. The pointed towers of Hogwarts Castle stand among the cliffs, with little lights twinkling in them. The historical weight and solemnity it carries are overwhelming and shocking. At this time, the Hedwig variations inexplicably sounded in Shane's mind again. This habit of playing BGM when encountering classic scenes may never be changed. "Classmates, Hogwarts is here," Hagrid said with a smile. The small wooden boat sailed slowly towards the castle, and soon it docked at a pier, and then the little wizards got off the boat one after another. Shane looked up and saw that the entire Hogwarts castle was very high. Looking from the bottom up, the castle covered most of the sky. A cobblestone road winds its way up the pier with no end in sight. At this moment, several chandeliers on the pier suddenly transformed into one-legged lamps, jumped up to the students, and began to lead them. Following the cobblestone road all the way up, everyone finally arrived in front of Hogwarts Castle. The heavy wooden door opened automatically. Hagrid led the little wizards into the castle and climbed up a wide marble staircase. Professor McGonagall was waiting for them holding a parchment. "First-year student, Professor McGonagall." Hagrid stepped forward and said respectfully. "Thank you, Hagrid." Professor McGonagall nodded. After handing over the first-year students to Professor McGonagall, Hagrid left. Before leaving, he winked at Harry and smiled, which relieved Harry's nervous mood. Professor McGonagall walked forward, straightened his body, and looked down at the freshman. She crossed her hands in front of her and said seriously, "Students, welcome to Hogwarts. In a while, you will pass through the door behind me, and other students are waiting for your arrival at the opening dinner. But before you take your seats, the school will hold a sorting ceremony for you. The houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin." When talking about Slytherin, Professor McGonagall glanced sideways at Malfoy, not knowing what he wanted to express. "While you are at school, Hogwarts is like your home. If you perform well, you will gain points for the house. On the contrary, if you violate school rules, you will lose points. At the end of the school year, the house with the highest score will win the house cup. Then, please wait here for a moment. The sorting ceremony will officially begin in a moment." After saying that, Professor McGonagall turned around and entered the door behind him, and began to make final preparations for the important sorting ceremony that followed. But less than 10 seconds after Professor McGonagall left, the love between classmates began. It seems that what they said on the train is true: Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. Malfoy, with his blonde hair, suddenly stared at Harry with pride on his face. His words caused some commotion in the crowd. "This is Crabbe, this is Goyle." What followed was an arrogant self-introduction by Malfoy. After mocking Ronald, he still wanted to shake hands with Harry and become friends. But Harry had been looked down upon at his aunt's house since he was a child. In terms of arrogance, to be honest, Malfoy was far from the Dursleys, so he couldn't feel the slightest affection when he saw Malfoy like this. So Harry said to Malfoy expressionlessly, "I think I can tell the good from the bad myself, thank you." In this way, Harry, Ronald, and Draco formed a quarrel, and showed countless love and hatred for a long time. On the other side, Shane watched the three little brats in front of him bickering with each other with interest, but he was thinking again at the moment. When he was a kid, he didn't think much of it when watching movies, but now, he couldn't help but see something deeper in Malfoy and Harry. They are already fighting each other before they even enter school. It is conceivable that the current school spirit of Hogwarts is not much better. Competition in a school is a good thing, but vicious competition basically has no effect other than creating boring hatred, not to mention that there is a dean of the college who is adding fuel to the fire. So, should I find something to do? As Shane thought this way, the red gene of the flower grower in his blood had begun to awaken unknowingly. And just when Shane was thinking about how to reform Hogwarts, he felt his robe being pulled. "Shane, which house do you think we will be assigned to?" Shane turned around and saw that it was Hermione. She had been very nervous since Professor McGonagall left, but when she looked around, there were only a few people she knew. Neville was still there. She had lost her toad, so she planned to go up and talk to Shane to relieve her nervousness. "Feeling Academy? I don't know for sure, but I'm sure you will go to Gryffindor." Shane replied affirmatively without any hesitation. Chapter 15. Gryffindor, why? Hermione asked in confusion after hearing Shane's affirmative answer. She had learned about the 4 houses of Hogwarts before enrolling. The quality represented by Gryffindor was courage, and she felt that the one she should go to was Ravenclaw, which was famous for its wisdom. "Why, you have to ask yourself." Shane smiled and said an answer that left Hermione with questions. Indeed, there was no doubt that Hermione had Ravenclaw qualities in her. But judging from the original book, every time Harry and Ronald got into trouble at Hogwarts, Hermione was basically involved. If it were the eaglets of Ravenclaw, they would feel that paying attention to you is a waste of time studying. Also, the literal translation of Ravenclaw is Raven's Claw, and the hidden meaning of the name is greedy plunderer, which means the thirst for knowledge. However, Hermione's greed for knowledge lacks purity, and she usually just treats knowledge as to allow herself to be praised and improved. She lacks respect for knowledge. Therefore, compared to Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, a college that is suitable for promoting her nature, is more suitable for her. "No, you. Everything is ready inside, everyone follow me." Hermione was annoyed when she saw Shane playing riddles and wanted to continue asking, but the appearance of Professor McGonagall directly interrupted her questioning and stopped Draco and Ronald from further conflict with his cold eyes. Shane was thinking that if these two people were to look at each other like before, they might not be kissing each other. Pushing open the beautiful relief door, a bright hall comes into view. Thunder and lightning were moving on the ceiling of the hall, and bursts of thunder could be heard from time to time. The walls on both sides of the hall are inlaid with rows of animal statues. Each animal is different. They are lions, eagles, snakes, and badgers, representing the 4 houses of Hogwarts. There is a huge brazier hanging in the mouth of each animal statue, and hundreds of white candles floating in mid-air. The fire emitted by their burning illuminates the entire hall. There are 4 huge tables at the bottom of the hall, and each table has a certain amount of space to welcome the arrival of new students. Students in the 2nd grade and above were whispering, and at the same time they were looking at this year's freshmen with critical eyes. After walking through the door, Professor McGonagall led the freshmen through the aisle in the middle of the hall and stood in front of the professor's chair. I saw a round stool placed behind Professor McGonagall. A pointed hat with a human face was placed on it. Behind the hat were all the professors and staff of Hogwarts. The professors, and there is an old man with a white beard among the employees. He is the principal of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall pressed her palm down to signal the new students to stop. Then she turned around and walked up the steps, standing next to the sorting hat, and said, "Before the sorting ceremony begins, Professor Dumbledore would like to say a few words to everyone. After that, just give up a position." Dumbledore stood up slowly, dragging his long white beard, and faced all the students and began to say, "Before the sorting ceremony officially begins, I want to say a few words, idiot. Cry. Residue. Screw it. Hogwarts strictly prohibits students from entering the dark forest. It is a forbidden forest. In addition, our administrator Mr. Filch asked me to remind everyone that the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor is also a forbidden area. If you don't want to die miserably, don't go. Thanks." After saying that, Dumbledore sat down again and handed the control back to Professor McGonagall. The sorting ceremony officially began, and Professor McGonagall opened the parchment in his hand. "Students who have reported their names, please come forward." I will put the Sorting Hat on your head, and then determine the college you want to go to. Professor McGonagall picked up the Sorting Hat. Hannah Abbott. The Iron Throne appeared, and a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids stepped forward, and Professor McGonagall placed the Sorting Hat on her head. Immediately afterwards, the Sorting Hat shouted without any hesitation, "Hufflepuff!" On behalf of the corresponding house, warm applause came from the direction of the corresponding house. Hermione Granger. Then the second one read Hermione. Hermione was startled when she heard her name below. As she stepped forward, she took a deep breath and murmured in a low voice, "No, okay, relax, don't be nervous." Hermione sat down on the chair with an anxious mood, and Professor McGonagall put the Sorting Hat on. "Oh, good, yes, okay." Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat made its decision in less than 5 seconds, and the long table belonging to Gryffindor suddenly burst into warm applause. Hermione walked down the steps and ran happily to the Gryffindor table, her heart filled with shock in addition to excitement. Because Shane guessed correctly, she really went to Gryffindor. Then came the process of going through the process, and the freshmen were assigned to different houses one after another. The most eye-catching among them was undoubtedly our protagonist Harry Potter. The entire hall, except Slytherin, was moved for him. There was warm applause when he was assigned to Gryffindor. But at this moment, Shane was looking at the Sorting Hat not far away and thinking, which house should he be assigned to? To be honest, he was not sure that the Sorting Hat could accurately assign him to the appropriate college when the thinking barrier was turned on. Of course, he is free to manipulate it if he wants. Shane thought for a moment. Going to Gryffindor? But the protagonist is there, and it feels uninteresting, and according to the experience of many senior time travelers, there must be a lot of trouble around the protagonist, so he doesn't want to go. Going to Slytherin? That's even more impossible. A group of brats with pure blood ideas in their minds. The dormitory is still underground in the Black Lake. The environment is cold and damp, which is not in line with his sunny and cheerful temperament. Moreover, Shane is also afraid that he will get rheumatism. It seems good to go to Ravenclaw. There is a dedicated library, which should be of great help to him in studying magic. The learning atmosphere is also very good. It's just that it's a bit annoying to have to answer questions every time I go back to the dormitory. Shane is not good at brain teasers. So go to Hufflepuff? It's close enough to the kitchen that you can ask the house elf to cook for you anytime you're hungry, which seems good. After much deliberation, Shane finally decided to go to Ravenclaw. You can cook at any time, and the house elf will not refuse your request if you want to walk a few more steps. As for the dormitory door in Ravenclaw that you said requires answering a question before it can be opened? What a big deal! If you can't get in through the door, you can use the window. It's not like you can't fly. Shane Dolea. At this time, Professor McGonagall finally read Shane's name. Shane stepped forward and walked forward. He glanced at the Sorting Hat first, his expression was a bit off, and then he looked at Professor McGonagall and said, "Hello, long time no see, Professor McGonagall. It's been a while, Mr. Dolea, please come up." Professor McGonagall responded and pointed the direction of the stool with his eyes, hoping that Shane could complete the sorting ceremony as soon as possible. However, what was strange was that Shane didn't move for a long time. Instead, he kept staring at the Sorting Hat in Professor McGonagall's hand, and suddenly his eyes widened. He took out his wand without leaving a trace, and suddenly said to Professor McGonagall, "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, please wait a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, before Professor McGonagall could react, Shane pointed his wand at the Sorting Hat and shouted, "Clean up a new scour jiffy, enhanced version." With a flash of white light, the Sorting Hat was washed clean from beginning to end. Feeling comfortable, Shane put away his wand happily. The reason why he did this was because the Sorting Hat disgusted him so much. In fact, from a distance, it looked like nothing. The sorting hat was just worn out. But when I came closer, it seemed that the sorting hat was not only worn out, but the shiny thing on it looked like it was not 1,000-year-old scalp oil. Shane doesn't have a mysophobia, but he really doesn't want to put such a disgusting thing on his head. Today, when the King of Heaven comes, he has to clean up the damn sorting hat first. Therefore, he just made a holy show in front of others. At the same time, the Hogwarts students sitting below gradually came to their senses. In addition to being shocked, they all shouted excitedly, "Oh, nice! Well done!" They couldn't stand this greasy hat for a long time. When they were sorted, many people took the sorting hat very seriously, and today they finally felt comfortable. But compared to the excitement of the students, Professor McGonagall looked incredulous. She pointed at Shane and stuttered a little and said angrily, "Oh! My God, Mr. Dolea, how dare you! Because of your behavior, after the college is assigned, you will have your college deduct 10 points on the first day of school." "Oh!" Shane shrugged and didn't care. It didn't matter to him whether they were divided or not. "Minerva, calm down." At this moment, Dumbledore stood up slowly. "There is no need to be so angry, and it's not a bad thing. What a beautiful cleaning spell, Mr. Dolea." Dumbledore glanced at Shane with a deep look, then turned to Professor McGonagall and said, "Although his behavior is a bit reckless, the sorting hat has indeed not been cleaned for hundreds of years. Moreover, Mr. Dolea did not violate the school rules, so there is no need for us to bring resentment to the newly enrolled students. What do you say, Minerva?" "Okay, I understand, Headmaster Dumbledore." Now that the headmaster had said so, Professor McGonagall could only withdraw the punishment and sighed. McGonagall returned to his previous serious face, looked at Shane warily, and picked up the brand new sorting hat again. Then, "Mr. Dolea, let's continue the sorting ceremony." "Okay, thank you two professors, let's continue." Shane walked forward and sat on the stool. There was no surprise. As soon as the sorting hat was put on, everyone started to curse. The two naive guys bickered with each other for several minutes, and finally, through Dumbledore's mediation, Shane was assigned to the Ravenclaw as he wished. Ever since, Shane's life at Hogwarts has officially begun. Chapter 16. After the sorting ceremony, the Ravenclaw eaglets welcomed Shane very warmly. It wasn't because of anything else, or because Shane dared to pull out his wand and cast a spell on the sorting hat during the sorting ceremony. For the Eagles, how Shane used such a powerful clean-up a new scour jiffy is the key point. Because in fact, Shane is not the first person to use this spell on the sorting hat. In the past 200 years of Hogwarts, because the sorting hat only leaves the principal's office during the annual sorting ceremony, some daring little wizards will try to launch a cleaning plan for the sorting hat during this time, and often use methods just use the magic spell clean up a new scour jiffy. But the result is obvious. Because of the extremely stubborn patina on the sorting hat, the actions of these warriors failed without exception. The little eagles once heard the ghosts say that the last time a similar incident happened was decades ago, and the person involved in that incident is now sitting on the professor's chair over there, and he can transform into a cat. At this time, Shane was sitting on Ravenclaw's long table, crazily stuffing things into his mouth. Cream cakes, fried chicken legs, steaks, lamb chops, fried fish, chips, apple pie, etc. You can eat whatever you want, and everyone around you is stunned. It's just that people are wondering, why doesn't Shane eat mashed potatoes? Faced with the strange looks from around him, Shane ignored them. He picked up a piece of fried pork chop that was still smelling fragrant and directly put a piece of cheese on it. Then he took out his wand and grilled it with fire-burning incendio. The cheese melts and blends with the pork chops. Then, Shane picked up the homemade cheese fried pork chop and put it in his mouth. Yes, that's the smell. When the little badgers at Hufflepuff on the next table saw this scene, they all looked at the fried pork chops on their own tables and began to imitate it in a decent manner. As a result, after trying it, the little badger's eyes instantly lit up. Damn it! Delicious! How come such a talent is not from our college? And while imitating it, the little badgers also replaced the fried pork chops with fried chicken legs, which was equally delicious. On the other side, Dumbledore, who was sitting on the professor's chair, was looking thoughtfully at Shane, who was devouring his food. He was deeply impressed by this student. Not only because of the action of cleaning the sorting hat just now, but also because Professor McGonagall mentioned this name to him a month ago. Now it seems that Minerva is right, this student Shane Dolea is special, very special. After dinner, as usual, the prefect of each college will lead the first-year students to the lounge and dormitory of their college. The current senior at Ravenclaw is named Ivana Blanchard, and she is taking Shane and the others to Ravenclaw Tower. Hello everyone, my name is Ivana Blanchard, the prefect of Ravenclaw. It is my pleasure to welcome you to Ravenclaw Academy. Ivana said as she led the new students through the moving stairs. The emblem of our college is an eagle, and the representative colors are sky blue and bronze, which means soaring high to the unreachable peak. Our common room is located at the top of Ravenclaw Tower, hidden behind a door with a magic knocker. Through the arched windows of the circular common room, you can see the entire Hogwarts campus, the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest, Quidditch pitch and greenhouse. Other houses are not lucky enough to enjoy this beauty. Ivana proudly introduced the various features and advantages of Ravenclaw Academy, and brought the young wizards to an old wooden door with a raven-shaped bronze door knocker inlaid on the door. I don't mean to be exaggerated, but Ravenclaw Academy is indeed a place where the smartest wizards live. As Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of our academy, said, "Extraordinary intelligence is mankind's greatest wealth." We don't need to hide the entrance to the common room like other colleges do. Our common room door is at the top of a long, curved staircase and has no handle, just an enchanted raven-shaped bronze knocker. When you knock on the door, Crowring will ask you questions. You need to use your wisdom to answer the corresponding questions correctly to enter, but please remember that the answer is not the only one. But I can say that for nearly a millennium, no one but the Ravenclaw has been able to pass this simple barrier. So, now who wants to give it a try? Ivana turned around, facing away from the raven-shaped door knocker and said. The freshmen looked at each other, and after a while, a Ravenclaw freshman volunteered to step forward. I'll come. Then he raised his hand and knocked the door knocker. The Crowring shook a few times and asked, "What does the elephant's left ear look like?" Forehead. This question confused the student because it was too subjective and there was no standard answer. At the same time, the little eagles who heard the question behind were also talking about it. Let me remind you that the answer is not the only one, and the answer only needs to be recognized by Crowhuan, so don't let yourself be imprisoned by your usual thinking. Ivana reminded at this time. The little eagles started to use their brains, but after several minutes and trying several answers, Crowring was not satisfied. At this time, Shane looked to his left, then to his left, and gradually became impatient. Because he didn't understand why these little eagles couldn't answer this question because it was pure nonsense literature. So in order to go back to the dormitory to take a shower and sleep early, Shane walked straight to the wooden door and said to the Crowring, "The elephant's left ear is like the elephant's right ear." Correct. Without any delay, Crowhuan immediately opened the wooden door. It was then that the little eagles suddenly realized the answer. Well done, Dolea. Ivana praised, and then said to the other eagles, "Don't be discouraged. If you answer more questions in the future, you will naturally master the rules of the questions. Okay, come with me now." Ivana pushed open the wooden door, followed by the small eagle door and filed in. Shane glanced at the wooden door before entering the lounge and thought to himself, "Is this door made of wood? Then if I can't answer the question in the future, can I just break in?" The wooden door was gradually closed, but for some reason, the bronze Crowring on the door suddenly shook inexplicably, as if it felt a deep malice coming towards it. Ravenclaw's common room is a large circular room with blue and bronze as the main colors. It is the best viewing location in the entire Hogwarts school. There are elegant arched windows on the wall, with blue and bronze silk curtains hanging in front of the windows. Students can usually lift the curtains and see the beautiful scenery outside through the windows. The ceiling of the lounge is designed as a dome, with stars and moons on it, and stars are also painted on the dark blue carpet on the floor, reflecting each other. At the same time, there are sofas, tables, chairs, lamps, etc. in the lounge. Some fresh fruits are placed on the round table. Directly opposite the entrance to the lounge is an alcove, which contains a half-length white marble statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, and behind the statue is a huge bookshelf with at least 1,000 books on it. Next to the bookshelf is the door leading to entrance to the dormitory upstairs. This is Ravenclaw's common room, which we all call the home of wise men. There are a total of 1,126 books on the bookshelf behind. You can read as you like, but please note that these books are they cannot be taken out of the lounge, because these precious treasures belong exclusively to Ravenclaw's 1,000-year collection. The ghost of our college is Ms. Grey. She is the daughter of the Eagle Ancestor. She is a very beautiful lady, but she seldom speaks, but she can talk to Ravenclaw. It is said that she has something to do with Slytherin's ghost Bloody Baylor. Of course she doesn't ask questions. She helps you when you are lost or can't find something. Then finally, I wish you have a wonderful night today. The entrance to our dormitory is next to the bookshelf. When you go up, you can see the 4-poster bed covered with a sky blue silk quilt, and the wind is blowing in front of the window. The sound makes people feel very comfortable, and of course, you can also enjoy the beautiful scenery and starry sky of Hogwarts through the windows. The above is Ravenclaw's welcome speech to the new students. Ivana has to say it once every year since she became the senior. After the breakup, Shane didn't stop in the lounge, but hurried upstairs. The entrance to the dormitory was a mirror, which dazzled Shane. It took him a while to find his own bed, and his luggage was already placed next to the 4-leg bed. Seeing no one around, Shane opened his portable space and took out all the pillows, quilts and other bedding that had been prepared inside. He first changed the pillow and put a pillow towel on it, then replaced the soft silk quilt prepared by the school with his own quilt cover, then threw his big pillow on the bed, and finally took out the Fairy Tale Guild badge to hang at the bedside. Done. Shane clapped his hands in satisfaction. The reason why he did this was not because he couldn't trust Hogwarts, but because he was deeply impressed by the sanitary conditions of the British wizarding community, whether in Diagon Alley or on the Hogwarts Express. Shane looked at the neat bed and snapped his fingers. Wandless casting clean up a new scour jiffy. No. As far as hygiene was concerned, he just didn't trust Hogwarts as well. After making the bed, Shane hurriedly went to the bathroom to take a shower and brush his teeth. When he came back, he threw himself on the bed. Shane is actually very tired, because building a relationship with Thinking Barrier has consumed too much of his energy, so at the end of the day, he just wants to have a good sleep. Regardless of thunder and lightning or earthquakes and fires, we will talk about big things tomorrow. But after a short sleep. Buzz buzz buzz. A burst of 3D stereo surround sound suddenly hit his ears, making Shane frown. Immediately afterwards, Shane felt the pain and itching on the soles of his feet exposed outside the quilt, causing his blood pressure to rise. FKU. How come there are mosquitoes in this damn weather? Chapter 17. FKU. How come there are mosquitoes in this damn weather? Shane immediately lifted the quilt and complained angrily. If he had known better, he would have gone to the Huxia supermarket to buy a bed mosquito net and brought it over. Fortunately, he had anticipated this possibility before coming to Hogwarts. After all, the flower gardener's rabbit would think carefully when traveling far away. Shane reached into the void, took out the prepared mosquito coil and lit it. After a while, the entire Ravenclaw boys' dormitory was filled with a faint floral fragrance. This kind of mosquito coil is specially made by Shane. Who would go to the supermarket to buy that kind of choking and unpleasant mosquito coil? After driving away the mosquitoes, Shane tucked himself into the quilt, hugged the big pillow, and began to drift off to sleep. It's finally quiet, oh, __, The moon was sparse, and over Hogwarts, the moon ran out of the thick clouds, finally showing its full glory. Under the ancient castle, the black lake sparkles. Under the silver light, some small nocturnal animals in the water are playing with each other in the reflection of the castle, seeming to wish everyone a good dream tonight. The next morning, the sun rose and the sun was shining brightly. It's the first day of school at Hogwarts. At this time, a harsh alarm sounded in Ravenclaw's dormitory, trying to wake up Shane, who was still sleeping. Bulu. 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 Click. Shane reflexively pressed the snail-shaped alarm clock on his bedside. At this time, his body was already awake, but his brain was not yet awake. This telephone bug-shaped alarm clock was specially made by Shane in Diagon Alley. Because Hogwarts cannot use any electronic devices, this alarm clock can only call people at regular intervals and cannot tell the time. After a while, Shane got up with difficulty. He stretched first, rubbed his eyes, and tried hard to dispel the lingering sleepiness in his mind. Then he relied on instinct and slowly climbed out of bed, sleepily went to the bathroom to wash up, and then wandered back to the room to change clothes. When they came to the cafeteria, many people saw a ruthless man who was sleeping and eating breakfast with his eyes closed. It wasn't until Shane stuffed a lump of white mud into his mouth that he really woke up. You! Who gave me the mashed potatoes? A familiar smell rushed into his nose, and Shane's mind suddenly cleared. How come you can have mashed potatoes for breakfast even when you're not at home? Shane took a sip of milk to wash away the residual taste of mashed potatoes in his mouth, and then looked around as if he was aware of it, and found that everyone in the cafeteria was looking at him strangely. Why are you looking at me if you don't have breakfast? Shane scratched his head. At this moment, a familiar figure ran over and sat down opposite Shane. Good morning, Shane. Good morning, Hermione. Shane responded, and then looked at the big book in Hermione's hand in confusion, which was at least as big as two of his faces. Why are you holding such a big book? Aren't you tired? It's okay, I just want to read more. Hermione replied, I plan to finish reading this book this week. I read it for more than an hour last night. Is this the case when school just starts? Shane's eyes twitched, and he couldn't help but start to persuade, Hermione, you can't study like this. You need to know how to combine work and rest when studying. Memorize by rote without understanding the content of the book. What's the use of reading more? But if I don't read more when I have free time, I won't be able to keep up with the others. Hermione replied stubbornly and a little aggrievedly. Upon hearing this sentence, Shane instantly understood what the little witch was thinking. Hermione might have thought that she was born into a Muggle family, so she felt that compared to those children from wizarding families, her foundation would definitely lag far behind others. Hermione, do you think that parents of wizarding families start teaching their children magic from an early age? Isn't it? Hermione looked surprised. Isn't this a natural thing? Of course not. Shane sighed, knocked on the table and stood up. Let me ask you, do you know about squibs? You know, people whose parents are wizards but whose children can't use magic. Hermione nodded. That's right. Then do you know why there are squibs? If based on genetics alone, if both parents are wizards, squibs shouldn't exist, and you shouldn't be standing here. That's because if a person wants to become a wizard, blood inheritance is not the key is magic riots. Whether they are children from a wizarding family or a Muggle family, they must experience magic riots before they can be qualified to use magic. Shane and Hermione left the cafeteria, explaining as they walked. Does it make any difference? Hermione asked. In fact, there is no difference. The time when a person's magic riot occurs is uncertain, even in a wizarding family. Before the magic riot occurs, you cannot expect a child to learn writing without a pencil. Moreover, even if a child experiences magic riots at a very young age, his parents still will not teach his children to use magic. Why? Hermione asked curiously. Because children do not have mature enough thinking and will to control the power of magic. If an immature child uses magic, do you know what he will do? You must have seen some skinny children being bullied before but unable to fight back. Think about it carefully, what would happen if that child had magic? Power can control people, Hermione, you will learn this later. Shane said a lot, which are actually summaries of his previous experiences. In Aslant, there are countless adult magicians who have fallen into darkness due to the power of magic, let alone children. In pursuit of power, you should do whatever it takes, destroy your humanity, and gradually lose yourself. Don't do this too much. Of course, magic cannot be taught, but theoretical things can still be taught. At this time, Shane added, potions does not require magic, but the subject itself is very complex and has very high requirements for learners. If you don't have a potions master who teaches you from an early age, you won't be able to learn it from an early age. So that's it. After Shane's words, the tension in Hermione's heart gradually began to relax. And before they knew it, the two of them walked to the classroom while chatting. Perhaps because they arrived a little early, there were only 2 or 3 little wizards in the classroom, but they all fell asleep in the same room, and only one of them was flipping through a book. But one thing that caught their attention was that there was a tabby cat with square glasses lines on its face looking at them on the classroom platform. Hermione is a cat lover, so when she saw this tabby cat, her cat addiction started unknowingly. When Shane saw Hermione walking up to the podium and trying to pet the cat, his scalp felt numb and he quickly ran over and grabbed her collar to pull her back. What are you doing? Hermione turned around and looked at Shane a little angrily. But Shane ignored her and just bowed slightly to the tabby cat. Good morning, Professor McGonagall. The tabby cat jumped from the podium and transformed back into its human form under Hermione's shocked gaze. Good morning, Mr. Dolea, Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall still looked serious as always. But faced with Professor McGonagall's greeting, Hermione was still dumbfounded and didn't respond, so Shane patted her head hard. Ah. Oh. Good morning, Professor McGonagall. Hermione finally came to her senses and responded quickly. My God! I almost masturbated Professor McGonagall just now. Hermione's face was red now and she lowered her head in embarrassment. I'm curious, Mr. Dolea, how did you discover my identity? Professor McGonagall looked at Shane with questioning eyes. A first-year wizard should not be able to see the transformed animag. Sri Lanka. I still know that you are one of the animagus registered with the Ministry of Magic, and I have also seen your animagus photo in the magazine Transfiguration today. This is Shane's truth, otherwise there are so many cats in Hogwarts, who would know which one is Professor McGonagall. After hearing Shane's answer, Professor McGonagall nodded, but then said, Mr. Dolea, if you are here to send Miss Granger to the classroom, then you can go back to your classroom. I don't think your dean will. I hope someone will be late on the first day of school, especially Ravenclaw students. Hey? Didn't I have Transfiguration in my first class? That's right, I didn't seem to read the class schedule. Shane recalled now that he fell asleep directly last night and woke up in the cafeteria in the morning, so he had no idea what class he was going to attend today. He had just been taken to the Transfiguration classroom by Hermione in a daze. Ha ha ha, sorry, Professor McGonagall, do you know where my classroom is? Shane smiled awkwardly and asked. On the 4th floor, you'd better hurry up if you don't want to be late. Professor McGonagall shook his head angrily. Then I'll go first. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. And Hermione, we'll talk next time. After saying that, Shane turned and ran out of the Transfiguration classroom. Shane ran outside the classroom and saw that the stairs on each floor were changing randomly, so he thought for a moment, waved the wand in front of him, and flew up from the patio in the middle of the stairs. The students from the first floor to the fourth floor were stunned. Why take the stairs when you can fly? Still such troublesome stairs. Classmate, where is the charms classroom? Flying to the fourth floor, Shane patted a classmate on the shoulder and asked. However, the student did not speak, and just pointed in a direction blankly. Okay, thank you. Shane thanked him and walked towards the classroom. Little did he know that his behavior just now had caused an uproar among the students. That student seemed to have just flown up without using a broomstick. How did he do it? Did he use alchemy tools? He looks quite handsome. Which college is he a student from? Red hearts popped up in my eyes. Chapter 18. The first spells lesson of the school year was with Hufflepuff's Little Badger. But for Shane, this grade course is simply tasteless and a pity to abandon. It's boring because the magic class currently teaches first-year knowledge, all of which are entry-level and mostly theory-based. For Shane, who has long since completed self-study, this is a waste of time. It's a pity because Professor Flitwick will impart some of his understanding of magic and spellcasting skills during the lecture, and this is something that Shane cannot miss, because any minute details may be harmful to him. It helped that he speeded up the development and research of enchantments. For example, when Professor Flitwick taught the Levitation Curse Wingardium Leviosa, he asked the young wizards to pay attention to the movements of waving the wand. First wave, then shake, this is the standard spellcasting gesture of this magic. But just when Professor Flitwick asked the students in the class to try to practice, Shane suddenly raised his hand and asked, Professor, is this action fixed? Or can it be anything? Professor Flitwick was suddenly stunned when he heard this question. He didn't know why the little wizard would ask such a question, but he still gave a detailed answer. No. No. Of course not. Professor Flitwick shook his head and said, however, Mr. Dolea, you asked a question that has never been asked by a student, at least when I was a professor at Hogwarts. With a slight lift of the wand in his hand, a book next to him flew up. The answer to this question is a bit long, but I can still tell you. In fact, the casting movements of any spell are not fixed. I once communicated with Miranda Gorshak's daughter. When her mother began to write standard spells, she observed many young people. Wizards, just like all of us here. She found that when these young wizards began to learn Levitation Curse Wingardium Leviosa, they would habitually use the swipe and shake movement without any guidance. Of course, some people would be different, but the fact that's true. Later, after many researches, Ms. Gorshak found that each magic spell has a corresponding casting action, which can make it easier for young wizards who are new to magic to master and learn various magic spells. Therefore, based on this, Gorshak Ms. Shak compiled the spellcasting actions for every commonly used spell, and finally wrote the standard spells series of books in 1921. Professor, if casting spells is just an auxiliary means for learning magic, then what is the key to learning a magic? Shane continued to ask. It's the heart, Mr. Dolea, it's the heart. Professor Flitwick scratched his chest with the hand holding the wand, and there was a ripple of memories in his eyes. You will find that magic is the key to every wizard. The reflection of the heart in reality, if a person has a kind heart, then she will be able to learn healing magic easily, but if his heart is evil, then he will often learn magic that hurts people. To be honest, Mr. Dolea, you really surprised me. No little wizard has ever thought about this. 10 points for Ravenclaw. In this way, while earning 10 college points for his college, Shane further confirmed his conjecture about the magic in the world of Harry Potter. Soon it was lunchtime. After class, Shane went back to Ravenclaw's common room and copied the class schedule posted on the wall using copy to double Geminio, and then went to the auditorium to eat. At this time, his cheeks were bulging, he was holding a class schedule in one hand, and stuffing food into his mouth with homemade chopsticks. He didn't realize that there were many people around him looking at him with strange eyes. "Look, it's him. He was the one who flew from the first floor to the fourth floor all at once this morning. He scared everyone silly. So powerful. Which college is he from?" "No, you don't know. He was the one who washed the sorting hat at the sorting ceremony yesterday. It turns out it's him. Shane Dolea, I remember he was assigned to Ravenclaw. Why do you think Dole can fly? Is he an animagus?" "No, how can there be such a young animagus? Maybe it's an alchemy tool. Don't you know there are innate animagus?" "I doubt." Gradually, there were more and more rumors about Shane, and they became more and more crooked. Some people were chatting about him, and they all regarded him as that rare humanoid magical animal. But Shane didn't hear these words. He was constantly complaining about the curriculum set by Hogwarts in his mind. At Hogwarts, first-year students need to study a total of 7 courses: astronomy, charms, defense against the dark arts, herbology, history of magic, potions, and transfiguration. According to the current curriculum, first-year students only have 3 classes at most and 1 class at least every day. From Monday to Friday, except for the potions class, which requires 2 consecutive classes, all other classes are 30 minutes each, averaging 1.2 class hours per day. The academic system of Hogwarts is 2 semesters per academic year. Calculated from the beginning of September to the end of the 3rd week of June next year, the entire academic year of Hogwarts, excluding weekends and holidays, has about 170 students. Class days. One academic year lasts for 10 months, with a total of 204 class hours, an average of 20.4 class hours per month. What do you use the rest of your time for? Surfing. This makes Shane, a person who has received the exam-oriented education of a flower grower, have red eyes. I remember that during the college entrance examination, he spent more than this amount of time studying in 2 days. Moreover, the first-year students are just laying foundations. What can they learn in such little time? No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get, and my heart gradually becomes a little unbalanced. And just as Shane continued to release the resentment remaining in his heart, suddenly 2 red-haired guys came to Shane quietly. "Shane!" The twin Weasleys suddenly appeared from behind Shane. "We have all heard about you flying from the 1st floor to the 4th floor this morning," Fred said. "Can you tell us how?" George asked. "Hey! Why are you asking this?" Shane had already noticed the arrival of the 2 of them, but when he heard their questions, a question mark still appeared on his head. "We want revenge on Peeves," Fred and George said in unison. Peeves. Shane then remembered that there was indeed such a character in the original work, but it was not included when the movie was made, so he naturally forgot about it. "Can you tell me in detail?" Immediately afterwards, Fred and George began to tell the story of their battle of wits with Peeves throughout the last year. It turns out that Peeves is a famous mischievous troublemaker at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He has existed since the beginning of Hogwarts. Except for Bloody Barrow and Albus Dumbledore, the entire Hogwarts no one can control him. Just last year, Fred and George were on their way back to the dormitory after the opening dinner. Peeves threw a trash can filled with various vegetable and fruit peels on top of the Gryffindor freshman team. Fred and George they suffered a big disaster on the spot, and from then on, the 2 of them formed an irresolvable hatred with Peeves. "Peeves can fly and go through walls, so it's hard for us to catch him," Fred said. "It would often fly screaming through the corridors of Hogwarts, doing all kinds of mischief. It would put a wastebasket on your head, pull the carpet out from under your feet, throw bits of chalk at you, or sneak up behind you and grab your nose when you can't see it. George said a little resentfully. So if you can teach us the magic of flying, we can figure out how to catch Peeves. So that's it. Shane nodded to show that he understood, but he asked doubtfully, no, haven't you ever thought about using the levitating spell to fly before? Fred and George looked at each other and said in unison, tried it. But although it can fly, its speed is nowhere near as fast as Peeves. Fred said. And using the levitating spell, we can't control our posture, and we will hit our heads against the wall. George said. What I use is the levitating spell. You can't do it because you haven't practiced enough. Maybe you can also try casting spells on each other. Shane explained, also, I want to ask another question. Isn't Peeves very short? He has a broad face, a big mouth, and round eyes. He wears brightly colored clothes, a tie, and a hat. His slippers have long slits to expose his toes. Fred and George didn't speak, just nodded in agreement. It's right behind you. After hearing Shane's words, the Weasley twins turned their heads and looked behind them, only to see a little monster that exactly matched what Shane had just said, floating behind them. Peeves reached out and grabbed the Weasley twins' noses and pulled them back hard, shouting, "Hold your noses!" Then he immediately flew away, causing many pranks on the way, such as leaving the table on the table. The cream cake is photographed in other people's faces. Ouch! Shit! Peeves! Damn it, stop right there! Many little wizards who were having lunch in the Great Hall suffered disaster. Fred and George both covered their noses and chased them out, vowing to take revenge again. When Shane saw the mess in the auditorium in front of him, he couldn't help but smile. But after a while, he seemed to suddenly think of something and suppressed his smile. It turns out that you have been trying to maintain the joy of Hogwarts in this way. Shane looked towards the direction where Peeves disappeared just now and said silently in his mind. After lunch, the only class left today starts at 15:30 in the afternoon. Until then, time belongs to you. Shane originally wanted to go to the library to read a book, but unexpectedly he met Percy Weasley, the Gryffindor head of year just after leaving the Great Hall. He told Shane that Professor McGonagall asked him to go to the Gryffindor Dean's office. Professor McGonagall's office is on the second floor of Hogwarts Castle, above the marble staircase in the foyer and next to the corridor. Because Shane really didn't want to take the stairs that changed all the time, he thought of taking a shortcut and flying directly onto the lawn outside. Chapter 19. Boom! 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 Shane flew to the window of Professor McGonagall's office, reached out and knocked on the window. In the office, Professor McGonagall heard a strange noise outside the window. She thought it was another stupid owl from the school that hit the window, so she ignored it. But as another strange noise came, she couldn't help but raise her head, and vaguely saw a figure outside the window. She quickly put on the glasses hanging around her neck. "Professor McGonagall, can I come in?" Shane knocked on the window again. "Oh! My God!" Professor McGonagall quickly stood up, ran over to open the window, and said, "Come in quickly." Shane flew into the office and saw a burning fireplace, and the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch could be seen outside the window. "Mr. Dolea, do you know that you have seriously violated school rules?" Professor McGonagall said angrily, "Students are not allowed to use magic in the corridors." "I didn't use it in the corridor, I used it after I walked to the lawn," Shane said with a smile showing his white teeth. This sentence instantly left Professor McGonagall speechless, but she still said, "Since your dangerous behavior has affected other students, Ravenclaw will deduct 10 points. Hey! This is unreasonable." Shane protested, "I don't remember who I affected. The Weasley twins are lying in the infirmary. Peeves said that he heard you teach them to use the levitation spell to fly." This time it was Shane's turn to be speechless, because this was indeed about him. But he didn't expect Fred and George to be so brave. They had just told them to use the levitating spell, and they dared to use it in the chase before they had even practiced it. Seeing Shane's admission, Professor McGonagall sighed helplessly. She was really impressed by Shane as a student. When the two met for the first time, Shane had already shown abilities beyond ordinary people. She thought that such a student would be very proud or arrogant, but she never expected that Shane showed maturity and courtesy far beyond his peers. At the sorting ceremony, he once again accomplished the feat he had done when he was young, and today he caused quite a stir in the school because of his flying problem. Professor McGonagall slowly sat back on the chair and returned to her previous serious face. She asked Shane, "Mr. Dolea, I came to you this time just to find out how far you have learned magic." What was supposed to come was still coming, but Shane didn't expect it to come so quickly. In fact, Shane is not afraid to show off his abilities. Being low-key is not in line with his character. It is also impossible to do things like pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, otherwise he will easily turn into a pig. His principle of doing things is that if others don't offend me, I won't offend others. Everyone should be happy and don't take the initiative to cause trouble. He doesn't bother to think about other messy things. Too much intrigue will easily lead to grey hair. But of course, Shane can't expose all of himself, not because of anything else, but because it will cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, when faced with Professor McGonagall's question, Shane responded directly and ambiguously, "Anyway, I know everything I need to know." Such an answer was not the answer Professor McGonagall wanted, but it was within her expectation. However, she also learned from this answer that Shane's attainments in magic had probably reached a very high level at this time. "Okay, I understand." Seeing that Shane didn't want to elaborate, Professor McGonagall just nodded and did not continue to ask, "You can go back, but I warn you again not to use magic casually in the school. Try to keep a low profile and don't influence other students." "Oh." Shane pretended to nod in agreement, but he didn't agree in his heart. Let fairy tales wizards keep a low profile? Impossible. If the old men in the council heard this, they would probably say that Professor McGonagall was crazy. After leaving Professor McGonagall's office, Shane continued to go to the library as planned. The library of Hogwarts has at least tens of thousands of books, thousands of bookshelves, and hundreds of narrow passages. It is the most precious accumulation and wealth since the founding of Hogwarts. The librarian is Mrs. Irma Pants. She was a thin, old woman who looked like a malnourished vulture. She has a special knack for immediately identifying and punishing students who damage books. She is also an angry witch, especially when she discovers that someone is trying to destroy her cherished books. I have to say that when Shane saw Mrs. Pants, he was overwhelmed by her strong aura. The kind of crazy energy that is desperate for books and exuded without any concealment. Shane said, "I can't afford to offend, I really can't afford to offend." Looking around the library, Shane found that most of the bookshelves contained history books, story books, biographies, etc. There are very few books on the knowledge of magic spells, and the content of these books only briefly talks about the inventors, invention processes, uses, etc. of magic spells. The knowledge contained in them is not as good as that of standard charms. Primary. What's going on? Hogwarts has collected so many things over the years since it was founded. Shane said angrily after walking around the library. So he wanted to set his sights on the forbidden book area on the 5th floor. He felt that there must be something he wanted to read there. But you can't enter this place blatantly, you have to think of another way. In this way, Shane, who had not learned enough in the library, returned to Ravenclaw's common room, where there were more than 1,000 books. Pushing open the window of the Ravenclaw lounge, Shane jumped onto the carpet with a lifelong leap. He stood up and clapped his hands, and when he looked up, he suddenly saw a beautiful blonde girl standing not far away holding a book and looking at him blankly. "I'm sorry to disturb your study." Shane scratched his head awkwardly, and then said, it's okay, just go on and don't worry about me. After that, he walked towards the alcove bookshelf. Are you Shane Dolea? It's me. When he heard the girl behind him calling his name, Shane turned around stiffly and nodded. My name is Pinlo Cravat, 4th grade. Pinlo introduced himself first, then walked quickly to Shane and asked, I heard that you know a kind of flying magic, can you teach it to me? I've been looking through the books here for a long time, but I can't find any magic that can stabilize flight like you did this morning. Shane was speechless by this sudden request. It's not because of Pinello's rashness, but because he feels that after so long of development in the European magic world, they still can't find a magic that can fly stably without a broomstick? Clivat. Just call me Pinello. Shane was interrupted just as he started to speak. He looked at Pinello's eyes that were full of curiosity, and for some reason there was a bit of stupidity in the clarity. Pinello, the magic I use is the floating spell. No. Impossible. He was interrupted before he finished speaking. Pinello immediately denied, what you used is definitely not the floating spell, at least it's not the floating spell in the book. You have improved the spell, haven't you? Upon hearing this, Shane immediately stopped being perfunctory. He raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, why do you think so? The levitating spell cannot control items that are out of sight. At first, I thought you cast the levitating spell on your clothes or shoes, but I saw that your attention was always distracted, whether it was this morning or noon. This means that you are not using a floating spell in the traditional sense. Furthermore, the same is true for the clean up a new scour jiffy you used in the sorting ceremony yesterday. No one has ever been able to use this magic spell to remove the stains on the sorting hat, but you did it. Both of these things show that you are extremely there may be the ability to improve the curse. Oh my god! Before I traveled through time, I heard that people from Ravenclaw were extremely intelligent, but I didn't expect it to be so true. Or is this an isolated phenomenon? Shane really didn't expect that someone would directly judge that he had improved the magic spell based on just two simple things, because this requires a huge knowledge base to distinguish the essential difference between the magic spell he used and the traditional magic spell. You're right, what I use is indeed not a traditional floating spell. Shane sighed, with a hint of helplessness in his smile, but I'm sorry, Pinlo, I can't teach you. I can't say the specific reason, but I can tell you that you can fly like me even without using my improved levitation spell. But people can't keep looking at themselves with their eyes, just like people can't lift themselves up. Pinello said. You are wrong. People can look at themselves with another pair of eyes, but you ignored it. After saying that, Shane gently raised the wand in his hand, and the chair next to him suddenly turned into a mirror. I think you are smart and will find the answer. After saying that, Shane turned around and continued towards the alcove. In fact, all the magic spells used by Shane were basically transformed into magic circles using Origin. It's just that it was not used with full strength, the magic circle just flashed by during the casting process, and no one could detect it. The reason why Shane rejected Pinello was not because he was afraid that the magic circle would be leaked, but because the learning of the magic circle cannot be completed overnight. It has a systematic learning process. If you just rely on people to teach you, it's completely half the result with half the effort. In a slant, when all magicians begin to learn magic, they must first learn how to release a basic magic circle. How to carve the array pattern, how to fix and stabilize the array pattern, how to pour magic power into the formed magic array without causing it to explode out of control, and finally how to complete the stable release of magic. These things are all basic and need to be learned from an early age, even for Shane who has Origin. After completing the study of basic magic circles, a person has the conditions to become a magician, and he can start to practice his own awakening magic or learn to practice some traditional magic. But one thing to note here is that whether you are self-awakening or learning traditions, you must only practice one or two kinds of magic at most. The reason is that the magic circles of different types of magic are unique and incompatible. If you don't pay attention to the details when condensing the magic circle, it can easily cause the magic to fail or even cause the magic circle to explode out of control, causing the caster to be seriously injured. And Shane is able to ignore such restrictions because he has the bug-like natal magic of origin, which increases the speed of his magic practice hundreds or thousands of times. Therefore, in such a complicated practice system, Shane would not be willing to spend so much time teaching people without the help of teaching materials, not to mention that he did not know Pinello's character. If the magic circle is taught rashly, God knows what she will do as Raven's Claw, so it's better to be more cautious. However, the incident with Pinello reminded Shane a little bit. As time goes by, the power of the magic circle will definitely not be concealed, so we have to find a suitable way to eliminate unnecessary troubles as early as possible. Chapter 20. 4 days have passed since school started. Today is Friday and there is potions class in the morning. After Shane finished his breakfast in a sleepy state, he came to the potions classroom. There is still some time before class starts, but everyone in the classroom is already seated. This is probably because Snape is notorious and everyone doesn't want to be caught in a pigtail by him. Shane. Hermione saw Shane come into the classroom and sit next to her, and skillfully took out all the tools needed for potions class. She suddenly looked confused. What are you doing in the potions classroom? This class. But we went with Slytherin. It doesn't matter, I've taken other classes too. Shane said with a smile, this can save a lot of time. This strange answer immediately confused Hermione. On the other side, on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, is the principal's office. At this time, a woman in noble clothes suddenly appeared in a portrait on the wall. She said to Dumbledore in front of the table, Albus, the student you asked us to pay attention to appeared in the History of Magic classroom and the Magic School at the same time today. Medicine classroom. The quill in Dumbledore's hand suddenly stopped. He raised his head and asked, Evra, what's going on? That child was divided into 2 people. The former headmaster of Hogwarts, Evra replied. Okay, I understand. Dumbledore put down his quill and fell into deep thought. When Evra saw this, he did not continue to say anything. Instead, he turned his head and walked towards the depth of the portrait, disappearing into the portrait again and again. After a while, Dumbledore stood up. He picked up an unopened letter that had just been delivered by an owl, looking thoughtful again. The perspective returns to the potions classroom. Shane, don't be ridiculous. This is Professor Snape's class. Haven't you heard about his reputation in the school? Hermione persuaded, you can leave now before Professor Snape comes. I'm afraid it's too late. As soon as Shane finished speaking, the door of the potions classroom was suddenly pushed open with a bang, and then a figure walked in quickly, and its high-pressure aura instantly plunged the originally noisy classroom into silence. He has a thin body, straight hair, cold and unfathomable eyes, sallow complexion, a big aquiline nose, and is wearing a black robe and cloak, like a big bat. Yes, completely in line with Snape's characteristics. I saw him walking quickly onto the podium, facing the students with his hands folded, condescending and saying in a cold voice. This class doesn't require you to do silly waving of wands or mutter incantations, so I don't think many of you will appreciate the depth and sophistication of potion making. However, for those few who are truly interested. Having said this, Snape gave Malfoy a vague look, which made Malfoy suddenly look proud. I can teach you how to confuse your mind and senses, I can teach you how to win declaration and glory, I can even teach you how to live forever. Well, now roll call. After a threatening speech, Snape opened the roster on the table. At the same time, Hermione leaned into Shane's ear and whispered. I asked you to leave just now but you didn't leave. Now it's too late. Professor Snape is the Dean of Slytherin College. I heard from second-year students that he would often deduct points from other colleges for various reasons during class. As a result, Slytherin has won the House Cup in recent years. I know this. Shane looked indifferent. However, this seems to have nothing to do with me, and I have already added enough points to our college this week, so it doesn't matter if I deduct a few points. In the first week of school, Shane scored a lot of points for Ravenclaw with his superior understanding of various subjects. At the same time, because Friday afternoon was Ravenclaw's first potions class, Shane had not yet received any extra points from Snape. Of course, when facing Snape, no points are deducted but points are added. As someone who basically knows the ending of Harry Potter, to a certain extent, Shane still admires Snape. Compared to other professors at Hogwarts, Snape is indeed ruthless, cold, and mean. He often criticizes and embarrasses students mercilessly. He does have a bad personality. But at the same time, he also has many accolades: Master of Potions, Half-Blood Prince, and Master of Occlumency. Severus Snape, he was extremely devoted and loved Harry Potter's mother Lily Evans throughout his life. He is willing to endure everyone's misunderstanding and silently protect the children of his beloved and his enemies. At the end of the finale, he stared into Harry's mother's eyes until he died. He even wandered between Dumbledore and Voldemort, miraculously completing the undercover mission and making great contributions to Voldemort's demise later on. He is very responsible. Before the Battle of Hogwarts, as the principal, he tried his best to protect the students from the Death Eaters, thus preserving his vitality for the decisive battle that followed. He is extremely outstanding. He is the youngest headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry since its establishment, the youngest headmaster of Slytherin College in history, a professor of potions, a professor of defense against the dark arts, and a recipient of the Second Order of Merlin. Therefore, compared to the various difficulties he made to his students, what he did should be more worthy of praise. That's why Shane admires Snape. In the classroom, Snape stopped just as he read Harry Potter's name. He whispered with a hint of sarcasm. "Oh yes! Harry Potter, this is our new arrival, a famous character. Then again, maybe some of you came to Hogwarts with extraordinary abilities and extraordinary self-confidence. So, Potter, tell me, what would I get if I added narcissus root powder to a mugwort infusion?" Snape started to embarrass Harry without even bothering to name him, just because Harry looked exactly like his enemy except for his eyes. Listening to Snape's aggressive question, Harry glanced nervously at Ronald next to him, but Ronald was just as stunned as he was. Instead, Hermione, who was sitting next to Shane, raised her hand high. "I don't know, Professor," Harry replied, licking his lips and even shaking a little as he spoke. "Tisk, tisk, it seems that fame doesn't mean everything." Snape curled his lips contemptuously, "Then let's try again. Potter, if I asked you to find me a bezoar, where would you look for it?" "I don't know, Professor." Harry's eyes were gradually filled with confusion and anger. He didn't understand why the professor in front of him was making things so difficult for him. But Hermione was still like that, raising her hands high, wanting to stand up and answer the question directly. "I think you didn't read a single book before school started, right, Potter?" Snape's mocking tone deepened, and he continued to ask, "Then tell me about Aconitum scaphoides and Aconitum wolfsbane. What's the difference?" "I don't know, Professor." Harry tried his best to look Snape in the eyes, but he couldn't stand Snape's aura and slowly lowered his head. "Then, since Potter can't answer, please ask another gentleman to answer me." At this moment, Snape suddenly turned to Shane without any warning. "I just discovered that a cat suddenly sneaked into our class." "Stupid bald eagle. Mr. Dolea, if you cannot answer the 3 questions I just asked, Ravenclaw will deduct 50 points for your stupid behavior of running into the wrong classroom." Shane looked at Snape with dead eyes. The name Bald Eagle has a bit of a range, right? But Shane, who knew what kind of person Snape was, didn't care. He slowly stood up, took Hermione's hand down next to him, and said, "Narcissus root powder and mugwort can be mixed together to prepare a very powerful sleeping pill, which is a dose of water of life and death. Bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a cow and has a strong detoxifying effect. As for Aconitum scapularis and wolfsbane and Aconitum are the same plant and are also collectively known as Aconitum." This is not difficult for Shane at all. He has already memorized these basic knowledge using memory magic, and can retrieve it from his brain like a computer when needed. Snape's face was still gloomy when he heard Shane gave the correct answer, but he did not continue to embarrass Shane. Instead, he shouted to everyone in the classroom, "See? So why don't you write this all down?" A powerful aura filled the entire classroom, and the students were so frightened that they lowered their heads and wrote furiously, fearing that Snape's fangs would bite them. "Potter, because of your ignorance, Gryffindor will be deducted 5 points for this." Snape looked at Harry coldly. "As for Mr. Dolea, although you answered the question correctly, because you went to the wrong classroom, Ravenclaw will deduct 5 points for this point." Shane didn't speak or explain. Because he knew that it would be useless even if he said it. Not to mention, at least I can keep Ravenclaw from being deducted 10 points. "Why aren't you leaving?" Snape asked with a frown as he stared at Shane. "Professor, I'm here for the history of magic class this morning. I'll just sit here and listen." Shane replied with a fake smile. Snape narrowed his eyes. He looked at the complete set of equipment for refining potions in front of Shane. He felt that the student in front of him didn't just run into the wrong classroom, but came completely prepared. Snape didn't agree to Shane's request, but he didn't refuse either. He went straight to lecture, which meant that Shane could stay here. Snape divided everyone into teams of 2 and began to instruct them in making a simple potion to treat scabies. And coincidentally, because there is one more Shane, the little wizards in the classroom just make up an even number. Potions is a subject that Shane needs to focus on and study seriously at Hogwarts, because the learning ability of origin does not include anything other than magic. Making potions is very complex and difficult. Whether it is the order or the number of grams of materials, each step requires precise operation, and even the mixing direction and number of turns have strict requirements. Just like the simple scabies potion in front of him, Shane strictly followed the steps on Snape's blackboard and almost failed in the middle. Snape even deducted another 5 points from Ravenclaw for this. Moreover, Shane discovered that the scabies potion was very dangerous before it was made. Neville at the next table got a little bit of it and was covered in scabies. He was sent directly to the infirmary. Later, 2 little snakes were carried out. Madame Pomfrey might have to curse again. It wasn't until the bell rang and Snape walked out of the classroom that the little wizards finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I have to say that this potions class is as timid as a war. Mr. Dolea, Professor Dumbledore wants to see you." After the potions class, Shane was about to leave the classroom when he bumped into Professor McGonagall walking towards him and said, "No way, here we go again." Shane held his forehead and sighed. He really couldn't understand why he kept grabbing onto him when he didn't do anything harmful. "Isn't it just a bit too public? I'll wait for you in the library," Hermione next to her said in a low voice when she saw that Shane was busy. Shane nodded helplessly, then turned around and weakly said to Professor McGonagall, "Let's go, Professor McGonagall." Although this was bound to happen sooner or later, Shane didn't expect that less than a week after the start of school, he would run into Dumbledore, the White Devil who was respected and feared by the entire European wizarding community. "Are you really too high profile?" Shane is doing some temporary reflection in his mind. Dumbledore's office is located in a separate small tower in Hogwarts. Like the lounges of the 4 major houses, you need to give the correct password to enter. Guarding the principal's office is a huge stone beast. Behind the stone beast is an automatic spiral staircase. At the top of the staircase is the office door. Pile of cockroaches. Professor McGonagall said the command to the guarding stone beast. The stone beast slowly opened, revealing the stairs at the back. Professor McGonagall took Shane up, and the stone beast slowly closed. Climbing the stairs, a gleaming oak door is inlaid with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin. When I opened the oak door and entered the room, I saw an old man with a white beard standing at a table eating piles of cockroaches. "Albus, Mr. Dorea has arrived," Professor McGonagall said, looking at Dumbledore's sugar-stained white beard with a bit of disgust. "Oh, welcome. Mr. Dolea, would you like some cockroaches?" Dumbledore turned his head with a smile and looked into Shane's eyes with deep eyes, as if he wanted to know something from them. At this moment, the traveler from another world and the devil of the world finally meet. Chapter 21. Professor Dumbledore, it is very impolite to use legilimency to peek into other people's brains, let alone your own students'. Shane sighed helplessly and said as if he didn't care. Just now, he vaguely felt the power of prying eyes, and immediately understood that the old bee in front of him must be using legilimency, but he was not using his full strength, otherwise the reaction of thinking barrier would not be so small. "Oh. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself." Dumbledore looked away hurriedly like a child who was caught doing bad things by an adult. "So, Professor, why did you come to see me?" Shane asked knowingly. He walked over to Dumbledore, took out one of the cockroaches running around in the glass jar, and put it directly into his mouth. "This thing looks no different from an ordinary cockroach. It looks very disgusting. Its appearance alone will directly discourage many people, let alone eating it. But for Shane, he eats it without any pressure. When he was at Blue Star, he had eaten all kinds of cow-shattered pots and insect feasts, and the cockroach pile was at best a kind of candy made into the shape of a cockroach. He has eaten real bugs, so what is there to be afraid of? There was even one time when he was looking for bamboo maggots to eat in the mountains. As long as there was no dada, he washed them and threw them raw into his mouth. Unknowingly, he ate too much and developed a protein allergy. In the end, he was sent directly to the hospital. Chewing it in your mouth, not to mention that the pile of cockroaches is quite delicious. The taste is crispy and sweet, but the cockroach legs are a bit irritating to the tongue. It would be nice if the sweetness could be lowered a little so as not to be so cloying. Just eating one feels like a big spoonful of wild honey has been stuffed into your mouth." After hearing Shane's question, Dumbledore was silent for a few seconds, and then asked, "Mr. Dolea, who taught you your magic? I think Professor McGonagall should have told you about this issue." Shane grabbed another handful of cockroaches and put them in his mouth. "Actually, Professor, you don't have to worry about anything. I came to Hogwarts just to study. You regard me as an unstable factor, which is unnecessary. I'm not that lunatic Voldemort, I have my own will." Shane didn't feel any surprise that Dumbledore would ask this question. Because if it were him, a student who completely transcended common sense suddenly appeared in the magic school he was in charge of, and this student came from an ordinary Muggle family. How could this not attract attention? This is common sense and Shane can fully understand it. However, when Dumbledore heard Shane actually mention the three words Voldemort, a slight wave of emotion finally appeared on his originally calm face. "It's truly amazing, Mr. Dolea." Dumbledore's expression became a little serious. "You should know what it means to directly say this name. Since his death until now, no one dares to call him by his first name. Is he really dead, Professor Dumbledore?" Everyone else seemed to have imagined him so horribly that they forgot that just 10 years ago, he was beaten into this ugly appearance by someone they regarded as an ant, just like a parasite can only survive by clinging to others. Shane puffed out his cheeks and made chewing sounds from his mouth, looking calm. For someone with a sweet tooth, couldn't he smell the strong smell of garlic on Professor Quirrell? That's to cover up the rancid smell. Dumbledore fell silent again. Shane's calmness and maturity, and what he knew completely exceeded my expectations. At this time, Dumbledore was thinking about how to deal with the relationship with this little wizard who was completely unreasonable. Mr. Dolea, if it is not convenient for you to tell your teacher's name, then it is not easy for me to ask. I am also very willing to believe you and will not do anything to harm Hogwarts. Dumbledore said suddenly, but, I still want to ask you not to reveal anything about Quirrell, especially to Harry Potter. After hearing Dumbledore's words, Shane was speechless and an ellipsis appeared on his head. Because he found that Dumbledore seemed to have found a good reason for him, and even skipped the step of creating credibility. Although he didn't know why the 109-year-old man in front of him, who could be called a living fossil, made such a judgment, Shane decided to let nature take its course and follow Dumbledore's words. Then, Professor, this is not a request at all. I have no intention of intervening in Professor Quirrell's matter. Shane said with a pun. This answer not only showed that Shane agreed to Dumbledore's request, but also showed that he had no intention of paying attention to Dumbledore's desire to use Quirrell or Voldemort to train Harry. But to be honest, Shane really couldn't figure out why the White Devil, known as the magical world, was bound by a small prophecy. It has been 10 years since Voldemort was seriously injured. What on earth has Dumbledore been doing for such a long time, even though he knows that the nostril sockets are not completely dead? Foolishly waiting for Harry to enter school, and then training him to be the savior who can destroy Voldemort according to the prophecy? To be honest, Shane wouldn't believe it to his death. With Dumbledore's prestige and power, if he could not relax his investigation of Voldemort within these 10 years, at least he would be able to find out about the Horcruxes and at least one of them. 2 destroyed. Moreover, even though Dumbledore believed that the prophecy would definitely come true, there were many ways to train people, but he chose a radical, extremely risky and uncertain method. I am really not afraid that the Savior has not been cultivated, so I have to create a second-generation Dark Lord first. Moreover, Shane still doesn't understand. What is Dumbledore afraid of? As for Dumbledore, who defeated Gellert Grindelwald and ended the First Wizarding War, as long as he is alive, Voldemort will always be like a rat in the gutter, and it is impossible to rule the European wizarding world. Shane once found an old diary in a junk shop, which contained detailed records of the bloody war led by Grindelwald decades ago that affected almost the entire world. In order to win, the saints under Grindelwald used all possible means, and each method was more ruthless than the last. If a terrorist like Voldemort had been placed at that time, the whirlpool of war would have killed him in an instant. Tear into pieces. Shane bets that Voldemort can live longer than a month while he washes his hair while standing on his head. Thank you, Mr. Dolea. Seeing Shane agree, Dumbledore's serious expression gradually relaxed. However, just when he was about to ask Shane out of the office, Shane shot the words in his throat into his stomach in advance. Now that you've finished talking about your business, Professor, it's time to talk about mine. Shane used his sugar-stained hands to take out a piece of parchment from his clothes. I saw the time, date, and various Hogwarts teaching subjects written on it. Professor Dumbledore, I've been wanting to talk to you about this for a long time. Now that I'm here today, no matter what, I want to discuss the Hogwarts curriculum arrangement with you. Look, our current first-grade course schedule. In the following period, Shane began to instill in Dumbledore the teaching philosophy of flower gardeners' exam-oriented education, and proposed to increase the current average of 1.2 classes per day at Hogwarts to 5 to 6 classes, focusing on first-year students, so that they can lay a good foundation. Listening to Shane's resentful and eloquent speech, Dumbledore was covered in cold sweat. He couldn't understand how these little wizards could offend you and come up with such a cruel and inhumane course arrangement. Mr. Dolea, listen to me first. I know you are also thinking about your classmates at Hogwarts. Dumbledore interrupted Shane with a headache and explained, but have you ever thought about our professors simply don't have that much energy to take care of so many courses? You have to know that except for the 7th year students in the entire Hogwarts, all other grades need professors to teach them. Hey! How big a big deal is this? Wouldn't it be nice to recruit more professors? I don't believe you can't even find a few professors. Shane said nonchalantly. But Hogwarts doesn't have that much funding. Dumbledore explained. Hogwarts funding is mostly supported by the traditional British wizarding families. It's impossible for them to give a penny more, unless I transfer Hogwarts to hand over some of Watt's management rights. Gold galleons. Hearing that it turned out to be a lack of money, Shane couldn't help but cast his eyes toward the forbidden forest outside the window. Dumbledore followed Shane's gaze and couldn't help but know what Shane was thinking about. He quickly said, "No. No. No. This is not possible. Mr. Dolea, you should go back." Fox. The phoenix that had been nesting on a gilded perch nearby spread its wings. With a long cry, a flame rushed toward Shane. "Alas! Alas! I haven't finished speaking yet," Shane complained. But just before Fox sent him away, he also left his last words to Dumbledore: "Horcruxes. Voldemort is immortal." But before I could finish speaking, I was completely surrounded by flames. Chapter 22. I have long said that this boy is an extremely bad little wizard. I should have sent him to Azkaban right then and there. The Sorting Hat said suddenly on a shelf behind the desk. At the same time, the portraits of the previous Hogwarts principals hanging on the wall also began to speak. "This boy is strange, Albus. The source of his power is unknown. And he's only 11 years old, how could he know so many things? The people behind him, or his teachers, are certainly not simple people who can teach these things." The headmasters were chattering and discussing, but Dumbledore had no intention of listening to them at this time. He stared at the place where Shane disappeared, the light in his eyes became sharper, and it was obvious that he heard Shane's last message. "Evra, please inform Severus and ask him to come here." Dumbledore suddenly interrupted the headmaster's discussion, and the noisy office suddenly became quiet. Facing Dumbledore's request, Evra just nodded without saying a word, turned around and disappeared into the portrait. Less than 10 minutes later, the oak door of the principal's office was pushed open again, and Snape walked in, dragging his usual black robes. "Headmaster Severus, do you know about Horcruxes?" Dumbledore asked straight to the point. "Horcrux?" Snape frowned, as if he thought of something. "You mean?" "Yes, we should have thought of it a long time ago, the secret of his immortality." Dumbledore held a hand on the corner of the table and said coldly, "Has he ever revealed the Horcrux to you?" "In my memory, no." Snape said firmly, "I would like to ask, does the source of the intelligence come from Shane Dolea?" "You know." On the way here, some students said that a flame suddenly appeared in the corridor, and then Doria suddenly appeared there. Snape explained, "Are you sure Doria is trustworthy? In just 1 week since school started, he has caused a lot of things in the school. You must know that some of my old friends successfully escaped from the Ministry of Magic and are still missing. This is something I asked a friend from the Ministry of Magic to investigate." Dumbledore handed Snape an opened letter. It contains some information about Shane Dolea. Dolea seems to have been adopted. More than a year ago, his surname was Swinton, and his name was not Shane. Before he was 10 years old, he was no different from ordinary Muggle children, and he didn't even show any potential to become a wizard. But just after he turned 10, he inexplicably changed his name, and the person who adopted him changed his name inexplicably. There was no reaction from the family. My friend also retrieved the records of magical phenomena near Dolea's house in the past year, and found that since Dolea was 10 years old, the number of magical phenomena near his home has been more than 10 times greater than before. Do you suspect that Dolea's real family came to find him?" Snape asked, looking at the investigation report in his hand roughly. "Yes, if the people who taught Dolea magic were Death Eaters, then with their behavior, it would be impossible for the Swinton family to be alive," Dumbledore speculated. Is it possible that the real Dolea died when he was 10 years old and someone used polyjuice potion to replace him? Severus, everyone must be responsible for what they say. Don't you think it's childish for a potions master to say such things? Dumbledore's eyes suddenly turned stern. At least you can tell whether someone has drunk or not. It's polyjuice potion. But headmaster, Dolea is still very suspicious. Snape said with a sullen face, still insisting, I can't trust him, at least there is no reason to prove that he is worthy of trust now. Severus, he's just a child. Dumbledore's eyes showed a look of memory and remorse. I was exactly the same as you are now, but it turns out that I was wrong. My distrust created an extremely dangerous black man. Wizard, I don't want you to make the same mistake I did. Trust me, Severus. Dolea is trustworthy. The reason why Dumbledore said these words was not because of anything else, but because he knew through the portraits what Shane once said to Hermione, power will control people. If a person does not have a mature will and thoughts, he will not be able to do anything. A way to control the power of magic. So with just this simple sentence, Dumbledore can clearly know what kind of person Shane is. Shane Dolea, he is an extremely calm person, he has his own thoughts and will. He is not like the original Tom, who only had strength in his eyes until he fell into the abyss. He clearly knows what he is doing. And Snape heard that Dumbledore actually persuaded Shane like this. Even though he was full of doubts, he couldn't say anything. He threw the report about Shane on the table with a gloomy face, then turned around and walked quickly towards the office door. Severus, Horcrux! Dumbledore reminded as he looked at Snape's disappearing back. Snape didn't respond, but Dumbledore knew he knew what he was going to do. After Snape left, a look of helplessness suddenly appeared on Dumbledore's face. He slowly walked to a black cabinet in the office and opened it. There was a wide, flat, hollow, shallow stone basin made of metal or stone placed in the cabinet. Runes and symbols were carved on the edge of the basin. This is the Pensieve, where the bright silver substance turned into memories by thoughts is stored. Dumbledore lay down in front of the Pensieve, pointed the Elder Wand at his temple, and then pulled out a ray of glowing white catkins. Putting the memory into the Pensieve, Dumbledore entered the memory of the past, and he wanted to find the future in the past that had been ignored. But after some time, Dumbledore pulled his thoughts away from the memory. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything useful, indeed because the young Voldemort was too perfect during his time at Hogwarts. However, there is nothing perfect in this world. Dumbledore thoughtfully closed the black cabinet where the Pensieve was placed, and slowly walked back to his snack table. While he was thinking deeply, he opened the glass jar containing the cockroaches and put his hand in, but the result? Nothing was touched. Oh, God! He ate all my cockroaches! Dumbledore looked at the completely empty glass jar with annoyance. Shane didn't even leave him a single cockroach leg. It looks like I have to ask Honeydukes to send some over, but before that... Fox, please send me to Nico. Dumbledore wanted to go to Nico Flamel. He would know more about the Horcruxes. As soon as he finished speaking, Fox spread his wings, and his whole body ignited with golden flames again. After a cry, a phoenix and an old man with a white beard disappeared into the principal's office. On the other side, after Shane was surrounded by Fox's flames, he saw a flash of fire in front of his eyes and went directly to the corridor on the first floor of Hogwarts, where he even squatted down. Damn! I haven't finished speaking yet. Shane stood up, rubbed his butt and complained. He looked up to the sky and found that it was already getting late. He took out the mechanical pocket watch in his pocket and looked at it. Oh ho, it's almost 6 o'clock, it's time to cook. He and Hermione had originally agreed to go to the library to read together after potions class, but because of Old B's interference, he has now broken the appointment. It's definitely too late to go to the library now. So Shane took out his wand and waved it casually, go. An owl of light and shadow immediately flew out. In the library on the second floor of Hogwarts, Hermione was concentrating on reading a book. But suddenly, she heard a commotion around her, so she looked up curiously. It turned out to be a glowing owl flying into the library from the window. Shane. Hermione immediately recognized the author of this magic. She had only seen Shane use it in the entire Hogwarts. The owl landed in front of Hermione, and the body of light and shadow suddenly dispersed into tiny particles of light, and recomposed a text on the table, "I am in the Great Hall." It also comes with a pattern of a bowl filled with rice and a chopstick placed on top. Hermione was stunned when she saw this. Before she could react, she heard Mrs. Pance's angry voice coming from not far away. "Which little BD dares to use magic in the library?" Hermione felt a chill rush up her back when she heard the sound, and immediately put away her books and ran outside the library. She didn't want Mrs. Pance to find out that the owl was related to her. Even the Weasley twins, who were famous for their pranks at Hogwarts, didn't dare to cause trouble in the library. That would be very tragic. Leaving the library, Hermione hurried to the Great Hall. It was dinner time, and the whole auditorium was full of people, but Hermione quickly recognized the figure who was being watched and feasting. Hermione walked slowly to Shane. She looked at the piles of empty plates stacked extremely high, and was shocked beyond measure. How can a little wizard eat so much? Even adults can't eat so much, right? But actually, there's a reason why Shane eats so much. Origin can indeed help Shane passively increase the magic capacity in his body, but this passive will also consume a lot of Shane's physical strength. If he doesn't eat more, he will be sucked dry by his own magic. Shane. Hermione stepped forward. "Oh. Hermione, you're here." Shane swallowed a piece of mutton chop, handed a chicken drumstick to Hermione and said, Here's this for you. I'll eat later." "What does Professor Dumbledore want to see you for?" "Well." Shane held a piece of lamb chop in his mouth, looked up at the ceiling of the auditorium, and then asked, "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Chapter 23. Do you want to hear the truth or lies? Shane asked. "What do you think?" Hermione rolled her eyes. If she doesn't listen to the truth, why should she listen to lies? Isn't this a waste of time? "Oh, you want to hear the lies first, right?" Shane pretended not to hear Hermione's words and looked serious. "No, you heard wrong, I just wanted to." Faced with Shane's teasing, Hermione naively thought that Shane really didn't hear clearly and wanted to explain, but she didn't expect that Shane interrupted her directly. "The lie is that after Dumbledore's repeated requests, I promised him not to use magic in Hogwarts." "It's really a lie." Not only Hermione, but also the little wizards around them fell silent for a moment when they heard Shane's words. In just 1 week of school, Shane has used magic more times in school than all first and second graders. For example, in the library, when Mrs. Pinksy wasn't paying attention, she sucked the magic on the bookshelf into her hand. For another example, when Shane walks to a staircase, and it happens that the staircase starts to move randomly, Shane will pull out his wand and immediately pull the moving staircase back. This seems to have led to the current situation in the school. The stairs don't seem to dare to be moved casually. For another example, Shane took a fancy to a piece of open space outside the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts, so he opened a garden there and planted various fruits and vegetables on it. Nowadays, little wizards with nothing to do come there every day to take a look. Farm tools such as hoes, shovels, and kettles are still automatically helping Shane take care of the newly sprouted fruits and vegetables. There are countless similar things. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick also talked to Shane one after another, saying that Shane was a serious violation of school rules. But faced with the questioning of Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, Shane did not panic at all. He silently took out the Hogwarts school rules that he had prepared long ago, and started a sophistry that was difficult to refute in front of the two professors. According to the first rule of Hogwarts, students are not allowed to use magic in the school corridors. But Shane said that every time he used magic, he was not in the corridor. The place where he took off or used magic was either in the atrium or the lawn outside the castle, or in the library, or on some staircase that he didn't like. The portraits and ghosts of Hogwarts can all vouch for him. Moreover, there is no rule in the Hogwarts school rules that prohibits students from growing vegetables in school. Professor Dumbledore just said that students are not allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest. His vegetable garden is not in the Forbidden Forest. So, after several repeated persuasion from Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, Shane still went his own way. Both professors expressed their helplessness and in the end simply ignored Shane. There is no need for a young person to be angry with a student, not to mention that the student did not violate school rules. So, now the young wizards at Hogwarts can always randomly see a person flying around somewhere in the school, and they are basically used to it. Therefore, whether it is Hermione or others, rather than believing that Shane does not use magic casually in the school, they are more willing to believe that the Weasley twins do not engage in pranks. Tell the truth. Seeing Shane's pretentious look, Hermione picked up the book in her hand and threw it over, but the book stopped just a palm away from Shane. Don't get excited, it will be bad if you hit your classmates. Shane moved the floating book aside. To be honest, I actually don't know why that old bee is looking for me, it seems he just wants to chat with me. Chat. Talk. Hermione obviously didn't believe it, and what the hell was the title Old Bee? She saw with her own eyes that it was Professor McGonagall who took Shane away. If they just wanted to have a chat, just ask a student to notify him. Moreover, she didn't think that the principal was busy with everything. He just wanted to chat with Shane. What were you talking about? Hermione asked curiously. At first, Old Bee just asked me who taught me magic, but then the conversation turned to Voldemort. Voldemort. Hermione looked confused. Who is he? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a crisp sound of knives and forks smashing dishes next to him. Because Hermione didn't restrain her voice just now, some young wizards born in wizarding families nearby heard the name Voldemort and instantly showed expressions of fear. He didn't even care about the dinner in front of him and quickly distanced himself. What are you doing? I'm just asking Fu. Hush. Hush. The few young wizards who were retreating quickly put their index fingers to their lips to signal Hermione not to say that name. This. Hermione turned her pleading eyes to Shane. And when Shane looked at Hermione, he remembered that Hermione had just been exposed to the magical world for a short time, and Voldemort's name was almost forbidden to be spoken, so she still didn't know who Voldemort was. Well, let's put it this way, anyway, just think of him as the leader of a terrorist murder organization whose mind is filled with extremely bloody thoughts every day. That's fine. Shane still didn't want Hermione to know too much, it wouldn't do her any good, and it would most likely arouse the Gryffindor little lion's desire for discovery in her heart. However, Hermione didn't seem to realize Shane's intentions. She was staring at Shane with a very unique look, and grabbed Shane's hands while he was eating. Say. Clear. Clear. Hermione said word by word. Pfft. Shane couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Hermione's angry look, and then he suppressed his laughter and said, "The look in your eyes is exactly the same as the look in my Fiona's eyes when she's hungry." Fiona. My owl. Hermione immediately picked up another book next to her and threw it over, but still didn't touch Shane. Then the two played with each other for a while, and then Shane pressed Hermione's little head and said, "Okay, stop making trouble. I won't tell you about Voldemort. After all, it's not something you should know right now. But if you really want to know, don't ask anyone without any explanation, otherwise they will think you are crazy." After saying that, Shane packed 20 ham sausages and 30 chicken legs on the table, and then left the auditorium leisurely. And just when he walked out of the door, Hermione slowly landed from mid-air. She looked angrily at the direction Shane disappeared, smoothed her messed up hair, and sat there starting to sulk. On the other side, Shane took off directly from the lawn outside after leaving the auditorium and went straight to the outside of Ravenclaw Tower. After opening the common room window and raising the curtains in a familiar manner, Shane wanted to go back to the common room as usual, reading a book and drinking a cup of hot cocoa. But unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the window, he saw at least 20 eaglets in Ravenclaw's common room, each staring at his own mirror in front of him, and whispering to each other from time to time, talking about something. A weird scene. When Shane saw this, he immediately felt that the scene in front of him was probably related to him. So with the mentality of not disturbing his classmates, Shane planned to quietly fly back out the window and go directly back to the dormitory. But he never thought that as soon as he turned around, he would be caught by someone who heard movement at the window. Pinello was tugging at Shane's robe and said, "Shane, you are finally back." Shane suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, because Pinello's words directly showed that he was the one who caused the strange phenomenon in the Ravenclaw lounge. Shane turned his head with a stiff neck and said with a twitching corner of his mouth, "Good evening, Pinello." At this time, the hawks in the lounge also noticed Shane's return, so they all came forward one after another. "Dolea, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Explain to us what another pair of eyes is." "Yes. Yes." Shane was confused as he listened to the chirping of the eaglets. The messy voices gave him a headache, and he quickly shouted, "Stop! Stop! Quiet! Can anyone tell me what happened?" The eaglets suddenly became quiet and looked at each other, and Pinello also began to talk about the reasons for what happened. It turned out that day, after Shane had a conversation with Pinello on how to use the levitation curse Wingardium Leviosa to fly, Pinello stayed in the lounge or dormitory whenever he had time during this period, looking blankly. "Keep looking in the mirror." At first, Ravenclaw's eagle didn't feel anything about Pinello's strange behavior. Anyway, there were usually a lot of people doing weird things in the academy. But until this afternoon, things suddenly changed. Ravenclaw senior Ivana Blanchard had just returned from class when she saw her successor squatting there and looking in the mirror again. So she stepped forward out of curiosity and asked, "Pinello, I saw you have been looking at the mirror these past few days. What are you doing?" "Nothing, I just heard from Shane that we have a pair of neglected eyes. As long as we find these eyes, we can fly using the levitating spell." Pinello looked at the mirror and explained, "But I watched it for several days, I still can't understand the meaning of Shane's words, but I know what he said is right, because I feel that the answer is right in front of me, but I failed to grasp it." "You mean Shane Dolea?" Ivana sat next to Pinello and asked, "Tell me carefully, what did Dolea say?" It was obvious that she was also confused by Pinello. Curiosity aroused. So next, Pinello told Ivana almost all of Shane's exact words, and while the two were talking, another little eagle also walked into the lounge. As soon as he entered the door, he suddenly saw two beauties sitting in front of a mirror and posting stickers, so he wanted to go up and strike up a conversation, but unexpectedly as soon as he walked in, he was attracted by the topic of flying between the two. In this way, it spreads from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. For a whole afternoon, half of the people in Ravenclaw were involved in the discussion of how to use the levitation curse Wingardium Leviosa to fly. Some people even skipped dinner and just looked in the mirror in the lounge. Chapter 24. After listening to Pinello's explanation of the cause and effect, Shane was stunned. "No, my mirror is just a reminder, I don't want you to look at it all the time. Also, even if Pinello is like this, why would other eaglets be like this? Are Ravenclaw's hawks really a bunch of freaks?" Shane felt that if he didn't directly tell them how to fly using the levitation curse Wingardium Leviosa today, I'm afraid the entire Ravenclaw eaglets would be in this weird learning state until they understood the answer on their own. This is completely unavoidable. Shane sighed helplessly, already planning to teach the eaglets how to fly using the levitating spell. Shane asked all the eaglets present, "You all want to know how to fly using the levitation spell?" "Yeah." The little eagles nodded, expressing that they wanted to know. "Okay, I'll talk to everyone in detail." Shane pulled out his wand and started to enter teacher mode. "Everyone, put your wands away. We don't need wands in this class." As soon as he finished speaking, the eaglets put away their wands and took out their notebooks and quills. "Listen carefully, I will only speak once. In this world, we all have two pairs of eyes. The first pair are the physical eyes, which are the ones on the face." Shane tapped the corners of his eyes with his wand. "The physical eyes can see near but not far, see forward but not behind, see light but not dark. The second pair of eyes are the eyes of the mind, but these eyes do not grow on our body, but exist in our consciousness. Just like the levitation spell can only control things within the physical eye, we can feel our body because of the existence of the mind's eye. Like this." After saying that, Shane touched the hand of a little eagle next to him with his wand, and the whole body of the little eagle softened instantly. "Can you feel yourself in your body?" Shane squatted down and asked. "No, I can't feel it." Xiaoying fell to the ground and pressed his face, answering vaguely. But he wasn't angry, instead his eyes started to light up because he seemed to understand what Shane wanted to say. "Okay, get up." Shane patted Xiaoying on the shoulder to get his body back under control, and then continued. "To use the levitation curse to fly, you must first learn the wandless casting of the levitation curse. After learning the wandless casting, you must put aside your previous understanding of this spell and no longer be limited to using the naked eye to help you cast spells. To be specific, after you learn how to cast spells without a wand, you need to learn how to use the levitating spell with your eyes closed, and then remember the feeling of making things fly in the process, and then use this feeling is attached to itself. It's not easy, but if you are willing to spend enough time, you can do it." At this time, Shane raised his head and glanced at the lounge, and found that the entire Ravenclaw lounge was already full of people. There were many eaglets who joined in the middle of the class to listen to the class. Some of them had just returned from dinner, and some of them ran downstairs when they heard the sound of the lecture in the dormitory. "Is there anyone else who doesn't understand?" Shane asked. "Shane, do you mean, let us remember the feeling when casting the levitation spell, and then use this feeling on ourselves?" Pinello asked. "Bingo! That's it." Shane nodded. Oh, the little eagles made a sound of sudden realization, and Shane's lesson was finished. After a while, Shane saw Xiaoying in the lounge one after another trying to practice wandless casting, and felt silently relieved. But he quickly realized why he felt like he had stolen Professor Flitwick's job. Shane shook his head. "We can't stay in this lounge now. Why not go to the restricted book area?" So, after making up his mind, Shane left the common room silently. The restricted area is an area in the Hogwarts library located on the 5th floor of Hogwarts Castle. The books in the restricted book area will be separated from other ordinary books by ropes. The books usually contain black magic or other content that is not suitable for young people or the general public. When senior students learn defense against the dark arts, might use the book here. If students want to enter the restricted book area, they can only borrow books after obtaining permission from the professor and presenting a note signed by the professor. But for Shane, it doesn't seem to make any difference whether it's permitted or not. Others were directly invisible and transparent, and passed directly through the rope used to divide the area. After looking around, I saw a few senior students walking around in the restricted book area, seemingly looking for the books they needed. The restricted area is complex and dangerous. In some ways, it is the most dangerous place in Hogwarts Castle. Because there are not only books related to black magic and poisonous spells, which may contain curses or magic, but also many unknown mechanisms and hidden areas. Shane inquired from the ghost that before Voldemort started to cause trouble, the conditions for entering the restricted book area were actually not that strict. At that time, all students above the 4th grade could enter and exit at will, while students below the 4th grade needed permission from the professor. But since Voldemort was seriously injured 10 years ago, perhaps Dumbledore was afraid that students with evil intentions would learn dangerous black magic, which would cause serious changes in their mentality, so he upgraded the access restrictions to the forbidden book area to the current level. At the same time, many books on black magic that were placed in the general area were also moved to the restricted book area. Therefore, this is why when Shane was in the library on the 2nd floor, he could only find some insignificant books such as history of magic and biographies. After sneaking into the restricted book area, Shane wandered back and forth between the bookshelves. He was not interested in books that recorded black magic and poison spells, because he had dozens of destructive magics at his disposal and no need to waste time learning these magics. What Shane wanted to find at this time were books related to curses. The reason why he wanted to understand curses was that this power was too evil. In a sense, it was completely a causal weapon. In a slant, magic is either used in combat or in combat services. Almost all the points in its magic tree are on the strength branch, which is what makes Shane so powerful in combat. But in the world of Harry Potter, the magic tree here is biased towards the mysterious branch. Under the mysterious magic system, no matter how powerful Shane is, there is no guarantee that he will not overturn. The sky outside the library window has gradually turned from blue to pitch black, with thick clouds completely covering the crescent moon. At this time, the library has been closed for a long time and the lights have long been extinguished, but for a person who knows magic, reading in the dark is not difficult. Shane has been in the forbidden book area for several hours. It's almost midnight, but he is still studying the power and principles of curses with a copy. But at this moment, an extremely harsh sound of opening the door suddenly interrupted Shane's thoughts. Is this Filch still patrolling the library so late? Shane looked in the direction of the source of the sound, but found that the person who came was not the administrator of his school, because he was not holding a lighting lamp, and he was walking towards the restricted book area in a sneaky way. Is this another little lion who came to the forbidden book area for adventure at night? Shane looked at the visitor curiously, but didn't want to pay attention and continued to read with his head down. But after a while, he suddenly heard a creepy sound. Shane was shocked and immediately felt something was wrong, because not only was it the sound, but he also smelled a disgusting smell of blood in the air. That little wizard seems to be in the forbidden book area. Without any hesitation, Shane dropped the book and went to save people. Following the sound, Shane came to the deepest part of the restricted book area. I saw the little wizard who was wandering at night standing stiffly in the darkness. In front of him was a hidden mechanism that had been opened. At his feet were glass bottle fragments on the ground. Veins popped up all over his body, and the whites of his eyes were completely gone, all replaced by darkness. At the same time, there were bursts of weird snake-like hissing sounds coming from his throat. What the hell? Shane was shocked when he saw this and quickly ran over to check the situation. When Shane ran to the little wizard, he felt an extremely strong fishy smell coming to his nose, making him nauseous. Classmate! Classmate! Ugh! Shane quickly blocked his sense of smell with magic, grabbed the little wizard's arm and shook it tentatively. Wrong! Something is terribly wrong. The little wizard's arms felt like scales, and there was a chill that made one's heart palpitate. At the same time, the hissing sound coming from the little wizard's throat became even more harsh. Faced with such a weird scene in front of him, Shane didn't know what caused it, and he didn't know what method he should use to prevent the little wizard's condition from getting worse. No, since there is nothing we can do for the time being, seal him first. Immediately afterwards, Shane clapped his hands, and a huge golden magic circle covered the little wizard. The pattern of fairy wings in the center of the magic circle slowly rotated. Fairy glitter, activate! The dazzling golden light illuminated the entire 5th floor library and penetrated the corridors and windows. On the other side, Filch, who was patrolling the corridor at this time, was looking in shock at the sacred light that dispersed the darkness in the distance. After being stunned for a while, he quickly ran towards the 5th floor with the lamp in his hand. Fairy Glitter, one of the 3 super magics of the Fairy Tale Guild. It is an absolute defensive magic. It can create an invincible protection ball to protect all members and the environment in the ball, and also has the ability to freeze all time in the ball. Effect. Note, book friends, I have something to apologize to everyone here, because when I was looking through the information today, I found that the Weasley twins entered Hogwarts in 1989, that is, they should be in the 3rd year. They were previously recorded as doing the splits. Yes. But because the previously published chapters cannot be modified for more than 24 hours, the settings will be modified back in subsequent chapters. I hope you will forgive me. Chapter 25. The brilliance of fairy glitter slowly disappeared, leaving only a faint fairy wing mark on the little wizard's forehead. Seeing that the seal had been completed, Shane grabbed the little wizard and disappeared into the library without saying a word. On the other side, Filch had just reached the 5th floor, panting. In the Hogwarts principal's office, Dumbledore had not yet rested. He was still searching for clues in his past memories in the Pensieve. But just when Dumbledore was concentrating on recalling the past, suddenly, 2 figures appeared behind him, and one of them dragged the other and shouted, "Professor Dumbledore!" Oh! Oh my God! Dumbledore was suddenly startled, and even his whole body couldn't help but tremble. He turned around suddenly and saw Shane dragging a Gryffindor student standing behind him, and he was relieved. "Mr. Dolea, how did you get in?" Dumbledore's office has a defense mechanism, and no one can just enter it casually, except for recognized people. Put this kind of unimportant matter aside for now. Shane dragged the little wizard to Dumbledore. "Please see what's going on with him first." "Hey! This is..." Dumbledore put on his eyes, and his expression suddenly became extremely serious as soon as he saw the little wizard's condition. "Fawkes, please go to Minerva and Severus and ask them to come here," Dumbledore said seriously to Phoenix Fawkes. "As long as it can take the 2 professors to apparate in Hogwarts." Fawkes responded with a cry, spread his wings, and disappeared on the golden perch after a burst of golden flames. "Wow, I didn't notice it last time I came here. Professor, your pet is a bit extravagant. Even if it's a phoenix, there's no need to use a golden perch." Shane put the little wizard on the sofa and went over to knock on Fawkes. Kizzy said, "This is at least 10 kilograms of gold, and I'm not afraid that Fawkes's flames will melt it. The flames of the phoenix cannot melt gold instantly, and this branch has always been one of the inheritances of the Dumbledore family. It is at least older than my grandma," Dumbledore said. After saying that, Dumbledore began to carefully observe the little wizard's situation, while on the other hand, Shane began to pick up Dumbledore's snacks. "Mr. Dolea, can you tell me how he became like this?" Dumbledore asked after a while. "Hey? How did I know that he has nothing to do with me?" Shane held up a box of pink shimmering coconut sorbet and puffed up his cheeks and said, "I was reading a book, and I didn't expect it. It happened that something happened to him, so I was just kind enough to lend a helping hand." Just as Shane finished speaking, a golden flame suddenly appeared in the middle of the office, and both Professor McGonagall and Snape appeared in the flame. Professor McGonagall was still wearing pajamas and a blanket draped over his shoulders. He must have been woken up from bed by Fawkes. Snape, on the other hand, had an angry and impatient expression, and he had staggered and tossed his hair just now. Shane guessed that Fawkes had brought him here without saying a word. "Albus, it's so late." Professor McGonagall was just about to ask what was so urgent, when she saw the little wizard lying upright on the sofa. "Oh, my God! It's Mr. Kenneth Toller." In the end, what happened? "I think the big celebrity in our school must have done something." Snape looked at Shane with a sinister look and said, "Otherwise Mr. Dolea wouldn't have appeared here so late." Shane stared with dead eyes, chewed snacks in his mouth, and didn't want to speak. As for Snape's vicious tongue, if you take it seriously, you will lose. The best way is to ignore it, leaving him with no way to draw on it, and suffocating him to death. Sure enough, Snape saw Shane ignoring him and his eyes twitched invisibly. Severus, please take a look at our student's condition, Dumbledore said. With a wave of one hand, Snape lifted the black robe behind him and walked to the student named Toller. He first opened Kenneth's mouth to look at it, and then pulled his clothes apart a little. Kenneth's tongue has become forked, and at least 1/5 of his skin has grown silvery scales. After a while, Snape finished the inspection and said to Dumbledore expressionlessly, "Snake slave blood curse." As soon as he finished speaking these words, Professor McGonagall clutched his chest and looked at his students with horror and worry. "Can it be cured?" Dumbledore asked. "Okay." Snape replied, "This blood curse is not complete. Technically it looks very immature, like it was made by a novice. I'm just curious. His blood is needed to create a snake slave, but how did this come out now? And it seems that the snake transformation in this student was prevented by someone using a special method. So, can you give us an answer? Mr. Dolea, who looks like a starving ghost." Click. 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 The sound of chewing chocolate hazelnut kernels gave the three professors present a headache. "Mr. Dolea, now is not the time for snacks, this is a matter of life and death for a student," Professor McGonagall said angrily to Shane. "Don't worry, Professor McGonagall. Even if I die, this little lion will be fine in 5 years." Shane said while eating snacks. He was infected in the deepest part of the forbidden book area. He seems to have opened it. A hidden mechanism, and the contents inside were broken. "Hey, this is it." With that said, Shane took out the glass shards that fell at Kenneth Toller's feet. The fragments were floating in mid-air, and under the illumination of the lights in the office, the red liquid remaining on them was extremely attractive. Snape took out the wand from the wand pouch on his waist and gently fiddled with a shard of glass stained with red liquid. He squinted his eyes and observed, then without hesitation used magic to cut one of his fingers and fuse a drop of blood with the liquid on the glass. After a while, Snape saw no response and said, "It has failed. How much time do you need, Severus?" Dumbledore looked at Snape. "Some materials need to be collected through special channels. It will take me 2 weeks to prepare the antidote to the blood curse," Snape replied. "Okay, Minerva, please explain this to the students' parents so that they don't have to worry." "Okay, Albus." Professor McGonagall nodded. At this time, Shane, who had been standing aside, saw that Dumbledore had basically solved the problem, so he walked over and asked curiously, "Professor, I know the blood curse, but what is the snake slave blood curse? What does it have to do with Voldemort?" "Mr. Dolea, this name cannot be spoken casually, and you need to explain why you left your dormitory during curfew and appeared in the restricted book area." Only then did Professor McGonagall think of settling a score with Shane, because this time Shane actually violated the school rules. She planned to take advantage of this opportunity to punish the naughty student in front of her. "Professor McGonagall, I admit that I violated the school rules, but you also have to think about it from another perspective. If I hadn't been in the restricted book area tonight, no one would have known about this guy." Shane started to reason rationally again, and pointed to Kenneth Toller, who was lying on the sofa. "Minerva, it is indeed against school rules to be in the restricted book area during curfew time, but at the same time, Dolea did save her classmates and the fate of Mr. Toller's family." At this time, Dumbledore also spoke up, "So, about this time for Mr. Dolea's violation of school rules, I think it would be fine to deduct 30 points from Ravenclaw as punishment." "Albus, you can't. Professor McGonagall thinks this is completely conniving. For Shane, 30 points can be added back in 2 or 3 days. There is basically no big difference whether or not this punishment is given. Minerva, Perhaps you have a more appropriate punishment? Dumbledore threw the question back to his old friend, leaving Professor McGonagall speechless for a moment. Because Dumbledore was right, although Shane did violate school rules, he also saved someone's life. The merits and demerits are equal, and you can't really fire Shane. So after thinking about it, Professor McGonagall really couldn't think of a more appropriate way to punish Shane for his violation. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall sighed helplessly, then glanced at Shane and said, "I'll send Mr. Toller to Poppy." Then, he used the levitation spell to pull Kenneth Toller to the school hospital. Watching Professor McGonagall go away, Shane held a snack can and asked Dumbledore the question he just asked. "Professor, you haven't told me yet, what is this snake slave blood curse?" Shane spent this time in and out of the Forbidden Book area, and he knew that the blood curse was an extremely vicious curse, and its history could be traced back to more than 1,200 years ago. The blood curse can make a person gradually lose his mind over time and turn into a beast. The power of the curse will even remain in the blood and be passed on to the next generation, making it extremely difficult to remove. To this day, the entire magical world has not heard of anyone who can propose a solution to the blood curse problem, or even a method to alleviate it. After hearing Shane's question, Dumbledore pondered for a while, and then began to say, "The snake slave blood curse is an irreversible and vicious curse. Its biggest feature is that it turns people into a half-human, half-snake monster and obeys the snake." An order in a lame tone. Back then, he used this blood curse to control those who resisted him and played with human nature, so that many people were forced to kill their relatives or close friends. I still remember one of my students, who couldn't even hold his wand steady at that time, and was heartbreakingly facing his parents who had been controlled. But Mr. Toller is lucky. He is not under a complete blood curse. It should have been caused when he was a student. He can be cured with magic potion. Chapter 26. It seems I have to study more, otherwise I won't know when I capsized in the gutter. After hearing Dumbledore's words, Shane murmured in a low voice. The power of the curse was really too weird, so he had to take precautions and have corresponding means. At the same time, Shane seemed to suddenly remember something, and asked Dumbledore, "Professor, is it possible that Professor Quirrell did this?" Because according to what was just said, if under Voldemort's instructions, Quirrell might have used magic to control Kenneth Toller to be infected with the blood curse, thus giving him an extra helper at Hogwarts. The way he looks now, he doesn't have that much courage. Dumbledore said confidently, "What's more, the blood curse on Kenneth is incomplete. The snake slave transformed has a lot of snake characteristics, scales and forks. Tongue, etc., cannot be hidden." Then I understand. But now that the matter has been dealt with, it's time for me to go back to the dormitory and sleep. Shane put down the empty snack can and was about to leave, but just when he was about to activate his magic, he suddenly remembered something. "Oh, yes, there's more." Shane turned around and reminded, "Professor, there is one thing I want to remind you. If Professor Snape has prepared the antidote, please tell me, and I will tell the classmate who prepared the antidote. Unlock the magic on your body, otherwise it will be of no use if you pour medicine into people." After saying that, he disappeared into the office in an instant, leaving Dumbledore alone with his thoughts. After seeing Shane disappear before his eyes, Dumbledore still didn't understand what kind of magic Shane had used to enter his office. Logically speaking, this is the center of the entire Hogwarts. It has no windows and is protected by powerful magic. There is no other way for ordinary people to enter except through the stone beasts outside. After sorting out the messy thoughts in his mind, Dumbledore decided to strengthen the office's protective magic. For no other reason than to prevent someone from breaking in and stealing snacks while he was away. You know, in just half an hour, his snacks were almost emptied. The next day, Saturday, Shane took a long nap and didn't get up until almost lunchtime. On his first weekend at Hogwarts, Shane was brushing his teeth and thinking about how to find something to do. He couldn't stay in the lounge and library reading all the time, or he would easily become a nerd. Therefore, Shane was thinking about how to find something more practical to occupy his leisure time. After thinking for a while, Shane suddenly remembered that last night, when he was touring around the old bee office, he saw something very special. Gryffindor's sword is placed in a glass box next to the sorting hat. This reminded him of the plot of the second part of the Harry Potter movie. Slytherin left a secret room in Hogwarts, and the founders of the 4 major colleges also left their own inheritance. According to the conjecture of some senior Harry Potter fans, perhaps in addition to Slytherin, the other 3 founders may have left some of their own heritage to future generations at Hogwarts or somewhere. Ever since, thinking of this, Shane's mind immediately became active. As Ravenclaw's eaglet, he naturally set his first target on Rowena Ravenclaw's legacy. The first step is to find Ravenclaw's crown. Because in the original work, this is the only thing that is most likely to contain clues to Ravenclaw's inheritance. Shane still clearly remembers that Ravenclaw's diadem, as one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, has been hidden in the Room of Requirement. It was a huge room full of debris, with various old items, and even piles of it became a hill. But while Shane still remembers the location of Ravenclaw's diadem, he doesn't know the exact location of the Room of Requirement. Therefore, he planned to find the ghosts of Hogwarts. They had been in the castle for so long, and they must know where the Room of Requirement was. At least there will be some clues to guide you. You said the Room of Requirement, where is that place? I have never heard of such a place in Hogwarts for hundreds of years. It was Hufflepuff's ghost, the fat monk, who was speaking. She wears clothes with rumpled collars and tight pants, is short and fat, dressed like a monk, has the typical friendliness and compassion of Hufflepuff Academy, and is a cheerful ghost. Every year at the start of Hogwarts, the fat friar would try to convince the other ghosts to let Peeves attend the banquet, but he never succeeded. To be honest, Shane originally wanted to go find Helena Ravenclaw, but this beautiful lady has a really weird temper. Even as a hawk, he would be kicked away immediately if he wanted to talk to Helena for more than a few words. Walk. Therefore, he could only come to the fat monk who had the best temper and was willing to help others. After hearing the fat monk's denial, Shane remembered that the Room of Requirement was originally a secret place and never had a fixed name, so he changed his explanation and asked, "Then do you have the impression that there is a place in Hogwarts where different people will go to different rooms when they open the door?" "Oh, when you mention it like that, I remember there is such a place." The fat monk thought for a while and said, "On the 8th floor of the castle, opposite the tapestry where the troll beat Barnabas silly, I once saw Filch and I took the cleaning supplies there, and I originally thought it was a utility room, but then I saw Principal Dumbledore go in and it turned into a toilet." "Yes, that should be there," Shane said excitedly. "Thank you, Fat Friar. If I have a chance, I will go to Diagon Alley and buy you some gifts." There are indeed items and food for ghosts sold in Diagon Alley, but that store is located at the entrance of Nocturne Alley, and few people go there. The last time Shane passed by the entrance of Nocturne Alley, he saw the signboard of Ghost Life and Food, and then he learned that such a place existed. After determining the location of the Room of Requirement, Shane flew to the 8th floor without stopping. He stood in front of the tapestry of the troll beating Barnabas silly, facing a bare wall, and began to mutter impatiently in his heart, "I want to go to where the Ravenclaw's crown is." I chanted silently several times, but for some reason, the wall didn't respond at all after a while. This puzzled Shane. "No, what went wrong? Are you looking in the wrong place? The Room of Requirement isn't here?" And just as Shane was pacing back and forth thinking, a smooth door suddenly appeared on the wall. This made Shane a little puzzled because he didn't know which part had gone wrong and caused the door to not appear. But now is not the time to think so much. Shane ran over and pushed open the door of Requirement and came to a huge utility room. Countless waste items, desks and chairs with broken legs, books with broken pages, crushed copperware, broken mirrors, torn curtains, as well as countless picture frames, bronze statues, glass jars and boxes, etc. Wait. These things were stacked on top of each other from large to small, forming mountains that could not be seen to the end. Wow, this is at least as big as a Quidditch pitch. How can I find a crown? Shane first marveled at how big the place in front of him was, and then started to have a headache how to find the thing he wanted among the piles of clutter. There are tens of thousands of large and small sundries in this room. If you just rely on people to find it, you don't know how much time it will take. So, how was the crown found in the original novel? Shane thought about it and suddenly recalled that Voldemort's Horcruxes seemed to be able to sense each other. Horcrux? Isn't there a living person in this school? Hogwarts Great Hall, because today is the weekend, many little wizards will choose to play some small games here to pass the boring time. But what is different from the past is that the weekend of the new semester seems to be a little strange. In the auditorium, the young wizards from the other 3 colleges were looking at the little eagles not far away. The question marks and exclamation marks above their heads had reached the sky. On the Gryffindor's long table, Ronald sat at a corner of the table and asked Harry opposite him in confusion. What happened to Ravenclaw's group of people today? I usually see them acting a little weird, but at least they are normal people. Why are they all so crazy today? I don't know, but they look like they are practicing wandless casting. Harry shook his head as he heard Leviosa coming from not far away. He didn't see anyone from Ravenclaw holding a wand. Isn't wandless casting something only senior students can learn? And it's not a required course. Why does Ravenclaw come to the auditorium to practice like this? I've found out clearly. Just when Harry and Ronald were confused, Hermione suddenly jumped out from the side, holding a huge book in her hand. I don't think you're any better than them, Ronald complained as he looked at the book. Ronald's words made Hermione give him a fierce look, and Ronald immediately turned his head in resignation. Hermione, what did you find out? Harry asked curiously. It's Shane. For some reason, there was a hint of resentment in Hermione's voice when she said the name. I just found out from someone else that yesterday afternoon, Shane taught everyone how to fly using the levitation spell in the Ravenclaw lounge yesterday afternoon. Now all Ravenclaw students are practicing this spell. Shane? Shane Dolea. Is that the weirdo who flies around the school every day? It was obvious that there was a hint of jealousy in Ronald's words. Shane is not a weirdo. Hermione glared at Ronald a little angrily. But compared to Ronald, Harry couldn't help but become very interested when he heard that he could fly using magic spells, so he asked Hermione. Hermione, have you ever found out how to learn the flying spell? No. Hermione shook her head dejectedly. I asked a few people and they were all unwilling to tell me. They said this was something Shane taught Ravenclaw and it cannot be passed on to anyone else. Oh, that's right. Harry's face froze when he heard that he couldn't learn how to fly. Then why do they come to the auditorium to practice magic? Isn't the common room in Ravenclaw enough for them? Ronald asked again at this time. It seems that Ravenclaw's lounge has been occupied by senior students. It's raining outside today, and the school rules stipulate that magic is not allowed in the corridors, so now all Ravenclaw students below the 3rd grade come to the auditorium to practice magic. Hermione explained. And while the 3 of them were talking, the person who caused Ravenclaw's abnormal phenomenon was quietly attacking them. Chapter 27. After Shane came out of the room of requirement, he randomly caught a lion cub on the road. After asking about it, he immediately came to the auditorium. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the goal of his trip. Shane came quietly behind Harry and Hermione, and Ronald, who was sitting opposite Harry, saw a figure suddenly appear from behind his friend, and suddenly screamed in fright. Ah! Ronald flew up from his chair. Harry and Hermione looked at Ronald in confusion, then followed his frightened gaze and looked behind them, only to see the person they had just been discussing standing behind them. Shane! Hermione yelled, a little excited in her tone. "Hello." Shane rubbed Hermione's head vigorously. "You messed up my hair." Hermione immediately slapped Shane's hand down angrily and punched Shane a few more times on the arm. Her hair was already long and thick, and it was naturally slightly curly, which was very difficult to take care of. When Shane did it, her hair became a mess. "Go away, I don't want to care about you." Hermione fixed her hair while giving Shane a vicious look. Because Shane had no interaction with Harry or Ronald before, she subconsciously thought that Shane was here to find her. But she obviously guessed wrong. Shane tapped Hermione's head with the milky white wand in his hand, which instantly made her hair smooth. At the same time, he said, "I'm not here for you, I'm here for him." With that, he patted Harry with his right hand with a smile on the shoulders. "Looking for me?" Harry was confused and surprised. It's been less than a week since school started, and he hasn't even recognized all the Gryffindor classmates in the same grade, so he doesn't even remember having any interactions with the famous people in the school in front of him. "I need your help with something," Shane said to Harry with a smile. "Wah, what are you busy with?" Harry was a little nervous. The living environment he grew up in made him a little introverted when facing strangers. "Don't ask for specifics, just follow me. However, in return, I can teach you how to fly using the levitation spell." It was obvious that Shane heard the conversation between the three of them just now. Then, "Okay, I'll go." Hearing that he could learn flying magic, Harry hesitated and agreed. This may also be because Harry inherited his father's genes and was born with a unique yearning for flying. While watching the movie, Harry was exposed to flying broomsticks for the first time in flying class, but he was not afraid of heights at all. He was even allowed to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a first-year member by Professor McGonagall. "There's no talent involved," Shane doesn't believe it. Seeing Harry agree, Shane immediately wanted to drag him to take off. But as soon as he started, Hermione grabbed his robe. "Hermione, tell me what you have to say, but can you please stop grabbing my clothes when something happens? Sometimes I can't react and you will get hurt." Shane turned his head and looked at Hermione helplessly. "Because the speed when I take off can be fast or slow. If someone drags me when I am fast, it is a trivial matter that the clothes are torn and can be repaired with magic. But that's not necessarily the case for the person who is dragging him. If he falls and dislocates his hand, it may be minor. If he falls from a height of several meters or even more than 10 meters, it is not impossible that he will be passed over directly. I'm going with you, and in exchange you have to teach me how to fly with the levitation charm," Hermione said, holding on to Shane's clothes tightly. "Where are you going?" "I took Harry away to do business." Shane stretched out his hand and gave Hermione a slap in the face. "If you want to learn, ask Harry to come back and teach you." After saying that, he dragged Harry and flew away without saying a word. "Damn it, Shane Dolea, just wait for me." Hermione covered her forehead angrily. "Don't ask me to teach you how to make potions in potions class in the future. He is from Ravenclaw. He doesn't seem to be with us much in class." At this time, Ronald reminded weakly from the side, but this made him roll his eyes again. On the other side, Shane took Harry to the 8th floor under the watchful eyes of many Hogwarts wizards. This is the Room of Requirement, a very secluded place in Hogwarts. Shane opened the door to the Room of Requirement and said, "I brought you here because I want your help to find something here." "Looking for something?" Harry looked at the endless clutter in front of him, a little confused. "Shouldn't we find more people to look for something? I'm only one person, and I don't know any magic." After hearing Harry's words, Shane smiled and reached out to pat Harry on the shoulder. "Only you can find this thing. Trust me, just follow your own intuition and find the thing that attracts you the most." "Okay, okay," Harry replied, licking his lips nervously. Immediately afterwards, Harry wandered around among the many hills of debris. At first, he felt that Shane's words were a bit ridiculous, because it was a bit unreasonable to intuitively find something that attracted him among so many things without using magic. But for some reason, after walking for a while, Harry felt something calling him, and at the same time, he felt a burning and tingling sensation from the lightning scar on his forehead. So, following this inexplicable feeling, Harry walked around in circles for more than 10 minutes, and finally came to a round table covered with dust. I saw a copper star tracker and an unknown tower-shaped decoration placed on the round table. Between the star tracker and the tower-shaped decoration, a large ball of hemp rope was entangled with each other and placed on something. Harry stared blankly at the ball of hemp rope. He felt like there was something there that was constantly drawing him closer. At the same time, an inexplicable palpitation surged into his heart. The burning sensation on his forehead was extremely unbearable. And just when Harry was lost in thought, Shane suddenly appeared from beside Harry and pressed a cold ice pack on Harry's head. "Found it?" Shane asked. Harry, who was sobered by the ice pack, didn't say anything. He just looked at Shane and then nervously pointed in the direction of the hemp rope. Shane ran over randomly and excitedly and took off all the hemp ropes on the round table, revealing a square wooden box inside. Gently opened the box, and on the bronze velvet cloth, a sparkling crown set with gems is lying there. Shane carefully picked up the crown, put it in his hand and examined it carefully. He saw that the bottom edge of the crown was engraved with Ravenclaw's famous motto, "Wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." There is no doubt that what Shane is looking for is what Shane wants to find, the sacred relic of Ravenclaw Academy, Rowena Ravenclaw's crown. "What is this?" Harry walked over and asked curiously. Perhaps because of the ice pack, or perhaps for other reasons, the burning sensation on his forehead had gradually faded. "Crown," Shane replied vaguely, then slowly lowered the crown. "Thank you, Harry." Shane tapped Harry's forehead with his finger, and a miniature yellow magic circle flashed past. "This is the method of flying with the levitating spell, but whether you can learn it or not depends on you." After saying that, Shane activated space magic and sent the person away directly. On the other side, the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Because Harry was temporarily recruited by Shane, Ronald was playing with the wizard chess in front of him in boredom. But suddenly, from the corner of Ronald's eyes, he saw a dark shadow flash across from him. He quickly raised his head and saw that his friend was already sitting in front of him, with a confused look on his face. "Harry." Ronald looked shocked. "When did you come back?" Just. Harry still didn't react at this time. He looked around and found that he had returned to the auditorium, and then said, "Shane didn't know what magic he used to pull me from the 8th floor. A room was sent back instantly. He can also use the magic of teleportation." Ronald looked incredulous. "That's right. Shane Dolea, what did he come to see you for just now?" "He asked me to help find something. It's a crown with a big gem on it," Harry answered. "Crown? Why is he looking for a crown, and why does he let you look for it?" Ronald looked confused. He is so powerful in magic, can't he find a crown even if he looks for it? "I don't know." Harry shook his head, "but I know that I can find that the crown may be related to the scar on my head, or to Voldemort." Harry said. Keep it down, Harry. Don't say that name so loudly." "Sorry." Ronald looked around and found no one around, so he asked again, "Then why are you so sure that the crown is related to Fu?" "When I found the diadem, the scar on my forehead was very hot. I still remember when I was buying a wand in Diagon Alley, Mr. Ollivander told me that the scar on me was left by Voldemort." Harry whispered. Said. "This, is Shane Dolea related to Fu?" Ronald said in horror. Harry shook his head. "I feel like we should go find Hagrid. He should know something." "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go." After saying that, Harry and Ronald immediately ran towards Hagrid's cabin in the heavy rain. Chapter 28. Inside the room where you need everything. At this time, Shane was sitting on a huge wooden box, holding Ravenclaw's crown in his hand, studying it over and over again. But after a while, Shane discovered that there seemed to be nothing special about the crown in front of him except that it was beautiful. Even if he injected magic power into it, there was no reaction. Therefore, after researching for a period of time with no results, he simply put the crown directly on his head. According to legend, the crown has the function of increasing people's wisdom, and he wanted to verify whether it was true. As a result, Shane didn't feel anything when he first put on the crown. But after a while, he suddenly felt an inexplicable anger coming out of his heart, accompanied by many negative things. The hysteria when I just traveled to Aslant, the first murder, the massacre in the face of the Dark Guild's inhumane behavior, the anger when I heard that all my companions on Tenro Island were missing, etc. All the negative emotions hidden deep in his heart are constantly flowing out and amplifying, affecting Shane's sanity. This bizarre situation caused Shane to immediately take the crown off his head. Damn it, Voldemort, just wait. Shane was sure that the situation just now must have been caused by Voldemort's soul within the diadem. It now seems that if one does not know that the crown is a Horcrux and has been with the Horcrux for a long time, it is very likely that one will be affected by the Horcrux and lose oneself and gradually become corrupted. There must be a way to destroy Voldemort's soul without damaging the crown. Shane recalled that in the original work, he seemed to remember that there were two ways to destroy Horcruxes. One is the venom of the basilisk. The second is to use the fierce fire curse. The fire spell will definitely not work. Shane remembers that it is not an ordinary flame. It will most likely melt the crown directly. But if it's basilisk venom, Shane could go to the dungeons of Hogwarts right now, punch through the floor, and go to the Chamber of Secrets to find the basilisk. For such a big snake, the venom in the venom sac in its mouth can definitely soak the entire crown. But Shane doesn't dare to use this method yet because he doesn't know whether the basilisk's venom will also damage the crown. Unless he has no choice but to take risks, he will not take risks. Otherwise, if he damages the crown, he will be the one crying without tears. So, after much thought, Shane decided to put the crown away first and collect some information for the time being and do some research. However, Voldemort's soul just reminded him of many not-so-good things in the past. Shane feels that this account must be settled with Voldemort. Killing Quirrell directly was not enough, and he had promised Dumbledore not to interfere with Quirrell's matter. The flower grower couldn't break his promise. Therefore, Shane thought about it in his mind and came up with a way to kill Voldemort. At the same time, Harry and Ronald also arrived at Hagrid's small room, all wet. Hagrid lives in a small cabin on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. When Harry and Ronald came here, the first thing they saw was a huge stone bough hanging in front of the gate and a pair of rubber galoshes that looked like buckets. Harry took off his eyes, wiped the rain from his face, and then stepped forward and knocked on the door. Boom! 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 The sound of collision between wood and knuckles was heard, and after a while, with a squeak, the door was opened a crack. Who? Hagrid's voice came from the door. Hagrid, it's me. Harry. Hagrid immediately put his head out of the door. He saw two wet children and immediately greeted them to let them in. Oh! Oh my God, come in! Harry and Ronald ran tremblingly into the house. In Hagrid's cabin, he saw several smoky turkeys and pheasants hanging from the ceiling above his head. On the brazier in the corner, a copper kettle was boiling water, and the steam was beating against the lid of the pot rhythmically. On the other side of the room was a large bed with a clean quilt that was incompatible with the house. Take off your wet clothes quickly and come here to warm up the fire. Hagrid placed two low stools next to the stove. In this weather, do you have any important business coming to my place? It was autumn and winter in the UK, and the temperature outside was less than 20 degrees. Harry and Ronald were soaked in the rain, and the sudden drop in body temperature made them shivering. Hagrid, today While Harry was warming up the fire, he explained what Shane had just asked him for help. No, it's impossible. When Hagrid heard that Harry actually said that Shane might be related to Voldemort, Hagrid immediately shook his head subconsciously in denial. Shane can't be related to him, he's not that kind of person. Shane opened a vegetable patch next to the Forbidden Forest, not far from my place. He came to me at that time and asked me to help him take care of the things grown there. He also gave me a brand new quilt, which is the bed. That one. So, it is absolutely impossible for him to be related to Fu, impossible. But Hagrid, how do you explain why the scar on my forehead feels so uncomfortable when I'm close to that crown? That's something I've never felt before. Harry asked stubbornly. This. Harry's words indeed left Hagrid speechless. After a while, Hagrid sighed and said helplessly, "Okay. I will go to Professor Dumbledore to talk about this matter, but before that, you have to promise me that what you just said will never be used again. Talk to anyone else. Do you understand? And you, the Weasley boy." With that said, Hagrid cast his serious eyes on Ronald again. Harry and Ronald looked at each other and nodded, "Got it. Well, I'll take you back first. I don't have any clothes for you to change here. I'll also go find Professor Dumbledore by the way." After saying that, Hagrid dug out a huge umbrella from the pile of debris in the corner of the room. Apart from him, this umbrella is more than enough to protect Harry and Ronald from the rain. After Hagrid sent Harry and Ronald back to Hogwarts Castle, he came to the stone beast downstairs in Dumbledore's office with an anxious mood. "What's the password?" Hagrid raised his head and thought for a moment. Sizzling honey candy, buttery peanut candy, pear hard candy. After Hagrid tried more than a dozen passwords in a row, he finally shouted jelly slug and the stone beast was finally opened. Hagrid walked straight up the winding stairs and opened the oak door of the principal's office. He saw Dumbledore standing next to the golden perch feeding his phoenix. Hearing the sound of the door opening behind him, Dumbledore slowly turned around. "Professor Dumbledore, good afternoon." Hagrid greeted first. "Oh, hello, Hagrid. Would you like some jelly?" Dumbledore said, pointing to the jelly slugs that were wriggling around on the table. They left crisscrossing trails of mucus filled with sugar on the copper plate. "Oh, no, thank you." Hagrid declined politely. He didn't want to eat something so disgusting, even though it was actually a candy, but he thought crusty pie was better. It would be even more perfect if you add a little meat. This is what Shane taught Hagrid. "Professor Dumbledore, it's like this, just now Harry." Hagrid reported to Dumbledore what Harry had just said to him. He looked exactly like Harry in the cabin just now. Dumbledore listened patiently to Hagrid's story, and the humor on his face suddenly disappeared, turning into an expressionless expression. Hagrid wouldn't lie, and the possibility of Harry making something up was very slim. So, if it's true what Harry said, what is Shane's purpose? What does the diadem he found have to do with Voldemort? While Dumbledore was deep in thought, the person who told him the answer quietly came. In the huge office, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, and a voice was heard that gave Dumbledore a headache. "Professor Dumbledore, lend me your hat," Shane shouted. This not only made Dumbledore sigh violently and repeatedly, but also shocked Hagrid who was present. "Hey! Hagrid, you're here too." Shane saw that the big guy he had just met a while ago was here, and said hello with a smile. "Mr. Dolea, if you can, please go through the front door next time you come to my place. I, an old man, don't want you to scare me like this," Dumbledore said helplessly. "Professor, you look down on yourself a little too much when you say this. If the White Devil can be scared to death, you might as well make people believe that I am Qin Shi Huang." Shane joked, "But we can talk about these things later. Professor, please lend me the sorting hat." "Sorting hat, what are you looking for?" Dumbledore was a little confused. Look for it to ask something. There is something I need to deal with. Shane took out the Ravenclaw's crown from his arms. I found this. The Sorting Hat must have known something after living for so long. This is Ravenclaw's diadem. Dumbledore took a closer look and instantly recognized what was in Shane's hand. A look of shock suddenly appeared on his face. Where did you find it? Don't worry about this for now. This is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. I want to destroy the soul inside without damaging the crown. Horcrux. Voldemort. Dumbledore and Hagrid next to him exclaimed at the same time. Ahem. Dumbledore pretended to cough twice, and then said to Hagrid, Hagrid, you go back first, I already know what happened just now. Oh, okay, Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid touched his big belly awkwardly, then I won't disturb you, and I'll go back first. After that, he left the office with heavy steps. You're looking for Harry just for this crown? Seeing Hagrid leave, Dumbledore asked directly. Shane tilted his head and didn't realize how Dumbledore knew for a moment, but when he remembered that Hagrid was here just now, he suddenly understood. Oh, we understand, that boy Harry went to find Hagrid, right? I have to say, Mr. Dolea, you do have Ravenclaw's wisdom beyond ordinary people. Dumbledore was not surprised that Shane guessed the cause of the matter, and confirmed Shane's guess with a disguised answer. Then, Mr. Dolea, can you answer this for me? Since you know that you asked Harry to help you find the Ravenclaw's crown, does that also prove that Harry is also one of his Horcruxes? Chapter 29. Is Harry also one of the Horcruxes? Shane raised an eyebrow when he heard this question. Professor, you are asking this question knowingly. Although I don't know the specific situation back then, if you think about it carefully, you will know that no matter how many Horcruxes Voldemort made that night, part of his soul will definitely be there that night in Godric Valley. After he was seriously injured by Harry's mother at the cost of his life, where do you think this part of his soul would be hidden? Could it be that someone cut the scar on Harry's forehead with a knife? What Shane said was correct. In fact, just when he said that Ravenclaw's crown was a Horcrux, Dumbledore had already guessed that Harry was also one of the Horcruxes. The reason why he asked this question was just to be more sure of what he was thinking. But this put him in an extremely difficult situation. If Harry is a Horcrux, that means that in order for Voldemort to be completely destroyed, Harry must die. Could it be that this is the so-called prophecy of the Savior? To sacrifice a child and save the world at the cost of his life? Faced with this situation, even Dumbledore, who had gone through countless ups and downs, was at a loss to make a choice. Shane, who was standing aside, watched Dumbledore suddenly fall into silence, and couldn't help but call out twice, Professor? Professor, but received no response. So Shane shook his head and simply ignored Dumbledore. He walked straight to the shelf behind Dumbledore's desk and used magic to remove the Sorting Hat from it. Broken Hat, wake up! Wake up! He pulled the Sorting Hat and shook it up and down a few times, shaking it awake. Stop! You annoying little wizard! The Sorting Hat, which had just woken up, twisted its brim and shouted, I should have sorted you into Azkaban then. Azkaban? You're just having fun, but in the end you're just a loser. You are the bad hat, and your whole family is a bad hat. My master in life was Godric Gryffindor, the most outstanding duelist of that era. The 4 founders of Hogwarts also injected their thoughts into me. I am the greatest hat in the world. I believe your last sentence. Your inexplicable confidence and arrogance are exactly the same as those of the little snakes in Slytherin now. I hate black-hearted people. What followed was a scolding battle between Shane and the Sorting Hat that lasted for several minutes. The kind that looks very childish to others. A few minutes later. Stop! Stop! Shane suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten his original purpose, so he immediately stopped and said, I almost forgot about the real thing, BD, you should know this thing, right? You, hey! The Sorting Hat wanted to curse again, but suddenly it saw the appearance of the crown, and immediately swallowed back the curse words it was about to say, and fell into silence. The tip of the hat pointed at the crown and moved up and down. It looked like a person was bowing, and the wrinkles on the hat's facial features became deeper. You know her, right? Shane said firmly when he saw the Sorting Hat's sudden silence. Can you tell me about Rowena Ravenclaw, and whether she left anything behind in Hogwarts besides the crown? Or somewhere else? You brat, since the founding of Hogwarts, you are not the first person to want to find the legacy of the four founders. The Sorting Hat suddenly said seriously, but they all failed without exception. Only you for thousands of years, appeared before me with a token I could not refuse, and asked the question of my inheritance. Am I the first? Shane was confused, then pointed to the glass box next to him. Then what is this? I don't believe that no one has ever held this sword and asked questions about Gryffindor's legacy. At least I think the person standing there probably asked. As he spoke, he pointed at Dumbledore, who was still in a daze not far away. Gryffindors are special. Speaking of his master Gryffindor, the Sorting Hat paused, as if he didn't want to continue the topic. Kid, although you hold the token, I am just a reminder left by the four founders to future generations. How to find Rowena's legacy is up to you. The four houses and their founders maintain a strong and sincere friendship. They are like four stone pillars, firmly supporting Hogwarts. The teaching here is pleasant and harmonious, but the shortcomings and horrors of human nature are like devils. The Sorting Hat suddenly began to murmur and sing. The brave Gryffindor came from the barren marshes. The beautiful Ravenclaw came from the quiet riverside. The benevolent Hufflepuff came from the open valley. The shrewd Slytherin came from the mire. Go to the person who knows all the history of Hogwarts. He will guide you forward. Playing for fun, the Sorting Hat left its last words, and then suddenly returned to silence and returned to its original appearance of an ordinary hat. Shane carefully put the Sorting Hat back on the shelf and started thinking in his head. He most likely knows who the Sorting Hat mentioned just now is the person who knows all the history of Hogwarts. But compared to this, what Shane cares more about is the brief lyrics that the Sorting Hat inexplicably hummed in the middle. The first paragraph is meaningful, and the latter paragraph is the origin of the four founders. The most compelling thing to note is the phrase strong and sincere friendship in the previous lyrics. According to legend, Salazar Slytherin left Hogwarts because of disagreements with the other three founders, but now this simple lyrics seems to have surfaced some truths that have long been lost in the long history. But Shane feels that the issue of lyrics can be put aside for the time being. Now that he has obtained important clues about the founder's legacy, he now wants to immediately find the person who knows all the history. So, Shane turned and looked at Dumbledore, wanting to say goodbye to him before leaving. But he never thought that in less than 10 minutes when Shane was talking to the Sorting Hat, Dumbledore had already recovered from his pensive look and was eating BB's multi-flavor beans as if nothing had happened. Oh my god! It smells like earwax. Dumbledore looked disgusted and threw the beans back into the plate. He raised his head and saw that Shane had finished chatting with the Sorting Hat, so he asked, Mr. Dolea, do you want to try it? Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, but I'm not hungry right now. Shane declined politely immediately. This old bee has good intentions and wants to harm me. Since the last time he ate the dung beetle-flavored BB beans, he vowed never to touch them again. Oh, that's such a pity. Dumbledore's tone was full of regret, but soon he returned to his previous calm and composed appearance. Mr. Dolea, I will help you find a solution to the problem of Ravenclaw's crown, but I also really hope that if you can find it in advance, you can tell me the solution. Shane looked at the guilt that Dumbledore was trying to hide in his eyes, and he nodded, of course, Professor Dumbledore. Thank you. After coming out of the principal's office, it was already evening. Shane stood in the corridor and looked out at the sky. At a glance, there are mountains and ridges. The dark clouds in the sky have dispersed, and the golden sunlight shines through the remaining clouds, turning into flames that burn the entire sky. The black lake in the mountains has also turned into a lake mirror, with the water and sky reflecting in it, and Hogwarts Castle reflected in it, like a dreamy wonderland. Shane had not seen such a spectacular fire cloud for a long time, which made him stop and appreciate the rare beauty in front of him. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor House Common Room. This is where Gryffindor students usually study and rest. It is filled with soft armchairs, tables, and a bulletin board with school notices, various posters, etc. The windows look out onto the school grounds and a large fireplace takes up an entire wall. At this time, the chain of suspicion extended again, and the two little lions seemed not to have listened to Hagrid's words at all. "No. This is impossible," Hermione said decisively. "You said that Shane is related to Voldemort. This is simply a fantasy." "Hermione, please keep your voice down, we promised Hagrid not to tell others," Ronald said in a low voice. "But you told me anyway." Hermione glared at him. "Didn't Harry and I come to warn you because we saw you and Dolea getting close?" Ronald said with a righteous look, "We are doing this for your own good. What if you encounter any danger? I think it's even more dangerous for you to speculate on other people's appearance at will." "What's more, why do you say that?" Hermione asked angrily. "Dolea, he's very suspicious. I'm sure that the crown he got in the room on the 8th floor is definitely related to Voldemort." Harry stuttered a little at first, but became more confident as he spoke. "Dolea knows very well that I am the only one who can find that crown. Otherwise, it is just a simple matter of finding something. He can just find anyone. Or use magic. If the crown is okay, he doesn't need my help at all." Chapter 30. Hermione was a little speechless after hearing Harry's words, because she didn't know how to refute Harry. However, she didn't believe what Harry and Ronald said from the bottom of her heart. For her, she subconsciously rejected the speculation that Shane was connected with Voldemort without even thinking about it. So, in order to help Shane prove his innocence, Hermione thought for a moment and asked, "Harry, do you remember what that crown looks like?" "I can't remember exactly what it looked like, but I remember that the crown was very bright and set with a very large gemstone, and there were many small gemstones in the rest of the place," Harry recalled. "Oh, by the way, I still remember that there was a line of words engraved on the crown, but I only saw 2 words and was sent back to the auditorium by Dolea." "What 2 words?" Hermione asked. "Wisdom and wealth," Harry replied. "Wisdom and wealth, crown." Hermione wrote these words in the notebook she carried. But for some reason, the more she looked at it, the more she felt that the combination of these words looked very familiar, but she couldn't remember it for a while. After a while, Hermione couldn't find any useful information in her brain, so she simply slapped down the notebook, raised her little head, glanced at Harry and Ronald, and said, "I'll go directly to Shane and ask for details." After saying that, he stood up and walked directly to the door of the lounge. Harry and Ronald looked at each other, shrugged helplessly and scratched their heads. They felt that they had said everything they should say. Hermione insisted on trusting Shane Dolea, and there was nothing they could do. Leaving the Gryffindor common room, Hermione headed straight for the stairs. It was dinner time, and she was almost certain that Shane was most likely devouring food in the auditorium at this time. However, Hermione miscalculated this time. She had just walked a few steps when she saw a familiar figure standing not far from the corridor, looking at the scenery outside intoxicatedly. "Shane!" Hermione yelled uncertainly. Shane, who was admiring the fire clouds, suddenly heard someone calling his name. He turned his head when he heard the sound, and saw that it was the little witch he often teased. He then responded with a smile. "Oh Hermione! It's really you, what are you doing here?" Hermione said as she trotted over on her calves. "I just came out of Professor Dumbledore's office. I originally thought about going to eat, but I didn't expect to see the flaming clouds, so I just stood here and admired it. Shane said with a smile, "What about you? What are you going to do again?" "Well, I am." Hermione was about to say that she came to see him, but for some reason, the words were stuck in her throat and she was unable to speak. I also wanted to go to the Great Hall to finish the meal." Hermione stuttered for a while, and then came up with the most reasonable reason. Shane looked at Hermione, who was hesitant to speak, and suddenly felt a little confused. Because it was obvious that she had something to say to him, but it seemed that for some unknown reason, Hermione was reluctant to speak. Then, Shane's eyes suddenly flashed with a blue halo, and he understood everything instantly. These two little brats are smart and arrogant at the same time. Believe deeply in your own assumptions, and even form a self-righteous truth about something in your mind without any evidence. This is human nature. People will automatically resist those things that deny them, regardless of the truth or not. However, regarding Harry and Ronald's suspicions, Shane did not want to get along with them. The wizards of fairy tale have always put their beliefs into practice, rather than trying to talk to others for a while. Only when knowledge and action are united can the greatest power of magic be unleashed. Shane didn't intend to expose Hermione, but when he saw Hermione's embarrassed look in front of him, he couldn't help but remember that a long time ago, Lysina was like this, like a stray kitten, timidly approaching him, and then using it was impossible to hear her speaking at a volume that asked her about some magic practice issues. Recalling the past, Shane decided not to be too anxious to find the person who knew all the history of Hogwarts. Anyway, there was still a lot of time in the future. He reached out and touched Hermione's little head, and then said, "Follow me." Then, before Hermione could react, Shane had already taken her to the sky above Hogwarts Castle in an instant. Hermione felt her eyes dazzled as she saw that there was nowhere to rely on under her feet. The sudden feeling of weightlessness filled her heart with fear. She quickly and subconsciously hugged Shane and let out a harsh scream. "Ah! Ouch! Oh my God!" Shane quickly covered his ears with one hand and covered Hermione's mouth with the other. "Stop! Stop screaming!" When Shane covered her mouth, Hermione immediately stopped screaming, but she was obviously frightened, her face was full of grievances, and there was even some moisture in the corners of her eyes. Seeing her pitiful look, Shane felt that he had bullied her too much, so he quickly slapped her. He took out the chocolate from his pocket in embarrassment, broke off a piece and stuffed it into Hermione's mouth. "Ha ha ha! This is the chocolate I made myself. Try it, it's delicious." Shane smiled awkwardly. Hermione was originally very angry and aggrieved, but the rich sweetness of the chocolate and its silky texture instantly made her bad mood disappear. Seeing that the little witch's mood gradually calmed down, Shane slowly descended to the top of the castle tower. This is the highest point of Hogwarts Castle, and under their feet is the astronomy classroom, where Professor Aurora Sinistra will let students learn about the movement of stars and planets in the night sky through telescopes. Finally calming down, Hermione looked at Shane resentfully, suddenly grabbed his hand and bit it. Ouch! Shane was caught off guard, and the stinging pain on his arm made him cry out. He quickly pressed Hermione's head with his other hand and asked loudly, "Hermione, are you a puppy?" Hermione shook Shane's arm hard, wiped her mouth, and said in relief, "I let you bully me." "Hey!" Shane's face twitched, but he was helpless. "I thought about it, forget it. I don't have the same experience as this little girl." Hermione looked around and found that she was standing on the top of the Hogwarts Tower, bathed in the golden sunlight. She asked curiously, "Where is this place? Why did you bring me here? The top of the astronomy tower has such a beautiful view. Come here for dinner." With that said, Shane took out 2 more pieces of chicken drumstick sandwiches and 2 pieces of Black Forest chocolate cake, and gave half of each to Hermione. But Hermione didn't dare to answer it at all, because she had gradually realized it now, and the human physiological fear of heights made her tightly grasp the spire next to her to stop her trembling body. Seeing her look like this, Shane couldn't help but roll his eyes and stamp his feet. An earth-colored magic circle flashed past, and then a stone platform extended from under their feet. "What magic is this?" Hermione asked in surprise. "Eat, there are so many words." Shane handed the sandwich and cake to Hermione, and then began to complain, "Now I really regret bringing you up here. I originally thought that we could chat with each other while eating, so it wouldn't be so boring. I didn't expect you to yell as soon as you came up and almost deafened me. It's not your fault. It's just because you didn't say hello in advance that you scared me." Hermione glared at Shane, unwilling to be outdone. But soon, as Hermione bit into a piece of sandwich, the perfect combination of bread and chicken thigh and salad dressing and cheese made her eyes suddenly turn into a pair of crescents. The sun slowly began to set, the fire clouds gradually faded away, and the sky put on blue clothes and began to show its mysterious side. Putting the last bite of cake into her mouth, Hermione licked her lips and looked up. She saw countless stars looming in the dark night clouds, and she suddenly felt pity in her heart. What a pity! If it wasn't so cloudy, we could see the stars. Hermione's eyes flashed with memories. A long time ago, I went to my grandparents' house. They had a big farm there. I remember my mother carrying me on a roll of wheat straw, and that was the first time I realized that the sky could be so beautiful besides just being blue. But I don't know why. After returning home to London, I have never been able to see the same beautiful starry sky. At this time, Shane was half lying on the stone slab, feeling the slight coolness under his body, and also feeling the breeze that was constantly blowing in front of him, carrying the fragrance of rain and vegetation. He listened to Hermione's words that seemed like she was making a wish, and looked behind the distant mountain tops, where the last traces of the sun were gradually being swallowed up by the night. Shane suddenly asked, "Do you want to see it?" "What?" Hermione turned her head and looked at Shane with confusion. "I said, do you want to see the starry sky above your head?" Shane asked again. "Sure, but they're covered. If you want to see it, just tell me earlier. Why are you saying so many disgusting things?" Shane slowly stood up from the stone slab, took out his wand from his waist, and pointed it at the sky. Seeing him like this, Hermione suddenly looked in disbelief and said, "Shane, stop joking, no matter what the magic is." But before Hermione could finish her words, she saw a scene that she would never forget. In front of Shane's milky white wand, a sky blue magic circle unfolded rapidly from small to large, with gorgeous and complex lines engraved in it that gave off a brilliant shimmer. Under the pull of the power of the magic circle, the surrounding air is rapidly shrinking towards the center of the magic circle, and a harsh buzzing sound is heard, accompanied by strong whines. Hermione was so blown away that she couldn't even open her eyes. The dragon-killing magic of the sky, the roar of the heavenly dragon roaroft heavenly dragon. As Shane finished speaking, the power of the magic circle was released, and a stream of air compressed to the extreme rushed into the sky in an instant and tore the air apart. After a while, Hermione saw countless remaining clouds in the night sky above her head being dispersed by a huge force, and the stars in the sky suddenly showed their full appearance. And through the light of the stars, Hermione even vaguely saw a shock wave spreading in the sky, and then a dull explosion sounded. Boom! The little wizards at Hogwarts all thought it was thundering outside. "Okay, let's see." Shane put away his wand as if nothing was wrong, then took out another piece of cake and ate it. Hermione stared at this in shock, as it was completely beyond her comprehension. She couldn't even imagine how much power it would take to blow away all the clouds in the sky above her head. She looked at Shane blankly, unable to speak. When Shane saw Hermione's stupid look, he suddenly laughed in his heart, but he still pretended to be confused and said to Hermione, "Why are you looking at me? Look at the stars." "How did you do that?" Hermione asked blankly. "Just disperse the clouds, how else can we do it?" What a joke! Hermione shouted like crazy, pointing at the sparkling starry sky. How can such magic exist? Then what did you just see? Shane asked with a smile. Hermione was speechless. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Shane reached out and touched Hermione's head like a kitten. I just heard you said you wanted to see the stars, so I wanted to help you realize this little wish, so I must please keep it a secret for me. This time, Hermione never slapped Shane's hand away. Instead, she pulled the hand that was rubbing her head in front of her and asked, "Can you teach me?" No. Shane refused decisively. Ah. Shane felt a familiar tingling sensation coming from his hand, as if he had been bitten again. Chapter 31. A month has passed since Hogwarts started school in the blink of an eye. In this month, the new little wizards have gradually become accustomed to the life here. However, due to the appearance of Shane, the random butterfly, and the flapping of its wings, the normal study life at Hogwarts became a lot more beautiful. In the first week of school, after Shane taught the Ravenclaw eaglets how to fly using the levitation spell, the entire atmosphere in Hogwarts began to become more and more uncomfortable. In the first 2 weeks, most of the eaglets in Ravenclaw had just started to practice wandless spell casting. The young wizards from the other 3 colleges saw them shouting Leviosa in the auditorium, and they just felt that to the curious and ridiculous. But after 2 weeks, things started to look completely different. Because some senior eaglets have already had several years of learning experience, their practice of wandless spellcasting soon began to show results. They began to be able to make objects fly without shouting magic spells. However, this extremely simple change caused great disaster to all the little wizards in the school. Since these senior eaglets' spellcasting methods have advanced, they naturally started the next more advanced stage of practice, casting levitating spells without their wands. However, without the assistance of a magic wand, these little wizards who are still in the learning stage will inevitably have some magic out of control. For example, when a little eagle is practicing the wandless floating spell, the object of his spell is an apple, but inexplicably, he will make the fruit plate under the apple fly. For another example, although what I want to cast is the levitating spell, for some reason, some eagles cast other spells, such as Fire Incendio, Petrificus Totalis, or even Oblivion Curse Obliviate. The most serious accident was the fire that almost destroyed Ravenclaw's book collection. That day, while practicing wandless spell casting, a senior eagle accidentally blew up the burning fireplace in the lounge. Countless sparks scattered and ignited the entire lounge in a short period of time, causing there was a raging fire. Although Xiao Ying, who was present at the time, quickly realized something was wrong and escaped from the lounge as soon as possible, the fire also ignited the books on the bookcase. If Shane hadn't happened to be passing by outside at that time, he saw a burst of fire in the lounge of his college through the window, and rushed forward to put out the fire, and also restored all the burned books. Otherwise, the little eagle that caused trouble might be eaten alive by others of its kind. After this incident, Shane guessed that some eaglets would unintentionally release magic that was not in line with their own wishes. This situation may be caused by Seamus Finnegan, also known as the Explosion Wizard, who was born with some special talents. However, the above situations are not bad, after all, they are only limited to the inside of Kitty Hawk. In fact, what frightens all the young wizards and professors at Hogwarts the most is that when the eaglets lose control of their magic, there is often a certain chance that the target of the spell will suddenly fly out like a cannonball. If the buffs of other magic spells are accidentally superimposed during this process, it can be regarded as a compound high-attack magic. Although the person who is hit by the spell will not ascend to heaven on the spot, serious injury is inevitable. Therefore, in this complex situation, according to incomplete statistics, the glass in the Ravenclaw common room has been repaired no less than 30 times by Repair a New Reparo. Carpets, curtains, sofas, vases and a host of other items in the common room have been torn, damaged, or burned more times than we can count. Almost all the eaglets were also attacked indiscriminately by their classmates' out-of-control magic, and Madame Pomfrey's school hospital reported many over-budget expenses as a result. And this only happened in the Ravenclaw common room. The most serious situation was in the Great Hall. Because the auditorium is full of young eagles below the 3rd grade, their understanding of magic is much worse than that of senior eagles. Therefore, among them, the phenomenon of out-of-control magic can be said to have increased exponentially. After more than half a month, all the young wizards from other colleges have become insecure. When walking on the road, they are afraid that some random things will fly towards them, and they will be inexplicably plotted by Ravenclaw, and then they will be carried away. Enter the campus hospital. Anyway, Madame Pomfrey has been receiving new patients every day during this period, 95% of which are caused by the eaglets, and the other 5% are sent from the potions class. At the same time, due to the surge in the number of patients in the school hospital, this also gave rise to the emergence of a volunteer group, that is, the Hogwarts Treatment Volunteer Group, which was formed spontaneously by a group of Hufflepuff badgers. They are all lovers of healing magic, and their future aspirations are to become a healer or work in St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and injuries. Their main task is to help Madame Pomfrey take care of patients in their free time. However, in Shane's opinion, these little badgers are very sinister. Their wish is indeed true, but it is also true that they treat injured patients as guinea pigs. In addition to Ravenclaw's eaglet causing chaos in Hogwarts, another thing happened in the school this month. I don't know when it started, but a Q-version comic book suddenly became popular in the school. The author is unknown. This comic book adopts a very novel and funny style. It is not long, just over 100 pages. There is an interesting story on every 1 to 2 pages. Each story is composed of 6 to 12 pictures. It is very fascinating. When the young wizards at Hogwarts saw this comic book, they felt as if they had been hit by a dimensionality reduction, because they had never seen such an interesting thing since they were children, and they all started discussing it enthusiastically. Of course, except for the Slytherin snakes, because a setting in this comic strip makes them very uncomfortable. The protagonist in the comic strip is a Hogwarts student named Tom Marvolo Riddle, a half-blood wizard and a Slytherin student. The story of the comic strip tells all the interesting and funny stories about Tom coming to Hogwarts, from being sorted into Slytherin by the Sorting Hat, to his graduation. For example, when he first entered school, he was frightened by a ghost when he went to the toilet, and then ran naked into the corridor. For another example, during the potions class, he licked the unfinished potion out of curiosity. As a result, he turned into a monster with a big tongue, and was sent to the school hospital. For example, Tom went to Diagon Alley to buy flowers for the girl he liked, 1 for 3 copper nuts, 3 for 10 nuts, and finally he bought 3 flowers and so on. There are nearly 50 similar short stories from beginning to end. Although the stories are short, they can really make people laugh. Hogwarts also has a lot more fun because of this comic book of unknown origin. Chapter 32. Today is Sunday, the day when owls collectively deliver express delivery. Inside the Great Hall of Hogwarts. At this time, the little wizards were all sitting together. Some of them were reading, some were doing homework, and some were practicing magic, but no one dared to play wizard chess or read comic books. The reason is that the crazily practicing wandless spellcasting by Ravenclaw's eaglets attracted the professors from the other 3 colleges. Therefore, facing huge competitive pressure, they had no choice but to start assigning more homework to their students, which resulted in resentment boiling on the ceiling of the entire auditorium, almost to the point of melting down. On Gryffindor's long table, there were fruits and pumpkin cakes waiting for afternoon tea in front of the little lions, but they didn't have the slightest appetite to eat them. As the deputy dean, Professor McGonagall has a proud temperament, and the homework she assigns makes the little lions complain incessantly. At this time, Seamus Finnegan, who is known as the explosives genius, is practicing magic. I saw him holding a wand, constantly chanting incantations that others could not understand into a copper goblet. He looked like he was about to break the wand, which made people anxious for him. The rabbit's eyes are shining, the harp is faint, turning this clear water into fine wine. What does Seamus want to do? Harry whispered curiously to Ronald beside him. It turned into wine. Yesterday it turned into light tea, but... Before Ronald finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion, accompanied by a dazzling flash of light. Hermione, who was sitting next to Seamus, was so scared that her eyes widened. At the same time, billowing black smoke and acrid gunpowder smoke came out of the goblet. The smell wafts in the air. Ha ha ha! The little lions around looked at Seamus being blown away by his own magic, and they all laughed out loud. At this moment, on the skylight of the auditorium, owls suddenly flew in one after another. Woo woo! The owls each make different calls, and each owl holds various large and small items in its talons. They can accurately locate the owner of the express delivery and deliver the express delivery to him. Pigwidgeon is the Weasley family's owl. He delivers a letter and a newspaper to Ronald. Ronald picked up the newspaper and read it. Without any interest, he immediately threw the newspaper aside. When Harry saw it, he picked up the newspaper with interest and asked, "Ronald, can I take a look?" Ronald nodded, and Harry immediately untied the white knot on the outside of the newspaper roll. He glanced at the contents of the newspaper and saw a big headline on the front page, "Gringotts Break-in Incident, Gringotts Security Breach." Below the title is a large dynamic picture of several goblins arguing in front of an empty vault. Vault No. 713. Looking at the familiar number on the newspaper, Harry immediately patted Ronald next to him. "Hey! Ronald, look at this. The vault that was stolen was the one that Hagrid took me to. At that time, he was so mysterious that he wouldn't let me ask what was in the vault. What's weird about this? My mother was like this when she took me to the vault." Ronald curled his lips disapprovingly. "She often made me stand outside the vault and wouldn't let me in. She was afraid that I would know how much money was at home. I'm just wondering why it took a month for this news to be reported." "Don't think so much. Look, Neville received a memory ball." Ronald gestured in the direction opposite him with his eyes. "Memory ball? What did it come from?" Harry asked curiously, looking at the ball in Neville's hand. "I know, I once read in a book that if the smoke in the memory ball turns red, it means you have forgotten something," Hermione explained at the side. "But I don't remember what I forgot." Neville listened to Hermione's explanation and watched the memory ball in his hand gradually turn red, and he was suddenly confused. "Neville, show me." Ronald suddenly became interested in the memory ball, so he reached out to Neville to play with it, but every time he thought about it, the memory ball was still red in his hand. Ronald scratched his head, looked around doubtfully and said, "Did I forget something? Show me too." The memory ball passed from Ronald's hand to Harry's, but the smoke in the ball remained unchanged. The red smoke was like a strange bloody red cloud, making it difficult for the little wizard to see the mystery. "Is this broken?" Harry began to doubt himself a little. "I remember I finished my homework." And just when the little lions were wondering, something happened that gave them the answer. Suddenly a commotion came from one side of the auditorium. "I saw a small shadow passing through the air. After shooting down a poor owl, it continued flying and hit the brazier hanging on the wall. Then after a strong rebound, it knocked the cup in front of Fred with a ding. It was knocked into the air, and finally spun more than a dozen times in mid-air before slamming into the table. With a scream of pain, Fred was knocked unconscious by the cup. Everyone looked at the vibrating fork standing on the table in shock and horror, and suddenly felt a cold air passing behind them. "I think I know what you have forgotten. In fact, it is not just you, all of us have forgotten. We should not be so relaxed here doing homework without paying attention to those crazy people in Ravenclaw," Seamus said blankly. "It turns out that just now, a little eagle lost control while practicing wandless spellcasting on Ravenclaw's long table, causing a fork to fly out. After a while, the little badgers of the Hogwarts treatment volunteer team happily pulled the two injured people away from the Great Hall. Why two? That's because in addition to Fred, the little eagle who caused this casualty also had half of his ear knocked off by a fork. In fact, the target of his spell was actually just a grape next to the fork. And just when Madame Pomfrey was having a headache to accept new patients, Dumbledore was in his office pressing his temples with a headache. Some time ago, he went to the International Federation of Wizards for a business trip. Because something very serious happened in the East, he had to sit there for half a month to stabilize the situation, and did not return until late last night. But he didn't expect that as soon as he came back, he found that the Hogwarts he had run for many years suddenly became a little strange. The various accidents Ravenclaw caused every day were second to none, but that comic strip simply made his scalp tingle. He didn't even have to guess who it was from. The contents of the comic strip were placed on the table when he came back yesterday. He learned from the former Hogwarts principal that it was Professor Minerva McGonagall who put it there. At first, Dumbledore didn't pay much attention to this comic strip, until he read the contents just now, and instantly understood why his old friend would put such a childish thing in his office. To be honest, Dumbledore felt that if the name of the protagonist in the picture could be changed, he would be more than happy to send this rare pleasure to Ermengarde. But Shane Dolea, who is your teacher? And what is your purpose of provoking him like this? Dumbledore frowned and sighed, and then he asked the portrait on the wall, Dory, where is he now? Him? He's flying around the school right now. This answer made Dumbledore's head hurt even more. The perspective returned to the auditorium. After a brief commotion and repeated warnings from Professor McGonagall, Ravenclaw was deducted 10 points, and the eaglets reluctantly stopped practicing wandless spell casting. The little wizards continued to write hard and complete the assignments assigned to them by the professor, but this calmness did not last long, and was soon broken by a familiar voice. Ah ha ha ha! Peeves suddenly emerged from a wall of the Great Hall, and then laughed loudly. At the same time, he twisted his butt in the direction where he came from. You can't catch me. You can't catch me. Not to me. Here we go again. All the young wizards looked up at Peeves and shook their heads in unison, while Professor McGonagall, who was sitting at the top of the auditorium, looked angry and helpless. What makes the little wizard and Professor McGonagall behave like this is not actually the arrival of Peeves, because he has stopped playing pranks recently. Instead, the focus is on the people following Peeves. Peeves, stop, came a voice that was extremely familiar to the entire Hogwarts. Shane flew into the Great Hall from the Owl's skylight and shouted angrily to Peeves in midair, Peeves, don't run away. I'm going to catch you today no matter what. As he spoke, a silver magic circle flashed in his hand, and then flew towards Peeves at an extremely fast speed. However, just when Shane's hand touched Peeves, Peeves' body suddenly became a little transparent, and Shane's hand went directly through it. At the same time, Peeves also slapped the 2 raw tomatoes on Shane's head. Black hair turns into red hair, ha ha ha. Peeves pointed at Shane, who had a head full of tomato jam, and laughed, then passed through another wall and disappeared. And Shane was flying too fast and couldn't brake in time, so he hit the wall. He was like a human-shaped finger cake smeared with ketchup, sticking to the wall and slowly sliding down, leaving a long red mark on it. Nice. Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk, alas. Some of the little wizards shook their fists in celebration, while others sighed. The one who shook his fist was because he won the bet and the homework was over. The one who sighed was because he lost the bet and his homework was double. The chase between Shane and Peeves has now become a daily routine at Hogwarts. Just over half a month ago, after Shane got clues about the legacy of the founder of Hogwarts from the Sorting Hat, his feud with Peeves began. That's right, as the Sorting Hat said, the person who knows all the history of Hogwarts is Peeves. Push the time back to more than half a month ago. Shane found Peeves, who was preparing to play a prank on a sunny morning, and was ready to ask about the founder's legacy. But what Shane didn't expect was that when Peeves saw him taking out Ravenclaw's crown, he suddenly heard him shout, "No! Not yet! You can't catch me!" With that said, he turned around and flew towards the end of the corridor quickly, disappearing in an instant. At first, Shane thought Peeves was just playing a prank on him and didn't want to answer his questions. So, he thought about using strong methods to catch Peeves and then plan slowly. Shane originally thought Peeves was easy to catch because, unlike other ghosts, he had a physical body. However, as soon as he started taking action, Shane immediately noticed something was wrong. Because he discovered that Peeves was most likely not a ghost, or that it might be a special kind of ghost. When Shane caught Peeves, he discovered that the owner of Peeves has the ability to transform ghosts and entities at will, just like the power of the Hokage, which can blur or solidify his body at will. When in the virtual state, Peeves can penetrate any object at will, and no matter how fast Shane is, he can't catch it. Even if caught, Peeves can immediately escape from Shane's hands by becoming invisible. So faced with this situation, Shane chased Peeves for more than a week and tried many ways, but failed to catch him as he wished. In the end, he simply suspended the arrest and dug out all the information about ghosts in the Hogwarts library and the Ravenclaw common room. Until last night, Shane created a new magic through origin, which might help him catch Peeves. But obviously, Shane failed. That magic has no effect on Peeves. Chapter 33. Shane, are you okay? Because Ravenclaw's table was at the far end of the auditorium, Pinello and the other Hawks saw Shane sliding down the wall, and they all stepped forward to ask worriedly. This made Hermione, who had already stood up from the chair, snort and sit back down again. "I'm fine." Shane touched his red forehead, and then suddenly reacted. His eyes began to look around with fire. "Damn it, where is that guy Peeves? It just went through the wall behind you, and then it went nowhere," Pinello said. "Damn it! The new magic developed is useless to it." Shane scratched his hair a little irritably. This magic that can capture ghosts took him more than a week, combined with materials from Hogwarts and the Ravenclaw Lounge, and worked hard to create it. In order to verify the effect of this magic, he also tried it several times with other ghosts in Hogwarts, and the effects were very good. "But I didn't expect it to be useless against Peeves." "What's wrong with you, Peeves, that makes you keep chasing him?" Pinello asked. "You will know this in the future." Shane replied ambiguously, "But I want to ask, do you know where there is information about ghosts? The magic I newly developed has no effect on Peeves. It doesn't work on Peeves at all. Can't catch it. Actually, Shane, what you do may not have any effect." Ivana next to Pinello suddenly said, "If you only focus on ghosts, then you will probably never be able to catch Pippi." "Ghost? Hey? Why?" "Because Peeves may not be a ghost," Ivana explained, then took a book from a hawk beside her and handed it to Shane. "Peeves has been around since the founding of Hogwarts, no one knows its origin. The name Peeves was given to it by Helga Hufflepuff. This book says that not long after Hogwarts was founded, Peeves suddenly appeared in the school out of thin air, and never left Hogwarts Castle since then." Shane took the History of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The entire cowhide cover had already turned white, and the title on it was blurred. There were many soft little burrs on the edge of the cover, which looked very old. This book has always been placed in the most hidden corner of the library, on the top of the bookshelf. Except for a few Ravenclaws, no one knows its existence. Ivana continued, "I think this book will it's helpful to you, so I borrowed it for you." "Oh, thank you so much, Ivana." Shane held the History of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in his hands with bright eyes, because he no longer had to worry about modifying the magic to capture ghosts. God knows how laborious it is to create a new magic through origin. Shane felt like millions of brain cells had died in the past week or so, and he was almost going blind trying to adjust the magic patterns. However, just as Shane was happy, the chase between him and Peeves was not yet completely over. I saw Peeves, who had just disappeared in the Great Hall, come back again. He was still holding a bunch of drawing papers that he didn't know where they came from. He flew to the Great Hall and sprinkled them down one by one, laughing loudly at the same time. "Shout, Tomato Head, I found out your prank! Ha ha ha! Hey? What did it come from?" Shane suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He quickly grabbed a piece of drawing paper that had just floated in front of him, and saw on it the contents of the comic book he had made to discuss Voldemort. "Wow! Isn't this my manuscript? How did Peeves find it? I obviously hid it in the room of requirement." Shane's scalp suddenly went numb. When he originally made this comic book, he referred to his childhood memories of the old Master comic series that had been popular in the Huxia world for nearly half a century. In the world of Harry Potter, magic is inherently closed and is almost completely out of touch with the development of modern human technological civilization. This has also led to the complete stagnation of the development of the entertainment industry in the magical world. Not to mention TV, computers, video games, etc., even for ordinary non-technical entertainment projects, there are only two options, wizard chess and novels, and the selection is very single. This is why Gilderoy Lockhart's terrible bloody novels are so popular in the European wizarding world. Therefore, the serious lack of entertainment products based on the magic rules of the Harry Potter world led to the comic strips produced by Shane causing a dimensionality-reducing blow to the childlike little wizards at Hogwarts in a short period of time. And Shane had anticipated this situation in advance, so he secretly deleted his name from the column of comic book author, and hid the manuscript deep in the room of requirement to avoid creating a fan effect and attracting unnecessary attention. Trouble. But actually these are not the most important. The most important thing is that Shane's comic book is a foreshadowing of his plan to deal with another thing. Voldemort is just a tool man. But now, Peeves actually turned out the manuscript and said "Tomato Head" loudly, which directly disrupted all his original plans. While Shane was scratching his head, the little wizards in the Hogwarts Great Hall initially doubted whether the tomato head in Peeves' mouth was Shane, but Shane's two subconscious words directly cleared their minds. Doubts. Sure enough, little wizards had begun to gather in Shane's direction and asked excitedly, "Dora, are you really the one who drew this picture? When will the second one be released?" Yes, your comic is so interesting, but it's just too little to read. When will the second book be released? I can pay galleons. If it's not enough, I'll add more. Can you sign your name for me? It's over. Shane said that what he was worried about has happened. In the next period of time, he may be pestered by little wizards to produce new works wherever he goes. More and more little wizards came swarming in. The eaglets of Ravenclaw who originally wanted to protect Shane could help block it at first, but soon, they were also squeezed into meat pies. At this time, Shane, who was the source of the chaos, had turned pale white. A wisp of soul floated out of his mouth and he said feebly, Stop crowding, damn Peeves." In this way, I don't know how long it took, Shane successfully escaped from the crazy fans with the rescue of Professor McGonagall, and weakly came to the Gryffindor Dean's office. In the office, Professor McGonagall looked at Shane hanging in the air with a straight face, and said in a stiff tone, "Mr. Dolea, stop pretending." Shane opened his eyes and replied immediately, and immediately smiled at Professor McGonagall and scratched his head, "Thank you for saving me, Professor McGonagall." "Don't thank me yet. Let me ask you, is this thing really drawn by you?" Professor McGonagall held the comic in his hand and raised it twice. No, I didn't draw it." Shane quickly shook his head in denial, still wanting to quibble. "Mr. Dolea, do you know that your behavior puts all the students at Hogwarts in danger?" It was obvious that Professor McGonagall didn't believe Shane's words at all, and when she saw Shane acting like a rogue, she became furious. Since you can write this name, you should know very well who the owner of the name is. If you spread such a picture book teasing him throughout Hogwarts, it will make him target everyone. Okay, Professor McGonagall, with Voldemort acting like this, what dares him to do? It's too late for him to hide from Professor Dumbledore, and he still dares to hurt students under his nose. Shane waved his hand disapprovingly after listening to Professor McGonagall's words. Besides, even without Dumbledore, do you think Voldemort would dare to take action? Not to mention that there are many people who don't know Voldemort's real name. The comic book I created is just a children's book at best. Why should Voldemort attack students because of this? Doesn't this make it clear that there is something wrong with the content in the comic book? Admit that Tom Marvolo Riddle and Voldemort are the same person. Professor McGonagall, what do you think if this sentence gets out? Those followers who follow Voldemort not out of fear but out of pure blood glory will think this is a conspiracy. Haven't you and Professor Dumbledore figured out that Voldemort's most powerful weapon has never been his personal power, but the theory that he can summon those pure blood madmen? Shane's words immediately left Professor McGonagall speechless. From the day he entered school, Shane saw the conflicts between Harry, Ronald, and others in Malfoy, and he wanted to find something to do. Shane felt that Hogwarts, as a magical school with a long history, should not have made students so antagonistic. He learned from his usual chats with ghosts that just a few decades ago, Gryffindor and Slytherin students could still sit at the same table and chat and eat, laughing and talking. But I don't know since when, there is such a rule in the school rules of Hogwarts. Students in the same college must sit at the same table no matter what they do, eat, read, or do homework. It's called good management. When Shane saw this school rule, he vomited like crazy. No wonder the school spirit at Hogwarts is so bad. Doesn't this directly cut off the communication and contact between students and forcefully divide students into opposites? Gryffindors like to call people cowards. Slytherins love to talk about other Muggleborns being mean. Ravenclaw likes to call people stupid. Hufflepuff likes to call others hypocritical. Plus a highly subjective Academy Cup. This is because they are afraid that Hogwarts will live too peacefully and will not give up until more Dark Lords are born. Chapter 34. I have to say, Mr. Dolea, your teacher taught you a lot. I'm just stating the facts. Shane, who had noticed someone eavesdropping at the door, turned around and replied, "And, is eavesdropping on other people's conversations a hobby of yours?" Professor Dumbledore. That's right. Just when Professor McGonagall was rendered speechless by Shane's retort, Dumbledore, who had already arrived at the door of Dean Gryffindor's office, suddenly opened the door and walked in. Originally, I wanted to invite you to my office, but Delis said you were here at Minerva, so I came over in person. Delis Devant, headmistress of Hogwarts from 1741 to 1768, she was a prominent healer whose portrait hung in Dumbledore's office and St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Maladies, so that she could be seen in her move freely between the portraits. Mr. Dolea, you are right. I did pay too much attention to Tom back then and ignored the power behind it. Whether it's based on fear or sincerity, without the support of those pure-blood families, Tom alone would not be able to cause so much bloodshed. But one thing you did misunderstand is that not all of the Death Eaters following Tom didn't know that Tom was a half-blood wizard. It was just fear or worship that made them automatically ignore this fact. Then, Dumbledore began to talk about some things during Voldemort's rebellion. At that time, Dumbledore was not unaware of the pure-blood family's role behind Voldemort. But at that time Voldemort was everywhere causing trouble. He attacked the Ministry of Magic and major magic schools, massacred Muggles and mixed-blood wizards, and even let his Death Eaters launch simultaneous attacks on the Muggle world in major European cities. Dumbledore was tired of dealing with various incidents. At that time, all he could think about was how to find this evil student and crush him into ashes. At that time, he believed that the source of all events was Voldemort, and as long as he was completely eliminated, peace would return to the European wizarding world. Therefore, coupled with various factors such as that most pure-blood families have been completely controlled by Voldemort, Dumbledore believed that even if Voldemort's identity as a half-blood wizard was revealed, the effect might not be too great, so he did not discuss it in public opinion. Work hard on this aspect. After hearing what Dumbledore said about the cause and effect, Shane rolled his eyes in his heart and said, "Son. Too bad. The layout is simply not too small. It seems that even the old bee, who has lived for 109 years, has ignored the 4 words people's words are fearful. So what if some of the Death Eaters knew their master's identity? There must be some extremely pure-blooded people among them, right? You are instigating rebellion. Even if you can't instigate rebellion, you can just do some secret manipulation to get him to rebel. Whether alive or dead, at least it weakened part of Voldemort's power, right? Also, Voldemort was so concerned about his bloodline that he directly published it in the newspaper and called him a mudblood. If God wants him to die, he will go crazy and use it as bait to lure Voldemort out. Even if he has a spare Horcrux, let the White Devil destroy his soul first. And you said that mudbloods will hurt half-blood wizards and cause internal friction? This is fighting, not playing house. Have to. This kind of thing is better left to our flower gardener's rabbit." Hearing that Dumbledore wanted to continue speaking, Shane quickly interrupted him and said, "To professors, the problem at that time has become a thing of the past. It is useless to talk too much. And I have basically guessed the purpose of Professor Dumbledore coming to me. So I won't beat around the bush and tell the truth. I just want to comply with my teacher's last wish and completely eradicate the cancer of pure blood theory from the magical world. This comic book, or Voldemort, is just an introduction to all my plans." In order to prevent Old B from asking questions, Shane directly pulled out the non-existent teacher as a shield and killed him directly to avoid future troubles. When Dumbledore heard Shane's words, he couldn't help but frown, because he saw the shadow of his old friend in Shane. He had such lofty ideals many years ago, but in the end he went astray. So, in order to prevent the young student in front of him from going astray, Dumbledore began to persuade. "Shane, do you know what you're dealing with? The power of pure-blood families is connected all over the world. They control most of the resources in the magic world, and what they are most proud of is their own blood. The theory of pure blood is that pure-blood families can continue their family's noble roots, but now you want to dig up this root. Do you know how much turmoil this will cause? Haha. Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind." Shane suddenly said Ravenclaw's famous motto, "Professor, you have to understand that this is not just a simple war, this is a revolution. Whether it is magic or technology, the development of civilization does not allow the existence of blood theory. Sooner or later, the rolling torrent of history will promote this revolution, and what I am doing now is just to advance it." I don't know why, when Shane was saying these words, both Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall seemed to see a red 5-pointed star shining in Shane's eyes. In fact, they don't know that the flower-growing rabbits have always been born revolutionaries. As long as history requires them, they will take the initiative to stand up. And Shane, a purebred rabbit, saw the opportunity to lead a revolution, and the red gene in his blood could no longer be suppressed. Under Professor McGonagall's shocked eyes and Dumbledore's thoughtful look, Shane left the Gryffindor head of house's office. He first used space magic to teleport to the top of the observatory tower of Hogwarts Castle, then took out the History of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry given to him by Ivana and began to study it carefully. The top of the observatory tower was the quietest place, allowing him to concentrate on studying the contents of the book. Shane flipped through it roughly and found that the historical evolution in the book seemed incomplete. Starting from the founding of Hogwarts around 990 AD, the recorded history ended in 1769 AD. The content in the middle was intermittent, and there was no history after 1769. This may be a cultural issue. Whether it is technology or magic, Europe as a whole does not seem to have the habit of recording history. Shane opened the first page of the book. He didn't need to read the book from beginning to end, he just needed to find the content about Peeves. The earliest records of Peeves date back to when Hankleton Humble became the first caretaker of Hogwarts. This administrator was appointed by the 4 founders of the school, and he knew Peeves the most. The first few pages of the book contain Hankleton's own handwriting, where he says, "When the poltergeist appeared, I was very confused about where it came from. I asked it a few questions, but he didn't answer. He just giggled and remained silent for a while. I told the great wizard Salazar about the troublemaking ghost, but he ignored me. I told Godric again, but he just said it was a ghost, so there was no need to make a fuss. So in the end, I could only let the mischievous ghost stay in the school. It would sometimes sit on the wooden beams of the classroom and watch the students in class, and sometimes it would steal food. I was very curious as to why the ghost could eat. Until one day, the mischievous ghost began to change. It laughed and started to do some pranks. It would sing rude and annoying ditty on any occasion, knock over the medicine bottle of Salazar, and throw food into the kitchen. Pumpkin porridge with sand." Hankleton's account of Peeves ends abruptly here. Shane flipped through the pages, and the following content only mentioned some fragmentary events, such as Helga Hufflepuff giving Peeves his name. However, the content of Hankleton's notes is worth pondering. When Peeves first appeared at Hogwarts, he would giggle at times and be silent at other times. And for a long time after that, it was just observing the students. Then one day, it started to change, causing pranks all over the school. But why? What caused Peeves to change? No, that's not right. Shane kept making assumptions in his mind and suddenly remembered something. When he first found Peeves, it looked like it clearly recognized Ravenclaw's crown, but it said, "No, not yet." Did Peeves sense Voldemort's soul in the Ravenclaw? Also, just now in the Great Hall, Peeves had clearly left, but he deliberately took out the manuscript he had carefully hidden in the room of requirement, and then shouted that he had found my prank. Why does it do this, and why does it say it's my prank? Peeves, he knows the room of requirement, and he probably knows everything about Hogwarts. So, Peeves knew Voldemort's identity from beginning to end. He knew that Voldemort had tampered with Ravenclaw's crown. The reason why it published my manuscript to the public was not to trick me, but to take revenge on Voldemort. It wanted to make a fool of myself, a nasty person. Thinking of this, the ideas in Shane's mind became clearer and clearer. Peeves is not a ghost, he is the aggregation of the thoughts of all Hogwarts students. That's why he knows everything about Hogwarts. The reason why it just giggled and was silent at first is because it was just born and had no emotions. But as time went by, it began to receive the thoughts of the little wizards in Hogwarts and gradually grew up. The little wizard is young and mostly active physically and mentally, but he is trapped in such a big castle and cannot go anywhere. His love for fun is conveyed to Peeves, and his pranks are to add happiness to the little wizard. But the appearance of Voldemort changed Hogwarts. The students were against each other and discriminated against each other. This made Peeves very unhappy, so he wanted to use pranks to unite the little wizards against himself. After thinking everything through, Shane stood up silently. He looked at the huge castle under his feet, feeling mixed emotions in his heart and unable to speak. Chapter 35. Nearly a month has passed. During this time, Shane had given up on his previous plan to capture Peeves. Because he knew that Peeves would not tell him the clues to Rowena Ravenclaw's legacy unless Voldemort's soul was removed from the Ravenclaw crown. Therefore, in order to get rid of Voldemort's soul as soon as possible, Shane has recently asked several of his missing bodies to take over his duties, while his real body wanders back and forth between the Forbidden Book area and the top of the observatory tower every day, constantly launching origin research, the magic that can solve Voldemort's soul. Thought body, a slant, is a kind of clone magic that is extremely difficult to use. It can create a disembodied clone that is exactly the same as the main body. Of course, people with excessive magic power can divide into several more, and the main body and the missing body can share the experience. On the top of the Hogwarts observatory, the mysterious purple-red color in Shane's pupils gradually faded. He rubbed his eyes and pressed his temples to relieve the soreness in his eyes and head. During this time, he had found a way to directly eliminate Voldemort's soul through purification without damaging the Ravenclaw's crown. However, due to the lack of reserves related to soul magic in Aslant before, Shane could only use Origin to develop it based on a super magic he mastered, combined with some magic spells from the Harry Potter world. As soon as the research and development started, Shane immediately thought of a very famous spell in the world of Harry Potter. Killing Curse of Avada Kedavra, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, is Voldemort's best and most commonly used curse in the original novel. Its biggest feature is that a green light will appear when the spell is emitted. If it hits the target, it can kill people immediately, but it will not leave any scars on the target. After Shane's research on this curse during this period, he can basically draw this conclusion. That is the reason why the Killing Curse of Avada Kedavra has such characteristics, is because it never attacks the body of a living being, but its soul. Raising his right hand slightly, a small forest green magic circle appeared on Shane's finger and slowly rotated, sending out countless tiny green lightnings around him. The pattern on the magic circle is a faceless god of death holding a long scythe and wearing a broken cloak. Countless souls with ferocious features surround it, seeming to be howling in pain. This is the magic circle of Killing Curse of Avada Kedavra. From the perspective of Origin, it has an extremely chaotic magic structure and nearly 10,000 magic lines. As for the basic super magic, its magic structure is also a chaotic and orderly form, with tens of thousands of magic lines. All Shane needs to do is to extract all the magic lines in the Killing Curse of Avada Kedavra magic structure that can cause damage to the soul, and then seamlessly integrate them into the super magic structure. God knows how difficult this process is. This is like a 3-dimensional network crisscrossed by countless spider webs. Shane has to select those thousands of specific threads, extract them without reservation, and restore them into a complete single thread. 3-dimensional network, and then perfectly embed this network into the magical structure of super magic. To be honest, Shane didn't know how much effort it took just to extract these threads. You must know that each silk thread represents a magic line, which is a complete whole. If the extraction is incomplete at all, the entire reconstructed 3-dimensional network will fail or directly collapse. It was already noon, and today was the annual Halloween, and Hogwarts would hold a grand dinner. Therefore, Shane thought that it was rare to have a holiday, so he planned to stop the research and development of new magic today. This is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Let's take a good rest today. Then, after moving his body, Shane jumped up and started a free fall. And just when Shane was about to hit the lawn, an invisible force lifted his entire body and landed safely. Before having lunch, Shane first took back those thoughts with resentful expressions, and then slowly and leisurely came to the Great Hall of Hogwarts. I saw that the entire auditorium had been completely transformed for tonight's Halloween dinner. Under the careful arrangement of the house elves, the thousands of candles originally used to light up the hall were replaced by pumpkin heads with ferocious expressions. On the ceiling covered with dark clouds, green or red lightning kept flashing, making it look even more eerie and weird than usual. At this time, the ghosts in the school are flying around happily in the sky. In fact, to put it bluntly, today is their holiday. The entire auditorium felt like it had turned into a large haunted house. Shane looked at the pumpkin heads above his head who laughed from time to time, making laughter that could only scare a baby to tears. He didn't quite understand why Arya liked this kind of thing, and even wrote a letter specifically a few days ago, asking him to send home some talking pumpkin heads no matter what. In Shane's opinion, this kind of ghostly element is far different from the ghosts in our flower gardening homes. As long as you are involved in cause and effect, no matter how far apart you are, no one is looking for you. I will look for you. Before you die, you will be tortured repeatedly both mentally and physically, and then you will be frightened to death in the end. Shane originally planned to have lunch and then go back to the dormitory to rest, but unexpectedly, before he could find a seat to sit down, a house elf suddenly rushed in front of him at an incredible speed. "Mr. Dolea, what can I do for you?" The elf timidly rubbed his hands and looked up at Shane and said, "Hey! Kaluru, are you here to help set up the party?" Shane looked down at the elf and said with a smile. The house elf in front of him is named Kaluru, and he is the elf named by Shane to help him run the small stove. Just over half a month ago, he suddenly felt hungry while reading in the restricted book area in the middle of the night, so he wanted to go to the Hogwarts kitchen to find something to eat. Because he had asked the twins who often went out late at night for late-night snacks before, he knew where the kitchen was. On the basement floor of Hogwarts, behind a still life painting of fruit, as long as you scratch the pear on the fruit bowl in the painting, the pear will turn into a green doorknob, and then push it open to see the large kitchen of Hogwarts. Shane still remembers that when he first appeared in the kitchen, he was immediately surrounded by hundreds of house elves inside. They all looked at him with their big pitiful eyes and shouted, "Oh my God! It's a little wizard from Hogwarts! Sir, how can I help you? Sir, what do you want to eat? I can make it for you." Chirping, you said something to me, and at the same time, you pulled Shane's trouser leg to make Shane make a request, which made Shane faint. Therefore, in order to prevent confusion at that time, Shane randomly pointed an elf to cook for him, and also taught him many ways to cook Hogwarts dishes, which moved the elf to tears all over the floor. And the designated elf is Kalulu. "Oh, Mr. Dolea spoke to Kaluru. It's Kalulu's honor." The elf said to himself happily, and then answered Shane's question, "Yes sir, I will arrange the arrangements here." "Party. Then can you get me some roasted lamb legs and roasted pig's feet? I'm hungry." "Okay, Coca, go right away, go right away." Hearing Shane ordering him, Kalulu immediately shouted happily, snapped his fingers and disappeared into the auditorium, and quickly returned to the kitchen to prepare lunch for Shane. Shane, on the other hand, found a seat and sat down, staring boredly at the pumpkin head floating above his head. But suddenly, for some unknown reason, Shane suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and a very interesting and evil idea suddenly appeared in his mind. He looked around and found that there was no one in the auditorium. Then his eyes turned into the shape of an upside-down crescent moon, and a smile more evil than a pumpkin head began to appear on his face. "Jijijijija. It's approaching evening, and there are less than 2 hours before the Halloween dinner. Many little wizards start to come out of their nests, wanting to go to the auditorium early to experience the Halloween atmosphere. Ronald, I think you should go and apologize to Hermione." On the way to the Great Hall from the Gryffindor Lounge, Harry suddenly said to Ronald, who was standing beside him. The reason why Harry said this to his friend was because in yesterday's charms class, Ronald was arrogantly educated by Hermione because of his pronunciation of the spell. So after class, Ronald angrily secretly said some bad things about Hermione to his classmates, but he never thought that Hermione, who was following them, would hear it, so the two of them were now very embarrassed. I was right, she did." Ronald was still a little unconvinced and wanted to retort, but was interrupted by Harry frowning. "Ronald. Okay, I'll just go and apologize to her later." Ronald looked at Harry's serious look and knew that he was in the wrong. Indeed, what he said yesterday was a bit excessive. Hearing Ronald admit his mistake, Harry also smiled again, and the two of them walked quickly towards the Great Hall. But unexpectedly, before they even reached the gate, the two of them suddenly saw a crowd of people standing outside the auditorium from a distance. Taking a closer look, I found that the door of the auditorium had been replaced by a grinning pumpkin head at some point. Not far away, there were several people lying there with circles in their eyes and foaming at the mouth, while Hogwarts treated the little badgers of the support group are trying out renovate on them. What happened? Harry stared at all this in shock. He was fine during lunch. Neville, what is going on? Ronald pointed at Pumpkinhead and the fainted little wizards, and asked Neville, who had arrived a long time ago. See for yourselves. Neville pointed to the sign next to the Pumpkinhead not far away. Harry and the two of them walked up and took a look, only to see the sign saying, "To all my dear classmates at Hogwarts. Hello everyone. Today is the annual Halloween, so in order to add some joy to everyone in this rare holiday, I have prepared a very interesting game for all students. The first person to clear the level will get 100 gold galleons, the second place will get 90 gold galleons, the third place will get 80 gold galleons, and so on. The game allows multiple people to play at the same time and will end before the official start of the dinner party. I wish everyone a happy game. Signed, Shane Dolea, smiling face and scissor hands. Dolea made it. What kind of game is it? Let me try it. Ronald suddenly looked excited when he saw that there would be generous gold galleons as a reward for completing the game. Ronald, I advise you to think again before deciding whether to play or not. Anyway, the first person who discovered this game is already lying there and hasn't woken up yet. Neville couldn't help but shuddered and pointed away. Lawn. It turned out that there were more than 20 people lying on the lawn, not just the ones next to them, and they all looked like they were about to pass over. Seeing this spectacular scene, Ronald couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and suddenly felt a sense of retreat in his heart. Those lying down were all senior students from Slytherin. Not long after they entered Pumpkinhead, they were thrown out by a strange hand. Neville added. Who else is in there now? Harry asked curiously. George was thrown out half an hour ago. He went in at the same time as Fred. So far, he is the one who has persisted the longest. Seamus next to him took over Harry's words. Harry and Ronald looked at each other. From the current point of view, it seems that the golden galleons that are readily available are not so easy to obtain. Even the Weasley twins, who are usually famous for their pranks at Hogwarts, have suffered one. A few more minutes passed. Just when everyone was hesitant to go in and challenge the Pumpkinhead, suddenly a normal human hand stretched out from the Pumpkinhead. It seemed that someone had successfully passed the level. Chapter 36. Fred. Fred's out. From the jagged mouth of the Pumpkinhead, a human hand stretched out tremblingly. Fred was seen staggering, his face and lips were pale white, as if he had been sucked dry. At the same time, he was still holding a cloth bag tightly in his hand. Every time he took a step, the cloth bag would make a clanking sound like metal collision. When the little wizards standing outside Pumpkinhead saw that someone had cleared the game, they all excitedly rushed forward. They congratulated Fred and asked about the situation in the game. Fred, great! You came out first. Fred, have you successfully cleared the level? What is the game inside? What's in your hand is galleons. Oh my god, what Dolea said is true. Everyone was asking you and him questions one after another, not caring at all that Fred was almost unable to stand. Sure enough, before anyone could react, Fred suddenly fainted and fell to the ground with a bang. He became like the person who was thrown out before, with circles in his eyes and foaming at the mouth. When the little badger in the treatment team saw another white mouse coming out, he quickly ran over happily and carried Fred onto the stretcher, and he was pulled away after a while. As everyone watched Fred, who was covered with white cloth, gradually disappear, they all felt a chill in their hearts. What kind of monsters are there in this game that actually made Fred wilted after completing the game? According to everyone's usual understanding of the Weasley twins, no matter which one of them clears the game and gets a reward, they should be screaming with excitement. But what is the situation now? However, although they were very nervous and scared, when the little wizards thought of the heavy bag of gold galleons in Fred's hand, they couldn't help but feel greedy, and stared at the Pumpkinhead eager to try. Now that Fred is at the bottom, it shows that this game can be cleared, and now you can still fight for the 90 gold galleons. Even if you don't succeed, you will still get 80. Just like this, one after another, the little wizards began to warm up, preparing to break into the Devil's Cave in front of them with great ambition. At the same time, Dumbledore and the deans of the 4 colleges were standing not far away, silently watching everything happening in front of the Great Hall. "Albus, is there really no problem?" Professor McGonagall asked worriedly. She looked at the lawn not far away, where the fainted little wizards were still being transported one after another by the little badgers of the treatment team. "I don't think there's anything to worry about, Minerva. Dora is not the kind of person who can't tell the difference between seriousness and seriousness." Dumbledore replied with a smile, "These students just fainted, nothing serious. Besides, don't you think it would be fun to add some extra surprises to the students during the festival?" "No, I don't think so. At least I don't think those students who fainted think so." Professor McGonagall immediately denied it, his face full of suspicion. She saw the faces of the little wizards who were thrown out. They didn't seem to find it interesting at all. Dumbledore looked at the commotion of the little wizards not far away, and for some reason he suddenly sighed, "It's great to be young, and you can still feel the passion that is unique to this age." Then, he took out his pocket watch from his pocket and looked at it. Seeing that there was still some time before the Halloween dinner, he suggested to the 4 deans, "Everyone, we might as well go back and take a rest first, so as not to disturb the children's fun." Although several deans have reservations about what is happening in front of the auditorium, since the principal has said so, it is hard for them to express any opinions. Therefore, I can only go back for the time being, just to have one more afternoon tea in the office. However, before leaving, Snape stared coldly in the direction of the Great Hall and said, "What a boring game." On the surface, what he said was talking about Shane's game. But in fact, his eyes had been staring at the Slytherin students who had fainted on the ground, his pupils silently glowing with cold light. He thought that these fainted little snakes were a disgrace to Slytherin College. The picture returns to the auditorium again. At this time, several little wizards resolutely crossed the Pumpkinhead's mouth after repeated struggles in their hearts, and this time the team that broke through was the little badgers from Hufflepuff. But after a while, maybe less than 10 minutes, these little badgers who were still confident before walking into Pumpkinhead were thrown out one after another. Without exception, they were all stunned. Ever since, it continued like this until shortly before the dinner started, and the game activity finally ended. And the initiator of this game also walked slowly in time. In front of the auditorium, when all the young wizards saw Shane's smiling face, they all moved out of the way with horror, as if the Dark Lord was right in front of them. Shane looked around and saw that a large number of little wizards had fainted on the lawn, so he grabbed a little badger from the treatment team and asked about his results today. According to statistics, nearly half of the students in Hogwarts participated in the game throughout the afternoon, that is, 401 people. Except for Fred, all the other 400 people fainted, including 400 people who fainted and foamed at the mouth, and 401 people who had nightmares at night. In fact, the Pumpkinhead is actually a large-scale illusion magic cast by Zhen En. It was improved on the basis of the magic skyscraper used by Fairy Tale's S-class mage, Misturgan, when Shane was still in a slant. Skyscraper, modified illusion magic will pull people into the illusion designed by the caster. Unless the caster actively releases it or his own spirit is strong enough, it cannot be broken. As for this Halloween game, the fantasy game Shane set for the little wizard was a horror game he brought from Blue Star, Silent Hill. Anyone who has played this game knows that it ranks among the top 10 horror games in the world. In order to give the little wizards a sufficient sense of experience, Shane also thoughtfully adjusted the flow of time in the fantasy realm. The time flow rate between fantasy and reality is 10:1, which means that if you spend an hour in the fantasy, only 6 minutes of real time will pass. Upon entering Pumpkinhead, little wizard players will not immediately enter the game. Before the game officially starts, they can all see a rule, persist for 2 hours or find out the hidden secrets of this world. As long as these 2 conditions are met, the little wizard can get a generous reward, which is gold galleons. However, if someone feels that it is not enough and wants to try to pass the level, GN will not object to this. Of course, Shane is not crazy enough to let the little wizards complete Silent Hill. This game on a computer is not something that ordinary people can afford, let alone a completely 100% real experience, and the players are still these little wizards who have not yet matured their minds. Therefore, in order to avoid the situation where the little wizard goes crazy, Shane replaced all the overly bloody elements in the game and turned the blood into black and red. In the game, players can be resurrected if they are killed, but they will be thrown out of the pumpkin head if they faint. However, even though the game event has ended, Shane has not lifted the magic on the pumpkin head. He moved the pumpkin head to a corner next to the door of the auditorium. The little wizard can go in at any time if he wants to play. And he made it clear that he wanted to bring disaster to all the little wizards in Hogwarts. The game is temporarily over, and the Halloween dinner will be held as scheduled. And those little wizards who fainted while participating in the game all came back to life under Shane's magic. But when they woke up, they looked at Shane with nothing but fear. At the dinner, Fred had been holding the bag of gold galleons for psychological comfort, because after coming out of the game, those monsters that were completely beyond his ability to describe in words have been lingering in his mind. Ronald next to him kept asking him how he cleared the level, but he didn't want to tell him. He really didn't want to remember it. It was too scary. But Shane must know how Fred passed the level. Fred was unlucky, but also very lucky. What was unlucky was that not long after he entered the game, he was discovered by his third brother and chased around. But he was lucky. During his escape, he accidentally ran into a group of nurse sisters. At that time, Fred unexpectedly discovered that as long as he did not make a sound, the faceless nurse monsters around him would not attack him. So in the end, he stood forcefully in the middle of the nurse, not daring to move for more than an hour. He even breathed carefully before he passed the level. At the same time, he was very lucky that the third brother did not find him. However, just as the little wizards were discussing their experiences in Silent Hill, an unusually panicked voice suddenly came. Everyone heard the sound and looked around, only to see Professor Quirrell rushing into the auditorium and shouting, "Troll! There's a troll in the basement! Troll! Troll! I thought you should know." Then, I pretended to faint. After a moment of silence, the little wizards who finally reacted screamed in fear, and the entire auditorium suddenly became a mess. Ah! But amid the high-frequency screams, the little wizards who had participated in the game before the dinner looked indifferent. Is the troll considered a ball? Can it be scarier than those monsters in the game? 0, please give me flowers. Quiet. Seeing many young wizards shouting in panic, Dumbledore had to use sonorous with a loud voice to calm the students. Please don't panic. Now, the heads of grades will take their students back to the dormitories. The professors and I will go to the basement. As soon as he finished speaking, the seniors of each college began to evacuate the students of their own colleges to the lounge in an orderly manner. But at the same time, while standing in the crowd, Harry suddenly remembered someone. He quickly grabbed Ronald, who was about to evacuate, and said, "Hermione. Hermione doesn't know about the troll yet. Neville said she has been in the girls' bathroom all afternoon." The two looked at each other, and then ran towards the basement without thinking much. At this moment, Shane arrived in the basement of Hogwarts earlier. He had almost forgotten that there were trolls on Halloween, but thanks to the trolls that Quirrell burst into the auditorium just now, he was reminded. Entering the girls' bathroom, Shane shouted from inside, "Hermione! Come out!" Hermione, who was hiding in the cubicle and still crying sadly, suddenly heard a familiar voice and quickly asked weakly and tentatively, "Shane? It's me." Shane walked to the compartment where Hermione was and opened the locked door. "Ah! You're a pervert. This is the girls' bathroom. Hermione immediately blushed and looked at Shane as if she were a pervert. What are you doing? I didn't care about you. Shane took out a tissue and wiped the remaining tears on Hermione's face, and then said, let's go now. Are you still waiting for the troll to come and eat you? Troll? What troll? A troll was released into the school. Shane pulled Hermione out of the girls' bathroom door, then pointed to the end of the corridor. Hey, that's the one. Hermione looked in the direction of Shane's finger. At the end of the corridor in the basement, a figure more than 3 meters tall walked out from the corner with heavy steps. His skin was dull and as grey as granite. On the big body is a small, bald head like a coconut, and a big wooden mallet in his hand. Ugh, it smells so bad. A stench coming from the troll hit their faces, and Shane and Hermione quickly covered their noses. The smell is exactly the same as smelling a dead rat up close, but it's 10 times stinkier. Shane, get rid of it quickly. Hermione said in a cooing voice, hiding behind Shane. Since the last time she saw Shane's magic that shattered the sky, she didn't think that Shane couldn't even deal with a small troll. Why are you so anxious? It's rare to see a giant monster. Let's play with it first. Shane first used magic to seal off his sense of smell, and then took out his wand. By the way, is there anything on this giant monster that can be sold for money? The expenses seem to be a bit high lately. Hey! Stupid big guy! Shane shouted at the troll, instantly attracting their attention. The troll quickly looked around. It saw 2 little men standing there in the distance. With its low IQ, it immediately thought that those were the food that it had delivered to its door, so it started walking towards Shane. Come along. Hermione, get behind me first. Shane protected Hermione behind him, pointed the wand forward in his hand, and a small red magic circle unfolded, and a blazing fireball instantly shot out and directly hit the troll. Roar! The giant monster suddenly let out a huge scream. But looking at the slightly burnt skin, it was obvious that the magic circle version of Shane's fire-burning incendio blow just now did not harm it. This is because Shane has just compressed the power of magic to a very small level, and he wants to try the magic resistance of magical creatures. But at the same time, although Shane's magic did not hurt the troll much, it also burned the only fig leaf on the troll's body. Upon seeing this, Shane immediately fired a solid spell and smashed the troll's little kunkin into pieces. Hermione is still behind. Little girls can't watch these inappropriate things. It's so small. I thought it was big. Shane complained silently in his mind. Xiao Kunkin was knocked out, and the severe pain instantly caused the troll to enter berserk mode. I saw it let out a painful and angry roar, picked up the big wooden stick in its hand and rushed towards me. Shane raised his eyebrows, and waved the wand in his hand at the huge nightstone sculpture next to him. The white magic circle belonging to the transformation was activated, and in an instant, a black man of the same size as the giant monster appeared. The cute white thing appears in the basement. Chapter 37. Come on, Pippy Shrimp. Well, no. Shane subconsciously named the flower grower's favorite code name, but he immediately realized that even though the iron-eating beast in front of him was the weakest being in the group, calling him this name was a bit disrespectful. So, Shane immediately changed his words and said, Come on, Zubawahao. The triangular dumpling immediately flew over Shane's head and collided with the giant monster. The 2 behemoths struggled with each other, causing the entire basement to shake violently. At this moment, Hermione, who was hiding behind Shane, saw the image of Zubawa, and her eyes immediately filled with red hearts. Wow! This is Panda! So cute! A long time ago, she had seen Panda in the zoo, but the 2 she saw at that time were not nearly as cute as the ones in front of her now. In fact, Shane originally wanted to use the image of Fiyun, who has the title of King Kong Barbie, but when he thought that it seemed too bullying to the troll, he finally decided to use the weakest one among the panda group. Bang! In the basement of Hogwarts, Zhu Bua put his sharp claws around the troll's neck, swung it from side to side, and slapped the troll against the wall. A stone pillar was instantly hit with a big hole by 217, causing earth and rocks to fly. At the same time, the brazier hanging on the wall next to it also affected the fish and was overturned. High-temperature coals fell on the giant monster. The pain and high temperature made it scream in pain again. However, even though he received a heavy blow, the rough-skinned and fleshy giant did not fall down because of Zhu Bawadi's palm. The giant monster shook his head, trying hard to keep himself clear. Through his blurred vision, he swung the big wooden club in his hand at the black and white figure in front of him. But it's a pity that the panda race is generally not good at standing. The troll's club directly passed the pig's head and hit a giant oil painting on the wall with a bang. The picture frame shattered due to the huge force, and the people in the picture were frightened and screamed and fled in all directions. "Shane, is there really no problem?" Hermione hid behind Shane, clutching his robe nervously, looking a little worriedly at the increasingly messy situation in front of her. She felt that if she continued to fight like this, she would not be able to explain it when the professor came later. But faced with Hermione's worries, Shane's face was extremely excited. He was directing Zubawa to fight like a game, and replied nonchalantly. "Don't worry, it's no problem. I will be able to restore them all using Repair a New Reparo when the time comes. When the professor comes, you can put all the responsibility on me. Professor Dumbledore won't do anything to me, and I'm sure he'll give me extra points if he's not sure." As he said that, he suddenly shouted anxiously forward. "Hey, shit! Don't hit its head. The monster's head is very fragile. If it faints, you won't be able to play with it." Hermione looked at Shane's childish look and was speechless for a while. On the other side, just as the troll was struggling to its death, Harry and Ronald arrived belatedly. The two of them ran to the entrance of the basement out of breath, but before they could go down the stairs, they heard a huge roar from under their feet. Ouch! This painful scream came, scaring both Harry and Ronald to the point of numbness. They glanced at each other hastily and saw the fear and anxiety in the other's eyes. Thinking that Hermione was still downstairs, the two of them plucked up the courage to go downstairs quickly. "Go down the stairs to the basement." The two felt the vibrations under their feet and gradually slowed down as they listened to the roars getting closer and closer to them. Harry and Ronald came to a corner, and the sound came from the corridor on the other side of the corner. So, just when the two of them were about to poke their heads out to check the situation, a long black shadow suddenly flew out from around the corner quickly. An arm holding a large wooden mallet fell directly on the wall nearest to them, and after bouncing on the ground a few times, it rolled in front of them with blood on it. Harry and Ronald looked at the bloody scene in front of them with their pupils contracted, and their hearts skipped a beat in fear. The two swallowed, looked at each other again, then tried hard to suppress the fear in their hearts, and cautiously poked their heads out of the corner. "I saw a giant black and white beast fighting with the giant monster in the long corridor of the basement, making a huge noise." The two of them were so frightened that they quickly retracted their heads. Harry turned to Ronald in shock and asked, "What's going on? Isn't it a troll? Why is there an extra one?" But Ronald just shook his head in horror and said, "Don't ask me, I didn't make it. Is there any other way to go to the girls' bathroom?" Harry stretched his head to take another look, and then asked Ronald anxiously. "No, there is only one corridor in the basement, and the girls' bathroom is in the middle of the corridor," Ronald replied. And at this moment, there was another huge and tragic roar, and a brazier that was supposed to be hung on the wall suddenly flew rapidly towards the direction of Harry and Ronald, and was directly embedded in the corner of the wall above their heads. Harry and Ronald looked up blankly at the nearby brazier, which was still emitting sparks. Some gravel and sand fell in front of them along with the charcoal fire. "We have to find the professor," the two said in unison, reached a consensus in an instant, and ran away. Because they realized that the battle between the two monsters in front of them was not something that their two little wizards could participate in. If they saved people in the past, they couldn't even count their heads. Harry and Ronald quickly ran back to the first floor along the same path. At this moment, they felt that they had never run so fast in their lives. As soon as Harry and Ronald ran back to the first floor, they saw Dumbledore walking quickly toward them with a group of disciples from a distance. The two of them ran forward as if they had seen a savior. Harry panted and held his knees, pointed in the direction of the basement and said, "Teach, Professor." The basement, there are two monsters in the basement, besides the troll, Hermione. Hermione is still down there. The words are a bit unclear. When Professor McGonagall heard that there was actually a student trapped in the basement, and heard a series of dull loud noises coming from the distance, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly ran towards the basement. Oh! At the same time, in the basement corridor, Zubawaho had already suppressed the beaten monster under his buttocks, raised his head and raised his hands in the air, and let out a victorious cry. "Orcs will never be slaves. The troll is out of breath. It should be summer soon." At the same time, Shane also noticed behind him that the professors from Hogwarts were about to arrive. So, he decided to call it a day. With a slight wave of the wand in his hand, under Shane's control, Zubawa moved his chubby body away from the troll, slowly walked to the wall of the corridor, and transformed back into the knight's stone sculpture. And at the moment when the stone sculpture of the knight was taking shape, the professors from Hogwarts also heard the news and came over. "Oh! Merlin bless you! What the hell happened?" Professor McGonagall ran at the front. As soon as she got off the stairs, she saw a giant monster's arm lying on the ground at the corner not far away, bleeding and still warm. She quickly walked over and checked the fracture of the troll's arm. It was obviously torn. This means that the monster fighting the giant monster is very powerful. You can tear off the giant monster's arm directly. Think about how much strength it takes to do this. Therefore, Professor McGonagall kept praying in his heart that nothing would happen to Hermione, and ran quickly in the direction of the loud noise just now. Turning the corner, I saw a tragic scene in front of me. There were rubble everywhere, and the original exquisite oil paintings were either torn apart or stained by the blood of the troll. The countless stone sculptures of knights that had guarded Hogwarts for thousands of years were in disarray, with only one complete one standing not far from the troll, which looked particularly abrupt. Next to the mutilated body of the troll, Shane was looking left and right, as if he was looking for something. Hermione, on the other hand, stood aside awkwardly, and the fourth professor reminded Chang'en quietly when he came. "Mr. Dolea, Miss Granger, can you two explain this to me?" Professor McGonagall trotted over and asked Shane and Hermione in horror, his face full of disbelief. "Oh, Professor McGonagall, you're here." Shane greeted with a smile, then pointed to the troll at his feet. "I've already dealt with the troll." "Miss Granger." Professor McGonagall 3.4, who was well aware of Shane's out-of-control temperament, quickly turned his attention to Hermione in order to avoid being angry. She wanted to know why the most obedient and outstanding student in her college was with Shane, a problem student. "Professor McGonagall, I..." Hermione glanced at Shane nonchalantly and motioned for him to help explain. It was really because her mind was blank at the moment and she couldn't think of how to explain it. And Shane also received Hermione's look of help. He looked at Hermione's embarrassed look, so he explained to Professor McGonagall. "Professor, Hermione did not attend the banquet tonight. I heard that she was in the girls' bathroom. The troll came. I was afraid that he was in danger, so I came to find her. As for why she is in the girls' bathroom, you have to ask the two little lions behind you." As he spoke, his eyes looked behind Professor McGonagall. "I saw that Dumbledore had already arrived with several professors." When Harry and Ronald, who were following him, heard what Shane said, they were immediately stunned. "Little lion? Do you mean the two of us?" Chapter 38. The two looked at Professor McGonagall's questioning eyes, and then began to walk out tremblingly, stammering out everything they said about Hermione behind her back yesterday. Professor McGonagall also sighed helplessly after hearing the whole story. She glanced in Hermione's direction, then said to Harry and Ronald, "Gentlemen, do I think you should say something to Miss Granger?" Harry and Ronald looked embarrassed and slowly moved to stand in front of Hermione. Ronald didn't even dare to raise his head and look into Hermione's eyes. "Hermione, I'm sorry." Although Harry was embarrassed, he was also very straightforward. In fact, he didn't have much to do with speaking ill of Hermione. He just felt that after Ronald said bad things about Hermione yesterday, he catered to Ronald's words and naturally let out the same sarcastic laugh. Therefore, Harry felt that he was also at fault in this matter, but the mistake was not a big one, so he could apologize so directly. However, compared to Harry's frankness, Ronald was the complete opposite. Because this whole thing started because of him. So, just listen to him lower his head and whisper, "I'm sorry." What? In fact, Hermione had already heard what Ronald said, but she decided to pretend not to hear it because she felt that such an apology was perfunctory. "I'm sorry, Hermione. I shouldn't have said that yesterday." Finally, after constant struggle in his heart, Ronald finally plucked up the courage and shouted out his apology. This made Hermione smile and proudly replied, "Okay, I forgive you." But at this moment, Shane, who was still walking around on the corpse of the troll, suddenly shouted, "You, don't think you are right, if you are still so arrogant in the future, you will easily have no friends." These words made Hermione's face turn red, and her eyes made her want to rush over to Shane and bite her. At the same time, Snape also walked to the troll's body, and after confirming that the troll was indeed dead, he asked Shane stiffly and expressionlessly, "Dolea, what are you doing? What are you doing?" "I'm looking for something," Shane replied, and then he brought the two canines that had just been pried out of the troll's mouth to Snape and asked, "Professor, do you think these troll teeth are valuable?" However, this behavior made Snape hold his nose and take a few steps back. Even though he usually refines potions and is used to the strange smells of various raw materials, he still can't stand the stench of the troll, let alone one that has just been taken out of his mouth. The sour and refreshing taste can make people ascend to heaven on the spot. No part of the troll's body is worthless. But Dolea, you haven't figured it out yet. You killed a giant monster and destroyed the school's basement like this. I think you should consider how to compensate the school for the damage now. Or, you can choose to take the train home tomorrow." Snape surprisingly answered Shane's question first, and then taunted him. Shane was a little disappointed when he heard that the troll had nothing of value. But he quickly became angry and said to Snape, "Professor Snape, what you just said is really a bit contemptuous of me. We are all wizards. Isn't it easy to repair these damaged things? How can we talk about compensation?" After saying that, he took the wand and tapped it twice in the void. Soon, the basement that had been destroyed beyond recognition began to slowly recover. The fragments of stone pillars, statues, paintings, braziers, and other items were like going back in time, gradually forming a hole in mid-air, returning to their original appearance, and then returning to their original places one after another. After a while, except for the corpse of the troll still lying on the ground, the entire Hogwarts basement was no different from before the troll invasion. "Look! I'm right." Shane ignored Snape's livid face and said proudly. But he didn't notice at all that what he was doing was disgusting and Snape didn't want it. At the same time, after Professor McGonagall finished teaching his 3 students, he began to say earnestly, "You 3, for what happened tonight, Gryffindor will be deducted 30 points. Although it was very sad to do this, because after all, she was the headmaster of Gryffindor College, but as the vice principal, she had to punish this incident as well as official duties." But Hermione was confused about this punishment, and she asked in surprise, "Why? Harry and Ronald had points deducted, but she was the victim, so why should she have points deducted? Because you were fooling around with Mr. Dolea. Professor McGonagall explained seriously. After you were rescued, you should immediately stop Mr. Dolea and report to us. You may not know how much trouble a dead troll would cause to Hogwarts. Stop him. Hey! What's the trouble? Hermione's speechless colleague, Shane, also burst out from behind her. This made Professor McGonagall stare at Shane with an annoyed look on his face. This giant monster comes from a troll tribe in the Black Forest. Now that it is dead, the leader of this tribe is likely to attack Hogwarts. So, Mr. Dolea, although you saved your classmates, Ravenclaw could have added 30 points. But at the same time, you also brought unnecessary trouble to the school, so Ravenclaw will deduct B0 points. Wow, Professor, your reason is a bit far-fetched. Shane looked unconvinced. I have never heard of a school rule prohibiting the killing of magical creatures. What's more, I was acting in self-defense. Whether you are defending yourself or not, I think you know best. Professor McGonagall said. Although I don't know how Shane did it, beating the troll into this state was actually said to be self-defense? Who believes it? Okay, everyone. Although there was an accident, at least the threat of the monster has been eliminated. We are also fortunate to have witnessed the growth of several young people, and also witnessed the courage of 2 Gryffindors to admit their mistakes. At this moment, Dumbledore, who had been silent just now, suddenly came out and said, "Now that the crisis is over, let's call all the students back. Our Halloween dinner shouldn't end like this. Severus, please dispose of the corpse of this giant monster and tell Hagrid to say hello to the guy in the Forbidden Forest for me." This guy refers to the leader of the troll tribe in the Forbidden Forest. Although trolls generally have low IQs, there are still some special exceptions. A smart troll can become the leader of a troll tribe, but now one of his tribe has died, which is a serious violation of the agreement between Hogwarts and the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest. However, people often say that agreements are used to protect the weak. But few people know that this kind of protection is often given by the powerful party willingly and temporarily to the weak. But once the time comes when it is unwilling to do so, the consequences can be imagined. After the troll invasion incident, on the way back to Tianhong, Hermione blushed, suddenly looked at Shane walking beside her sheepishly, and then whispered, "Shane, thank you for today. If it hadn't been for you today, I might have died." "Hi. What a big deal." Shane waved his hand and replied with a smile, "Don't hold it in your heart if you have anything to do in the future. If you need anything, just tell me. I'm happy to help. Then you teach me your magic." "Sure." "Oh, or not, hey." Hermione was still a little frustrated subconsciously, but she reacted instantly. Just now she heard Shane say something like yes? "You agreed." "I agreed, but whether you can learn it or not depends on you." After saying that, Shane took out a book from nowhere. The cover said Basic Principles of Magic Circles and Drawing of Magic Circles and handed it to Hermione. Magic Circle. Hermione took the book and looked at the title with curiosity on her face. If you can draw the basic magic circle mentioned in it within 3 months, it proves that you have the talent to learn Magic Circle. But if you can't, it means that you are not suitable for learning my magic. So 017, come on. After saying that, Shane touched Hermione's head. I don't know why, but the little witch has gradually become accustomed to Shane's actions. The next day, news of Shane's killing of the troll spread throughout Hogwarts. And I don't know who said it, but it actually spread outside the school. The Daily Prophet even sent an owl to send a letter to Shane, saying that he would come to Hogwarts to give him an interview. But this directly made Shane reject it. Because he knew the name of the person who signed the letter, God knew what the beetle would write to disgust him. Hogwarts Great Hall, lunchtime. Although the little wizards are all eating on the surface, if you observe carefully, you can find that they will look curiously in one direction from time to time, and at the same time guess each other how Shane Dolea killed the troll last night. Of this matter. Shane, can you explain to me the book you gave me? I watched it all night last night, but I didn't understand much. On the long table, Hermione had dark circles under her eyes and said a little aggrievedly while holding the book Shane gave her. She started studying as soon as she returned to the dormitory last night, but she stayed up all night and couldn't understand anything. The things in the book are so profound that it is difficult for her to understand. You have to slowly understand it yourself. I was like this back then. The old man lost a few books and ignored me. You don't know that my head was about to explode at that time, but Tuan learned it slowly. Shane said bitterly while chewing a fried chicken leg. It's not really that he doesn't want to teach, it's really because the basic principles of the magic circle can only be understood by oneself. The faster she comprehends, the more talented Hermione is in learning magic circles. This is just like mathematics, if you don't know it, you really don't know it, and if you are awesome, you are really awesome. If you can't understand it on your own, there is no need to continue practicing the magic circle. Shane can't teach you at all. You can't let 10 PhDs in mathematics teach math to 10 primary school students, right? Chapter 39. Hearing Shane say that the basic principles of magic circles can only be understood by oneself, Hermione could only pick up the basic principles of magic circles and characterization of magic circles again in frustration and started chewing on it. This scene made Shane couldn't help but recall that in Aslant, in the underground library of the guild castle, there would often be a cute little girl with blue hair sitting in a pile of books without eating or sleeping, studying the three-dimensional text magic. She also seems to like to read or write and draw in the guild with a book, which is very similar to Hermione in this aspect. Remembering Rebby-chan's cute appearance, Shane smiled, then skillfully stretched out 2 fingers and tapped Hermione's forehead without her noticing, and the latter instantly fell asleep. This was how he forced Lebby to rest before. Otherwise, if you stay up for days and nights studying word magic, your body will definitely collapse. He gently rested Hermione's head on her arm and took the book from her hand. Opening the pages of the book, Shane discovered that in just one night, the little witch had actually made a lot of notes in the book. Although there are many logical errors in it, her efforts are clearly visible. So, after Shane slightly corrected some of the wrong notes written by Hermione in the book, he put the book directly back to Hermione, and then started to deal with another matter. I'm telling you, classmate, just tell me if you have something. Why are you sneaking around and stealing from me? Shane turned around and stared at a young wizard sitting beside him. It turned out that not long after Shane entered the auditorium, he noticed someone behind him peeking in his direction. In his perception, that sight was simply naked. It wasn't until he heard Shane's words that the peeking little wizard slowly turned around. Shane saw that he was embarrassed and hesitant to speak. Hello. The little wizard scratched his head nervously. He didn't know why, even though he knew that the person in front of him was 2 grades younger than him, he still felt an inexplicable pressure. Shane squinted his eyes and glanced at the emblem on the little wizard's chest, and realized that it was the little badger from Hufflepuff Academy, and judging from his face and height, he should be a 3rd-year student. Tell me, what do you want to do? Hello. I'm Cedric Diggory, a 3rd-year student at Hufflepuff Academy. Cedric politely extended his right hand and introduced himself to Shane. Cedric. When he heard the name, Shane instantly remembered who the little badger in front of him was. No wonder he looked so familiar. Cedric Diggory first appeared in the original Goblet of Fire. He is one of the warriors who represented Hogwarts in the Triwizard Tournament and is a very outstanding student. But at the same time, it is a pity that he is also an unlucky guy. In order to help Harry Potter get the trophy of the Triwizard Tournament, he and Harry Potter were accidentally teleported to Voldemort by the Portkayat, and then he was bitten by a big melon. Dumbledore commented on Cedric during the final ceremony of that issue. Cedric fully embodies the unique qualities of Hufflepuff Academy and is a model worth learning from. He was a kind and loyal friend who advocated fair play. His death shocked everyone, whether they knew him or not. Please always remember Cedric, and when you have to choose between the right path and the shortcut, please don't forget what happened to an upright, kind, and brave boy. However, at this time, Cedric was not the one who dared to point his wand at Voldemort and Peter Pettigrew in Goblet of Fire. At this time, Cedric still had blush on his face, and the childishness on his body had not completely faded away. He exuded a youthful yet elegant temperament. Although he didn't know what Cedric wanted to do with him, Shane shook hands with him politely and then asked. "So, Cedric Diggory of Badger Yard, what do you want from me? Besides the comic strips and the trolls, if you have anything to say, just say it." "Actually, I want to ask you about the magic you cast on the pumpkin head yesterday." Cedric replied a little shyly, "I participated in the game you designed yesterday and thought it was very powerful. I have never seen such special magic in my life. Originally I was too embarrassed to come to you. After all, I knew without even thinking about this kind of magic that I couldn't easily teach it to others. But I was just sitting behind you and accidentally overheard the conversation between you and the lady sitting next to you. I found out that you were teaching her magic, so I wanted to ask if I could learn it too. I know I am very presumptuous, but this magic is indeed very important to us." After hearing Cedric's words, Shane's pupils flashed with a faint blue halo, and then he sighed helplessly and said directly. "People say that Hufflepuff's little badger is upright and honest, but in my opinion, that's not entirely true. Only your classmates from the healing volunteer group used healing magic randomly on the lawn in front of the auditorium yesterday and almost made Pomfrey faint. You want to learn skyscraper mainly because you want to use this magic to help Hufflepuff's Quidditch team train. You know that?" Cedric said in surprise, then a little embarrassed. "Is the name of this magic called skyscraper?" "You are right. I really want to use this magic to help our college's Quidditch team. Team training, I already thought about it when I was playing games yesterday. Hufflepuff's Quidditch team hasn't produced any results in decades. We also wanted to learn from the strengths of other schools, but whether it was Gryffindor's chaotic play, Ravenclaw's endless tactics, or Slytherin's sinister and vicious style of play, we couldn't learn any of these. Not to mention, the Quidditch players from these three colleges more or less have their own private broomsticks, and we..." I don't know why, Cedric didn't want to continue talking at this point. But Shane just learned the specific reason through legilimency, so he rolled his eyes angrily, shook his head and said. "Hufflepuff's school motto is integrity, loyalty, honesty, and fearlessness of hardships, but you have transformed it into an inexplicable rigidity." The reason why Shane said this is because Hufflepuff's little badger has always pursued the concept of playing Quidditch, playing on a whiteboard and crushing it with technology. The little badgers believe that the behavior of the little snakes of Slytherin Academy who often rely on the advantages of equipment to crush their opponents is futile. The strength of Quidditch is ultimately reflected in the individual quality of the players. In fact, there is nothing wrong with this concept itself, but the problem is that the little badgers seem to be tied to death by this concept of their own, or the kind of knot that is tied to their necks. They uphold Hufflepuff's school motto of being honest and not afraid of hardships, scorning the behavior of relying on equipment superiority to win the game, and vowed to use Hogwarts' already terrible broomsticks to sweep the other three colleges with dignity and technology. It is indeed a good thing to have dreams, but is this how you understand honesty? Please apologize to the founder of your college, Ms. Helga Hufflepuff. Equipment advantages and personal abilities are inherently interrelated. No matter how good the equipment is, it needs someone who can use it. No matter how good the equipment you give to a person with poor skills, it will just be a waste of time. The flower gardener's rabbit once had the same thoughts as the little badger for a while. But after having a fight with Ying Zhang and a dozen other gangsters in front of their home, Rabbit immediately realized the importance of equipment, and everyone immediately suffered from a lack of vitality phobia. However, at the same time, the people-oriented characteristic never happened. Any changes? Regarding Cedric's request to learn Skyscraper, Shane thought about it for a moment. He will not reject Satyr, Qian know how, Rick just because this is the first time the two of them have met. To be honest, Shane had originally planned to establish a fairy tale guild in Hogwarts starting from next semester. At that time, the guild will be established, and as long as the young wizards can pass their own test and officially become a member of Fairy Tale, they will have the opportunity to learn the power of the magic circle. This is also a method that Shane came up with. A way to avoid the power of the magic circle being completely exposed to the world can eliminate many unnecessary troubles. In other words, Hogwarts and Dumbledore were his big backing, because even a terrorist like Voldemort would not dare to act rashly against this school, not to mention that there was a white devil sitting in charge. Secondly, Hogwarts itself is a magic school, and Fairy Tale is set up here, which can give the world the illusion that enrolling in Hogwarts can learn the power of the magic circle. In addition to the above reasons, Shane actually also wants to use the guild as the core to build a powerful tool to fight against the pure-blood forces in the Harry Potter world. Because if you want to accomplish such a big thing, you can't do it alone. Tasia Tuyen said, "We must unite all forces that can be united to fight against the enemy." Chapter 40. With Cedric's character, Shane feels that there is no problem for him to join Fairy Tale, so it is not a problem to teach him the magic circle in advance now. However, Skyscraper itself is an extremely powerful illusion magic, and this power can even affect the caster himself. In a slant, even Mistgang needs the help of a magic wand to keep himself awake, otherwise he will easily fall into his own illusion. In addition, Skyscraper has been enhanced and transformed by Shane. Although its stability has been strengthened to a certain extent, it has reached the level of super magic. If Cedric wants to learn Skyscraper, he must test whether his natural mental strength can withstand the backlash of illusion magic. Otherwise, he would directly fall into the illusion during the cultivation process, and then die in it without even knowing it. So, to be conservative, Shane thought about it and said to Cedric, "I can teach you Skyscraper. Real. But..." Before Cedric could start to get excited, Shane's but made the former feel like a plate of cold water was poured over his head, and he suppressed the smile on his face. Skyscraper I can teach you, but at the same time, you have to promise me one thing." Shane continued, "Next semester, next school year at the latest, I will establish a community at Hogwarts. If I promise to teach you 593 Skyscraper now, then you must also promise me to join my guild when the time comes." "This, what is a guild?" Cedric asked curiously. He was quite wary of joining such an unclear organization. It's not because he thinks Shane is a bad person, the main reason is because he is afraid that after joining, the so-called guild's philosophy will be inconsistent with his own, and he will be forced to do something that goes against his own conscience. But in the face of Cedric's question, Shane simply replied, "Don't ask and you will know when the time comes. Just tell me whether you can accept this condition. Then, okay. No problem, I promise you." Cedric struggled repeatedly in his heart, and finally decided to agree after weighing the pros and cons. "Then," Shane continued. "How come there is then? I mean, you little badgers all like to interrupt people when they are talking. Can you please let people finish their sentences first?" A tic-tac-toe appeared on Shane's forehead. The same thing happened last time when he went to the kitchen for a late-night snack. That day, he encountered a few little badgers eating in the kitchen in the middle of the night. In fact, this should be nothing. After all, the kitchen is next to Hufflepuff's common room. It is normal for the little badgers to come and eat. At first, when these little badgers saw Shane, they just said hello politely, and then continued to cook on their own. However, when they saw Kalulu helping Shane make midnight snacks, smelling the mouth-watering aroma, their eyes lit up one after another, and they all ran to Shane to ask how to make crayfish. At the beginning, Shane was very enthusiastic in explaining it to them. After all, it is to promote the excellent food culture of flower growers. But I never thought that these little badgers would often have strange ideas during Shane's explanation. They would directly interrupt Shane and then eagerly say something like whether it would be okay to replace garlic with ketchup. When Shane heard this, he was so angry that he wanted to turn those little badgers into tomatoes and plant them in his vegetable garden. Back to reality, Cedric saw that Shane was a little angry, and he quickly began to apologize and said, "I'm sorry, please continue." Shane took a deep breath and continued what he just said. "If you want to learn the magic of skyscraper, you need to be extremely talented in a certain aspect. I will cast a spell on you later. If you can escape within the specified time, it will prove that you are qualified to learn skyscraper." With that said, Shane took out his wand from his waist. "One more thing, if you are unable to learn skyscraper, the promise you just made to me can also be invalidated at the same time. However, you can also choose to learn other magic. I still have a lot of inventory for you to choose from." He said this with a proud expression. "So, are you ready?" "Ready." Cedric nodded nervously. "Okay, let's shake hands first." Shane suddenly thought out of his mind and stretched out his hand. Cedric grasped it reflexively. In an instant, a thin, dazzling tongue of flame suddenly emerged from Shane's arm, like a red and hot metal wire, wrapped around Cedric's hand. "Unbreakable vow!" Cedric shouted in shock. But before he could react, Shane quickly tapped his head with the wand in his hand, and then Cedric felt a white shadow flash before his eyes, and then his vision became, blurry, and then he suddenly passed out. "Cedric!" Cedric's friend in the distance didn't know the reason, but suddenly saw Shane casting magic on his friend, so he ran over with an angry look on his face. "What did you do to him?" a little badger asked menacingly. "Don't worry, with the same magic as yesterday's Halloween game, he will wake up in about 10 minutes. Shane waved his hand and explained. Cedric slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was pitch black. He first felt his body, as if he was lying on a cold ground. "Why am I here?" This was Cedric's first thought, but he quickly responded, "Dolea cast a spell on me, and he asked me to escape within the specified time." "Escape? How to escape?" Cedric stood up slowly, looked around, and found that he was standing on a giant square staircase. The four corners of this staircase are connected to each other. The staircase seems to be high and low, giving people a very confusing feeling. "Where is this place?" Cedric walked a few steps and walked to a corner of the quadrilateral staircase. Then he looked up and down and found that there seemed to be nothing special, so he walked to another corner. But as he walked, Cedric suddenly noticed something was wrong. "The staircase in front of me seems not as simple as imagined." He seemed a little confused about the reality of this staircase. Just now, he clearly felt that his own was going upwards, but why when he walked to the other corner and looked back, the starting point behind him was on his head. Cedric couldn't believe his eyes, so he quickly ran around the quadrangular stairs. As a result, he found that no matter from every angle, the stairs in front of him seemed to be uncertain. He could not find the highest point or the lowest point of the stairs at all. This was completely beyond his usual understanding of things. In fact, what Cedric is standing on is the famous geometric paradox Penrose ladders. It was proposed by the British mathematician Roger Penrose and his father, the geneticist Leonid Penrose, in 1958. It refers to a ladder that always goes up or down but never ends. It can be regarded as Penrose, a variation of Ross's triangle, where the highest or lowest point can never be found on this ladder. At this moment, Shane watched Cedric swaying from side to side on the Penrose steps, looking at a loss as to what to do, and he sighed for him inadvertently. Cedric was born into a pure wizard family. He had no contact with modern science and did not understand what the four-dimensional space was. He was temporarily unable to understand everything that was happening in front of him. Moreover, the Penrose stairs is just a reminder given by Shane to Cedric, not a challenge. What lies behind the stairs is Cedric's real test. On the Penrose stairs, Cedric kept running around the stairs several times, but could not find any useful hints. So he thought for a moment, and then slowly moved himself to the edge of the stairs. Looking at the endless darkness under the stairs, which seemed to swallow everything up, Cedric swallowed nervously. He thought that since he couldn't find a way out on this ladder, he would just find another way. Anyway, in the illusion, he can't die. Ever since, thinking like this, after Cedric did his last mental construction, he jumped towards the abyss under the Penrose stairs after a short run. Chapter 41. Cedric jumped from the Penrose stairs. For a moment, he felt a strong sense of weightlessness, and then his eyes blurred and he suddenly heard someone calling his name. "Hey, Cedric! Wake up quickly!" Cedric slowly opened his eyes, still feeling a little drowsy. He rubbed his tired eyes and found that the person calling him was his friend from the same hospital. "Cliff!" Cedric called out tentatively, but he was still in a state of confusion. He looked around and found that he was in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. "Didn't I jump down from that staircase? How could I be here?" "Stairs? What stairs? Are you sleepy?" Cliff said doubtfully, "We should go. Snape's class will be here later. We can't be late for his class, otherwise we won't know how many points will be deducted from him." After saying that, I wanted to put my arm around Cedric's shoulders and walk out of the auditorium. But Cedric still felt something was wrong, so he quickly grabbed his friend and asked, "Cliff, do you know Shane Dolea? You're not really asleep, are you? Who in the whole Hogwarts doesn't know him?" Cliff looked at Cedric with a strange expression. "Also, didn't you just tell me before you fell asleep that you want to learn that magic from him and use it to train our academy's Quidditch team?" "Yes, that's right. I have thought about it, but..." Cedric wanted to say something more, but when the words came to his mouth, his mind suddenly went blank. "What's wrong with you? Could it be that you were frightened when you participated in Shane Dolea's game on Halloween yesterday? Do you want to go to Madame Pomfrey's to get some joy potions?" Cliff asked worriedly. "Forget it, I'm fine. Let's go to class first." Cedric smiled stiffly, then got up and walked towards the potions classroom. Walking on the road, Cedric always looked confused. He really couldn't figure it out. Could it be that I was really dreaming just now? But it's impossible. If it's really a dream, it can't be that real. Also, I remember the conversation between Dolea and I very clearly. I still remember that he seemed to have made an unbreakable vow to me, and then I appeared in that staircase. Whether it was a dream or anything else, Cedric sorted things out from beginning to end. But the more he thought about it, the more wrong it became. Nothing was right. Could it be that after Dolea made an unbreakable vow with me, she immediately used skyscraper on me while I wasn't paying attention? So what I'm in now is still almost the same illusion as yesterday's Halloween game, except that the illusion here is almost exactly the same as reality. That's why Dolea said at that time, "Let me escape." Thinking of this, Cedric suddenly became enlightened, but he quickly reacted. "Even if you know this is an illusion, how can you escape?" Cedric sat in front of the tin crucible for refining the potion, thinking more and more, and he even added too many ingredients into the crucible without even realizing it. As a result, as the last drop of leech juice in Cedric's hand dropped into the crucible, the potion began to react violently, boiling and white bubbles appeared. And 2 seconds later, with a dull explosion, the potion in the crucible was like someone throwing a small firecracker into it, and it scattered all over the potions classroom like a goddess. "Cedric Diggory!" Snape roared angrily, his face turning darker than ever. He suddenly waved his sleeves to shake off the potion that almost spilled on his face, and rushed in front of Cedric. "You stupid guy, Were your eyes gouged out by a troll? I wrote clearly on the blackboard, only 3 drops of leech juice were added. You actually poured it all into the crucible. You should be glad that what you are practicing today is just a shrinking potion, otherwise everyone in this classroom would be harmed by you and would have to stay in the school hospital for half a month. Professor, I'm sorry. I just... Faced with Snape's vicious words, Cedric reflexively wanted to defend himself, but before he could finish his words, Snape interrupted him directly. Diggory, Hufflepuff has been deducted 20 points for your stupidity. Also, you have to clean the classroom by yourself after class and make it spotless. Don't let me know you use magic, otherwise. The warning in Snape's words was self-evident. After class, Cedric was dejectedly cleaning the potions classroom with a broomstick that could no longer fly at all. At this time, he just felt that he was so wrong. He made such a big mistake in the potions class, and even caused the college to be deducted 20 points. But why was I distracted just now? Thinking this way, Cedric's hand holding the broom suddenly stiffened. Because he suddenly discovered that just for a period of time, he seemed to have forgotten that he was still in the fantasy realm. If things go on like this for a long time, will he really forget everything and be trapped in an illusion from now on, unable to return to reality? Thinking of this, Cedric Ray broke into a cold sweat all over his body. No, it's too dangerous here. We can't stay here any longer. Cedric threw the broom aside and began to think about how to leave the illusion. After a while, Cedric gradually recalled what Shane Dolea had said to him before entering the illusion. That is to learn the magic of skyscraper, you must have a special talent in a certain aspect. So what is this special talent? Cedric racked his brains and couldn't think of anything. And what's also strange is that Dolea can obviously let him enter the illusion directly, but why did he specifically send me to the infinite loop of stairs first, and then send me here? Cedric suddenly felt that the answer lay in the Penrose stairs where he had been at the beginning. He paced back and forth in the potions classroom, gradually feeling that he had fallen into a dead end. At this moment, Cliff suddenly sneaked into the classroom. He opened the door, looked at Cedric in the classroom, and whispered furtively, "Cedric, I'm here to help you. 0, please give me flowers." When Cedric heard his friend's voice, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then subconsciously responded, "Cliff, it's okay, I..." But before he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something. No. Can't respond. This is an illusion, everything is nothing. You must not communicate with anyone or anything in this illusion, otherwise you may sink deeper and deeper into the illusion until you completely forget that you are in the illusion. So, in order to prevent himself from losing his mind, Cedric chose to treat Cliff like air and quickly walked out the door. Cedric's actions surprised Cliff. He quickly stepped forward and took Cedric's arm and asked, "Cedric, what's wrong with you? Why are you ignoring me?" But it was as if Cedric didn't hear his words. He silently pulled out his arm and continued walking forward. Cliff looked at his free hand with confusion. He couldn't figure out why Cedric, who was usually very kind to others, would suddenly ignore him. On the other side, Cedric walked straight forward after walking out of the potions classroom. He had no goal, he just felt that he could not stop, and he ignored any voice around him calling his name. But the road under your feet always ends. Cedric looked at the knight statue at the end of the corridor not far away and felt a chill in his body. Because he knew that not only the people around him, but also the statues in front of him were fake, and the road under his feet was also fake. If you think you've really reached the end of the road, what's the difference between admitting that Cliff is real? So he thought over and over again in his mind, and Cedric kept breathing to suppress his too fast heartbeat. After a while, I saw him slowly closing his eyes and starting to slowly speed up and run forward. This is just an illusion. Everything is illusory. There is not a wall in front of me, the road under my feet is not the road, and the voices and things of everyone around me are all fake. Throw away the perception of these illusory things and feel your real body. Go over there. Go over there with determination. Cedric continued to strengthen his belief in his heart. Slowly, he passed through the tall knight statue, and then entered a mysterious state. At this time, Cedric gradually put aside all superficial perceptions of things, and even his consciousness had become a little scattered. He now only had one thought. Run ahead. Keep running forward. After an unknown period of time, Cedric felt his consciousness slowly returning, but he did not dare to open his eyes. He was afraid that he would still be in an illusion when he opened his eyes. But unexpectedly, as he was struggling and fearful in his heart, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice came into his ears. Okay, open your eyes, you're back. Shane patted Cedric on the shoulder to wake him up. Dolea. Chapter 42. Dolea. Cedric still didn't dare to open his eyes. It's me. Congratulations on escaping from the illusion. Shane stretched out a hand and forcibly opened one of Cedric's eyelids and said with a smile. To be honest, Cedric's performance really exceeded Shane's expectations. Shane didn't expect that soon after falling into the illusion, Cedric would be able to clearly distinguish whether he was in an illusion or reality. This shows that Cedric has a very clear understanding of himself and reality. Moreover, he was able to empty his entire consciousness in a short period of time and throw away his body's surface perception and understanding of everything in order to achieve the purpose of escaping from the illusion. I really escaped. Cedric slowly opened his eyes with some doubt, and then looked around. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief when he found that the surrounding environment was indeed the same as before he entered the illusion. Okay, don't think that you can relax after you succeed this time. If I just set it up in the illusion to see me when you wake up, would you still find that you are still in the illusion? Shane raised an eyebrow and asked Rode. This. Cedric was immediately stunned by this question. 970 indeed, if after jumping down the stairs, he opened his eyes and saw the scene in front of him, maybe he was still in an illusion at this time. But no matter what, you passed the test. Shane took out a book called Basic Principles of Magic Arrays and Drawing of Array Patterns and handed it over, and then said, read this book thoroughly within 3 months. If you can't read it clearly, then you can't expect to learn skyscraper. Thank you. Cedric took the book. Although he didn't know what the magic circle written on it was, he thought it might be a spell or something. After all, a particularly powerful magic like skyscraper is definitely different from daily learning about magic spells. Oh, by the way. Cedric suddenly remembered something, and then he looked curious. Dora, you just shook hands with me, was that an unbreakable oath? Just call me Shane from now on. Shane replied, and then started to answer Cedric's question. You are right, that is indeed an unbreakable vow. But this magic spell can only be cast by a third-party witness, but you. I just improved it. If you can do skyscraper, I can also teach you. Shane replied calmly, what, you want to learn it? No, I'm just curious. Cedric smiled awkwardly, I have another question, which is why you sent me to that strange staircase in the first place. Does it have any meaning? That's called the Penrose Staircase. Shane explained and corrected, the Penrose Staircase is an infinite loop of stairs and it's hard to tell whether it goes up or down with the naked eye. And since you don't have any experience fighting illusions, Penrose Stairs is a tip I give you. The nature of the infinite loop means that if you can't find the right way out, you will only be trapped in the illusion and spend your life in nothingness. The indistinguishable shape of the stairs reminds you to throw away what you see visually and use your spirit to perceive the way out of the illusion. So that's it. Cedric suddenly realized, thank you very much, Duo. Shane. Okay, we are all guild partners from now on. Saying too much thank you would be pretentious. Shane waved his hand generously, also, don't be so anxious to thank me. After all, you can't even learn the threshold of skyscraper now. I haven't touched it yet. But compared to this girl, I think you will be more rational." After saying that, he touched the head of Hermione, who was still sleeping next door. This made Hermione, who was still sleeping, frown subconsciously. Watching Cedric gradually walk away with the book, Shane began to think about how to establish a guild while continuing his lunch. Now throughout Hogwarts, two people, Hermione and Cedric, have begun to learn about magic circles. To be honest, this person has the ability to serve as the vice president of the guild. However, setting up a guild at Hogwarts is not like setting up a guild at a slant. In a slant, the Magister's Guild is, to put it bluntly, a hiring organization. Its operating model is that guild members complete the tasks of the client and receive corresponding commissions. But this model is absolutely not feasible in Hogwarts. After all, there are so many tasks for you to choose from, and you can't let young wizards who are still in the learning stage go out to do tasks like Aurors. But up to now, Shane has no specific ideas as to which model the guild should adopt. And this matter also needs to be discussed with Dumbledore. After all, he is the principal, and it is impossible to bypass him when establishing a guild at Hogwarts. In this way, as time went by, more than a week passed. On this day, Shane just left the library and met Ivana in the corridor. However, as the senior, why did she leave in such a hurry? "Shane, why are you still in the library?" "It's too late," Ivana said to Shane. "It's too late?" A question mark appeared on Shane's head. What happened was too late? "Today is the first Quidditch match of this school year, didn't you know?" When she asked this question, Ivana's face was still a little excited and incredulous. In her opinion, how could anyone not remember when it was time for the Hogwarts Quidditch game? "Oh, I remember." After Ivana reminded him, Shane remembered that the Quidditch match at Hogwarts started every year in early November. "Let's go, if you go late, you won't have a seat." Ivana jogged, turning her head and saying to Shane, "Today is Gryffindor versus Slytherin. I heard that Harry Potter has become the best in Hogwarts this century. Many people came to see the young seeker." After saying that, he ran towards the court like flying. Shane looked at Ivana's back in surprise. He didn't expect that the usually strict senior would turn out to be a crazy Quidditch fan. "Forget it, let's go and see it. Speaking of which, I haven't really seen a Quidditch match." After reading all morning, Shane wanted to take a break. However, before he goes to the stadium, he has to do something first. Quidditch, it is an important aerial team competition sport in the world of Harry Potter. It is a ball game played by wizards riding broomsticks in the wizarding world. This sport is very popular among wizards and wizards. According to what Hagrid said before, Quidditch is as popular among wizards as football in the Muggle world. The fan base ranges from teenage wizards to centenarians. The only criterion for determining victory or defeat in this sport is that the winning side needs to score more points than the opponent. There are 3 50-foot-tall gold poles at each end of the Quidditch pitch, with rings on top. Participants are divided into 2 teams riding broomsticks to compete in the air. Each team has 7 people, each with a goalkeeper, passer, 2 batters, and a seeker. Players from both sides earn 10 points for each ball they score and enter the ring, while the seeker earns 150 points for catching the snitch. At the same time, a Quidditch match can only end when the golden snitch is caught, or with the consent of the captains of both teams. If the snitch is never caught, the game may go on for many days. It is said that the longest Quidditch match lasted was 3 months. "Oh my god, is this the Quidditch pitch?" Rick and Arya looked in shock as the cheers and cheers came one after another from all the viewing stands in the huge stadium. That's right, because Rick was deeply fascinated by Quidditch before. Shane used space magic to bring Rick to Hogwarts, and also brought Alia, who was at home with him. The Hogwarts Stadium is very large and is surrounded by towering viewing platforms. Hundreds of chairs are arranged on the platforms so that the audience can clearly watch the game from high places. Although the Quidditch pitch looks no different from an ordinary football pitch on the surface, 4.8 it is more than double the size of a football pitch in the Muggle world. But this is not surprising, after all, Quidditch players fly in the sky on broomsticks, and footballs run on the ground. Shane took Rick and Alia to find a very good seat to sit down. The little wizards around saw that there were two people without robes, and they were very curious for a moment, but the commentator, Jordan from Gryffindor Academy, shouted, which instantly diverted the little wizard's attention. I saw Jordan holding a golden speaker similar to a microphone and shouting. I'm the commentator Jordan, welcome to the first Quidditch match of the year at Hogwarts, Gryffindor vs Slytherin, the players have already entered. Come on Gryffindor! Slytherin must win! On the viewing platform, the little wizards of Gryffindor and Slytherin were cheering for their teams with their loudest voices. Among them, Professor McGonagall was particularly excited on the viewing stand of Gryffindor Academy. Chapter 43. Next to Professor McGonagall, Jordan held a golden trumpet and shouted, "The players are in place, Mrs. Hooch is entering the field now, and the game is about to begin." Mrs. Hooch walked to the center of the court, looked up at the players of the two teams with hawk-like eyes, and then said seriously, "I hope both sides can compete with a high standard and style." Then he kicked away the wooden box containing the Quidditch balls. The bludgers and the snitch then took off. At the same time, Mrs. Hooch also picked up the quaffle and threw it upwards, and the game officially began. The game started. The quaffle was first grabbed by Gryffindor's Angelina, and then she made a beautiful pass. Oh no! It's a pity that it was intercepted by Slytherin. The captain of Slytherin made a very beautiful shot. Is it going to score? Oh my god, it's so beautiful! Gryffindor's captain Wood made a beautiful save. He successfully defended the 10 points. But Katie next to me was accidentally hit in the head by a bludger. Oh! It hurts just looking at it. Then Slytherin is in control now. Their pursuer tried to break through Gryffindor's defense, but was hit by Gryffindor's Weasley's bludger. Gryffindor's Angelina grabbed the ball and launched an attack. She flew up and dodged a bludger. Slytherin's goalkeeper rushed up and missed the ball and scored. Gryffindor took the lead. Well done! Gryffindor will win! Jordan cheered enthusiastically, and at the same time, the little lion behind him also let out bursts of excited screams and cheers. On the viewing platform, Shane looked at everything in front of him a little speechlessly. This Quidditch game looks very exciting, but there are 3 points in the rules that are too simple and crude, making it look like a fight with a ball rather than a ball game. Also, that little lion named Jordan seems to be a bit private when he talks about it. But compared to Shane, perhaps because ice hockey and Quidditch have many similarities in game methods and rules, Rick, an ice hockey player next to him, was extremely excited at this time. It's just that for some reason, he has been cheering for Gryffindor's little lion. Back on the field. With Jordan's passionate commentary, the game became more and more intense. Now let us turn our attention to Harry Potter. As the youngest seeker of Hogwarts this century, how will he perform? Wait! Is that the snitch? Harry Potter saw the snitch, and he ran after him. But the Slytherin seeker was close behind him. 2 people huddled together. Oh, damn it! Slytherin seeker fouled, he knocked Harry sideways, and the snitch disappeared again. Well, that's not right. There seems to be something wrong with Harry's broomstick, but this one is riding Nimbus 2000. The broom seems to be about to throw its owner to the ground. What's going on? The stage was filled with astonishment. No one knew why Harry suddenly lost control. At this moment, in the Gryffindor stands, Hermione, who was watching the game intently, took a telescope and suddenly saw Snape on the opposite side of the stadium. I saw his eyes staring directly at Harry in the sky, and he kept mumbling something. Oh my god! Why? Hermione put down the telescope and said in shock, why would Snape curse Harry? What did you say? Ronald next to him asked quickly when he heard that Hermione seemed to know the reason. It's Snape. Snape is putting a spell on Harry's broom. With that, Hermione handed the telescope to Ronald. What should we do? Ronald put down the telescope anxiously. It was obvious that he had just seen what Snape was doing. Look at me. Immediately, Hermione, who had confirmed the truth that Harry was out of control, quietly walked around to the Slytherin stand, and using the cover of the wooden stairs, she set Snape's robe on fire with a flaming move. Snape, who was constantly reciting the counter curse, suddenly felt that his feet were getting hotter and hotter, but he had no time to care about it, because at this time he just wanted to keep his lover's child from harm. But after a while, a professor finally discovered something strange about Snape's robes. At the professor's reminder, Snape quickly stood up and extinguished the flames on his robes. Correspondingly, his standing up also interrupted Quirrell's spell. Harry returned to the playing field with his broomstick. And all of this, Shane was watching from a short distance away. So in the end, today's showdown between Gryffindor and Slytherin ended with Harry taking the lead in catching the golden snitch. Seeing that the game was over, Shane patted Alia, who was sleeping on his shoulder next to him, and said, "Alia, wake up. It's over." To be honest, Shane was impressed that she could actually fall asleep in such a noisy environment. "Hey! Is it over?" Alia slowly woke up and rubbed her eyes. "Who won the competition?" "Gryffindor won." Shane smiled bitterly. "If I had known you didn't like watching Quidditch, I wouldn't have brought you here." "It's okay, I just can't see it." Alia yawned and shook her head. "It was interesting to watch at first, but it's such a big stadium, I can only see a dozen small dots in the sky it was flying around, and I didn't know why I became sleepier and sleepier." "You just said no, I can turn you into a telescope." Shane sighed helplessly. "Forget it, since the game is over now, I will take you home." "Oh. But where's Rick?" It was night in a blink of an eye. After retrieving Rick, who was abducted by the Weasley twins, Shane sent the Swinton siblings home and had dinner at home. After eating, he used space magic to return to Hogwarts again. As usual, he went to the top of the observatory to start studying magic. I don't know how long it took, but the night gradually darkened and the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Just as Shane was unraveling the magical structure of the killing curse of Avada Kedavra, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted him. "Shane, are you up there?" A question mark appeared on Shane's head, the purple-red halo in his pupils dissipated instantly, and the broken and shapeless green magic circle in his hand also disappeared. He sat on the platform he had created at the top of the tower and looked around, finding Hermione lying on the windowsill of the astronomy classroom, looking up at him. "Hermione, you can actually swim at night!" Shane exclaimed. "This little witch is usually a good girl, and she will not do things like night outing, which is obviously against school rules and will result in deduction of points, unless necessary. It's not curfew time yet." Hermione said seriously. "Also, let me up quickly, I have something very important to see you for." Okay. Shane thought, and the little witch flew up involuntarily. After landing on the platform, before Shane could ask what was going on, Hermione started chattering about the Quidditch pitch this afternoon, and inexplicably associated the previous Halloween troll invasion with Snape. He got up, and Shane was stunned for a while. "Stop!" Shane interrupted Hermione directly. "I probably understand what you just said. But I heard so much from you just now, and almost all of it was imagined by you, Harry, Ronald, and the others, based on their usual impressions of Snape. You said that Snape wanted to kill Harry on the Quidditch pitch today, so let me ask you, why did Snape do that, and what was his motive for killing Harry? Secondly, you said that Snape put the troll into the school. What evidence do you have? Didn't I just say that I personally saw Snape staring at Harry and chanting spells? It wasn't until I burned his robes with magic that Harry's broom returned to normal." Hermione explained. But your explanation doesn't answer the question I just asked. Shane said, that's why Snape wanted to harm Harry. I don't know. Hermione said angrily. She hated the feeling that Shane didn't trust her, but usually Snape would have a reason to target Harry like this. What about the troll? You can't just assume that Snape is limping around after Halloween and that he is related to the troll. It's like this. One time during recess, Harry, Ronald, and I accidentally entered a room in the corridor on the 3rd floor. There was a 3-headed dog guarding something there. There are only 2 of us here, you don't have to lower your voice to speak. Shane suddenly interrupted Hermione's words. Seeing the mysterious look on the little witch's face when she spoke just now, he couldn't help but complain. Listen to me first. Hermione blushed and glared at Shane. According to what Harry said, what the 3-headed dog is guarding is probably a top-secret item that Hagrid once brought back from Gringotts. Snape let the troll into the school during the Halloween dinner to divert attention and get it through the 3-headed dog. Don't you remember that day in the basement? He was the last one there. Professor Quirrell was also the last one to arrive that day. Shane asked with glaring eyes, and, does this have any connection with Snape's desire to kill Harry? Certainly. Hermione was just about to say that of course there are these 3 words, but she suddenly realized that, just as Shane said, the 2 things before and after did not seem to be related at all. Even the matter of Snape trying to pass the 3-headed dog was still Harry told himself. Anyway, I just saw it today. Hermione couldn't find a good reason at the moment, so she just started to break the pot. Although I don't know the reason, it is true that Snape cursed Harry today. Chapter 44 #0*. Oh, Shane sighed helplessly, and then asked, in that case, what are you going to do? We should stop Snape. Hermione replied righteously. It seems that the Sorting Hat was right in assigning you to Gryffindor. Compared to the eaglets of Ravenclaw, you have a clear stupidity that is opposite to them. You. Hermione's face turned red with anger when she heard Shane's words. She wanted to refute, but she couldn't think of any good reason. Seeing Hermione's angry look, Shane also calmed down his expression and suddenly became a little serious. He reached out and pinched Hermione's little face and asked, "What? You mean, you want to be a hero? Just one thing, even if Snape wants to steal something guarded by the 3-headed dog, can you 3 defeat Snape? We can tell Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore." Hermione retorted. She wanted to swat Shane's hand that was pinching her face away, but she didn't know why she didn't swat it away after 2 times. She could only hold Shane's wrist tightly to prevent him from being pinched so painfully. Then tell me, why do the 2 professors doubt a professor who has worked with them for many years because of your one-sided words? You must know that you can't produce any solid evidence until now. Then you can help me. Hermione, you still don't understand until now. Shane put the hand holding Hermione's face on her head and controlled her. She looked directly into his eyes. This is not a question of whether I am willing to help you or not. First of all, everything that happens has its causes and consequences, but you, Harry or Ronald only believe in the result you want, and never authenticate or pursue the reasons for the result. What is this? Is it so-called confidence, or is it a kind of stupidity that cannot see the logic of reality? Hermione was left speechless, which even made her dare not look directly into Chang'en's eyes. Moreover, Shane continued, assuming you have never known me and never known the strength I possess, then who are you going to turn to for help? Are you still relying on your baseless assumptions and your own solitude to face an enemy that you can't possibly defeat? Go ask Harry, how did he get the title of Savior? Not long after he was born, the corpses of his parents were lying next to him. It's not easy to be a hero. You have to bleed and sacrifice. Your abilities haven't reached that level yet. Just finish studying the book I gave you first. After speaking earnestly, Shane gently pushed Hermione's forehead, and then activated space magic, sending her back to the door of the Gryffindor lounge. Hermione stood in front of the fat lady's portrait with a red face, and was stunned for a while before stamping her feet angrily. Looking at Shane's attitude just now, she knew that Shane would not help her in this matter. Dragon scum, W. Hermione spoke the command and stormed into the Gryffindor common room. But she never expected that when she entered the door, she met Harry and Ronald sitting by the fireplace, discussing something with each other. "What are you two doing?" Hermione asked curiously. "Hermione, you came just in time." Harry jumped up from the sofa and rushed to Hermione and said excitedly, "We know something. The thing guarded by the three-headed dog is related to Nico Flamel." "Nicholas Flamel? How did you know?" When Hermione heard that she had found a clue, she immediately forgot what Shane had just said to her. "After the game this afternoon, Ronald and I went to talk to Hagrid about what happened at the stadium today and the three-headed dog in the corridor room on the third floor. Although Hagrid didn't believe what we said, he revealed that the three-headed dog's name was Loe, who was borrowed by Professor Dumbledore to guard something related to Nico Flamel." "Nicholas Flamel, I vaguely remember seeing this name somewhere." Hermione scratched her head, but she couldn't remember it for the moment. "Let's do this, Hermione," Harry suggested. "We will spend the next period of time separately looking for things about Nico Flamel. Anyway, we have to stop Snape and not let him get what Lua is guarding." $7. Time flies, and it's Christmas Eve and Christmas Eve in a blink of an eye. The arrival of this festival also represents the official end of the first semester of Hogwarts, and the junior teachers can get a 2-week-long vacation. However, even on such an important festival in the West, half of the students in Hogwarts were left. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Professor Flitwick and the house elves were decorating the Christmas dinner decorations. Outside the corridor of the auditorium, Shane gently stroked Fiona's snow-white feathers and said in a somewhat humble tone, "Fiona, please. Help me deliver these gifts to Arya and the others." After that, he handed over the snack gift bag and several sets of magic robes that he had prepared. Fiona tilted her head and looked at the heavy lump in Shane's hand, her eyes widened. She looked back and forth between Shane and the gift and whined. When Shane saw her like this, he didn't know what was going on. Then he stretched out 5 fingers and said, "5 small dried fish." Fiona flapped her wings after hearing this, and then raised one of her paws to signal. 4 times 20. Shane was instantly furious. He stared at Fiona frantically and shouted, "Do you know your snacks are very expensive? 20 dried fish already cost 10 silver coins. Woo-woo." Fiona tilted her head to one side, which meant that she didn't have enough dried fish. She couldn't imagine working overtime in such a cold day. Okay. I promised, why not?" Shane took out 10 pieces of dried fish with a little heartache. "I'll pay you 10 in advance and I'll give you the rest when I come back." When Fiona saw the dried fish, she immediately happily jumped on Shane's shoulders and started enjoying the food. After eating 10 dried small fishes in a very short period of time, Fiona grabbed Shane's gift and slowly flew away. Shane looked at the white figure disappearing into the snow and fog, sighed melancholy, and then took out the money bag that had been cast with the traceless stretching charm. I clicked on the small amount of money inside, but there was not much left. When he went to Diagon Alley for the first time, in addition to a lot of school supplies, he also bought a lot of gifts for the Swinton family. The 4,621 gold galleons exchanged at Gringotts were spent on the same day. More than half. Among them, the special gold editions of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Gilderoy Lockhart novel series, and the Quidditch World Cup model bought for Rick are the most expensive. In the month before school started, he took Arya or Rick shopping in Diagon Alley every week on average, which cost a lot of money. So this led to the fact that when he started school, the small amount of money in his wallet was already less than 500 gold galleons. Moreover, because owls in the magical world are different from ordinary owls, as messengers of wizards, in order to maintain their intelligence or activity, their food is specially processed. The average cost of raising an owl is 10 gold galleons per month, and for Fiona and the Swinton family's Thane, who is almost fat as a ball, that's 20 gold galleons per month. Coupled with the rewards from the Halloween game a while ago and the spending on Christmas gifts this time, my wallet is already at the bottom. Tat. With tears streaming down his face, Shane returned to the auditorium and sat down silently in his wallet with only single digits of galleons left. Pinello, who was next to him, looked at Shane's dejected look and couldn't help but curiously asked, "Shane, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay," Shane replied weakly, laying his head on the table, "it's just that the gold galleons have been spent." "Hey? Are you short of money? I can lend it to you." With that, Pinello took out a money bag exactly like the one Shane had in his pocket. It seemed like it was also a gift from Gringotts. "Wow, what a rich woman!" Shane's eyes suddenly turned into golden gallons. He looked at the fullness of the money bag in Pinello's hand. It was probably about tens of thousands in it. "When my father and I went to Gringotts, he exchanged me for gold galleons worth $100,000 in pounds, but until now, Wang Qunhao, in addition to buying some school supplies and supplies in Diagon Alley, apart from the gifts, I didn't spend much." Pinello said calmly. 10W. Shane looked shocked. "Will those goblins be willing to change it for you?" Although Gringotts does not clearly stipulate the exchange amount, after all, they also need to use the currency of the Muggle world to purchase some goods or goods that are not available in the magical world. However, due to the long-term closure, the magic world's demand for Muggle world goods is actually not that large, so Gringotts will be very vigilant and subjective in exchanging large amounts of Muggle world currency. "I don't want to." Sure enough, when faced with Shane's question, Pinello shook her head, but she added, "The goblins were only willing to exchange it for 10,000 pounds at first, but my father saw that the gold galleons seemed to be made of gold, so he sent people home to bring 90,000 pounds worth of gold. The goblins were immediately willing to exchange it." "Pinello, I'm sorry to ask, what does your family do?" Shane asked his neighbor weakly. "Neither of my parents have jobs, they just have a few gold mines in Eastern Europe." "It's reasonable, everything is reasonable. This is the person who truly has a fortune at home." Chapter 45. At the same time, just when Shane lamented that he saw the legend in reality. Not far away, on the Gryffindor table, Hermione was stabbing the lamb chops on the plate with her fork, staring in the direction of Shane and Pinello with an extremely resentful look. "What's up with her?" Ronald, who was playing wizard chess with Harry next to him, looked at the resentment that was about to solidify on Hermione's face, and couldn't help but ask curiously. "I'm not sure, but I guess it's probably related to Dolea." Harry responded with a shrug. "How to say? I also guessed it. It seems that Hermione and Dolea have been having a conflict more than a month ago." Harry said in a low voice, "Although I don't know what happened, I did see that they rarely talked recently. And I found..." He paused here and glanced at Hermione. "And I discovered that it wasn't Doria who ignored her, but Hermione herself who turned away every time she met Doria. Then why does she look like this now?" Ronald looked puzzled. He felt that this was not Hermione's own problem. "I think it's because she hasn't received Dolea's Christmas gift yet. You see, it's already Christmas Eve. If she had wanted to give it to her, she would have received it by now." Harry guessed, "What's Hermione's character like?" "I also know that she may have been waiting for Dolea to take the initiative to talk to her." After saying that, both of them secretly turned their heads to look in Hermione's direction, but were glared at by Hermione, who was aware of it. The two of them were immediately frightened and pretended to continue playing chess. Because Hermione was very resentful at this time, Harry and Ronald did not dare to discuss her and Shane's affairs anymore in order not to get burned. As a result, the two began to chat about daily life while playing chess. "Ronald, aren't you guys going home this Christmas?" Harry moved the rook on the chessboard forward twice and asked, "I saw Fred and Patsy at school." I'm going back after Christmas this year, and then I'm going to Romania to see my brother, where he raises fire dragons. Ronald took the opportunity to eat one of Harry's chess pieces and said, "Actually, we went back today in previous years, but this semester Fred and George both failed their transfiguration exams. Professor McGonagall said that they should stay and make up for the exam, and Patsy also said that they should prepare for a will exam. So, they don't reply, so I don't want to go home early. But the main reason is actually that my silly owl broke its wing some time ago. My mother took it to St. Mungo's owl department for treatment and it cost a lot of money. So instead of going back for Christmas, it's better to stay here. A bigger dinner at Hogwarts." With that said, Ronald put aside the pieces of Harry's dead chess piece. Seeing that the situation on the chessboard was not conducive to him, Harry quickly moved a chess piece for defense. At the same time, he asked, "You just said that Percy was preparing for the O.W.L exam. What did this come from?" "Actually, it's a wizard-level exam." Ronald began to explain. O.W.L exam, also known as the Ordinary Wizarding Level, it is a subject exam that fifth-year students at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry need to take, and is administered by the Wizarding Examination Authority. The score a student achieves in a particular OWL examination subject will, ADB, determine whether he or she can continue studying that course the following year. In addition to referring to the test taken by 5th grade students, OWL sometimes refers to the difficulty of the course students take, the OWL level. Patsy told me all these things. He talks in our ears every day. I feel like the 3 letters OWL are almost engraved in my mind. Ronald sighed in disgust. However, Harry was a little confused, but he probably understood that this OWL exam may be a test of a wizard's comprehensive ability or what kind of job he is qualified for. "Hey, Harry! Why didn't you go home for Christmas?" Ronald realized that his friend didn't go home for the holidays either, so he asked curiously. The reason why Ronald asked this question was because Harry said almost nothing about his previous life. He only heard Harry talk about some things about his aunt's house in bits and pieces. Upon hearing Ronald's question, a complicated expression suddenly appeared on Harry's face. There was a trace of resentment in his eyes, and then he said, "If I can, I never want to go back." For him, the small closet in Privet Drive was not a home at all. Compared with the comfortable dormitory at Hogwarts, it was a hell. That's why he doesn't want to go back. "Hey!" Ronald looked at Harry's somewhat ugly expression, and he thought he shouldn't ask any more questions. But at the same time, he also checked Harry's king directly on the chessboard. After dinner, Shane, of course, did not accept the support offered by Pinlo, a wealthy woman. Before, he was just too worried about the small money and complained about it. You know, if he wants to make money, there is a big vault right next door to Hogwarts. Before setting off, Shane went to the room of requirement and picked up 2 super large oak barrels. After cleaning them, he took them and flew towards the Forbidden Forest. The Dark Forest, also commonly known as the Forbidden Forest, is located on the edge of the grounds of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As its name suggests, it is generally not accessible to Hogwarts students. However, under special circumstances such as confinement or care of magical animals classes, students can be specially allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest, but only in the periphery. For hundreds of years, because there are many mysterious magical animals and potion materials in the Forbidden Forest, many students have wanted to go in and find out. However, most of the students who broke into the depths of the Forbidden Forest died. Some bodies were not even found. Shane had heard that last year's defense against the dark arts professor disappeared in the Forbidden Forest. He seemed to have spent some time in Azkaban before entering Hogwarts. At that time, Dumbledore mobilized all the professors and staff of the school to enter the Forbidden Forest in order to find this professor, but in the end, he found nothing except a piece of bloody cloth. The Forbidden Forest is huge, but with Shane's speed, he landed quickly in less than a minute. Standing on the soft thick moss of the forbidden forest, looking around, it was pitch black, nothing could be seen, and there was poisonous miasma everywhere. Shane raised his hand slightly, and a yellow magic circle appeared on the palm of his hand. Then several light balls flew out from the magic circle and surrounded Chang'en, illuminating the scene in front of him. The ball of light was extremely dazzling in the dark forbidden forest, and Shane was like a big light bulb. He did this to attract some nocturnal magical animals, but after waiting for a long time, he found that except for some light-seeking insects, nothing was approaching. It's strange, isn't it said that there are many magical animals in the forbidden forest? Why can't I see anything? Shane was confused, so he began to plan to explore the depths of the forbidden forest. After walking like this for a few minutes, he suddenly saw a particularly conspicuous nest made of rotten leaves not far away. He took a closer look and saw that there were more than a dozen petite, spherical, magical animals covered with soft fur in the rotten leaf nest, all looking up at him. Wow, it's so cute, it's a cattail. Shane was filled with love when he saw such a cute thing. However, he immediately felt strange. Why were these velvets here? This magical creature is docile and has no attack power. Even if it is hugged or thrown around, it remains indifferent. It is a scavenger. From time to time, a very slender pink tongue will stick out from the middle of its body, stretching around like a snake in search of food. In the wizard's house, Puff Rong will eat everything from leftovers to spiders, but it especially likes to stick its tongue upwards, get into the noses of sleeping wizards, and eat their dry boogers. Therefore, the docile temperament of Purong has made them loved by generations of wizard children, and they are popular pets among wizards. So, how come this animal is not eaten as food by other animals when it is placed deep in the dangerous forbidden forest? Although he didn't know how the nest of cattails in front of him survived, Shane didn't think much of it. He took out a cloth bag and put all the velvet in it. These little cuties can be sold for an average of 2 gold galleons each in Diagon Alley. So Shane thought, if he took this nest of velvet back to Hogwarts, it would definitely disappear in seconds if it sold for 1 gold galleons. After all, this cute thing has a fatal attraction for little witches. So, after Shane put the bag containing the velvet into his carry-on space, he continued walking deeper into the forbidden forest. Explore the Forbidden Forest dungeon to unlock the magical creature Puffy Rong, and get a reward. 16 cute Puffy Rongs can be used as pets. After leaving Pu Rong Rong's rotten leaf nest, Shane discovered another magical animal not long after leaving. On a tall fir tree not far away, I saw a pair of eyes reflecting white light under the light of the ball. Haha! It's an evil bird, Shane said happily. Chapter 46. Bad Bird, a bird with a large head and slender legs and extremely colorful feathers. Its fur color is usually orange, pink, lime green or yellow, and other colors can rarely appear. It is a bird native to Africa. The bird's high-pitched, chirping call can make people lose their minds, so each bird needs to be cast with a silent spell before it can be sold. Its feathers can be used to make quills, and their eggs are brightly patterned. In order to prevent the evil bird from escaping, Shane immediately activated magic to teleport to the fir tree as soon as he saw it. Before the evil bird had time to react, he grabbed it with both hands and cast a silent spell at the same time. Landing on the ground, Shane discovered that the feathers of the evil bird on his hand were a rare orange-red color. He had been thinking about what Christmas gift to give Hermione for the past few days, but he didn't expect this to come to his door. Looking at the struggling evil bird in his hand, Shane gently stroked the gorgeous feathers, then suddenly showed an evil smile and said softly, "Don't worry, little one. I won't eat you." After saying that, the hand stroking the feathers began to move. After a while, Shane was seen walking away happily, and at the same time, a naked evil bird appeared in the Forbidden Forest with circles in its eyes. Explore the Forbidden Forest dungeon to unlock the magical creature Evil Bird, and get a reward, 112 beautiful orange-red feathers, can be used to make exquisite quill pens. The night sky on Christmas Eve was exceptionally bright. Star lanterns hung high above the Milky Way. Through the dense trees, they provided a glimmer of light to the dark forbidden forest, making everything seem so mysterious and unknown. Stepping through the thin snow, various nocturnal animals rustled through the dense ferns, all attracted by the light of Enshin. Faced with the animals surrounding him, Shane ignored them. Because most of these animals are not magical animals, even if there are some mixed in, they don't have any particularly valuable materials. However, as Shane continued deeper into the forbidden forest, the magical animals he thought he encountered finally appeared. Suddenly, Shane saw a faint blue fluorescent light flying around in the trees in the distance, like a will-o'-the-wisp. Hey! What is that? Shane frowned, a question mark appearing above his head. He didn't remember that there were magical animals that emitted blue fluorescence in the books. In the wizarding world, everyone uses fantastic beasts and where to find them written by Newt Scamander to classify the levels of magical animals, and they are divided by the letter X. Level 1, X, a person with a gentle personality who is basically unable to cause substantial harm to wizards. For example, Shiu Shiu, Pu Rong Rong, Boggett, etc. Level 2, XX, not actively aggressive, but can cause serious harm to wizards. For example, Bowtruckle, Billywig, etc. Level 3, XXX, huge in size, extremely aggressive, and can cause serious harm or even death to wizards. For example, trolls, werewolves, acromantulas, etc. Level 4, XXXX, extremely aggressive, has special magical abilities, and can cause fatal damage to wizards. For example, poisonous leopard, curled winged demon, basilisk, etc. Level 5, XXXXX, possessing a high degree of intelligence, possessing powerful magical abilities, and posing a fatal threat to wizards or even causing large-scale disasters. For example, dragon, thunderbird, phoenix, etc. Shane searched in his mind several times, but he couldn't find any magical animals with faint blue fluorescence characteristics. So, he did some trading. But he didn't expect that just after taking a few steps, Shane's heart suddenly sounded alarm, and the combat intuition cultivated through years of fighting made him subconsciously dodge. Just as Shane jumped to the side to dodge, a shadow covered with bone spurs passed by his nose at an extremely fast speed, followed by a strong smell of blood. Shane stood up quickly, looked at the direction where the shadow disappeared in shock and said, "What is that? Call out!" There was a sound breaking through the air, and the black shadow just now jumped out of the darkness at the same speed as before, heading straight for Shane's face. Shane instantly tilted his head to avoid it, but he didn't expect a small cut on his face. "Is that the winged demon?" Shane raised his eyebrows and wiped the blood off his face. He had just seen what the black shadow looked like. A pair of blue-green wings full of spikes, the shape resembles both a reptile and a huge butterfly. This is obviously the appearance of the winged demon. In addition, the familiar fishy smell he smelled during the first attack was exactly the same as the monsters whose heads he had smashed before, that is, the smell of brains. The winged demon likes to eat human brains, so it just kept trying to pounce on its own face. However, Shane was also confused at the same time, because the curling winged demon in front of him was completely different from what was recorded in the book. Ordinary curling winged demons do not have light-emitting organs like fireflies, and the speed recorded in the book is not as exaggerated as the one in front of you. The speed just now was almost close to the speed of sound. And just when Shane was thinking, the winged demon began to make a comeback after failing to eat Shane's brain twice. The sharp wings cut through the air, and the winged demon suddenly broke through the sound barrier and flew toward Shane at a faster speed. Shane listened to the huge sonic boom in his ears, and a green light suddenly lit up under his feet, and a huge lifelike tree slowly rotated in the magic circle. Natural magic, the birth of the tree world. Just when the sharp teeth of the winged demon were about to bite Shane's eye socket, hundreds of thick mushrooms sprouted from the ground and trapped the devil firmly. The winged demon was tied up with vines until only its head was exposed. It made a series of piercing chirping sounds, twisted its body crazily and stared at Shane's head. It's really a curling winged demon. Shane took a closer look and confirmed that he had seen correctly. At the same time, he reached out and tapped the white bone head of the curling winged demon. Little guy, can you tell me what you are doing? Why can't it shine? But the response was still a beast-like roar. You have good qualifications, be my pet. Shane thought about it and decided to take this special curling winged demon under his command. When he was in Aslant, he wanted to find a handsome and beautiful powerful monster as a pet. 0. Please give me flowers. In addition, based on the performance just now, Shane feels that this curled winged demon still has a lot of potential that has not yet been realized, so it just meets his conditions. Ever since, Shane thought about activating the contract magic and taking the winged demon as a pet. However, the Zhonghuan Yuguang in front of him didn't seem to want to surrender. Its mouth suddenly emitted the same faint blue light as its body, and then it shot out a breath. FK. Shane hurriedly avoided. He looked at the stone behind him that was sprayed by his breath, and a trace of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The blue fluorescent venom is corroding the hard stone into shape and emitting thick white smoke. This trademark is extremely poisonous and can still be physically attacked. And it's not over yet. After the winged demon used a burst of venomous breath to drive Shane away, it suddenly let out a shrill scream. The piercing cry resounded throughout the Forbidden Forest in an instant and reached very far away. Many animals in the Forbidden Forest, whether they were ordinary animals or magical creatures, were immediately frightened and fled in all directions. The survival instinct is telling them to run as fast and as far as they can. Shane covered his ears and quickly took a few steps back. He wanted to see what other abilities this curling winged demon had. As soon as the chirping ended, the curled winged demon suddenly emitted a dazzling blue light. Its sharp bone spurs and skin began to secrete venom, and the vines that trapped it were corroded in a short time. Immediately afterwards, the whole body of the curled winged demon began to expand continuously, and did not stop until it grew to more than 10 times its original size. The curled winged demon is suspended in mid-air, with its 2 wings stretched out to at least 20 meters long. Through the fangs in the mouth, you can vaguely see the blue light that is ready to go out in the throat. The tail covered with bone spurs drooped to the ground, and the scythe dripping with fluorescent venom on the tip of the tail was constantly scratching the fallen leaves under the snow, making rustling sounds. At this time, this curled winged demon is like a dark angel that has fallen into the world, a perfect combination of darkness and grace. What the hell is this curled winged demon? Isn't it the ability of a bird or a snake to change body size? Shane was stunned. With that said, before Shane could react from the shock, the winged demon, which had already transformed, let out a cry again, swung its tail blade that was at least 10 meters long, and quickly attacked in Shane's direction. Hey, hey, hey! You can't do this, little guy! It takes hundreds of years for these trees to grow that big. Shane easily avoided the tail blade attack of the winged demon, but at the same time, several thick fir trees behind him were neatly chopped off, with smooth cuts. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the curled winged demon let out a long cry again, and the blue light emitted from its mouth became more and more dazzling. As the chirping ended, a huge venomous breath struck Shane. The blazing sky covers the sevenfold circle row AIAs. Shane raised his right hand, a pink magic circle flashed past, and a 7-layer defensive shield shaped like petals appeared in front of him. Chapter 47. The curling winged demon's huge venomous breath hit the 7-layered ring of blazing sky without making any progress. The scattered venom completely corroded the surrounding plants. More than a minute later, Shane stood there and looked at the blue venom that was already flowing out of the curling winged demon's mouth. He decided not to waste time and subdued it directly. He clapped his hands and shouted, "Soul contract!" A huge golden magic circle instantly covered the exhausted winged demon. A few seconds later, a blue-green, spiny little cocoon lay in the center of the magic circle that had just disappeared. Shane stepped forward and picked up the winged demon, which had returned to its initial state. The huge form just now must have consumed a lot of physical strength of the curling winged demon, so now it can only wrap its body tightly like this to slowly recover, and it is still in urgent need of food. Having said that, the crooked winged demon's favorite food is human brains, so what should I feed it? Shane was immediately troubled. He can't really kill people and dig out his brains for this little guy, he's not a zombie. And just when Shane was worrying about his pet's food rations, a message 380 suddenly came from the little firefly on his hand. Just listen to the curled winged demon asking, "Master, can I eat your brain?" This sentence immediately caused several tic-tac-toes to appear on Shane's forehead. "I'm solving your food problem, but you want to eat your master's brain. Forget it, let's look in the Forbidden Forest later to see if there are any animal brains for you to eat. And seeing that you are covered in blue, you are still a girl. From now on, let's call her Helena." The reason for this name is that Shane suddenly thought of the butterfly known as the most beautiful butterfly in the world, the goddess of light Morpho, from Helena's butterfly-like appearance and the blue fluorescence emanating from it. Also known as Helena Morpho. After giving his pet a name, Shane hung Helena around his neck and continued his journey into the Forbidden Forest. Explore the Forbidden Forest dungeon to unlock the magical creature Curling Winged Demon, and get a reward, a suspected highly mutated Curling Winged Demon, Helena. Continuing to walk deeper into the Forbidden Forest, Shane finally found the biggest goal he wanted to find during this trip to the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps Helena's momentum just now scared away the surrounding animals, so Shane walked for a long time without seeing any new magical animals. It was not until a long time later that he suddenly heard some strange sounds. Shane pricked up his ears and listened in the direction of the source of the sound. "I just heard a burst of rustling sounds suddenly coming from the distance. It seemed that there were quite a lot of them. They seemed to be a group of reptiles. They were constantly approaching in my direction." Shane suddenly had a suspicion in his mind, so he flew into the air and controlled a small ball of light beside him to fly into the darkness in the distance. I saw, under the light of the light ball, a large group of large spiders covered with thick black hair, constantly moving their slender thighs and crawling out of the darkness one after another. "Aha! It's the Acromantula!" Shane waved his fist happily. The main reason he came to the Forbidden Forest this time was to find the Acromantula. Before coming, he went to the room of requirement to find 2 standard 225-liter oak barrels for the Acromantula's venom. You must know that 1 pint of this thing can sell for 100 gold galleons in the market, and it has a price but no market, not to mention the price on the black market. Hey! Leave all the small money for me." Shane looked at the countless Acromantulas gathered under the ball of light, and waved his hands to both sides of his body. 2 red magic arrays engraved with dragon head patterns appeared in front of his hands. "Fire Dragon Slayer Magic, Red Lotus Red Cliff." A wall of golden red fire instantly surrounded all the Acromantulas. "Petrificus Totalis All." Immediately afterwards, another huge grey magic circle covered all the Acromantulas in the entire fire wall. In less than 10 seconds, except for a handful of fish that slipped through the net, thousands of Acromantulas of different sizes were all frozen and scattered on the ground. Shane took out a huge syringe from his pocket, divided out dozens of thoughts, and began to extract venom from these walking golden gallons. Because there are so many, and he also adheres to the sustainable development concept, Shane only takes action on those Acromantulas larger than adult size, and he can't control so many other smaller ones. 10 minutes later, Shane finally obtained approximately 226 pints of venom from these Acromantulas, which meant that he earned 22,600 gold galleons in a very short period of time. To be honest, this will make you more money faster than robbing Gringotts. Shane looked at most of the oak barrels that were still empty, and then at the Acromantulas around him. He knew where to go to fill the barrels. Shane first removed the lighting ball around him, then removed the magic from all acromantulas, and then began to follow the spiders in circles in the Forbidden Forest. He wants to find the big spider in the original work. After following the spider group for a while, Shane was led to a huge cave by a dozen acromantulas carrying food in their mouths. I saw the cave entrance not far away, where countless acromantulas were coming in and out, densely packed like ants. There is no doubt that this is the acromantula's nest. Shane flew into the hole at great speed. He was suspended in mid-air, looking at the mountain of animal bones and dome-shaped spider webs beneath his feet. The air exuded the smell of carrion and ammonia. Is it Hagrid? Deep in the cave, the lord of the acromantula named Aragog suddenly smelled the scent of human beings, and slowly crawled out from behind a boulder while moving his body as big as a bus. I saw that the hair all over its body was grey, and its eyes were pale because of blindness. You are the one. Shane looked at the big spider in front of him and scratched his head. He had already forgotten the name of the acromantula. You are not Hagrid. Aragog said in a snoring voice, Human, you shouldn't come here. Although I promised Hagrid not to eat humans, my children don't have that good tolerance. But I can give you 1 minute, you can. Before Aragog could finish speaking, he heard a clear snap of his fingers, and a green magic circle appeared at Shane's feet, followed by a green light wave that spread out at a speed that was beyond the reach of the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, all the acromantulas were knocked unconscious by the power of Stupefy, and at the same time, the juvenile bodies on the roof of the cave also fell down like rain. What did you just say? Shane asked jokingly. Aragog did not respond. Although he was blind, he could still feel the surrounding environment. It moved its huge spider legs to draw white marks on the rock, and slowly tried to retreat. Come on, you don't really think you can run away in front of me? Shane said angrily when he saw this, and then took out the oak barrel that was still mostly empty. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You. But do you choose to do it yourself or do I do it myself? Aragog silently walked up to the oak barrel, opened his big fangs and began to inject venom into the barrel. It's not that it doesn't want to resist, it's just that the power gap is too great and there's nothing we can do. After a while, Shane stuffed the full oak barrel back into his pocket with satisfaction, then sat down next to Aragog and asked casually. By the way, what's your name? For Shane, the old acromantula in front of him only appeared once in the Chamber of Secrets chapter, and he had long forgotten its name. Aragog, Hagrid named me. Aragog replied tremblingly. Aragog, why can you talk? The reason why Shane asked this was not just out of pure curiosity. Even though the acromantula is a 4x level magical creature, this race does not have the conditions to speak, whether in terms of intelligence or physical structure. So Shane wanted to find out from Aragog 5.8 whether there really is a way to make magical animals speak like humans. If possible, he would also like to apply this method to Helena. But it is obvious that Aragog's IQ does not seem to support it in answering such a question. Just listen to it reply, Hagrid taught me for a long time. How to teach? Just talk. Let me ask another way, how did you and Hagrid talk? Talk while eating wild deer. After this conversation, Shane was speechless. It can be seen that Aragog's intelligence is not very high. It may only be equivalent to the level of a 10-year-old human child. He cannot remember the past clearly. Forget it, go back and ask Hagrid. Shane sat up from the stone, threw out all the dozens of bison he had just killed for Helena in his pocket, then turned his back to Aragog and said, Thank you for the venom, this is your reward. After saying that, he walked out of the cave. Chapter 48. After leaving the acromantula's lair, Shane wandered around the Forbidden Forest again, and then found the Moonchild Beast in a very high cave, and obtained 30 kilograms of the Moonchild Beast's feces before sunrise, can make magic plants grow fast and strong. He took out his pocket watch and checked the time. It was already past 10 p.m., and Shane decided to go home. Throughout the night, he made a lot of money while exploring the Forbidden Forest instance. 1. Obtain 16 pu wrong. 2. Obtain 112 orange-red feathers of the evil bird, can be used to make exquisite quills. 3. Obtain a powerful mutated winged demon. 4. Obtain 2 oak barrels of Acnologia venom in exchange for approximately 40,000 gold galleons. 5. Obtain 30 kilograms of Yuchi beast's feces before sunrise. 6. Obtain various herbal materials that can be used to make potions. Anyway, it's been a rewarding experience. Shane happily counted the loot in the dormitory, and then started making his own Christmas gifts. The next day, Christmas. Because he had to make and pack Christmas gifts last night, Shane stayed up until very late. He resisted his sleepiness and sat up, stretched, and then waved out the window, "Fiona." A snowy owl fluttered its wings out of the window and flew in front of Shane. Fiona had returned from delivering gifts to Swindon's house at midnight last night. Shane touched the white and soft feathers on Fiona's body, took out the 10 dried fish he owed, and then pointed to a wrapped gift box on the table next to him. "Fiona, please give me the send this to he." "Woo woo." Fiona screamed happily twice, quickly ate the dried fish, then flapped her wings, grabbed the gift and flew away. After getting up, Shane freshened up and then teleported to Dumbledore's principal's office. I looked around, but no one was there, and Phoenix Fox was not on the branch either. He must have gone out for something. So Shane placed the chocolate gift box wrapped in wool socks that he had prepared in advance on Dumbledore's table. The chocolates inside were all bought by him from the most exclusive dessert shop in London. The 108 chocolates are worth £1,000, which is no different from stealing money. Then, Shane teleported to Gryffindor's office and gave Professor McGonagall a copy of the Chronicle of the 1877 Quidditch World Cup. The 1877 Quidditch World Cup is known as an event that no one remembers, and it was also a game that caused great controversy in the history of the Quidditch World Cup. Because at that time, the venue for the Quidditch World Cup had been selected, the tickets had been sold, and the merchandise had been produced, but neither the players nor the fans could remember that they had participated in or watched any game. Then, he gave Professor Flitwick a pair of shoes with wings, so that he would not have to use books to build stairs to climb up to the podium to give lectures. Then, Professor Sprout prepared 20 kilograms of gold carrot from the moon-crazy beast, which will be of great help to her herbal garden. Although this thing is just a piece of cake, it has a price but no market in Diagon Alley. Because the moon-crazy beast lives in remote and uninhabited places all year round, it is extremely difficult to find. Its silver excrement must be collected before sunrise, otherwise it will lose its effect of promoting plant growth and development. Shane also prepared a crystal headband for Pinello to prevent her messy blonde hair from covering her beautiful face. Because there were too many gifts, Shane went to the kitchen and asked Kalulu to give away all the gifts. However, among the headmasters, he still had to prepare a Christmas gift for Snape. What should I give as a gift? After much deliberation, I took into account Snape's identity as a potions master, and also for his own selfish reasons. Shane finally packed 10 pints of venom from Helena as a gift for Snape, and then walked towards the Hogwarts basement with a bucket of Acnologia venom. Snape's office was in the basement next to the potions classroom. Boom! 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 Shane knocked on the door and called inside, "Professor Snape, are you there?" After waiting for a while, no one responded. Shane pushed the office door and found it was unlocked, so he pushed the door open and walked in. Snape's office was very dark and damp, and you could vaguely smell the musty smell mixed with the smell of potions in the air. On the shelves along the wall, there were many glass containers of different sizes, which contained organ specimens of various unknown animals, which looked very disgusting. However, there is one exceptionally clean place in the office, and that is the fireplace deep in the room. There was no ashes in the fireplace. It had not been used for an unknown period of time. There are 2 old pine tables in the office. One table is filled with quill pens, books, and other utensils, while the other table is filled with several cauldrons, inside which are rolling magic objects filled with weird colors. Medicines, they are exuding a charming aroma. The owner of the office was not there. So Shane began to visit Snape's office out of curiosity. He looked at the glass containers on the shelves and was very interested in what was inside. When I came to a square glass box, there were many small black bugs crawling around inside. Lobaworm. There are plenty of them in the Black Lake. Why would Snape keep them here? Shane said with some confusion. Although the venom of Lobaworm can be used to make potions, its side effects are extremely high and strictly restricted, so many potion makers usually do not prepare this stuff. Shane knocked on the glass box containing the Lobaworm, and then looked at another thing that looked like a sheep's horn. I've never heard that the horn of a long-horned water snake can be used as a raw material for making potions. But I've heard of making wands. Hey! There's actually a specimen of Ginfixia. Shane suddenly saw a gleaming golden bird specimen behind a glass jar containing the horns of a long-horned water snake. He is round, with an extremely slender mouth, and a pair of sparkling ruby eyes. It is the golden snidget who is about to become extinct due to overhunting. As he discovered more and more novel things, Shane's curiosity gradually became overwhelming, and he jumped up and down in Snape's office, enjoying the tour. What is that? Shane suddenly caught a glimpse of a huge glass jar filled with dust and cobwebs in the darkest corner. He walked forward curiously and looked inside with the light ball he created at random. It turned out to be a huge scarlet tail. The tail of a fire dragon. Shane wiped the dust on the glass jar and looked inside carefully, but it doesn't look like it, it's all horny, no scales. This is the tail of the Chimera, a magical creature native to Greece that is very bloodthirsty and violent. A familiar and indifferent voice suddenly sounded from behind Shane, and directly answered Shane's question. Shane looked suddenly enlightened, and smashed his fist in his hand. Oh, it's a chimera. He had already noticed Snape's arrival, even if the invisible bat walked without making a sound. Dolea broke into the professor's office without permission. Snape looked at Shane with cold eyes. 10 points will be deducted from Ravenclaw Academy. Professor, I am not breaking in. The door is unlocked. Shane pointed in the direction of the door and said sophistry. Snape did not argue with Shane, but held up his hands by his black robe like a giant bat, his face expressionless, and his eyes began to glow with a faint blue halo. Shane Dolea, what brings you here? Shane stared at Snape with dead eyes and said helplessly, Professor, did Professor Dumbledore tell you that legilimency is useless to me? The halo in Snape's pupils dissipated instantly, and the hand holding the robe tightened involuntarily. Shane noticed the shock in Snape's heart. He couldn't help but roll his eyes in his mind, then took out the crystal bottle containing Helena's venom and said, Professor, I'm here to give you a Christmas gift. Snape frowned as he looked at the crystal bottle handed over by Shane. He didn't speak, but stared at Shane with a suspicious look, then slowly stretched out his hand, and pulled out the crystal bottle from Jeanne's hand with force. Professor, be careful. Helena's venom is very toxic. I tried several containers and found that only the crystal bottle will not be corroded. Shane reminded. He was afraid that Snape would not understand the situation and accidentally get the venom on his skin, and he would suffer a lot then. Snape uncorked the bottle, held the crystal bottle between his nose and smelled it. The venom of the crooked devil? But it's different. Relying on his years of pharmaceutical experience, Snape immediately smelled out that the venom in the crystal bottle came from the Ninja demon. Where did you get it? Snape asked, staring at Shane. The venom of the winged demon can be diluted appropriately to erase bad memories, and it will emit a silvery white light, but the bottle in his hand now is a blue that he has never seen before. For a potion master, this may be a new pharmaceutical material, and even make some potions that existed only in theory become a reality. This is the venom secreted by my pet. Shane replied. After saying that, a black shadow flew out from Swan N's chest. Helena flapped her blue-green wings and hovered next to Shane. Introduction, this is Helena. Xiaqi introduced seriously. But at this moment, Snape ignored Shane's introduction. When he saw a brain-eating curled-winged demon suddenly flying out in front of him, he immediately and instinctively took a few steps back, and took out his wand and pointed it at Helena vigilantly. Professor Snape, you don't have to be so nervous. Shane let Helena hang on his arm by her tail, it won't attack you. But Snape still did not put down his wand, and began to say in a cold voice word by word, Shane Dolea, raising dangerous magical creatures in school, the last person who did this was expelled from school. I know Mr. Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. I remember that he seemed to belong to Hufflepuff, and he was also very familiar with Professor Dumbledore. Shane first took Helena back, and then brought the oak barrel filled with Acromantua venom in front of Snape. Actually, Professor, you just saw that Helena is different from ordinary curling-winged demons, and her venom may have a unique effect in potions. So can I ask you one thing, which is to help research the use of Helena's venom in potion refining? Of course, I won't let you do it in vain. This bucket of Acromantua venom will be used as a reward for your help. Chapter 49. This barrel of Acromantua venom is my reward for asking you to help me. With that, Shane opened the oak barrel containing the venom. A faint fishy smell immediately floated in the air. Snape shrugged his nose. As soon as he smelled it, he knew that the oak barrel in front of him contained genuine Acromantua venom, and it was still fresh. To be honest, since he started to learn potions, the total amount of Acromantua venom he has seen and used may not be as much as the oak barrel in front of him. After a moment of silence, Snape suddenly waved his robe, then turned around and walked into the office with a crystal bottle that was faintly emitting blue light. He came to the bookshelf next to his desk, pulled out a few specific books on it, and then looked at the empty spaces on the bookshelf with the magic trick. He didn't know what spell he said. Suddenly there was a snap, and a hidden mechanism in the bookshelf was opened. Snape took out a bottle of silver potion from it, then turned back, threw the potion directly to Shane and said coldly, I will report the truth about the winged demon to Principal Dumbledore. Now, get out of my office. After saying that, he turned around and returned to his desk. Walking out of Snape's office, Shane looked at the silver potion in his hand, the joy on his face unable to be concealed at all. He really didn't expect that sending Christmas gifts in person would yield unexpected gains. The bottle of potion in front of me is one of the sealings of potion science, the elixir of good fortune. It is a magic potion that can make people lucky for 12 hours. To be honest, the value of the elixir is far greater than the gift Shane gave, and it can even be said to be a costless transaction for him. You should know that there are as many as you need in the Acromantua Forbidden Forest. If you don't have enough horse juice, just go get some and bring it back. Helena is Shane's own pet, so there is no need to worry about the supply of venom. But then again, are all Slytherins like this, so arrogant? Shane recalled Snape's somewhat embarrassing and unexpected request when he received the gift just now. He must have not received a Christmas gift in many years. After delivering gifts to Snape, Shane went to Hagrid's hut by the Forbidden Forest. He also prepared a Christmas gift for Hagrid and stopped by to inquire about Helena and the secret of Aragog's ability to talk. Boom! 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 Hagrid, are you there? Shane knocked on the door of Hagrid's cabin and shouted inside. Who is it? Is it Harry? Hagrid's voice came from behind the door, and then there was the sound of heavy footsteps. The door creaked open, and a slightly smoky Hagrid poked his head out. Merry Christmas, Hagrid! Shane said with a smile. Oh! Shane, it's you. Come in quickly. When Hagrid saw that the visitor was Shane, his face was immediately filled with surprise and he quickly invited Shane into the house. Thank you. Shane thanked him and walked into the house. He looked around and found that there was suddenly a lot of charcoal in the corner of the house. Shane raised his eyebrows, suddenly remembering something, and then he noticed a round object wrapped in a linen bag on the table not far away. Hagrid, who had just closed the door, turned around and saw Shane staring at the baby he had just won. His face immediately became a little nervous. He quickly walked over and stood in front of Shane and said awkwardly, Shane, Merry Christmas. Have fun, Hagrid. Shane responded with a smile, then tilted his body and looked behind Hagrid. Don't be so nervous, I know it's a fire dragon egg. I saw it all. Oh. How did you know? Hagrid was a little at a loss for a moment. He picked up the dragon egg on the table and said in a pleading tone, Shane, don't tell others, I just... Don't worry, I'm not like you. Shane replied thoughtfully, then took out the gift he had prepared and handed it over. Try your gift to see if it fits. Oh, my God! Hagrid exclaimed, hurriedly put down the dragon egg in his hand, wiped his soot-stained hands, and then carefully took the brand new wool jacket handed over by Shane. I saw that the coat you were wearing had not been changed all day long, and there were many patches on it, so I thought I would give you a new one this Christmas. Thank you so much. Hagrid wiped the tears from his eyes with emotion, then began to take off the old moleskin jacket and put on the new clothes Shane gave him. After a while, he happily opened his arms to Shane, and then asked, Is it suitable? Very good, very suitable. Shane nodded and praised, and then began to take advantage of Hagrid's physical and mental joy to tell him another purpose of coming this time. Hagrid, I saw Aragog last night. Shane said directly. Aragog is... Aragog. Hagrid didn't react at first, but after 2 seconds, his eyes widened. He shook his head at Shane in disbelief and said, No. Impossible. It promised me that it would not leave the Forbidden Forest. It? How did you see it? It was just last night that I went deep into the Forbidden Forest and met a group of Acromantulas. I followed them and saw it. Shane answered truthfully. You went to the Forbidden Forest. And you went to the Acromantula's lair. Hagrid was shocked beyond words, and he glanced at Shane's whole body in stunned silence. You have to know the Acromantula's lair. Basically, no one can come out alive except himself and Dumbledore. It's okay, Aragog and his children were very polite to me last night. Shane waved his hand in a relaxed manner and said, Actually, I'm just curious, how do you make Aragog speak like a human being? Oh, that's what you're asking. Hagrid finally recovered from the shock. He touched his big belly, and then a trace of memories began to appear in his eyes. Why can Aragog actually speak? I don't know very well myself, but if I say what method was used, it would have started when I picked up Aragog. It turns out that just 48 years ago, Hagrid was still a third-year student at Hogwarts. One day, he accidentally discovered an Acromantula egg near the Forbidden Forest. So he, who had a natural affinity for magical animals, secretly took the egg back to Hogwarts for incubation. Acromantula, a species, needs to go through 10 instars from hatching to growing to adulthood, and each instar is about 6 to 8 months. And in these 6 to 8 months, the food the Acromantulas eat and the living environment they live in will have a huge impact on them. I remember that Aragog was very cute when he first hatched, but in order to avoid attracting other people's attention, I usually kept him in a wooden box and gave him some cotton-eating aphids and stable flies. Food. Hagrid gradually told some things about that year. But what does this have to do with being able to talk to Aragog? Shane wondered. Maybe it's related, maybe it's not. Hagrid shook his head regretfully. To be honest, I was still a student at the time. Although I was very interested in magical animals, I didn't do much research in this area. It wasn't until I became the gamekeeper of Hogwarts and had more contact with the magical animals in the Forbidden Forest, Dinozo, coupled with some knowledge from books, that I slowly began to realize. Aragog, it may be a very special existence among the Acromantula group. To tell you the truth, I have tried to raise an Acromantula the same way I raised Aragog before, but I failed in the end. That is to say, you are completely wrong. Shane sighed with regret. Hagrid's words shattered his idea of training Helena to speak, because even if he found the password that allowed Aragog to speak, it would only apply to the Acromantula, a racial giant. Hey? Shane, what's wrong with you? Seeing Shane suddenly look downcast, Hagrid couldn't help but asked curiously. I'm fine. Shane raised his head and regained his composure, and then started talking about another thing. By the way, Hagrid, I have another question, can you help me find out what's going on with my pet? As soon as he finished speaking, Helena flew out from Shane's chest, flew around the room, and landed on Shane's head. Chapter 50. Oh! My God! It's the winged demon! When Hagrid saw Helena, he immediately panicked and picked up a large iron bucket from the side and put it on his head, and then held a pair of fire pliers in his hand. Don't be nervous, Hagrid. Shane smiled and gently stroked Helena's silky wings with his hand. It is my pet, Helena. It will not hurt anyone without my order. Hagrid stared at Helena carefully and observed that there seemed to be no danger, so he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Hey! Hagrid caressed his chest, and then the look in his eyes at Helena gradually changed from nervous and scared to confused. Oh, it's so beautiful! Hagrid slowly came up to Helena and looked at it carefully, exclaiming. Hey? What's going on? Shane suddenly noticed something was wrong with the look on Hagrid's face, and quickly looked up at Helena. I saw that its two wings were regularly emitting dazzling blue light, giving people a rather dreamy feeling. Holy shit! You still have psychedelic abilities! Shane said in shock. Because those rhythmic blue flashes on Helena's wings obviously have the ability to visually disturb people's spirits. So Shane quickly stepped forward and grabbed Hagrid's hand and shouted, Hagrid! Hagrid! Wake up! Oh, hey! What happened to me just now? Hagrid suddenly woke up, his face full of doubts. You almost put your brain in Helena's mouth just now. Shane complained. Hagrid was stunned for a while after listening to Shane's words, and then he remembered what had just happened, but he didn't have a trace of fear, but stared at Helena with shining eyes. Shane, I have to say that this pet of yours is really special. Hagrid said excitedly, I have never seen a crouching demon mutate to this extent. So, Helena is really a mutant? Rather than a magical creature that is a cross between a winged demon and other magical animals. 880. This question has been lingering in Shane's mind since he conquered Helena last night. He even thought that Helena was a combination of a curled winged demon and a snake bird. After all, it could expand its size to more than 10 times its original size without any external force. Among all recorded magical creatures, only birds and snakes have this ability. After listening to Shane's question, Hagrid, who is proficient in magical biology, shook his head affirmatively and said, Of course not, because you can see that Helena is completely in the form of a winged demon, but it is a little special. If two different magical creatures are combined, then Helena will definitely have the appearance characteristics of the two magical creatures. What's more, until now, people have not discovered a successful combination of two different magical creatures in the wild. Precedent. Then how did Helena mutate to this extent? Shane held Helena in his arms and asked. Not sure, it's also possible that it ate a lot of fireflies during its childhood development. Fireflies? Shane was stunned when he heard the answer, don't the winged demons eat brains? Then it's impossible to eat them right from birth, right? Hagrid replied matter-of-factly, actually, it's not just the crooked winged demon or the Acromantula. The magical creatures themselves are very wonderful, and they can often evolve according to the environment in which they grow. Take different forms. I still remember that a long time ago, a mutated poisonous leopard was discovered in South America. Because it lived in a miasma-rich rainforest for a long time, the poisonous mist it emitted killed everyone in a village. Magical creatures have existed in this world much longer than us humans. Sometimes I wonder if this mutation of magical creatures is retrieving the abilities they should have had that have been lost in history. After listening to Hagrid's long lament about magical animals, Shane walked out of the cabin thoughtfully. Before leaving, Hagrid gave Shane some sheep brains. He said that ordinary sheep brains or cow brains would be enough for Helena's food, and human brains were only the most delicious food for the winged demons. Hagrid also confessed that Helena is still underage and may still have untapped potential abilities. Therefore, Shane can sometimes appropriately feed the blood or brains of some magical creatures to Helena to promote its growth or evolution. Of course, Hagrid also begged not to use Agarac's brain, and Shane agreed. After a long period of time, with the exception of Agarac, the Acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest began to suffer great disaster. After leaving Hagrid's cabin, Shane received a letter from Aunt Julie, who was constantly urging Shane to go back for Christmas. So, thinking that there were more than 20 days during the Christmas vacation, and also thinking that there was nothing to do in school, Shane finally decided to be obedient, go back to the dormitory, pack his luggage, and go home. However, after the holiday started, Shane suddenly started to work as a saltfish at home. He felt that he had done too many great things since he entered Hogwarts. What drives Hogwarts curriculum reform, the search for the founder's legacy, the development of soul-killing magic, and more. It feels like it never stops. So Shane said, "I've done a lot of work for a semester, but I can't enjoy it anymore." On Sunday, after lunch, Shane went back to his bed and fell asleep. It's been a week since Shane lived this pig-like life of eating, sleeping, and eating every day, and he didn't look like he was serious at school at all. However, just when Shane was sleeping soundly, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the room, which directly woke Shane up. "Shane! Wake up! Your classmates are coming for you!" Mr. Wilson shouted outside the door. At the same time, he kept cursing in his mind, "You brat, you actually left your female classmate outside the room while you slept in the room." It turned out that just now, when Wilson came back from the police station, he suddenly saw a cute little girl sitting in front of his house. When he saw this, he stepped forward and asked curiously, and found out that it was Shane's classmate at Hogwarts. She said she had arrived here more than half an hour ago, but she kept knocking on the door but no one answered. This immediately made Wilson very angry. "Adg. Because today my wife, eldest daughter, and youngest son all have things to do and have gone out separately. Shane was the only one left at home, and he must have been sleeping in his room at this time, so he wouldn't have heard the knock on the door at all." So, Wilson first welcomed the little girl into the house, then rushed to Shane's room on the second floor, and called Shane directly. "Hey! Classmate!" Shane got up from the bed with hair like a chicken coop and rubbed his eyes. Could it be George and Fred? After all, apart from the professors at the school, only the Weasley family seemed to know his home address. Shane yawned and walked downstairs sleepily, but before he reached the living room, he heard an angry shout. "Shane Dolea!" Hermione stared at Shane standing at the stairs angrily. "Why don't you open the door for me since you are at home?" "Hermione! Why are you here?" Shane looked at Hermione standing in the middle of the living room with a surprised look on his face. He didn't remember that he had ever told her the address of his home. How did she find this place? "You have the nerve to say that!" Hermione stood up angrily, ran to Shane and grabbed his collar. "Why have I written several letters for the owl to send to you, but you haven't responded?" "Letter?" A question mark appeared on Shane's head and he scratched his head. "I didn't receive it." "No way!" Hermione said firmly. "I asked the owl to send 4 letters back to Hogwarts." "Hey? Are you stupid?" Shane immediately complained. "I'm going home on Christmas Day, what's the point of sending a letter to school? How is it possible? I heard Hagrid say in Diagon Alley a few days ago that you were still at Hogwarts on Christmas afternoon, and that morning was the last express train home. Then guess how many times I can go back and forth between Hogwarts and home in one day with my ability. Shane rolled his eyes immediately. How do I know? Hermione argued with a blush. Okay, don't be angry. Shane said with a smile, then put his hand on Hermione's head. Touch her head. Get out. Hermione blushed and slapped Shane's hand away. I haven't even settled with you that you didn't talk to me for more than a month. Wow, don't be so sarcastic. Who on earth turned around and left when they met me during that time? Shane complained. Shut up. Okay. Shane quickly made a gesture of surrender, then walked to the cupboard, took out the black tea and milk inside, and asked, by the way, how did you find my home address? I remember I never told you before. Yesterday I met Ronald's family in Diagon Alley. They were buying gifts to visit Ronald's brother Charlie in Romania. Mrs. Molly told me your home address. Hermione replied. So that's it. Shane nodded, then made a cup of milk tea and handed it to Hermione. Tell me, what's so important about sending a letter and coming to my house? I just want to tell you that I have finished learning the basic principles of magic circles. Hermione took a sip of milk tea, and her eyes suddenly turned into crescent shapes. So sweet. Not bad, just 2 months. Shane praised a little, and then said, then I know why you came to me, come with me. After that, he turned and walked upstairs. Upon seeing this, Hermione quickly drank the milk tea in her cup and followed quickly. Shane took Hermione to his room, closed the door, and then turned around and stared at Hermione expressionlessly. The room was suddenly filled with a weird atmosphere. Hermione felt a little hairy at the sight. She took a few steps back, hugged her body with both hands, and asked stammering, what do you want to do? Have you ever tried carving basic formation patterns? Shane asked. No, I just learned it not long ago, and since there are traces in the wand, I don't dare to try it at home. Hermione shook her head and replied. You don't have to worry about traces here. Shane took out his wand, but since you haven't tried it, let me start from the beginning. After saying that, he started teaching with light and shadow. Hermione was also a little caught off guard when faced with Shane, who suddenly entered the role of teacher. She was stunned for a few seconds before she realized what was going on. She quickly straightened her body and listened carefully. Chapter 51. Shane's magic circle teaching class continued until the evening without stopping for a minute. Hermione felt like her mind was filled with so much stuff that it was hard to digest for a while. That's it for today. Shane put away his wand and began to warn, you only need to roughly remember what I just said. The main thing is the carving of the basic formation pattern. It must be like what I just led you to do. Just keep practicing and let your body become familiar with the feeling instead of using your brain. Do you understand? I understand. Hermione nodded faintly. It was only an afternoon, but Shane's class made Hermione feel better than a day of doing anything or reading a book. After class, it was time to have dinner. The rest of the Swinton family returned home one after another, and Hermione also stayed at home for dinner at Shane's invitation. After dinner, Arya excitedly pulled Hermione and chatted non-stop. At the end of the conversation, she suggested that Hermione just spend the night at her house tonight and sleep with her. Of course, this was dropped due to Shane's strong objections. What a joke! If it were you, it would be understandable if your daughter was invited to dinner at her male classmate's house for the first time. But being left home overnight? If it were me, Mr. Granger, I'd drive right over and kill him. However, a few days later, Shane also visited the Granger family at the invitation of Hermione's parents, and was warmly welcomed by the Grangers. Perhaps she heard from Hermione that Shane's magic was very powerful. Mrs. Granger always asked Shane to take good care of her daughter at school, saying that although her daughter was good at studying, she was actually a weak-minded person. At the same time, when Mrs. Granger was enthusiastic, she also revealed all of Hermione's dark history from childhood to adulthood, which made Hermione so embarrassed that she wanted to give her mother a obliviate. So just like that, the Christmas holiday passed quickly. The little wizards at Hogwarts have also begun to return to campus one after another and begin their new semester. The time has come to February, the time of winter and spring. Evening, Hogwarts Great Hall. For some reason, Harry, who had always been prejudiced against Shane, suddenly found Shane who was having dinner. On the long table, Shane looked at the boy in front of him who was hesitant to speak, rolled his eyes angrily, and then said, "I mean Harry Potter, you are already sitting here and squirming like a girl. I've been pinching you for several minutes, so what's the matter with you?" Hearing the impatience in Shane's words, Harry pursed his lips nervously and hesitated for a few moments before stammering, "That's it, Dolea, I want to ask you something, do you know Nico Flamel?" "Hey!" Shane raised his eyebrows, and a teasing expression suddenly appeared on his face. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Harry and said, "Why, don't you think of me as Voldemort's subordinate?" Harry immediately lowered his head in embarrassment. In fact, the reason why Harry suddenly came to see Shane today was entirely because he encountered something at school during the Christmas vacation. Go back in time to more than a month ago. Shortly after the Christmas vacation started, Harry was bored in the common room, so he put on the invisibility cloak that someone gave him and started walking around the school at night. However, when he was exploring the secrets of Hogwarts alone in the dark, he unexpectedly encountered Snape threatening the weak Professor Quirrell in a corridor. At that time, Harry couldn't quite understand the conversation between the two, but he felt that Snape seemed to be planning something very bad, which made him even more eager to find out the clues about Nico Flamel as soon as possible. But that's not the most important thing. What's important is that after Harry met Snape and Quirrell, he accidentally discovered a very special mirror in a room. That mirror allowed him to see his parents, whom he had never met since childhood. Therefore, Harry, who had lacked the care of his relatives since childhood, would run to the mirror every day for a long time and silently look at his parents in the mirror, gradually sinking into it and unable to extricate himself. And this situation lasted until a few days ago, when he suddenly met Professor Dumbledore in front of that mirror. "Stop! So don't remember it anymore," Shane said, rubbing his temples with a headache. Just now, after Harry finished asking Nick Flamel's questions, he fell into silence again. He knew the causes and consequences of everything through legilimency. That mirror is actually the mirror of Arist, a mirror that allows people to see the most urgent and strongest desires deep in their hearts. Let's not talk about other things about brainwashing Harry, the little lion. Shane saw what the old bee said to Harry in Harry's memories. "Harry, the mirror of Arist cannot give us knowledge and truth. Many people will waste their time in front of it and even go crazy. Among the many people I have met, there is only Shane Dolea. When he went to the mirror of Arist, he said something boring," Dumbledore said. "Dolea." Harry didn't expect to hear this name suddenly. "Yes, he is the most sober and intelligent student I have ever seen. He seems to know everything, but he never loses his heart like Voldemort," Dumbledore said, but suddenly changed the topic. "Harry, the mirror of Arist can confuse people, so don't come here again, this mirror will be moved away tomorrow." Shane looked at Harry's memories and looked up in the direction of the principal's office with his head full of black lines. These seemingly careless conversations have a huge conspiracy hidden inside. The mirror of Arist had been placed in Old B's office before, and he did say boring thing to the mirror when he visited his office before. But that's not the point. The point is that Dumbledore said so much, and his real purpose was to clear up Harry's misunderstanding about him, and at the same time, he also wanted to create a bond between Harry, the savior, and himself. He said that it was no wonder that Harry came to him suddenly. It turned out to be a good plan made by the old bee. "0, please give me flowers, 0. Shane thought to himself. Snape usually has a pure villain style, coupled with the little lion's self-righteous mentality. After Harry had been searching for Nicola Flamel's clues for several months to no avail, he finally found him after Dumbledore's hint. Thinking of this, Shane sighed helplessly. Forget it, just be a favor, anyway, I need the help of Old B to establish the guild. So, he opened his mouth and said to Harry, Nicholas Flamel, he is a famous alchemist and the only master of alchemy in the world who can make the magic stone. He relies on the magical power of the magic stone to make the elixir of life and prolong life. He and his wife Perennial lived more than 6 centuries. After saying this, he immediately took his dinner and disappeared. The little lion in front of him was completely stupid, and Shane was afraid that his stupidity would be passed on to him. When Harry saw Shane suddenly disappearing in front of his eyes, he couldn't help but be stunned, but he quickly realized that he seemed to have found a clue to Nick Flamel. 0. The Philosopher's Stone. Nico Flamel. Harry exclaimed with excitement and ran back to the common room like crazy to find Ronald and Hermione and tell them what had happened. The Philosopher's Stone. I was so stupid. Now I finally remembered that when I first entered school, I once found a book in the library for entertainment, and that book mentioned N.I. Flamel. In the Gryffindor common room, Hermione was pacing back and forth on the carpet with a look of realization on her face. The Philosopher's Stone, so what Lua is guarding is the Philosopher's Stone, and Snape wants to get it. Harry, how did you find this information? While Hermione was blaming herself, Ronald asked excitedly next to her. It's Dora, he told me. Harry answered truthfully. Shane. Hermione looked incredulous when she heard this answer. She turned her head and stared at Harry and asked angrily, why would he tell you? Last time I asked him for help, he told me a lot of words and then used magic to send me back to the portrait of the fat lady. Harry looked at Hermione, who was growing resentful, and was suddenly too frightened to speak. He just shook his head in fear, and at the same time motioned to Ronald next to him with his eyes. In fact, he didn't know why Shane would help him, but at this moment he realized that it was inappropriate to say anything now, as it would only make the little witch in front of him take her temper out on him. Next to him, Ronald also received Harry's request for help and quickly changed the subject and said, now that we know that Snape wants to steal the Sorcerer's Stone, shouldn't we do something now? Then, just before the curfew was enforced at Hogwarts, the 3 little lions ran out of the castle without any care and came to Hagrid's hut without stopping. Chapter 52. Boom. 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 Harry knocked anxiously on the door of Hagrid's cabin. After a while, Hagrid opened the door and walked out. He lowered his head and saw 3 little lions running to his door in the middle of the night, so he said seriously, "Oh. What are you doing here at this time? Don't blame me for being rude, you should go back to your dormitory, and I don't have time to play with you today." After saying that, I wanted to close the door. Upon seeing this, the 3 Harrys immediately shouted in unison, "We know about the Philosopher's Stone." Hagrid opened the door again immediately after hearing the sound. He glanced at the 3 of them with a shocked look on his face, then stepped aside to let them into the house. "We think Snape wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone," Harry said firmly as soon as he entered the house, and he did not doubt his judgment at all. "Oh! My God! You are still doubting him?" Hagrid sighed helplessly. He first fiddled with the copper pot that was burning in the fireplace with his insulated gloves, then turned around and looked at Harry and the other 3 with a serious look on his face and said, "Listen, you guys, no matter where you heard about the Philosopher's Stone, Snape is one of the professors who protects the Philosopher's Stone, and your suspicions are groundless." "What?" Harry and the 3 of them looked at each other. They never imagined that the thief in their hearts was actually one of the protectors of the Philosopher's Stone. "Okay, let's go quickly before anyone notices you sneaking out. I have important things to do today." Hagrid was uncharacteristically a little impatient today. He couldn't wait to drive the trio back. But now that they have arrived, how could the three little lions just give up? Hermione sat directly on Hagrid's huge sofa, and then grabbed the key points of what Hagrid just said and started to ask, "Wait, Hagrid. What did you just say? In other words, more than three-headed dogs are protecting magic. Stone. Of course, I would say this is completely unnecessary. After all, no one can pass Lua's level." Hagrid patted his chest with pride, "Except me and Dumbledore, no one knows what to use. Find a way to deal with Lua." Dang! 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 And just when Hagrid was feeling proud of himself, there was a sudden sound of violent metal collision from the copper pot hanging in the fireplace behind him. Upon hearing the sound, Hagrid quickly put on heat-proof gloves, took out a round object from the copper pot, and carefully placed it on the table. "Merlin, this is a dragon egg." Ronald walked to the table in shock and looked at the steaming dragon egg. "I saw it at my brother Charlie's during the holidays. This is a Norwegian ridgeback egg. It's just, Hagrid. How did you get it?" "I won it from a stranger." Hagrid replied, with a look of confusion on his face, "It's just weird. I don't know why he seems to have to lose." And while the two were talking, the dragon egg on the table began to shake. After a while, the eggshell outside the dragon egg exploded, and the Norwegian ridgeback, still covered in egg liquid, slowly crawled out with a sound similar to a crow. Hagrid suddenly looked fascinated. He stretched out his hand to tease Charmander's chin and said softly, "Oh, it's so beautiful. Look at the little guy treating me as his mother. He wanted to raise a fire dragon himself a long time ago, and now he finally got his wish. Hi, Nobel. Norbert. It has to have a name, doesn't it?" Hagrid said to Harry matter-of-factly, still teasing Norbert with his fingers, and making strange tut-tutting sounds from his mouth. Gradually, perhaps because he was annoyed by Hagrid, the little Norwegian Spinosaurus named Norbert tilted his neck back and spit out a stream of fiery dragon breath, which directly set Hagrid's thick beard on fire, and the room suddenly became ablaze. There was a smell of burnt protein. Hagrid quickly used his gloves to extinguish the flames on his beard in panic, and his face instantly showed a hint of embarrassment. He defended Harry and the others, "Haha, of course, it still needs some training." But just when Hagrid was embarrassed and excited, he suddenly saw a figure flashing past the window. He immediately frowned and shouted, "Who is there?" Harry followed Hagrid's gaze and immediately recognized it. It was his nemesis, Draco Malfoy, who was peeking out of the window. Oops! The three of them looked at each other and ran frantically out of Hagrid's cabin without saying a word. They had to run back to the dormitory before Malfoy could tell the truth. But at the same time, Hagrid was sitting in the room blankly, looking at the door that was still shaking, with a look of "it's over." The next day, news spread throughout Hogwarts that the 3 Gryffindor lion cubs and the Slytherin snake were sentenced to solitary confinement. It was really because the gemstone hourglass used to track college points suddenly dropped a lot and was too conspicuous. Gryffindor was deducted 150 points, and Slytherin was also deducted 50 points. Commonly known as the limit of 1 for 3. Late at night, Harry, Ronald, Hermione, Malfoy, 3 little lions and a little snake were following Filch dejectedly, looking anxious and scared. Filch walked ahead while holding a kerosene lamp, showing his ugly black and crooked teeth, and said in a sinister tone to the 4 little wizards following him, "It's such a pity that we can no longer use the old-fashioned punishment methods for you. When I was in solitary confinement, I had to be hung in the basement with my thumbs tied." The screams were really nostalgic. Just 2 sentences frightened the 4 of them. After a while, Filch brought the 4 of them to Hagrid's hut, where a huge figure was already waiting there. "You have to go to the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid for the confinement tonight. He has some small things to take care of. You have to go to the Forbidden Forest with him," Filch said to the 4 people, and then turned to look at Hagrid, who was holding a huge crossbow. "Troublemaker the ghost is here, Hagrid." Hagrid nodded. Okay, little guys, it's time for us to set off. But Draco on the side immediately became frightened when he saw this, and his previous arrogance instantly disappeared. He looked at Filch and Hagrid in horror and said, "Are you kidding? Are we really going to the Forbidden Forest? We can't go there. Students are not allowed to go there, and there are werewolves in there." Filch listened to Draco's words and slowly turned his head with a gloating and evil smile. He stared at Draco with an extremely threatening tone and said, "Young man, there are more than just werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, that's for sure. But one thing you can rest assured is that there is no moon tonight, and werewolves usually won't come out, but other things are not guaranteed. Have a nice night, trick-or-treaters." After saying that, he left with a grin. Watching Filch leave, Hagrid strung up his crossbow and looked at the four of them with a serious expression. "Let's set off and come back quickly. I don't want you to stay in the Forbidden Forest for too long. The longer you go, the more dangerous it is in the Forbidden Forest." After saying that, he held the kerosene lamp and led the four of them towards the Forbidden Forest with the faint light. The Forbidden Forest seemed unusually quiet tonight for some reason, and even the howling of wolves that could often be heard suddenly disappeared. Hagrid looked around with a crossbow in his hands with a vigilant look on his face. He also used a kerosene lamp to shine on the ground from time to time, as if he was looking for something. Harry followed Hagrid. He looked at the darkness everywhere, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous and afraid in his heart. So in order to relieve the bad mood in his heart, he took the initiative to ask, "Hagrid, how is Norbert?" "Norbert is fine. If possible, you may be able to see him more often in the future," Hagrid replied calmly, but Harry saw a hint of happiness in his eyes. "What are we looking for?" Hermione stepped forward quickly. Hagrid suddenly sighed after hearing this question. Without any explanation, he simply glanced at the four of them. "You will know later." I don't know how long it took, but the tall Hagrid suddenly saw a pool of strange silver liquid on the ground not far away. He led everyone forward, squatted down, dipped his fingers into some liquid and rubbed it a few times. After confirming that it was what he was looking for, he stood up and said to Harry and the other four, 0.3. "That's what we're here for. Unicorn blood, I found one dead elsewhere a few weeks ago, and now it seems that another one has been injured, and it's very serious. Our mission tonight is to find this poor unicorn. Well, now Ronald and Hermione are with me, Harry and Draco are with each other, and we'll go look for them separately." Ronald showed a timid expression for a moment, but he didn't dare to refuse. He could only nod with a grimace. "Okay." Draco next to him was also very scared, so he pointed to the dog held by Hagrid and said, "I have no problem, but I have to wear Fang." Hagrid nodded indifferently. "Of course there is no problem, but I remind you, it is a coward." This sentence made Draco and Harry instantly turn green. Because Yael looked very majestic, they expected it to protect them at critical moments, but they didn't expect it to be just a repair dog in appearance. "Well, Hagrid, how about this? Harry and I will take Fang together, and Malfoy will follow you." But at this moment, Hermione suddenly made a strange request. Chapter 53. "I agree." Before Hagrid could agree, Draco immediately raised his hand and loudly agreed. All he could think about at this time was that he felt safer being with the big Hagrid, and it was much better than being with the hateful Potter. But after listening to Hermione's suggestion, Hagrid suddenly felt a little confused. He frowned and asked, "Hermione, can you tell me why?" "For no reason, the two of them can't be together, otherwise you don't know what will happen." Hermione pointed at Harry and Draco with something in mind, and then continued. "But I don't want to be with this guy who deducted 150 points from us, so I chose to be in a group with Harry." While saying this, he glared at Draco fiercely, causing the latter to feel something in his heart. It turns out to be a conflict between the little wizards. Hagrid sighed helplessly after hearing Hermione's words. To be honest, after Hermione reminded him like this, he really wasn't worried about Harry and Draco being together. Because Harry usually said bad things about Draco in front of him. The conflict between these children would be fine in other places, but this is in the Forbidden Forest. If the two enemies, Harry and Draco, had a disagreement on the road and attracted some dangerous people in the forest, it would really be fatal, so it's better to be cautious. Therefore, Hagrid finally chose to respect Hermione and agreed with her opinion. So, after regrouping, the two teams started searching in different directions. It was so quiet all around that you could hear the leaves falling to the ground. The dense ferns on the ground provide a natural barrier for animals living in this strange forest to ambush their prey. The dim Forbidden Forest is filled with erratic fog, and the trees are looming under the insignificant light of the kerosene lamp. From time to time, you can hear several wolf howls of ouch ouch coming from very far away, which makes people feel. The woods in front of me were even more eerie. Harry walked in front holding Fangyi, the kerosene lamp in his hand being the only thing that could bring him a sense of security. Forcibly suppressing the fear and tension in his heart, Harry suddenly asked Hermione behind him, "Hermione, why do you think unicorns get hurt?" "I don't know." Hermione staggered across a huge tree root, always having a bad feeling in her heart. "I have read in books before that unicorns are extremely noble and pure. Other magical creatures will not take the initiative to attack them. Furthermore, unicorns are 4x level magical creatures. Their horns can easily penetrate the body of any wizard. The hair on their bodies can even make them immune to most spells. Even the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic have a hard time. They took advantage. If you say so, what if we encounter something that can kill a unicorn?" Harry suddenly stopped and turned around with a worried look on his face, "Whether it's a human being or someone who hurts the unicorn. It seems that there are other unknown monsters that the two of us can't deal with." Faced with Harry's worries, Hermione was speechless. The two of them could only bite the bullet and continue walking forward, and just after they passed through a thick old tree root protruding from the ground and descended a slope, a terrifying scene immediately fulfilled what Harry said. I saw that Yaya, who had been leading the way just now, did not continue forward, but stopped in an open space and stared straight ahead, with his forelegs still shaking slightly. The two people immediately looked in the direction of Yaya's eyes, and saw a strange figure lying on the body of a unicorn under a huge tree not far away, doing something indescribable. Harry and Hermione were stunned for a moment. They stared closely at the strange figure in front of them, not daring to say anything for fear of attracting any of his attention. But what happened was contrary to expectations. The strange figure seemed to notice something and raised his head with feeling. The half of the pale face hidden under the hood suddenly bared its teeth and made a shrill hiss sound at Harry and Hermione, with silver liquid flowing from the corners of its mouth. There is no doubt that he has just been sucking the blood of a unicorn. Facing this sudden and terrifying scene, Harry and Hermione's eyes widened in fright. Both of them were so frightened that they froze in place and found it difficult to breathe. At the same time, Harry still felt the scar on his forehead hurting, but the fear in his heart made him unable to care about it. The strange figure slowly stood up. It floated up from the unicorn's body like a snake. The broken black cloak full of the breath of hell was rolling in the wind. The cold breath exuding from the whole body made it look very much like the legendary one of death. When Yaya saw something bad, his legs stopped shaking and he immediately turned around and ran away. Harry and Hermione finally reacted and subconsciously screamed in fear. Ah! 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 The silence of the Forbidden Forest was instantly broken, and the huge screams were faintly heard by the three Hagrids who were still patrolling in the distance. At the same time, on the other side of the Forbidden Forest, a man with an acromantula under his feet and a bloody spider brain in his hand was looking at the direction of the sound in confusion. The Forbidden Forest is lush with vegetation and tangled with tree roots. Coupled with their young age and short legs, Harry and Hermione couldn't run fast even if they used their strength. Ah! On the way to escape, Hermione suddenly let out a scream. She had just tripped over a huge tree root. Hermione. Harry stopped quickly when he heard the voice behind him, then turned back with a worried look on his face to help Hermione up. But the worst part was that Hermione couldn't stand up after tripping and getting her foot stuck between two tree roots. She frantically tried to pull her legs out, but the huge fear made her hands and feet panic. Harry felt the approaching cold air, raised his head and saw the mysterious figure that looked like the god of death. So he quickly picked up the stone next to him and threw it forward, but Zhuiying easily dodged it with a slight twist of his body. Immediately, a pale hand was seen stretching out from the rolling black robe, and the wand held in the hand began to glow green. The moment Harry and Hermione saw the green light, they felt the breath of death, and the fear in their hearts was infinitely magnified to the extreme. Harry suppressed his fear and stood in front of Hermione, trembling all over. He could barely even stand now. And just when the green beam symbolizing death was about to hit Harry, a graceful figure emitting blue light suddenly flew out of the darkness and stood directly in front of Harry. Immediately afterwards, a blazing and dazzling light pillar fell from the sky. Harry was knocked to the ground instantly by the huge air wave, while Hermione looked at the slowly rotating golden magic circle in the sky. Her eyes suddenly became moist and tears flowed down unconsciously. "Are you okay?" A familiar voice appeared next to her, and a hand pulled Hermione out of the tree roots. Hermione stood up slowly, wiped the tears from her face and shook her head silently, then smiled happily at the owner of the voice. "As long as it's okay, I'll deal with that guy first. Helena will protect you." Shane touched Hermione's head and said with a smile, then walked forward, looked coldly at the mysterious figure not far away who had most of his body burned and said, "Voldemort, I didn't expect you to be able to dodge that attack." Then he took another look at the charred pit that had just been blasted by the solar flare. The soil inside had turned vitrified due to the extreme high temperature. "Voldemort." Harry lay on the ground with a shocked look on his face. He didn't expect to meet his old enemy here. But at this moment, Voldemort, who was seriously injured, was already thinking about how to escape. He raised his wand and shouted at Shane, "Avada eats a big melon." Chapter 54. Avada bites the big melon. Voldemort raised his hand and cast a death curse. But faced with this curse that frightened everyone in the world, Shane remained as steady as a rock and did not move a single step. In fact, there are usually two ways to deal with the death curse. The first is direct dodge, which is also the simplest and most direct response method. The second type is physical defense. The death curse can be blocked by solid obstacles such as walls and shields, but it will also cause serious damage to these objects. Of course, whether it can succeed depends on the solidity of the obstacle. However, Shane, an outsider, is an obvious exception, and he uses the third bell method. The space in front of him suddenly distorted, and it was as if a dazzling kaleidoscope mirror stood in front of him, reflecting Voldemort's entire body, and the killing curse was instantly reflected. Voldemort was shocked when he saw this, because this was the second time he had seen a death curse that could rebound. He hurriedly dodged, and the green spell of the mirror image penetrated his robe and hit a big tree behind him. The whole trunk of the tree was immediately blasted with sawdust flying. After Voldemort dodged a death curse, he immediately fled into the darkness in the distance without looking back. He didn't dare to use disembodiment. The island's severely injured body no longer supported him in using this magic. If it is used forcefully, it will be a trivial matter if you lose an arm or a leg. If you lose half of your body, you may die in the middle. At the same time, Shane lost interest when he saw that Voldemort only fired one shot and ran away. "Damn it, why are you so coward?" Even in the remnant state, he still wanted to see the power of the Dark Lord, but he didn't expect this guy to be so afraid of death. No wonder he was able to create 7 Horcruxes before. But since the other party doesn't intend to play with him, Shane doesn't intend to hold back either. He slapped his hands on the wet ground, water droplets splashed on the moss, and a forest green magic circle patterned by trees instantly unfolded beneath him. Natural magic, the spirit of the sea of trees. In an instant, the power of magic uses the earth as a medium, giving the spiritual power of life to all things around it. Thick tree roots spread everywhere and crisscrossed the surface of the forbidden forest, and hundreds of towering firs and pine trees turned into tall tree elves. The tree people pulled their huge bodies out of the soil, and using their thick roots as legs and feet, they rushed towards Voldemort with overwhelming force. Its huge power caused large swathes of surrounding earth and rocks to jump and make a huge rumbling sound. Voldemort faced countless strong branches in front of him. He was twisting his body in midair like a snake to dodge. Even if there was a very small gap between the branches, he could dodge it with an extremely weird movement. Get through with a soft gesture. However, with the blessing of Shane's natural magic, the power of these tree people is actually much more than that. Just after Voldemort used a few spells to knock off the tiger blocking the road in front of him, he saw that the gaps in the branches that had been beaten to pieces suddenly sprouted fresh branches in a very short period of time. Voldemort was knocked to the ground before he could dodge. In an instant, the low shrubs around him that were also empowered tightly entangled his hands, feet, and body. The tree people also rushed forward, wrapping Voldemort like a bun into a huge sapling. Shane was still worried after seeing this, and immediately added another shot of solar flare. A huge beam of light fell from the sky again, and the blazing high temperature directly melted the center of the sapling, creating a huge circular pit. The burning charcoal, with the remaining flames, fell off the wall of the cave and fell into the magma pool at the bottom of the cave. Instantly turned into ashes. On the other side, under the protection of Helena, Harry and Hermione had been hiding behind a giant tree. The two of them had been so frightened by the loud fighting noise that they should not have raised their heads. It was only now that they heard no more noise that they slowly poked their heads out of the tree to check. The two of them could see that Shane was standing on a flat ground with a wand, and around him was a large open space with the soil dug out. At the far end of the open space, there was a tall mountain like a hill. The black shadow was glowing with red fire. Shane. Seeing that the battle seemed to be over, Hermione ran out immediately. She looked at the huge tree cocoon still burning in the distance, which once again refreshed her understanding of Shane's combat prowess. Is he dead? Hermione asked. Probably. Shane answered ambiguously. What do you mean, being attacked like this means? Hermione, taking this good opportunity, let me teach you a lesson. Before Hermione could finish her words, Shane interrupted her directly. No matter how much stronger you are than your enemy, even if it's between an ant and a giant, the gap is small, but after you think you have defeated the opponent, you must remember to perform an autopsy. As soon as Shane finished speaking, he saw the red fire getting brighter and brighter in the hollow in the middle of the tree cocoon, followed by countless tongues of fire spurting out from the gaps between the saplings. Hermione's eyes widened in fright when she saw this, and without saying a word, she turned around and ran back to hide behind the huge tree trunk. Two little lions and a curled winged demon were hiding behind the giant tree, with only one pair of eyes exposed. Harry asked Hermione curiously, "How is the situation?" Hermione shook her head and said, "I don't know, anyway, the magic just failed to solve him, and it seems like he is angry." The saplings were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their burning state did not seem to be caused simply by high temperatures, but rather like a state of rapid corrosion. Shane narrowed his eyes when he saw this and murmured in a low voice, "A fire spell. Fiend fire, the inventor is unknown, and the specific spell is unknown. According to the records in the book, using this magic can summon demonic fires that continue to become more and more powerful. These flames can mimic the shapes of some monsters, constantly hunting down all flammable objects regardless of the enemy or friend, and carrying a curse. Powerful, it is one of the few magics that can destroy soul crystals. Its only solution is finite incantation." To be honest, he always thought that the fire curse was just a powerful fire magic, so he never paid much attention to it, but now it seems that this curse seems to have something special about it. The sapling gradually turned into a blazing fireball and slowly rose into the sky. The high temperature it emitted made the moss on the surrounding ground gradually turn grey-green and then turned into ashes. Shane did not take action immediately, but suddenly activated Origin to study the magical structure of the fire curse. His eyes turned a mysterious purple-red, and a magic structure composed of tens of thousands of chaotic magic lines appeared in front of him. How could? Shane frowned. From the perspective of Origin, he actually saw that the magic structure of Fiend Fire showed a large number of characteristics of space magic. You must know that no matter which kind of magic it is, its magic structure will show the same characteristics as its similar magic. For example, ice modeling magic and water flow magic will have the same water attribute magic structure. The Fiend Fire in front of you actually has a lot of characteristics of space magic. This means that Fiend Fire is actually a kind of summoning magic. This is why Shane suddenly made a questioning voice just now, which is completely different from his previous understanding of Li Huo. Good Li Zhao, however, just when Zhen En was studying the Fiend Fire spell carefully. Below the Luo fireball, on the magma pool, a figure whose skin had turned into charcoal was suspended in mid-air, letting out a painful roar, and at the same time, the fireball above his head began to expand. Voldemort wanted to detonate a fireball and kill Shane together. However, Shane faced the coming huge explosion, and all he could see was that he raised his hands expressionlessly, like an elegant music conductor, gently turned his wrist upwards, and lightly scratched the wand from bottom to top. Air column. Under Voldemort's feet, several huge earth dragons suddenly rose up from the ground, rushed into the air and tightly enveloped the entire Luo fireball, forming an earth cocoon in which Luo's energy was continuously compressed and then released. After a while, a huge magma ball was suspended in mid-air, but Voldemort was nowhere to be seen. Harry and Hermione, who were hiding behind the giant tree, stared at everything in front of them with their mouths open, and they were so shocked that they could not speak for a long time. At the same time, the people who had been watching the battle also walked out at this time. Chapter 55. It seems that my guess was correct. The only one who can cause such a big commotion around Hogwarts is you, Shane Dolea. The magma ball lost its magic power and hit the ground, and a hot and sticky magma lake suddenly appeared in the Forbidden Forest. Shane turned his head to hear the sound and looked at the familiar figure. He immediately rolled his eyes and said, "Professor, you could have come a little slower. Oh, you also know that as a 109-year-old man, you need enough sleep, and I have to change my clothes when I go out at this time." Dumbledore walked to Shane and looked at the hot lava lake not far away. How's it going? I don't know, maybe he escaped. He doesn't know how he escaped my perception. Shane shrugged and replied calmly, "It's just that even if he escaped, Professor Quirrell's body was burned like that, it should not be used anymore. Professor, I suggest that you let Professor Snape teach the defense against the dark arts class in the next few months. He seems to have been coveting this position for a long time. I will arrange it." Dumbledore nodded, and then his expression became a little complicated. "I'm afraid you didn't expect that he could do this in his half-dead state." I was indeed a little surprised. If the fireball just exploded, it would be powerful enough to blow at least half of Hogwarts into rubble. Shane put the wand back to his waist, however, he only relied on absorbing a large number of trees. Only Li Huo can achieve this level. To be honest, if he didn't split his soul to create a Horcrux, would you have been able to beat him, Professor? Oh, maybe half a dozen. Dumbledore recalled some things and replied matter-of-factly, "Splitting the soul will greatly reduce a person's control over magic. With the talent that Tom showed at Hogwarts, if he hadn't made a Horcrux, it would be hard for me to say that I could beat him." Then, Voldemort's failure actually stems from his fear of death. Shane curled his lips, with a disdainful smile on his face, "So I really don't understand why you are afraid of a coward." Dumbledore was stunned when he heard Shane's comment about Voldemort, and then seemed to realize something, and suddenly began to murmur in a low voice, "Yes. For people with a clear mind, death is just a great event. Taking risks, and Tom's courage may not even be as good as our little Gryffindor wizard. On the other side, Harry and Hermione, who were hiding behind the giant tree, suddenly saw a tall figure appearing next to Shane after seeing the spectacular magma ball. The two thought it was another enemy, so they retracted their heads again, but after waiting for a while, they didn't hear any movement, and then they slowly poked their heads out to check again. That seems to be Professor Dumbledore. Harry guessed. Of course, yes, there must have been such loud noises from the battle just now at Hogwarts. Hermione affirmed, let's go out. After saying that, he took the lead and ran out of the giant tree. Professor Dumbledore. Hermione stepped forward and said hello, and Harry followed closely behind. Good evening, two young wizards. Dumbledore turned to look at Hermione and Harry. I apologize to you on behalf of Hogwarts. I'm sorry that you encountered such danger in the Forbidden Forest. Adea. Professor, we are fine. Harry shook his head, and then glanced at Shane with a complicated look. Thanks to Doria, if it weren't for him, we might have been killed by Voldemort. You two can have fun secretly. If I hadn't happened to be looking for food for Helena in the Forbidden Forest, just the two of you alone would have had a double body. Chang'an held Helena in his arms and complained. In fact, he remembered that there was such a scene in the Forbidden Forest in the original book, but it happened that he had been training Helena in the Forbidden Forest for the past 2 days and only went back late at night. During the day, the courses at Hogwarts were all taught by Nian Ti was a substitute teacher, so he didn't know that Harry, Hermione, and others would come to the Forbidden Forest tonight. However, let's not talk about Voldemort for now. Let's talk about the issue of confinement first. At this moment, for some reason, Shane suddenly changed his attitude and looked at Dumbledore with a reproachful look. Professor, you know how dangerous this Forbidden Forest is. Isn't it inappropriate for Hogwarts to send these little wizards here as punishment for confinement? As I said last time, the school system of Hogwarts. Listening to Shane's chatter, Dumbledore's head began to hurt again. Because every time Shane had the opportunity, he would talk about all kinds of unreasonable things in the school and instill in him his own ideas of campus reform. And just when Shane started to preach to the old bee, Harry and Hermione next to them looked at all this and were once again stunned. They don't understand why Shane treats the headmaster of his school so much. And Dumbledore looks helpless. Woof. 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 But just when Dumbledore had a headache, a dog barking came from not far away, which instantly rescued him. Hagrid and the three of them arrived late. Fang ran to Dumbledore from a distance and kept wagging his tail around Dumbledore. Hagrid came panting with a crossbow in hand. As soon as he saw the magma pool in the distance, he said in shock, "Oh, my God! What the hell happened?" Then he saw Dumbledore present again. After being shocked, he immediately stepped forward and said, "Good evening. Professor Dumbledore, what on earth is?" And looked at the magma pool again. "Good evening, Hagrid." Dumbledore responded, and then looked at Harry beside him thoughtfully. "Unfortunately, something happened tonight. Can you please send these 4 children back to Hogwarts first?" Of course, no problem." Hagrid immediately understood the meaning of Dumbledore's words, and then looked at Harry and Hermione aside. "Okay, let's go, otherwise you will have to fight in class tomorrow, Sleepy." After saying that, he immediately pulled the 2 of them towards Hogwarts. However, Ronald and Draco on the other side were hesitant to move because they had not yet reacted to the shock of the magma pool. "Ronald, let's go." When Harry saw this, he grabbed Ronald's arm hard and dragged the latter away. In the process, he could be seen turning back every 3 steps. Draco was exactly the same as Ronald, except that he was kicked awake by Hermione. Watching Hagrid and the others gradually go away, Dumbledore looked at the mess in the Forbidden Forest and suddenly sighed, "What a pity. This large forest is the habitat of many creatures in the Forbidden Forest. What's a pity? Shane yawned, and then the magic circle of natural magic under his feet instantly unfolded. Under the influence of magical power, the magma pool cooled instantly, and the land affected by the battle continued to grow new plants like mushrooms after a rain. After a while, in addition to the piece of hard obsidian, the destroyed Forbidden Forest once again showed the scene of towering ancient trees with deep roots and luxuriant leaves. Professor, I forgot to tell you, I am a person who loves nature. Shane said with a smile, and then disappeared into the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore looked at the Forbidden Forest that had been restored to its original appearance, with mixed feelings in his heart. It can be seen from tonight's battle that Shane's ability has far exceeded his imagination. Although he can achieve the same effect in terms of the destructive power of magic, it will never be that easy. Moreover, thinking of Shane's usual free-spirited character, he also saw the ruthlessness of his actions in the battle just now. He understood that the student Shane was somewhat evil, which made him think more. Dumbledore shook his head helplessly, throwing away the thoughts of how to deal with his relationship with Shane, and then activated his apparition and returned to the principal's office. As soon as he landed, he saw a familiar figure in the office. "Good evening, Minerva. Oh Albus, you are finally back. Something happened in the Forbidden Forest." Professor McGonagall looked anxious, but when she saw Dumbledore's magic robe, it was obvious that he had just come back from outside, and then she said, "I think you already know that." "Don't worry, everything is fine." Dumbledore explained calmly, "How is it at school?" "The students are fine, they were just a little frightened by the explosion just now." Professor McGonagall said with a worried look, "How are Harry and the others?" She personally gave the instructions for the confinement of the 4 little wizards last night. "They are all fine. Hagrid should be on his way back to their dormitories now," Dumbledore replied. "That's good." Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since the unusual explosion sound came from the Forbidden Forest, she had been worried. "Albus, what happened in the Forbidden Forest?" Dumbledore was silent for a moment, then said slowly, "Tom appeared in the Forbidden Forest." Chapter 56. On the other side, just as Hagrid was sending Harry and the 4 back, Harry couldn't wait to tell them what they had just seen. "Hagrid, I'm sure I heard correctly. Shane did say that man was Voldemort." Hermione heard it too. Hermione also nodded in agreement, "Yes, it's Voldemort. When we met him, he seemed to be sucking the blood of unicorns." Hagrid looked at the 2 little wizards in front of him with a complicated expression. He knew that they were not lying. But as they just said, Shane Dolea actually defeated Voldemort by himself, and at the same time blasted out an electric pit full of magma in the Forbidden Forest? To be honest, this is too far-fetched. But then again, what did Hermione say Voldemort was doing just now? Hagrid fiddled with the crossbow in his hand. He chose to believe what the 2 said for the time being, and then asked, "Hermione, you just said, he is sucking the blood of unicorns." Hermione nodded affirmatively and replied, "Yes, the corners of his mouth are covered with silver liquid, which is exactly the same as the unicorn blood you showed us." "Do you know why he did this?" "Yes, I know." Hagrid's face suddenly showed sadness and regret. Unicorns are extremely pure and noble magical creatures. Drinking their blood can delay the death of people. Life. In other words, Voldemort is about to die. Harry was a little excited. "Not sure, but the situation is definitely not much better." Hagrid shook his head, then looked resentful. "If possible, I really hope that he really dies instead of continuing to live and harm the world." "Harry, you have to remember that killing a noble creature like a unicorn is a very serious crime. From the moment his lips are stained with unicorn blood, he will be cursed forever." The view returns to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Just now, Dumbledore briefly told Professor McGonagall what happened in the Forbidden Forest tonight. "So, Tom is really still alive, but now he has to live on unicorn blood. Professor McGonagall was feeling scared at this time. She did not expect that Harry and others would encounter Voldemort tonight. And although she had heard Dumbledore say that Voldemort was still alive, she had always been dubious. After all, no one had ever survived under the curse of the Death Curse. I told you, Minerva. He is indeed still alive, but too weak to cause trouble. Dumbledore stared at the bright flame in the fireplace with his penetrating eyes. Then how is he doing now? Shane severely injured him, and he released the fire and ran away. Dumbledore shook his head, but you don't have to worry, Quirrell's body will definitely not be usable. Quirrell. Professor McGonagall frowned. What does this have to do with Professor Quirrell? Dumbledore realized instantly that he had slipped his words. Because in the entire Hogwarts, only he and Shane knew about the fact that Voldemort was parasitic on Quirrell. He didn't tell the old guy in front of him at all, otherwise she would have pulled out his beard for the safety of the students. Albus, don't be silent, please tell me clearly. Professor McGonagall had begun to realize something at this time, and his face began to turn darker and darker. No, I definitely can't say that. Otherwise, not only will your beard not be saved, but all the candies in the cabinet will be confiscated. On the other side, the Gryffindor common room. The three little ones have been sent back here by Hagrid, but although it is already late at night, they are not sleepy at all and are sitting around the fireplace discussing what happened tonight. You said the Dark Lord is in the Forbidden Forest? Ronald asked in horror. He had gradually recovered from the spectacular magma pool and had already listened to Harry tell what happened to him and Hermione tonight. Yes, we did meet him. Harry paced back and forth in front of the fireplace, and he is very weak now and can only rely on unicorn blood to continue his life. And I think we all thought wrong before. Snape probably stole the Philosopher's Stone not for himself, but for Voldemort. The Philosopher's Stone can create the elixir of immortality. Snape wants to use the power of the Philosopher's Stone to help Voldemort recover so that he can make a comeback. Harry, who thought he had figured everything out, sat down on the sofa, looking unfounded and worried. Then if it's true what you said, if he really comes back, will he come to kill you? Ronald pursed his lips and asked worriedly. At least not now. Hermione next to her suddenly looked certain. You saw, he was beaten half to death by Shane tonight, and he will definitely not be able to cause trouble for you in a short time. That's only for a short period of time, isn't it? Ronald swallowed, with a worried look on his face. Before I went to the Forbidden Forest tonight, I was still worried about failing the final exam in potions. Could this be more serious than meeting Voldemort? I think so. Harry nodded matter-of-factly. Do you dare to fail Snape's potions class? At least before Voldemort attacked, to the students of Hogwarts, he was the most terrifying Dark Lord. Ravenclaw common room. After Shane took back his missing body, he also absorbed the memories of these 2 days. Damn it! This old bee actually plotted against me. Shane said angrily in his heart. It turned out that the person who spoke to Harry in the auditorium yesterday was Shane's missing body left at school. However, now is not the time to worry about this. Shane was lying on the bed, thinking about Fiend Fire. Through the ability of Origin, he knows that Fiend Fire is actually a kind of summoning magic. According to the limited records of some books I have read before. First of all, the inventor of the fire curse is unknown, the specific spell is unknown, and even the time when it first appeared is unknown. So where did it come from? In the world of Harry Potter, except for some lost spells, almost all spells have records of their inventors and the corresponding invention process, especially those that have had a major impact on wizarding society or are powerful. Such as Muggle shielding technique Ripplemuggletum, Fiend Fire Curse, etc. This is because the invention of magic spells will definitely involve a process of trial and error, and recording the experiences of failure and success in these processes is an indispensable part of the final formation of a new magic spell. This will not only help latecomers invent new magic spells. It provides a lot of experience and can avoid many detours. But now, there is no historical data on the Fiendfire Curse. This made Shane very confused. So on the next day, Shane first looked through the books in the Ravenclaw common room, and then ran to the library to look for information. 0. Please give me flowers. After a day of investigation, he came to 2 guesses. The first guess is that it is Fiendfire, or the appearance of Fiendfire, which was probably summoned accidentally by a certain master or magic master in history. The reason why there is a serious lack of historical data on this curse may be because when Li Huo first appeared in the world, its powerful power reduced all surrounding materials and life, including the wizard who summoned Li Huo, to ashes. The most likely time of that disaster was the Great Fire of London in 1666. According to relevant historical records, the fire lasted for 4 days. 87 churches, 44 companies, and more than 13,000 houses in London were all destroyed. Nearly 1/6 of the housing area in London was burned to the ground, resulting in heavy losses. It was probably because of this big fire that the wizard who came to put out the fire noticed the source of the severe fire, and then accidentally created the current severe fire curse. Later, it may be because Fiendfire is too powerful and only a few wizards can use it, or it may be due to some other messy reasons. The history of Fiendfire Curse only remains in the oral tradition, which is why no related information can be found now. Any historical data? 0. The second guess is that the world where Li Huo comes from is probably the so-called Hell. The fiend in Fiendfire refers to the devil of Hell, the devils, which is combined with the word fire, which means the flame from the devil in Hell. Coupled with Li Huo's ability to constantly hunt down all combustible objects regardless of friend or foe, and possessing the characteristics of a curse, it can indeed be connected to Hell. Secondly, Shane also found a fairy's notebook in the Forbidden Book area, which also recorded some history about the fiend file. The name of the owner of the note is Kabir Burnett. When he opened the old black cover, it was filled with the writings of the Goblin clan, and many of the words were blurred, and the things recorded were all fragmentary. However, the notes record this period of history. In the 18th century, human wizards successfully suppressed the last Goblin rebellion, and the owner of the notebook, Kabir Burnett, was a goblin who survived the rebellion. He wrote this thought-provoking sentence in the notebook: "In what we are about to do, at the time of victory, mankind sold itself and summoned the fire from hell, Fiendfire, to drive us away." When Shane saw this sentence, he concluded that the so-called fire of hell refers to severe fire. Since ordinary flames cannot cause harm to goblins at all, combined with the religious background at that time and the history and magical power of goblins that are unique to human wizards, Kabir Burnett may have noticed the special nature of the fire. Tuan said this. So, if these 2 guesses are true, then there will be something to play with. Shane can completely use the power of origin to directly extract all the magic lines in the Fiendfire magic structure that can establish the passage to the hell space, and then reform a new space magic. Then he can travel to the so-called Hell. Chapter 57. And just when Shane was having fun with possibly being able to take a trip to Hell, in the Hogwarts principal's office, Dumbledore put a cup of black tea on the table with an expressionless expression. To be honest, he didn't really welcome the arrival of the blonde man in front of him. "Welcome, Lucius. You are here. Do you have any special opinions from the school board?" Dumbledore asked a little eccentrically. The person coming was none other than Draco's father, an ancient, wealthy and influential pure-blood wizarding family among the 28 holy tribes, the head of the Malfoy family, Lucius Malfoy. With his pale blonde hair, cold grey-blue eyes, and pale pointed face, except for the luxurious clothes, he looked exactly like Snape. In the original Harry Potter books, Malfoy was arrogant, thoughtful, and good at taking charge of everything. After graduating in 1972, he joined the ranks of Death Eaters and was extremely afraid of his master Voldemort. In a sense, from the late 1970s to the early 1980s, Voldemort's power expanded wildly, and the financial power of the Malfoy family behind Lucius played an important role in it. Although Voldemort was seriously injured 10 years ago, he escaped the Ministry of Magic's 120 calculation at the expense of a large amount of wealth and the reason of being under the Imperious Curse. But Dumbledore knew very well that even a 3-year-old wizard would not be able to use this kind of rhetoric. Facing Dumbledore's ironic question, Lucius' face was arrogant and stiff, and he only heard him say in an unquestionable tone, "I only have one purpose here. Hogwarts expelled the student named Uaninal." Dumbledore was silent at first, and then said, "The reason? You know what I'm talking about." The snake staff in Lucius's hand hit the carpet hard, and then he threw the comic strips that his son secretly took home on the ground. "The one named Doria student, I don't care how he knows these things, but his staying at Hogwarts will only bring great danger to the students." Dumbledore glanced at the comics on the ground, took out a cockroach from the glass jar with one hand and put it into his mouth. "Lucius, unlike him, at least you understand family affection, don't you?" These words made Lucius' stiff face twitch twice more. To be honest, when he accidentally found this picture book in his son's room, he was so frightened that he almost couldn't stand still. Because he knew very well that Voldemort was not dead and the dark mark on his arm had not dissipated. The content in this picture book is extremely insulting and blasphemous to Voldemort. If Voldemort really comes back one day and he learns that his son Draco has read this picture book, he will simply not even think about the consequences. Dare to think. So out of fear, he first destroyed the picture book that Draco had hidden in the room, and then after learning the origin of the picture book through many inquiries, he rushed into Hogwarts without saying a word. The purpose is to expel the author of the picture book from Hogwarts so that his son will not suffer the consequences when Voldemort takes revenge. Shane Dolea, I will not fire him. Faced with Lucius's request, Dumbledore said expressionlessly, I know what you are worried about. In fact, Voldemort was in the Forbidden Forest last night. After Shane's words of coward last night, he no longer cared about the so-called curse of the name. But when Lucius heard these 3 words, his face immediately turned pale. He tried hard to suppress the trembling of his body, grabbed his right arm with his right hand and said, No. This is impossible. I don't need to lie to you, Lucius. Dumbledore said calmly, and your son was also in the Forbidden Forest last night, but he was lucky enough not to meet Voldemort. I'm getting Draco out of here. As Lucius said this, he turned around and staggered towards the oak door of the principal's office. He pulled the handle hard several times, but found that he couldn't pull it open. Then he turned his head and looked at Dumbledore in shock. I'm sorry, Lucius. Dumbledore suddenly exuded an aura of terror, and the blue halo in his pupils continued to flow. There are some things that you must explain clearly before you can leave here. At this moment, Malfoy, who had followed Voldemort, once again experienced the power of the White Devil. On the other side, the Hogwarts Great Hall. The little lions are discussing a strange thing that happened today. Hey, do you know? I heard from people at Ravenclaw that the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts seems to have been replaced by Snape. Seamus, the demolition wizard, took a bite of the chicken leg and whispered. What? When Ronald heard the bad news, he immediately drooped his head like an eggplant beaten by frost. Forget it about potions class, do I have to be tortured by Snape in Defense Against Dark Arts class? I feel pretty good. I can't stand the strong garlic smell of Professor Quirrell for a long time. I get a headache every time I take Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Neville frowned. Disgusting, he was one of the few people who didn't have any dislike for Snape. It seems that Professor Quirrell was afraid of vampires, so he sprayed garlic essence all over his body. At this time, Fred suddenly interjected, You said that he suddenly disappeared, could it be because he was attacked by a vampire while taking a shower? Kidnapped. Everyone rolled their eyes after hearing Fred's nonsensical idea. They must know that the last vampire who dared to approach Hogwarts was directly tied to a cross and sunbathed repeatedly for several days. Then take a break. Seamus, did you hear why Snape suddenly took over the defense against the dark arts class? Thinking of Snape's attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Harry felt that there must be something fishy about it. I'm not sure. Seamus shrugged and replied, I just heard from the people at Ravenclaw that by the end of this semester, Professor Quirrell will no longer be the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. But I guess it's probably related to the explosion last night, otherwise it wouldn't be such a coincidence. Although I don't know what happened last night, I think it must be related to Professor Quirrell's disappearance. I think it's very possible. Neville agreed, my bed is right next to the window. After I woke up from a fright last night, I saw a lot of red or golden flashes in the Forbidden Forest. Hearing this, Harry and Hermione looked at each other. They knew that what Neville saw must be the light emitted by Shane when he was fighting Voldemort. Harry, that can't be. Shut up. Before Ronald could finish his words, Harry and Hermione interrupted him in unison. It was about Voldemort, how could he say it so casually in front of everyone? This would easily drag the little lions around him into unnecessary danger. However, Ronald didn't seem to understand what the two meant. He looked at his two friends with wide eyes and asked why. But he only received two pairs of blank eyes in response. At the same time, a young eagle suddenly rushed out of the auditorium, took off directly from the corridor, and headed straight to the common room of his college. Dinner time was almost over, but at this time, Shane was still reading information about fiend fire in the library. He wanted to collect as much information as possible so that he could be fully prepared before going to hell. But just then, Hermione suddenly burst into the library. She broke into the restricted book area without saying a word, then panted and grabbed Shane's hand and said, "Sya, Shane, third floor corridor." What the hell? A string of question marks appeared on Shane's head, and he asked in surprise, "Voldemort is here. You will know when you go and take a look." After saying that, he pulled Shane and ran to the corridor on the third floor of the school. I saw magic spells flying in front of me, and a group of little eagles and a group of little snakes started fighting for some unknown reason. Why did this fight start? Shane looked at all this in shock. I don't know, we were having dinner just now, and suddenly we heard a loud noise outside the auditorium, so we all ran out curiously to see what was going on, and found that they were fighting for no reason. Hermione explained. What about the professors? Someone has informed me, but I don't know why. Hermione was also very confused at this time. The fight had been going on for at least 5 or 6 minutes. How could there not be a teacher to stop it? But now is not the time to think about that. Hermione put all these questions aside for the first time, then pointed anxiously at the closed door at the end of the corridor on the third floor and said, "Shane, stop them quickly, they are about to reach Lu Wei." If a little wizard accidentally knocked open the door, Lu Wei, who was locked inside, would be very willing to accept the food that was brought to his mouth. Lu Wei, that three-headed dog. Shane activated his perspective magic to look behind the door, and found that Dumbledore hadn't stopped playing this childish game. Forget it, let's figure out Chongqing first. Shane saw that the snake eagle was completely on fire, and all kinds of curses were flying in the corridor. He took out his wand and pointed forward, Immobilis. The curse instantly froze both parties in the fight. Shane put away his wand and stepped forward to undo the magic of the little eagles, then nailed all the little snakes to the wall. Logically speaking, Ravenclaw's little eagle usually only reads books and rarely takes the initiative to cause trouble. If such a big conflict suddenly occurs, there must be an unknown reason. So, Shane looked at the eaglet closest to him. Like Shane, she had an oriental face. Zhongqiu, what's going on? Chapter 58. Zhongqiu smoothed his scattered hair, glared angrily at the little snake on the wall, and then began to explain the ins and outs of this conflict. It turned out that during dinner today, a group of senior Slytherin students suddenly gathered in front of the auditorium, looking sinister and wondering what they were doing. At this time, a Ravenclaw eagle happened to be passing by, and suddenly he heard the group of little snakes seeming to be discussing in low voices what kind of magic they would use to deal with Shane Dolea. The little eagle instantly realized that things were not simple, so he rushed into the auditorium and told another senior eagle what he had just heard. After hearing this, the senior eagle immediately became angry and rushed out of the auditorium. Then, regardless of the school rules, he used the flying magic that he was not familiar with to fly straight to Ravenclaw's common room. Told others about Slytherin's plan to ambush Shane. Of course, the little eagles were very angry after hearing this, and they all shouted that they really thought that there was no one in Ravenclaw, right? As a result, a group of eaglets immediately set off from the common room and rushed to the Great Hall, preparing to settle accounts with the Slytherins. But unfortunately, because Shane was fascinated by reading in the library tonight, he did not go to the auditorium on time to have dinner as usual. The little snakes who were ambushing in front of the auditorium saw that they could not wait for their target to appear, so they thought of setting up an ambush for Shane again near the Ravenclaw lounge. The final result was that the two groups met unexpectedly on the stairs on the third floor. The two parties just glanced at each other and instantly understood that the other party was here to find them. Then they started fighting in 03 without saying anything, and then what happened just now happened. Shane was speechless after hearing Zhang Chu explain all the ins and outs of the incident. He quickly waved his hand to summon a small snake to his side, and then used legilimency to read his memory. So that's it, the pure-blood old aristocratic force. Shane smiled and nailed the little snake in his hand back to the wall. It seems that the role of comic strips has begun to play a role, and representatives of revolutionary targets have begun to emerge. Shane learned from the memory of the little snake just now that not only Malfoy, but other pure-blood families were also aware of the existence of the comic strip. Because of a Christmas holiday, the comic book produced by Shane has been circulated outside the school to a certain extent, and those pure-blood families who know history or are extreme have also learned about the content of the comic book. Therefore, whether it was out of fear of Voldemort or wanting to protect the pure-blooded glory of Slytherin, these pure-blood families began to instruct their own students at Hogwarts to take action and make sure that Shane, the author of the comic strip, paid cost. And the reason why they waited until today to take action was entirely because quite a few of these pure-blood families were very timid. The content in the comic strip was too scary for them, and they felt that they must first find out how Zhen learned about Voldemort's secret. Otherwise, no matter what the outcome is, instructing members of their own family to attack a student in Hogwarts would be enough for them just to face Dumbledore. So until a few days ago, those pure-blood families kept checking, and finally came to a very correct conclusion after finding nothing, that is, Shane Dolea was just a mudblood, and he might I just learned the history of the Dark Lord by accident. So, just yesterday, more than a dozen senior Slytherins received letters from their families from owls. Seeing that it was for the glory of their families and pure bloods, these little snakes acted like chickens and acted without hesitation to ambush Shane. After resolving the conflict between the little hawks and the little snakes, Shane originally wanted to leave it alone. He plans to let their parents pick up the little snakes he pinned to the wall. That's right, it's the parents. It's no use even if the professor comes. However, just when Shane wanted to take over as the boss, Fawkes appeared beside him at the right time, and then a flash of fire took him to the principal's office at Hogwarts in an instant. Ouch! Shane squatted down and looked up to see Dumbledore standing not far away looking at him, and then he started to complain, "Professor, next time you want to find me, you can ask the portrait to tell me directly, there is no need for Fawkes to come over. I'm sorry, but this book of yours has caused a lot of trouble to the school." Dumbledore pointed at the notebook on the table. "To be honest, I didn't expect these people to come to me now, and their methods are much more childish than I thought." Shane stood up and dusted his butt. "Is this why you came to me?" "Not exactly," Dumbledore said, when what happened in the corridor on the 3rd floor, I had a guest here. Guest? Shane raised his eyebrows. Judging from your tone, you don't seem to like this so-called guest very much. Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father, is here to represent the school board and asked me to expel you from Hogwarts. Dumbledore explained, then with a serious look on his face, I asked you to do it. I just want to tell you that they have started to take action. Are you ready? Professor, it doesn't matter if you are ready or not. Shane smiled, and then walked to Dumbledore's snack cabinet. I have a basic understanding of them, the Holy 28 Tribes. They are all powerful and wealthy pure-blood families, and their blood is spread all over the world. But so what? These so-called powerful and wealthy people are all in the past. In the long years, how long can they shout pure blood glory to maintain their declining status or power? Among these 28 tribes, how many families have become extinct? Didn't they follow Voldemort because they couldn't stop shouting the slogan of pure blood glory? Dumbledore was speechless for a moment. Indeed, the so-called pure blood glory is extremely prone to the problem of incest. Among the current 28 holy clans, 4 families, including the Foley family and the Shafik family, have completely become extinct. Most of the other clansmen either died during Voldemort's rebellion, or due to the comprehensive liquidation by the Ministry of Magic. There were only 1 or 2 descendants left, and the wealth and power of their ancestors were long gone forever. Even the current board of directors of Hogwarts and the power of the Holy 28 families only have a few families like Malfoy who can barely maintain the family's wealth, and compared with before, their power has been greatly reduced. Weekend. Of course, the above has nothing to do with the Weasley family, they are special and very fertile. Dumbledore knew the form of a pure-blood family, and so did Shane, who was determined to launch a revolution. Flower Grower's famous saying, know yourself and the enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. So Shane continued. Professor, my goal has never been these half-defunct pure-blood families or Voldemort. What I want to do is to remove the cancer of pure-blood glory. Pure-blood families are just mud under the wheel of history. This is why I have been pestering you to reform Hogwarts, because Song has this way to remove the bullshit concept of pure-blood glory from the hearts of young wizards. You also saw what happened in the corridor on the 3rd floor today. If Hogwarts can provide guidance on daily education, these Slytherin students will not even hesitate to think of dealing with me. N. Dumbledore was silent for a moment and found that he had no way to refute Shane's words, so he said, the Malfoy family is considered a powerful force on the Hogwarts board of directors. Even if I support your approach, they don't have the funds of the board of directors. Even if you don't support it, your ideas will be difficult to realize. Shane smiled when he heard this question. Professor, Lucius Malfoy is a very smart man. From the way he just asked you to fire me, I know that he is not the kind of person who believes in extreme pure blood. He is actually a 270 spirit of self-interest. Activists. I guess that at first he just wanted to use Voldemort to expand his family's power, but he didn't expect that Voldemort's madness was far beyond his control and knowledge. I think you have already told him about the Horcruxes. Do you think he will take the initiative to find Voldemort's Horcruxes for us? He definitely wants Voldemort to die completely more than anyone else. Hearing this, Dumbledore once again refreshed his understanding of Shane's wisdom. Shane's guess was not wrong, he had told Lucius about the Horcruxes. Whether it was for protection or destruction, Lucius would help find Voldemort's Horcruxes out of fear, intentionally or unintentionally. At least one. On the other side, the Malfoy family's mansion. It is located in Wiltshire, England. Legend has it that it was the land given by King William I 1,000 years ago, and Armand Malfoy established Malfoy Manor here. Malfoy Manor is a dignified lord's residence, surrounded by well-designed gardens with fountains and free-roaming white peacocks. The exquisite wrought iron gate allows visitors to feel like walking through smoke when passing through. The interior of the manor is described as lavishly decorated, with a large entrance hall, portraits hanging on the walls, stone floor tiles almost entirely covered by gorgeous carpets, and other luxurious furniture, marble fireplaces, gilded mirrors, etc. But at this moment, Lucius Malfoy returned here with a cold sweat on his face. When his wife Narcissa Malfoy saw her husband's pale face, she was frightened and stood up from the sofa. "Lucius, are you like this?" Narcissa quickly walked forward and helped her husband sit down slowly, then asked worriedly, "Didn't you go to Hogwarts? What happened?" "Narcissa, open the basement at home," Lucius ordered as calmly as possible. Chapter 59. Narcissa, you stay here. With the support of his wife, Lucius quietly walked down to the basement door that had been sealed for a long time. He looked at the wooden door in front of him that had not been opened for 10 years, and his heart could not be calm for a long time. He had never allowed his family to enter behind this door before, just because the basement contained an item that Voldemort had entrusted to him for safekeeping. Locking the basement door behind him, Lucius took a magic lamp and began to walk slowly down, leaving clear footprints on the dusty stairs. "Go all the way down to the end of the stairs, and there is another iron door." Lucius took out his wand, pointed it at a gem on the iron door, and said a secret word. Then there was a bang, and the iron door suddenly made a metallic groaning sound. When I walked behind the iron gate, I saw an extremely empty space in front of me. Apart from a table and some other old portraits, there was nothing else. Lucius walked to the only table in the basement, reached out and opened the cabinet of the table, and what he saw was a diary with a black leather cover. Lucius didn't dare to touch it, but he looked at the name Tom Marvolo Riddle on the cover of the diary, and this book instantly reminded him of that dark period. For a long time, he didn't know what this diary was. But out of fear of Voldemort, he had never dared to explore it. Even after Voldemort disappeared 10 years ago, he did not dare to throw it away. Instead, he sealed it in the basement of his home. It wasn't until Albus Dumbledore suddenly told him about the Horcruxes just now that he immediately understood that the diary Voldemort had given him for safekeeping was most likely one of the Horcruxes. Looking at Voldemort's Horcrux in front of him, Lucius was constantly struggling in his heart. He is now thinking about whether to destroy the Horcrux or keep it until Voldemort returns, so as to claim credit and preserve the survival of his family and clan. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't make a decision. As a Death Eater, he knew very well how terrifying Voldemort's methods were. Lucius's clenched fists had lost their color due to excessive force, and at this moment some of the words Dumbledore had said to him came to mind again. Dumbledore said, "Horcruxes are the secret to Voldemort's immortality, but no one knows how many Horcruxes he created. But if all the Horcruxes can be found, then he will be no different from a poisonous snake with its fangs pulled out." Thinking of this, Lucius seemed to have something in his mind. With a sudden force, he closed the cabinet containing Voldemort's Horcrux again, then turned and left the basement. Narcissa, who had been waiting anxiously for her husband at the basement door, saw her husband coming up, and immediately stepped forward and asked, "Lucius, what happened?" "Narcissa, I need you to do something." It was also when Lucius Malfoy began to plan his future because of the Horcrux incident. In the Hogwarts office, the conversation between Shane and Dumbledore was suddenly interrupted by two people. "Headmaster." Snape rushed in with a sullen face, and his face turned even darker when he saw that Shane was also there. He immediately said coldly to Shane, "Dolea, I order you to release my student immediately. He just used many methods in the corridor on the 3rd floor but failed to put down the student who was stuck to the wall." After grabbing a random person and asking about it, he found out that it was Shane who cast the magic. But when faced with Snape's so-called order, Shane looked very disapproving and replied, "Professor Snape, let me put them down from the wall so that their parents can come to Hogwarts to collect them in person. Otherwise, I guarantee they will be nailed to the wall for the rest of their lives. Of course, you can also let their parents choose to dig out the walls that are stuck to them and take them away. Do you want him to just let him go? Do you really think he is a soft persimmon and can be pinched at will? But at the same time, not only Snape, but also Professor McGonagall, the vice principal of Hogwarts, also wanted to persuade Shane to release him quickly. Mr. Dolea, this is not the time for joking. Do you know how much impact it will have on the school if they continue to behave like this? Professor McGonagall said solemnly. You must know that Slytherin students are all born into pure-blood families, and they have considerable influence in the British wizarding world. If they collectively attack Hogwarts, there is no guarantee that there will be any trouble. No matter what the impact, just let those pure-blood families come after me. Shane said, since they dare to instruct their family members to deal with me, they should also have the courage to bear the consequences of failure. Against you. Professor McGonagall caught the key point of Shane's words. What on earth is going on? Shane was speechless when he heard this question. The two professors in front of him seemed to have come here before they could figure out what was going on. So he started to complain. Two professors, you didn't come here without fully understanding the cause and effect of the matter, did you? Sure enough, upon hearing this question, Professor McGonagall and Snape fell silent. Shane sighed helplessly when he saw this. Let Professor Dumbledore explain to you what exactly happened. As the person involved, it seems that nothing I can say is appropriate. Then he looked at Dumbledore, who was standing aside. Professor, I hope you can seriously consider what the two of us discussed just now. I also put the application for establishing a guild here. After saying that, he disappeared into the office instantly. Snape immediately looked at Dumbledore wordlessly, his expression clearly indicating that he wanted to give him an explanation. And Dumbledore was silent for a while before saying, Severus, Slytherin students do some very bad things. So let's do this for now. Let the families of those students come to Hogwarts. We can't just let this matter go. If we follow school rules, these Slytherin students will all be expelled from the school. After hearing these last words, Snape truly realized the seriousness of the matter. Because there are only a few young wizards enrolling every year. Even though Hogwarts is so big, there are no more than 100 students enrolled here every year. Therefore, in order to ensure the source of students, it is very rare to expel students. The last time this happened in Hogwarts was decades ago, and the expelled student now lives near the Forbidden Forest and is banned from using wands by the Ministry of Magic. Snape turned and left the principal's office. He now wanted to go back and ask his lovely students what they had done that might have caused them to be grouped together. As Professor McGonagall watched Snape leave, she also recalled that there were many questions about what happened tonight. Logically speaking, if such a big thing happened, she, the vice principal, should be the first to know. After all, her office is not like the principal's office, which requires a password to enter. Any student can come in. But the strange thing is that she was almost the last one to know about what happened tonight. When she arrived at the scene, there were already little badgers starting to carry stretchers for the injured eaglets. Albus. At this time, Professor McGonagall just wanted to know what happened from Dumbledore. On the other side, after Shane left the principal's office, he went straight to the room of requirement. He had just talked to Dumbledore about establishing a guild, and had agreed in principle. Therefore, he now needs to prepare a guild base camp or residence. After much thought, Shane still felt that the room of requirement was the most suitable. The place was large enough and few people set foot on it. It was basically a land reclamation state. Shane pushed open the door of the room of requirement, looked at the mountains of debris inside, and started to release his fierce fire without saying a word. It is impossible to clear away so many things in a short period of time, and these waste items are of no use, so we can simply destroy them all on the spot to avoid trouble. But why is his fierce fire this color? Shane closed the door to the room of requirement with doubts and started waiting by the door. With Li Huo's powerful ability, all the old things inside should be burned down in about 10 minutes. So just sit outside for a while in such a short time. However, just as Shane was sitting by the door nibbling chocolate, the stone beast guarding the principal's office in the distance suddenly opened slowly and saw Professor McGonagall walking out with a sad look on his face. "Professor McGonagall!" Shane greeted. Professor McGonagall looked up when she heard the voice, and saw that the person speaking turned out to be the source of all evil in Hogwarts. In an instant, she felt her headache getting worse. "Mr. Dolea, what are you doing here?" Professor McGonagall asked with a straight face. "I'm not doing anything," Shane said nonchalantly while chewing some chocolate. "I'm just burning something." "Burn something?" Professor McGonagall exclaimed, his voice suddenly rising by dozens of decibels. "Please tell me clearly." "I'm just burning things." After saying that, Shane pushed the door of the room of requirement behind him, and instantly a large ball of blue-purple flames rushed out. "Oh! My God!" Professor McGonagall was so frightened that he took a few steps back. Oh, it's not finished yet." Shane scratched his head, and then while maintaining the power of all spells end, he began to ask doubtfully, "Professor, do you know why the fierce fire I summoned is this color? Does the color of the fierce fire vary from person to person?" But it was obvious that Professor McGonagall didn't want to answer Shane's question. She covered her chest and looked at Shane with an incredible look. "Mr. Dolea, how dare you use Luo in school? Do you know how dangerous this magic is?" "Of course I know," Shane replied, "that's why I used 10,000 curses to control it." "Don't worry, Professor. Don't you know my ability yet?" Professor McGonagall looked at Shane's smiling face and felt helpless. After all, even Dumbledore once told her that Shane is a very special student. He is a student with a very unique personality, so when facing him, you must not treat him the same way you would treat ordinary students. Otherwise, you will be p'd off. Professor McGonagall took the wand and checked the burning status of the fire. After confirming that there was no great danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. But then, she suddenly discovered something. "When did there be a room here?" Professor McGonagall frowned. She has been at Hogwarts for so many years, and has often been in and out of the 8th floor since she became a professor, but she has never discovered that there is such a room here. Shane was confused when he heard Professor McGonagall's question. Because as far as he knew, it was no secret that the room of requirement was located in the upper floors of Hogwarts, and students who often traveled at night had discovered it accidentally before, but they all thought it was an ordinary place. Room, few people can find the characteristics of the room of requirement. So with doubts, Shane began to ask, "Professor, this is the room of requirement, don't you know? You never discovered this place before when you went on a night outing in school." "The room of requirement? I've never heard of it," Professor McGonagall replied, then showed a hint of embarrassment. "Also, I never had it at night when I was studying." "Swim through." "Pfft! Who are you kidding, Professor McGonagall?" Shane couldn't help laughing. "Is there any Gryffindor student who hasn't gone out at night? Isn't this a tradition of your college?" This sentence made Professor McGonagall even more embarrassed. Because what Shane said was right, 90% of the students who were caught wandering at night in Hogwarts were Gryffindors. Even though some of the obedient little lions did not dare to go out at first because of school rules, the atmosphere of the college was such that they were gradually led astray. As for Professor McGonagall, from her previous behavior of daring to take action against the Sorting Hat, you can tell that she was definitely not a peaceful person when she was a student. That she never went out for a night swim? Who believes it? Chapter 60. During the boring conversation between Shane and Professor McGonagall, the fire burning in the room of requirement no longer continued to expand, which indicated that all the waste items inside had been burned. So Shane immediately activated all spells and to dissolve all the fierce fire in the room. To be honest, this spell is really omnipotent. It can instantly turn all magic into original magic particles floating in the air. However, even though all the fire had been extinguished, there was still thick smoke billowing in the room of requirement, and a strong smell of gunpowder smoke assaulted the nostrils. Shane covered his nose and waved the wand in his hand, and then a whirlwind swept up all the remaining ashes and smoke in the room of requirement, and then piled them all at the door under Shane's control. Filch or the house elves will come and clean up the garbage. After finally clearing the room of requirement, Professor McGonagall and Shane both walked in. McGonagall looked curiously at the room in front of him that was comparable to a Quidditch pitch, and exclaimed in disbelief, "I didn't expect that Hogwarts actually has such a place. The room of requirement has countless rooms. It can satisfy a person's wishes to the greatest extent." Shane looked around and said, "I heard that Professor Dumbledore has been using this place as a toilet. It's really a waste of money. Then what kind of guild do you plan to set up here?" Professor McGonagall asked. "Professor Dumbledore told you all?" Shane nodded, "Yes, the whole of Hogwarts is different from this place." 527 Then could you please tell me what you think, Mr. Dolea? For some reason, Professor McGonagall suddenly turned around and looked at Shane seriously and said, "Principal Dumbledore just told me that you wanted to form a student group. But no reason was given." Shane looked at Professor McGonagall's sense of responsibility hidden deep in his eyes, and he knew that he would still have to face Professor McGonagall. Because although the principal of Hogwarts is Dumbledore, it is Professor McGonagall who actually handles specific affairs. When Voldemort was a student, he secretly recruited people at Hogwarts to gather power, and organized some classmates in the school who fanatically followed him to form the Knights of Walpurgis, the predecessor of the Death Eaters. As for this knighthood, both Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall knew about it at the time, but they ignored it because there were countless incidents of students forming small groups in the school. Harry's father also established a plundering order while he was at school. Therefore, based on the lessons of history, Professor McGonagall is now very concerned about the student groups on campus. She is afraid that an organization similar to Death Eaters will pop up again. Of course, Shane was also aware of Professor McGonagall's worries, so he waved his wand without saying a word, and 4 different light and shadow animals appeared between the two of them. Shane looked at the lions, snakes, eagles, and badgers in front of him and began to ask, "Professor, what do you think of Hogwarts now?" "I think it's pretty good," Professor McGonagall replied. But Shane clearly felt that she was hesitant before saying this. "Professor, do you really think so?" Shane clicked his wand twice in the void in front of him, and then the animals representing the 4 houses of Hogwarts walked to the 4 directions respectively, standing opposite each other, and then split into 4 little wizards, each other point your wand at the other person. Although Gryffindors have courage beyond ordinary people, they are stubborn. Slytherins are extremely united, but they are ambitious. Ravenclaw are always obsessed with pursuing supreme wisdom, but they keep to themselves. Hufflepuffs are friendly, loyal, tough, and eclectic, but they are greedy for the ordinary. Professor McGonagall, from the time I entered Hogwarts, I can see the antagonism between colleges and students everywhere in the school. This kind of opposition is inadvertently amplifying the negative character of students in these 4 colleges. Gryffindors like to call others cowards, Slytherins like to call others cheap muggles, Ravenclaws like to call others stupid, and Hufflepuffs like to call others hypocritical. Shane paused here for a moment, then waved his wand again, directly scattering the light and shadow, and what followed was a thick black mist. "Professor, Hogwarts is a wonderful place, but there are many things behind the scenes that neither you nor Professor Dumbledore have seen. For example, Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, why are they so opposed? Is it just because of Harry's rejection at the beginning of school, or is it because of Malfoy's arrogance that he can't let go? You may think this is just a fight between children, but you don't know that this age group is the time when seeds of hatred are easily sown. From 11 to 18 years old, if the seeds of hatred continue to sprout, what do you think, Professor? Will Hogwarts breed another Dark Lord again?" After the words fell, Professor McGonagall's eyebrows were lowered, and a trace of sadness lingered on his knees that could not be dissipated. Because she found that she had no way to refute Shane's words, advt. She had forgotten how many times she had said the word coward before. And whether it's from the perspective of Voldemort or today's Snake-Eagle conflict, it also shows that Shane's words are correct. Hogwarts is now like a petri dish of hatred, but I have never noticed it. So, you want to change Hogwarts by setting up an organization? Professor McGonagall asked, sorting out the complicated emotions in his heart. This is just one reason. Shane answered truthfully, Professor, the way Hogwarts is now is not something I can change by setting up a guild. Both you and Professor Dumbledore must take the initiative to do something. After a while, Professor McGonagall left the room of requirement. She returned to the principal's office again. She was deeply touched by Shane's words, so she wanted to talk to Dumbledore about the reform of Hogwarts. Shane looked at Professor McGonagall disappearing behind the stone beast and smiled to himself, Old B, I think you have to agree even if you don't agree this time. However, after feeling secretly happy, Shane turned around and looked at the empty room of requirement, and immediately began preparations for building his own guild. In the Forbidden Forest dungeon development on Christmas Eve a few months ago, excluding the bucket of acromantula venom given to Snape, Chong and exchanged materials obtained from the Forbidden Forest in Diagon Alley and obtained a total of about 1.5 W of gold galleons. He then used these gold galleons to purchase a lot of equipment, such as some commonly used magic potions, various magic books, anti-magic dolls for practicing magic, and other miscellaneous alchemy props for magic practice, etc. Wait. Secondly, he also went to the supermarket and bought many sofas, tables, chairs, cabinets, beds and bedding, fitness equipment, kitchen facilities, etc. He plans to divide the entire guild base camp into 8 areas, namely, study area, actual combat area, library, construction room, infirmary, rest area, kitchen, and material storage area. Shane first simply divided the 8 areas in the room that he had imagined, then took out all the items he purchased from the portable space, and then spent half an hour sorting them into categories and placing all the facilities in their respective areas. Their corresponding areas. But after doing this, Shane frowned again, because he always felt that the guild station in front of him looked very awkward. The 8 initially divided areas are all empty at first glance. There is no physical separation between the areas, making the entire station look a bit strange. So Shane thought for a moment, and then used magic to teleport to the Forbidden Forest. After a while, some young wizards in Hogwarts suddenly saw the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Several huge black shadows emerged from the middle of the woods, and then suddenly disappeared in the blink of an eye. This scene immediately stunned these little wizards, and they once wondered if they were dreaming. In the room of requirement, Shane used the crush magic to cut all the boulders dug out of the Forbidden Forest into floor tiles. Then, after polishing them, he repaved the entire floor of the guild's residence. Under Shane's intentional control, the beautiful white bricks divided the entire room of requirement into 8 beautiful areas. The areas are separated by flower beds and roads. There is also a small garden where you can raise some magical animals. Animal. After Shane finished the interior of the guild's headquarters, he hung a fairy tale sign outside the room of requirement. Next, he plans to build a house with some more wood from the Forbidden Forest and then decorate it. In this case, at least the prototype of the guild will be there. Chapter 61. Today is a sunny day. It was almost evening, and after going through many hardships, the little wizards at Hogwarts finally passed the last final exam of this semester. And in the central courtyard of Hogwarts, the 3 little Gryffindors who had just finished their exams were walking out of the castle. Now that the exam is over, they want to see Norbert, the Norwegian Ridgeback that was just hatched a while ago. It's strange that when Draco complained, he didn't tell Professor McGonagall about the dragon. When I was admitted, I heard people say that the final exams at Hogwarts are scary, but I think they are quite interesting. Hermione looked relaxed. Obviously, the exams these days were not a big deal for her. Only you think so. Compared with Hermione's ease, Ronald looked a little frustrated. He knew clearly that his test results were not very satisfactory. Except for the Transfiguration class, he was already in high demand if he could pass other subjects. So, while he was thinking about how to deal with the storm from his mother during the summer vacation, he looked at Harry next to him and asked, "Harry, what about you? How did you do in the exam?" "I'm okay," Harry answered vaguely, pressing his forehead. Seeing his friend frowning in pain again, Ronald couldn't help but asked worriedly, "Is the scar on your head still hurting?" "I feel like it's burning. It's been like this ever since I came back from the Forbidden Forest," Harry replied. "This has never happened before. I've been wondering if I should go to Madame Pomfrey's to have a look, but I'm also afraid that people from Hufflepuff's college will mess around in the campus hospital." Indeed, Fred and George were tortured so much by them last Halloween. Ronald thought of the little badgers in the volunteer treatment team at the school hospital and couldn't help but shudder. "But you said it started after returning from the Forbidden Forest last time. Could it have something to do with that person?" Because he was in a public place, surrounded by young wizards, Ronald did not dare to say Voldemort's name. But Harry shook his head. "I'm not sure. I remember that when I met him in the Forbidden Forest, the scar on my forehead was also very painful. Then I think you should not go to the campus hospital, but should go to Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore," Ronald suggested. "This has something to do with him. Mrs. Pomfrey's medical skills may not be very useful." "What do you think, Hermione?" Ronald also wanted Hermione to express her opinion, but as soon as he turned his head, he suddenly realized that the Hermione who was walking with him a few seconds ago was gone. Harry and Ronald looked around quickly, and then found Hermione looking up at something not far behind them. The two looked at each other and walked over quickly. "Hermione, what are you looking at?" Harry asked. "I'm looking at the astronomy tower, where Shane usually practices magic." Hermione put her hands flat in front of her forehead to block the sun. "I don't know where Shane has been lately. I can't even find him. He was in Ravenclaw before. People say he disappeared right after class. Isn't this strange? Isn't he always elusive?" Ronald shrugged, disapproving. "Last time I was in the corridor, I met 3 Doleas suddenly walking out of different classrooms. At that time I thought I had seen a ghost. There are so many ghosts in Hogwarts, but you haven't seen enough of them." Hermione rolled her eyes at Ronald, and then began to explain, "That's actually Shane's magic, which seems to be called the thought body. This magic can create several clones and share memories, so Shane often uses this magic to take upper-level courses. Wow, if that's the case, he might be able to graduate from Hogwarts without having to study for 7 years." Ronald exclaimed blankly, "Where did Dolea learn these strange things from? Is it some weird magic? Who knows?" Harry shrugged. "To be honest, Dolea's magic is very difficult to learn. The flying magic he taught me last time, I can barely cast spells without a wand." While several people were talking, several figures suddenly flew over their heads, and they were not riding broomsticks. "The people of Ravenclaw are really powerful. I heard that even the worst of them can levitate themselves." Harry looked at the little eagle above him who was practicing flying magic with envy. "That can't be helped. Dolea is originally from Ravenclaw. If they have any questions, they can always ask for advice." Ronald also looked envious. In fact, Harry had taught him how to practice flying magic a long time ago, but this guy who spent 3 days fishing and 2 days drying nets had never practiced the wandless floating spell properly at all. "Okay, if you haven't seen enough yet, keep watching. I'm going to Hagrid's place first. The sun is going down, and I don't want to be locked up again when I'm on vacation." After saying that, Hermione ran towards Hagrid's cabin. She had no interest in what the two boys were talking about, just because she had the worst grades in flying lessons. Harry and Ronald also realized that it was getting late and quickly followed them. Arriving at the hut by the Forbidden Forest, I saw Hagrid sitting on the steps in front of the hut playing the bagpipe under the setting sun. He looked up and saw 3 little ones running towards him, and instantly showed a happy smile. Hagrid! Harry and the 3 of them greeted in unison. Good afternoon, kids. Hagrid responded with a smile, are you here to play? We're here to see Norbert. Harry shouted a little excitedly. Oh, that's such a pity. Hagrid looked regretful, you can't see it now. Ha, why? Ronald's originally full of expectation suddenly fell. It has grown bigger than Fang now, and it is not very controlled. Hagrid explained, Shane reminded me before that the fire dragon is a very territorial magical animal. Before I tamed Norbert, don't let others get close to it before, otherwise it can burn a person to ashes in a few seconds. But I think Shane is still too cautious. In fact, the best way to deal with ferocious magical animals like fire dragons is to keep them quiet. For example, Wei, as long as you play some music, he can fall asleep. I shared this method with the person who lost the dragon egg to me at Christmas, and he was very happy after hearing it. After saying that, Hagrid looked proud. Christmas, dragon eggs. After hearing Hagrid's words, Harry suddenly noticed something was wrong. Then he immediately began to ask, Hagrid, is the person who lost the dragon egg to you very interested in Wei? Of course, after all, even magical beast dealers rarely see 3-headed dogs. Hagrid replied proudly. Oh my god! Harry suddenly seemed to have figured out something, and immediately looked at Ronald and Hermione beside him and shouted anxiously, let's go back quickly. After saying that, he ran towards Hogwarts Castle without looking back. Ronald and Hermione were immediately confused when they saw this. They looked at each other and quickly followed suit. Hagrid was left alone, still looking like he didn't know what was going on. Harry, what's wrong? Ronald asked after catching up with Harry. 020. I should have thought before, Hagrid wanted a dragon, and at this moment a stranger happened to appear next to him holding a dragon egg. Think about it, who would walk down the street holding a dragon egg? Harry said with a look on his face. Said regretfully. You mean that stranger gave the dragon egg to Hagrid on purpose? Ronald understood instantly, but he immediately thought of another question, but if that's the case, since Snape already knows about the 3-headed dog weakness, why hasn't he taken action yet? Of course, Ronald naturally regarded this so-called stranger as Snape himself or someone sent to talk to him. Dumbledore. It's Professor Dumbledore. Hermione followed and heard Harry's words, so she also said, if he was at Hogwarts, Snape would not dare to steal the Philosopher's Stone. So, the 3 little Gryffindors ran to the Transfiguration classroom like crazy with what they thought was a correct guess, and found Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall! Harry rushed to the front, panting, we want to see Professor Dumbledore, and we want to see him now. Professor McGonagall raised his head and glanced at the 3 little lions in confusion, then put down the quill he was using to mark the test paper and said, Professor Dumbledore is not in school right now. He received a letter from the Ministry of Magic yesterday and went east to deal with some matters urgently. He's gone? But this matter is very important. Harry looked anxious, it's about the Sorcerer's Stone. Professor McGonagall's expression changed immediately when she heard the words Philosopher's Stone. She looked at the 3 little ones in shock and asked, how did you know about this? Someone wants to steal the magic stone, it's, ah-ho. Just as Harry was about to say Snape's name, Hermione behind him immediately twisted his waist, causing him to grimace in pain. Harry turned to look behind him in confusion, but Hermione just shook her head to signal him not to speak. Seeing the suspicious looks on the 3 little ones, Professor McGonagall sighed and immediately gave a serious warning. You 3, listen to me, no matter how you learned about the Philosopher's Stone, I guarantee that it is very safe now. What you should do now is to bury this matter in your heart and not mention it to anyone. Now, go back to the dormitory. Immediately, the three people were immediately kicked out of the Transfiguration classroom. The three of them walked down the corridor with sad faces. "Hermione, why didn't you let me continue?" Harry asked strangely. "Are you stupid? Have you forgotten what Hagrid said before?" Hermione explained with a look of hatred. "Snape is also one of the professors who protects the Philosopher's Stone. Do you think Professor McGonagall will believe us three students? Believe Snape? Then what should we do now?" Ronald felt that his brain was a little out of use. "As you just heard, Professor Dumbledore is not in school right now. Tonight may be the best time for Snape to take action. Then let's take out the Philosopher's Stone in advance and find a new place to hide it," Harry suggested. "No." Hermione immediately objected. "If we met Snape, how could the three of us deal with him?" She had never forgotten what Shane had said to her before in the astronomy tower. "Then what do you think we should do?" Ronald asked. "I'll go find Shane for help," Hermione said after thinking for a while. "You just said that you can't find anyone else in the near future." At this moment, the sun in the west of Hogwarts has half covered his face, and the night is getting closer. Chapter 62. Late at night, on the 8th floor of Hogwarts, in the room of requirement. After Shane took back the memory body that took the exam, he continued his work of building the guild. His main purpose now is to build a house in the rest area of the guild station. He plans to build a 3-story wooden house here. The design is that the first floor is a place for leisure and entertainment for guild members, while the second and third floors are office areas and bedrooms. I saw that Shane first used magic to remove the bark from the pine trees and firs cut from the Forbidden Forest, and cut them into cylinders of the same size. Then he used crush to carve out perfect gaps on both sides, and then each one had of the wooden house components of the mortise and tenon structure came out. But after doing this, Shane continued to release the dragon-slaying magic of fire and began to remove excess moisture from these log components. This requires precise control, otherwise it will easily ignite the wood, especially pine wood that contains a lot of resin, so don't burn it too quickly. The components of the wooden house still need to be roasted for a while, and Shane is sitting aside waiting, nibbling a chocolate popsicle. The big wooden house behind him is just about to be topped off. Looking back on it, it took exactly 1 week from the beginning of the construction to the present. Since he is not a professional architect, he encountered many difficulties in the process. The reason why Shane went to such trouble to build the guild's house by himself was entirely because the natural magic he had mastered could not be used to build the house. The conditions for using natural magic require 4, 5, and 7 plants and water. No matter what shape the things made with this magic are, they must be living plants. The plant will take root and sprout. Shane has never been able to control the root system of the plant spawned by natural magic so as not to damage the ground. So in the end, he honestly decided to build a house according to traditional methods. After waiting for more than half an hour, all the log components were finally dried. Shane used it to install it on the corresponding groove, and the guild house was finally capped. I checked the stability of the overall structure of the house again and found it to be very good. It was not in vain that he spent so much money to find someone to draw a special drawing. It took a week to finally build the wooden house, and Shane felt proud. Then he took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. Unknowingly, it was close to midnight. Time flies so fast. I didn't expect to spend a whole school year at Hogwarts like this. Sighing at the passage of time, Shane put his pocket watch back into his pocket and teleported back to the dormitory. Then after washing up, I happily hugged the pillow and went to bed. At the same time, no one except Neville, who had been petrified, knew that 3 little lions in Gryffindor ran out of the common room. I don't know how long it took, but Shane fell asleep in bed with sweet dreams. But suddenly, a short figure walked through the wall of the Ravenclaw student dormitory and quietly came to Shane's bed. I saw this figure slowly extending a hand to Shane, but at this moment, Shane's eyes suddenly opened. He looked at the owner of the hand in front of him, sighed helplessly and said, "Peeves, can you not choose this time to play a prank? You know, disturbing people's dreams is a very bad behavior." But as soon as he finished speaking, Peeves did not laugh as mischievously as usual, but instead said anxiously, "Snake, bad guy. Albus Dumbledore is not here, and bad guys have entered the school." Shane frowned instantly when he heard this. At the same time, the three little Gryffindors finally came to a long road after going through a lot of hardships and passing through levels such as devil vines, flying keys, wizard chess, and potion puzzles that were almost tailor-made for them. In front of the stairs going down. I don't know why, maybe because Shane flapped his wings as a butterfly, Ronald was not sacrificed in the wizard chess level, and Hermione simply used the floating spell to lead the three of them directly across the level. They needed to drink the correct potion. Only through the purple magic fire door. "When did you learn this magic?" Ronald asked in disbelief, looking at the purple flames behind him. "Is it weird?" "It's not that you don't know how to practice flying magic, it's just that you don't want to spend time learning it," Hermione replied proudly, then patted the sparks on her robe. In fact, it was because she couldn't move the broomstick every time she took flying lessons. She was so stubborn that in order to outshine others, she secretly practiced flying maneuvers every day. After passing through the purple magic fire door, the three little ones were greeted by an invisible staircase leading underground. Although they didn't know what dangerous mechanism was at the end of the stairs, the three of them still mustered up their courage and continued walking forward. After walking for who knows how long, they finally reached the end and saw a huge underground hall in front of them. There were dozens of stone pillars inlaid on the stone walls around the hall, and in the center was a mirror that Harry was very familiar with. In front of the mirror, stood a figure that surprised everyone. Harry felt the scar on his forehead getting hotter and hotter. He looked at the face reflected in the mirror of Ariste, which looked incredible. Ronald and Hermione next to him also had the same expression as him. "No. That's impossible," Hermione said in shock. "How could it be you, Professor Quirrell?" "Ha ha ha." Quirrell slowly turned around and let out a spooky, hoarse laugh. "I saw that the Arab-style turban originally wrapped around his head was long gone, replaced by a head that was seeping with disgusting liquid. On the face that still had a lot of burnt black skin, a pair of green pupils were staring at Harry and the three of them. It's you. It was you who was in the Forbidden Forest that night." Seeing Quirrell's body covered in burns, Hermione immediately reacted, "It's impossible, how could you still be alive after being attacked like that? Ha ha ha, smart little witch. But in fact, that student named Shane Dolea couldn't kill me." Quirrell's green pupils suddenly exuded endless resentment, but then he calmed down, "But it doesn't matter, it just so happens that both him and Dumbledore thought I was dead, so I was able to sneak in secretly." After saying that, he just raised his hand, summoned Harry to his side, and then pinched his neck tightly. "Harry!" Hermione and Ronald exclaimed in unison. Hermione quickly raised her hand and pointed it at Quirrell, but she was afraid of hitting Harry and didn't dare to take action. Quirrell ignored Hermione and Ronald and placed Harry in front of the mirror of Ariste. After a while, he saw a bulge sticking out of Harry's pants pocket. Then Quirrell took out the magic stone from his trouser pocket, and with a flick of his hand, Harry, who was about to suffocate to death, was thrown directly to Ronald, who was not far away. They both fell to the ground. Looking at the legendary magic stone with magical power in front of him, Quirrell's eyes were a little fascinated and crazy. But soon, he calmed down and focused on the three little ones again. Hermione saw that there was no longer Harry to block her, and she immediately used the most powerful magic she had learned. Fire Flaming Incendio. A fireball the size of a football rushed towards Quirrell, but Quirrell didn't move a step or even make any movement. The fireball dissipated instantly not far in front of him. Quirrell stared at Hermione with emotionless green eyes and said slowly, "I see the shadow of that annoying woman in you." After saying that, the wand in his hand slowly raised. Avada eats the big melon. Hermione stared blankly at the familiar green light in front of her eyes, and the cold feeling of being about to fall into death filled her body again. At this moment, she regretted very much why she didn't listen to Shane and said that she would protect the Sorcerer's Stone without thinking of her own capabilities. But after a while, the expected death did not come. Hermione slowly opened her eyes and saw that at some point, a familiar figure was already standing next to Quirrell, who was holding a wand. I saw him kick Quirrell to the ground hard, and then cursed angrily. "You old fool! If you don't sleep at night, I have to get up to save people. And old B, you owe me a favor." "Shane." Hermione rubbed her eyes, making sure it was the person she longed for, and quickly ran over. Harry and Ronald, who had just hugged each other and were beaten to pieces, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Shane. They stood up and followed Hermione staggeringly. Shane knelt down and took the magic stone out of Quirrell's hand. Looking at the stone in front of him that was emitting red light and flowing with special magic power, he couldn't help but feel a desire to study it. "Shane." Hermione ran over and threw herself into Shane's arms, and tears began to flow down her face. Shane raised his hands and saw the little witch in this state, and couldn't help but sigh, and then looked at Harry and Ronald who were running towards him with a serious face. "Your self-righteousness almost caused 3 more cold corpses in Hogwarts." Upon hearing this, Harry and Ronald immediately lowered their heads in shame. "And you, don't think it'll be okay if you cry?" Shane knocked Hermione on the head again. Hermione felt pain and immediately withdrew from Shane's arms, then wiped her tears resentfully. "What's wrong with Quirrell?" Harry asked curiously as he looked at Quirrell, who looked like he was under a petrifying spell. "Illusion magic," Shane explained. "Voldemort is like Orochimaru, splitting so many souls, and spirit magic is his nemesis." "Orochimaru, what did you come from?" The 3 little ones were confused when they heard this unfamiliar term, but they didn't pay much attention to it, thinking that it was a magical animal they had never heard of before. Soon, they were attracted by another term in Shane's words. "Voldemort." Ronald took a few steps back from Quirrell when he heard the name. "Isn't he Professor Quirrell? Why is he Voldemort?" "Quirrell is dead. Voldemort was attached to him like a parasite before. After he was seriously injured by me that night in the Forbidden Forest, Voldemort may have used some unknown magic to sacrifice Quirrell's life. The last breath that held this 2.2 body." With that said, Shane kicked Quirrell in the face. "Look at it, these burnt skins are all covered with scales. So, we have been in the same classroom with Voldemort for almost a school year." Ronald looked frightened. He really didn't expect Professor Quirrell, who usually stuttered and was submissive, to be the Dark Lord. "Shane, how did you find yourself here?" Hermione finally calmed down and asked Shane with red eyes. "Peeves called me here. He discovered that Voldemort had turned into a snake and slipped into the school, and he called me over immediately." Shane explained, then he raised one hand, and a ball of blue-purple fire appeared in his palm. "I will settle your matters with you later. I will first kill this guy who ruined my dream." After saying that, before the 3 little ones could react, Shane threw Li Huo on Quirrell. Immediately, a black smoke spurted out from Quirrell's body. Voldemort's soul howled and merged with the fire, and rushed towards Shane desperately. But that ugly face couldn't move even an inch away from Shane. Immediately afterwards, the howling of Voldemort's soul became weaker and weaker, and Quirrell's body gradually turned into ashes. With this, Voldemort's Horcruxes were reduced by 1. Chapter 63. After wiping out 1/7 of Voldemort's soul, Shane put away the Philosopher's Stone and turned to look at the Gryffindor trio. "Miss Granger." Shane called Hermione by her last name without expression, and her stern tone startled Hermione. "Ignore these 2 idiots for now." Shane pointed at Harry and Ronald, who looked confused next to them. "I remember I told you before, you must consider the causes and consequences before doing anything. Can you tell me, what is the purpose of what you did tonight, and what is the reason for it? We thought. Hermione lowered her head, hesitating and unable to explain. You thought Snape would come over to steal the Philosopher's Stone, did you? Shane directly helped Hermione say what she wanted to say. Okay, please, Miss Granger, what guesses did you base this conclusion on? That's because she saw Snape chanting a curse to me on the Quidditch pitch. He wanted to harm me. Harry looked at Hermione's pitiful expression and couldn't help but defend. He's saving you, idiot. Shane looked at Harry coldly. If Snape hadn't kept reciting the counter curse, you would have let Quirrell's spell fall to the ground. What? How is that possible? Upon hearing the truth, Harry immediately looked in disbelief. I have to say, you three little lions are really blessed by the aura of the protagonist of 03. If Peeves doesn't find out that Voldemort sneaked into the school tonight, what do you think will happen to you? Shane asked sarcastically. The three of them were silent. Even if your previous guess is true and Snape really wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone, you don't really think you can deal with a professor, do you? And even if you don't meet Snape or Voldemort tonight, where do you want to take the Philosopher's Stone out of the Mirror of East? We plan to hide it in the common room. As long as Voldemort doesn't have the password, he won't be able to get in. Ronald said softly, his tone still a little unconvinced. Haha, you think the trouble you have caused is not big enough, and you have to drag all the Gryffindors to be buried with you, right? Shane sneered, and then continued, Voldemort can bypass Hogwarts' defense mechanism, still can't get into the Gryffindor common room. You are not so naive as to think that only the students of your house know the password to the Gryffindor common room, are you? Have you ever counted how many students pass by the fat lady's portrait every day? Actually, if you all stay in the dormitory tonight and don't do anything unnecessary, Voldemort won't be able to break through the defense of the Mirror of East and get the Philosopher's Stone. To put it bluntly, it was the self-righteousness of the three of you that almost allowed Voldemort to get the Philosopher's Stone, and even almost cost 3 lives. I'm too lazy to say anything else. Now you'd better go back the way you came, go find Professor McGonagall, admit your mistake, and take the initiative to explain everything that happened tonight to her. Otherwise, I will throw you into the pumpkin head on the first floor of the school and let you experience the preciousness of life. And I treat everyone equally, Miss Granger. After saying that, Shane disappeared instantly. In front of the Mirror of East, the three little ones looked at each other with lonely expressions. I originally thought I was doing something brave, but it turned out that I was doing bad things with good intentions. Are we really going to find Professor McGonagall? Ronald asked timidly. I think if we use the invisibility cloak to go back now, no one will know about us. Are you stupid? Even if Shane doesn't tell Professor McGonagall, he has just taken away the Philosopher's Stone, and with all the traps we have broken through, we really think that if nothing happened, the professor will not be able to find us. Already? Hermione immediately glared at Ronald and said irritably. It's all my fault for causing you trouble. Harry lowered his head with shame on his face. To be honest, the feeling of powerlessness he felt when facing Voldemort made him very scared and regretful now. Go find the professor. Hermione looked downcast. I can already imagine what the people in the college will think of us tomorrow. She felt that this time they had caused such a big trouble, Professor McGonagall would at least deduct 300 from them. Points, the gemstone hourglass may still owe a little more. However, although the three of them had decided to listen to Shane and go find Professor McGonagall, when they arrived at the office door, they were still undecided to knock on the door. It wasn't until the sun slowly rose and Professor McGonagall was washing and dressing up that she discovered the three little ones who had been at the door for most of the night. Mr. Potter, what are you doing here? Professor McGonagall was surprised and confused. The three students in front of me all had messy hair and dirty bodies, as if they had just returned from the front line after fighting. Professor McGonagall, we. Harry looked up at Professor McGonagall nervously. trying to muster up the courage to tell what happened last night, but he was immediately stuck before he could say a few words. I don't know why, but he couldn't say the next words no matter what. Come in with me. Professor McGonagall also seemed to realize that the 3 students in front of him might have caused a big trouble, and immediately called the 3 people into the room seriously. More than half an hour later, Gryffindor head boy Percy Weasley came to Professor McGonagall's office. Since the final exam has been completed, he came to ask for instructions on the arrangements for the next student vacation and preparations for the start of the next semester. But just as he was about to knock on the office door, an extremely angry curse came from behind the door, frightening Percy to take 2 steps back. In the office, Professor McGonagall had completely lost her usual calmness and composure. She was like an angry lion scolding the 3 little ones. You 3, how dare you do such a thing, I'm really going to be mad at you. Do you know how important the magic stone is? Once this thing is lost, how many people will kill each other to fight for it? How many people will lose their lives because of your temporary whim? I can tell you clearly that the trouble you have caused this time is enough for the school to expel you. This last sentence made the 3 little ones take a breath of cold air at the same time, and they suddenly began to feel uneasy. Harry was desperate. Because he was kicked out of school, he had to go back to his aunt's house and live in a dark closet again. Ronald was frightened because if he was kicked out of school, his mother, Mrs. Molly, would definitely pluck out his skin. Although Hermione was not as desperate and scared as the 2 above, she was still depressed after seeing that she would not be able to learn magic in the future. Professor, it's not that serious. After all, the Philosopher's Stone was not lost. Ronald stammered, trying to win leniency. We will definitely not dare to do so next time. But the response was an angry glare from Professor McGonagall, and she said, Mr. Weasley, do you want another time? Ronald immediately lowered his head. You 3, listen, all of you. Professor McGonagall's voice rose a few decibels again, frightening the 3 little ones so much that they immediately stood upright with their backs straightened. You are not allowed to leave this office without my permission. Now I am going to write to Professor Dumbledore to inform Professor Dumbledore that your punishment will be known tonight at the latest. After saying that, he immediately walked quickly outside the office. Patsy, who had been standing outside the door eavesdropping, heard Professor McGonagall preparing to come out and quickly hid behind the door. Although he didn't know what happened inside, he felt that it was better not to ask about work matters today. If he got into trouble with Professor McGonagall at this time, 747 might get burned. At the same time, the 3 little ones in the office looked at the door not far away being slammed shut with a look of despair on their faces. Hermione's eyes immediately turned red and she ran to the corner and started crying. When Harry and Ronald saw this, they didn't know how to go up to comfort them, because now they were unable to protect themselves. If I really get fired, I'm sure my mother will kill me. Ronald's pupils had lost their light at this time. Don't think like that, Ronald. Harry tried to suppress the loneliness in his heart and comforted him. The results of the punishment haven't come out yet, right? He may not be expelled. I hope. Ronald replied. Then his whole body collapsed against the wall, as if he was equipped for the execution ground. On the other side, after Professor McGonagall calmed down, he first went to the Owl Room, posted the letter he had written, and then went to the Ravenclaw common room. In the boys' dormitory of Ravenclaw, Shane was sleeping soundly on the bed catching up on his sleep. But at this moment, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside his bed, and a slender white hand pushed Shane on the bed. Shane! Shane! Hey! Shane slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the visitor, then turned his body sleepily, and said in a cooing voice, Good morning, Pinello. What's the matter to wake me up? Let's talk. Don't sleep, Professor McGonagall is looking for you. Pinello said, patting Shane in the quilt again. Professor McGonagall, Hoo-hoo, but Shane seemed not to hear it and continued to sleep. Pinello shook his head when he saw this, and then he could only take out his wand, use magic to wrap Shane and the quilt into a quilt, and then use the floating spell to pull him out. Chapter 64. Professor McGonagall stood in the common room and suddenly looked at Shane floating in midair on the stairs, and suddenly became furious. She immediately walked forward quickly and stuffed a ball of mashed potatoes transformed from apples into Shane's mouth. "You! Who gave me the mashed potatoes?" The familiar and disgusting smell made Shane wake up instantly. He quickly looked around and found Professor McGonagall standing not far away, glaring at him angrily. "Ha ha ha, good morning, Professor McGonagall." Shane was about to raise his hand to say hello, but he suddenly realized that he seemed to be wrapped in a quilt and couldn't move. "I'm going. Let me go, Pinello." Shane was writhing up and down in midair like a maggot. His funny look made the usually stoic Pinello laugh out loud, and he quickly freed him from the quilt. When Professor McGonagall saw this scene, he felt angry and funny, and immediately said with a straight face, "Mr. Dolea, please be serious, you should know why I am here." Yes, I know." Shane agreed helplessly, and then said to Pinello next to him, "Pinello, please step aside, what I will say later is not suitable for you to listen to." Surprisingly, Pinello didn't ask why, just nodded, and then went upstairs again with Shane's quilt. Let me mention here that Hogwarts has a very strange rule. Girls can enter and exit the boys' dormitory at will, but boys cannot enter the girls' dormitory. Professor McGonagall looked at Pinello's back and suddenly said with deep meaning, "Mr. Dolea, it seems that you are well liked in Ravenclaw. I'm born with such a charming personality, I can't help it." Shane boasted, and then said, "Professor McGonagall, are you here for the Philosopher's Stone?" "That's right." Professor McGonagall nodded. "Do you have the Philosopher's Stone in your hand now?" "Here." Shane took out the magic stone from his pajamas pocket. Professor McGonagall leaned forward and took a closer look, confirming that the precious stone was not lost, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although the three little ones had told her before that the Sorcerer's Stone was not lost but was taken away by Shane, she still felt uneasy. Shane also clearly saw Professor McGonagall's worry, so he tapped the copper fruit plate on the table next to him with the Philosopher's Stone, and then said, "Don't worry, Professor McGonagall. This is a genuine Philosopher's Stone." I saw a dull red light flashing from the magic stone, and the fruit plate immediately turned into gold. "You can actually use the power of the Philosopher's Stone." McGonagall was shocked when he saw this. Because in her memory, apart from Nick Flamel, the maker of the Philosopher's Stone, she had only seen Dumbledore alone who knew how to use the power of the Philosopher's Stone. "This thing is similar to the magic I learned, so in my opinion, it's just a special magic prop," Shane said with a smile. The alchemical runes contained in the magic stone are very similar to the magic circle. It's just that the magic circle only uses magic power to carve the array patterns, while the magic stone carves the runes on special substances and then uses specific methods to activate the power in them. After demonstrating the authenticity of the Philosopher's Stone, Shane put the Philosopher's Stone back into his pocket. When Professor McGonagall saw this, he surprisingly did not ask Shane for it, but started to tell him with a serious face, "Mr. Dolea, you should know the importance of this stone even if I don't tell you, before Principal Dumbledore comes back. Please be sure to keep it." In fact, it's not that she doesn't want to get the Philosopher's Stone back, but because she knows that with Shane's character and the natural actions just now, it would be extremely difficult for her to get the Philosopher's Stone back immediately. So, Professor McGonagall sighed helplessly, and after calming down his mood, he found a sofa and sat down. At this time, Shane also used changing magic to change his clothes. He also found a sofa and sat in front of Professor McGonagall. Then he took out 2 cups of black tea and 2 pieces of cake from somewhere and put them on the table. On the table between the two of them, completely adhering to and carrying forward the noble etiquette and courtesy of flower growers. Professor, have the three of them told you what happened last night? Shane took a sip of black tea and asked with a smile. Having said it all, they are so audacious that they actually ran to the basement where the Philosopher's Stone is protected. Professor McGonagall had a headache when he thought of the three students still sitting in his office. Looking at it now, no matter how selfish Professor Dumbledore is, Gryffindor may not be able to win the Academy Cup this year. Shane suddenly recalled the last scene in the movie, the large-scale shady scene created by Dumbledore at the end of the school ceremony. This is not just a matter of deducting points for them, they may be expelled from Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall picked up the black tea on the table and drank it, then suddenly said seriously. Pfft. Shane puffed up his cheeks and couldn't help laughing. Professor, you can deal with those three idiots with this kind of threat, but don't use it on me. Devil's Vine, catching the flying key, wizard's chess, and magic potion logic problems. Shane raised 4 fingers. You can just drag any Ravenclaw student over. From the perspective of a bystander, any fool will know that these so-called mechanisms are specially made for those 3 stupid little lions. If Dumbledore really wanted to protect the Philosopher's Stone, he wouldn't have to move the Mirror of Erised out of his office. There should be no safer place in the British wizarding world than the principal's office at Hogwarts, right? But he went out of his way and asked you deans to set up some such childish mechanisms, especially the wizard chess. Who came up with it? Only those 3 little lions were stupid enough to actually play chess. Shane's rant made Professor McGonagall look a little embarrassed. In fact, she just tried to use the incident of the 3 little ones to scare Shane, so that he could just play around with the school rules in school without any trouble, which would have a bad impact on other little wizards. But she didn't expect that Shane had already figured out Dumbledore's plan. So in order to avoid further embarrassment, Professor McGonagall immediately began to change the subject. I saw her asking, Dolea, can you tell me in detail what happened last night? Shane put a mouthful of cake into his mouth, and a question mark popped up on his head. Didn't they tell you? I just told you roughly. Professor McGonagall replied, then with a serious look on his face, I want to know how Tom got into the school. Logically speaking, people with good intentions cannot enter Hogwarts. Ever since she heard the 3 little ones recounting what happened last night in the morning, she had been very concerned about this matter. As the vice principal of Hogwarts, she didn't receive any warning last night. But when it comes to this problem, Shane actually doesn't know much about it himself. Because he didn't know much about the defense mechanism of Hogwarts, he knew that if the portraits in the school saw strange people, they would immediately report it to Dumbledore or the 4 heads of house. So, he answered Professor McGonagall truthfully. Professor, as to why Voldemort was able to enter the school quietly, to be honest, I am just guessing. Peeves came to me in the middle of the night last night and said that Voldemort suddenly turned into a snake and slipped into the school while Dumbledore was away. You mean Peeves? Upon hearing this unexpected name, Professor McGonagall suddenly frowned. There's no reason. It didn't do anything else except play pranks before, and why did it come to you? E=0*. Oh, Shane sighed. Professor, if you can look at Peeves from another angle, you will know the reason. What's the meaning? Nothing. Shane doesn't want to tell the truth about Peeves. And he guessed that the reason why Peeves came to him last night was probably because he couldn't find anyone who could believe his words. Secondly, it might also be because of the Ravenclaw crown. Professor, let's not talk about Peeves. Now that Voldemort can bypass Hogwarts' defense mechanism by turning into a snake, I guess wizards like Animagus can do the same. Same thing. You are probably right. Animagus can turn a wizard into a real animal. Hogwarts' defense mechanism is indeed unable to respond to animals. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement, then frowned. His brows suddenly widened, but this time it was a blessing in disguise. Tom helped us discover this, Lee's loophole. So, Professor, you still want to thank him? Shane said with a smile. He is never a person worthy of gratitude. Professor McGonagall immediately denied, but to be honest, the last time I heard Dumbledore say that you severely injured him, I didn't really believe it. Thanks to you this time, Harry and the others were able to come back alive. Actually, if you didn't do so many things, the three of them wouldn't have so many messy ideas. Shane complained. Besides, when will Professor Dumbledore come back? This time his miscalculation almost killed our dear the Savior and owls don't deliver letters that fast. There are big things happening in Eastern Europe right now, and he is helping to mediate there. Even if he gets the letter and asks Fawkes to send him back immediately, it will take some time, Professor McGonagall said. Oh, that's it. Shane suddenly understood, and he asked why the old bee had been absent from school from time to time since the last Christmas. It turned out to be that the furry bear was dying. It seems that the split in the Muggle government has also caused violent turmoil in the magical world over there. If there is no White Devil sitting in charge, I am afraid that something serious and uncontrollable will really happen. Chapter 65. At night, in the border area where the furry bear has degenerated into a big fur, there is the Kodos Dorei's magic school. At this time, Dumbledore was holding a letter that had just been opened, looking at the stars on the horizon, not knowing what he was thinking. At this moment, an important member of the International Federation of Wizards suddenly walked over and whispered. Professor Dumbledore, everything has been discussed. Kodos Dores will be temporarily taken over by the Federation. After everything stabilizes, we will discuss the final ownership. How many are for or against? Dumbledore asked without looking back. Nearly 70% of people. Everton. The dignitary named Everton Mosley was suddenly interrupted by Dumbledore before he could finish speaking. Don't think that I don't know the thoughts of those people, but no matter what, the magic school is just a place to teach and train new wizards, not someone's private property, let alone a tool for fighting for power. So, please tell the truth. Facing Dumbledore's invisible pressure, Everton shed a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. He rubbed his fingers nervously, and then explained in a low voice, Professor, the woolly bear has disintegrated, and the whole of Eastern Europe is now in chaos. The most important thing now is that there is a problem within the Magic Bear's ministry, and the second is... Everton stopped talking mid-sentence, but Dumbledore understood the meaning of his words. Now not only are some people in the Federation harboring evil intentions, but the top brass of the Woolly Bear Ministry of Magic also seem to be betraying Kodos Dorei's magic school for their own personal interests. Thinking of this, Dumbledore was silent for a moment, and then began to suggest. It has been more than 217.5 years since the incident happened. The United Federation of Nations cannot take care of Kodos Dores forever. It should consider handing over the management power back to the newly built local Ministry of Magic after 1 to 2 years and selecting an appointment. New principal. I will report to the top. Everton nodded. In that case, my mission is basically completed. Dumbledore lowered his head and looked at the time on the pocket watch in his hand. There are some things at Hogwarts that I need to go back to deal with. If there are any more urgent matters, I will contact you through the owl. Okay. Everton took 2 steps back. Immediately, a melodious cry came, and a burst of golden-red fire suddenly appeared in the distant night. Fawkes flew toward Dumbledore wrapped in flames, and one person and one phoenix disappeared in an instant. On the other side, inside Hogwarts Castle. The 3 little ones have been in Professor McGonagall's office for almost a whole day. During this day, the 3 of them were constantly tormenting themselves. This feeling of waiting for the exact death to come made them extremely tormented. How long do we have to wait? Ronald asked weakly, holding a piece of toast with only one bite. Can you shut up? You've asked me this question so many times today. Hermione hugged a pillow and glared at him. I just want to end this quickly, Ronald responded, taking a bite of void toast. Ronald, come on. Harry cheered for his friend, but he didn't know that he had said the same thing countless times today. However, as time slowly passed, the three little ones also ushered in the moment when they could end this day's torture. The office door creaked open, and Professor McGonagall, Adag, walked in and said to the three of them, "You three, follow me." The three little ones looked at each other, and they could see some relief in each other's eyes. Immediately, the three of them stood up and quickly followed Professor McGonagall, walking in circles and finally arriving at the principal's office at Hogwarts. Pushing open the shiny oak door and walking into the office, I saw Dumbledore with his back to the four people, eating licorice wand in front of the snack cabinet. Can an old guy like me behave properly in front of students? Professor McGonagall sighed silently upon seeing this, and then reminded him, "Albus, Mr. Potter and the others are here." Dumbledore turned around when he heard the sound, wiped his hands with a handkerchief and said, "Oh, welcome. Want to try the licorice wand?" This strangely relaxed atmosphere stunned the three little ones who were already preparing to face the violent storm. Harry was the first to react and walked forward and said, "Yes, I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore, we are here to admit our mistakes, we were wrong." "Oh yes, you did something wrong." Dumbledore nodded with relief and said softly, "But Harry, from another perspective, in fact, you didn't do anything wrong, you just lacked just some more mature thinking. You want to protect the Philosopher's Stone so it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. In this respect, you are brave." When the three Harrys heard that Dumbledore did not blame them, but praised them, they all immediately looked at each other in disbelief. "Then Professor, will the school expel us?" Ronald asked cautiously. "Oh, of course not, Mr. Weasley. Although you made mistakes, your intentions were good, not to mention the Sorcerer's Stone was not lost, right?" Dumbledore winked mischievously. The three of them suddenly felt that the big stone in their hearts fell to the ground, and their faces began to change from gloomy to sunny, with happy smiles on their faces. "Due to the special circumstances this time, I will not deduct points from Gryffindor House." Dumbledore looked at the three little ones and continued, then stretched out a finger, "However, you cannot be exempted from the punishment for violating school rules." "What's the punishment?" Hermione asked immediately. Strangely enough, she felt very happy when she asked this question. "Oh, then we have to invite another of our guests over." As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, a ball of golden red flame suddenly appeared in the middle of the huge office. But what was different from Dumbledore's imagination was that suddenly a frightened voice came from the flames. "FK! Be careful!" A green lightning-like magic spell shot out from the flames, and directly blasted a huge gap in one of the walls of the office. Everyone immediately stared in shock at Shane emerging from the flames. I saw that he was desperately using his two hands to maintain a broken magic circle that looked like the death array. There are constant green lightnings trying to break through the limitations of Shane's powerful magic power and fully release the huge power contained in it. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes when he saw this. This was the first time he saw a magic circle. At the same time, he also felt the power of the death curse contained in the magic circle in Shane's hand. I don't know how long it took, but the broken magic circle in Shane's hand began to become complete, and the green lightning emitted by it gradually shrank. Seeing that the magic circle was finally stabilized, Shane breathed a sigh of relief and clapped his hands together. The magic power used to construct the magic circle immediately turned into raw magic power and dissipated in the air. After solving the immediate crisis, Shane immediately turned his attention to the culprit who almost caused his magic circle to go out of control. I saw him suddenly flashing in front of Dumbledore at a speed that ordinary people could not match, and then he pulled his long white beard and shouted with blazing eyes. "Old B! I've tolerated you for a long time. How many times have you told me that if you have anything to do with me, just ask Fox to notify me? Do you know how dangerous it is to merge and reconstruct the two magic circles? Oh, it hurts, let it go. Let it go." Dumbledore was caught off guard by Shane's move. He immediately grabbed his beard and pulled it back hard to prevent the beard he had grown for many years from being ripped off. However, Shane clearly didn't want to give up. He tightened his hand even more and shouted loudly. "Can't calm down. It's because you suddenly asked Fox to teleport me here, which almost caused the magic circle to go out of control. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough, you and everyone in the office would have died. Also, I have worked hard all day today, and the new magic is almost ready. It's because of you that all my efforts this day were almost in vain." After saying that, he leaned back with his whole body, as if he would not stop until he pulled out all of Dumbledore's beard. "It hurts, it hurts." Dumbledore howled in pain. He never imagined that a 12-year-old child would have so much power in his hands. At this time, Professor McGonagall and the three little ones, who had been watching the farce in a daze, gradually came to their senses. Professor McGonagall and Hermione hurriedly tried to pull them apart. "Mr. Dolea, let go, Albus's beard is about to break." "Shane, don't be impulsive. This is Principal Dumbledore. Let me go, I'm going to pluck out this old bee's beard." Harry and Ronald, who were both in the office, looked at all this a little at a loss, not knowing whether they should go up to help or not. I don't know how long it took, but Shane gradually let go of his hand under the constant persuasion of the two people. But at this time, Hermione looked at Shane, who was still in a state of frenzy, and still hugged him from the front, and kept comforting him, "Calm down. Calm down." On the other side, Professor McGonagall also checked Dumbledore's red chin, and then looked at the few strands of beard that had been plucked out on the ground. Shi-Ying couldn't help laughing. Dumbledore also looked aggrieved. He touched his burning chin and complained, "I've had this beard for a long time. Just let me set it on fire." As he spoke, Shane's eyes glowed red, and his hands suddenly burst into flames. This frightened Hermione so much that she hugged his waist forcefully and pushed him forward a few times. At the same time, Hermione unknowingly touched something in Shane's pants.